Chapter 1. The young man named Zhang Xian had just graduated from medical school. Zhang Xian's previously serene expression transformed into one of fervor upon witnessing a startling revelation, as if he had unearthed a monumental secret. He abruptly sat up from his bed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I knew it. The remarkable Feng Ho Chi Min is indeed formidable. Its founder could not have easily succumbed to death. How enlightening indeed. Standing on his bed, Zhang Xian gesticulated wildly, completely absorbed in his thoughts. However, he failed to notice that the charging cable of his phone, having been in use for an extended period, had become somewhat frayed, with exposed wires protruding. At that moment, he unwittingly stepped on it, and with a sharp crack, sparks flew, causing Zhang Xian to tumble down as if severed from his tether, falling straight to the ground. When Zhang Xian regained consciousness, the tranquility of the night was replaced by a cacophony of shouts, screams, and the deafening roar of explosions. He struggled to open his eyes, only to feel a pervasive ache coursing through his body, as if countless dull blades were slicing through him. With great effort, he surveyed his surroundings, witnessing chaos as individuals engaged in fierce combat, flashes of blades, and sprays of blood. Just as he attempted to scrutinize the scene further, a sharp katana sliced through the air like lightning, embedding itself firmly into the ground beside his head. This terrifying sight caused him to roll his eyes back and faint once more. When he awoke for the third time, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The only sounds that pierced the stillness were the mournful caws of crows overhead and the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, silently bearing witness to the horror and brutality that had transpired here. Zhang Xian struggled to rise, leaning against a towering tree, each movement sending waves of pain coursing through him, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. He endeavored to recall the events leading up to this moment. Engrossed in a webcomic, he had inadvertently stepped on a loose charging cable and had been electrocuted. Yet, if someone had discovered him, he should have been in a hospital. How had he found himself in such a foreign land? As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the grandeur and depth of the trees, starkly contrasting with the world he once knew. The garments of the fallen were unfamiliar, prompting a chilling thought: had he truly traversed dimensions? A tumult of indescribable excitement and unease surged within Zhang Xian. He swiftly grasped a nearby katana, using its reflective blade to scrutinize his appearance. The visage that met his gaze was that of a striking young man with dark hair and eyes, yet it was evident that this was not his original form. In that moment, he was certain of his extraordinary translocation, but the nature of the world to which he had arrived remained a mystery. At that instant, a mysterious screen materialized in his mind, displaying several familiar phrases. Dual Perfection Hand 1. 6 Library Celestial Thief 0. Wind and later Mysterious Gate 0. Spirit Conjuration Command 0. Celestial Talisman 0. Divine Mechanism Refinement 0. Great Luo Cave View 0. Chi Body Source Flow 0. Aren't these precisely the 8 extraordinary techniques from under one person? Could it be that after my transmigration, I have been bestowed with a golden finger? Zhang Xian's heart surged with elation as he eagerly called out in his mind, "System? System?" Yet the only response was an overwhelming silence. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Xian could only venture to explore this enigmatic golden finger on his own. He observed that, aside from the dual proficiency skill, which was illuminated, the other 7 abilities remained dimmed, their progress bars at a standstill. As Zhang Xian silently focused on dual proficiency, he beheld the skill gradually glowing, an influx of knowledge regarding dual proficiency flooding into his consciousness like a tidal wave. As one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, dual proficiency possesses 2 modes, the red hand and the blue hand, each endowed with distinct capabilities. The red hand is primarily responsible for healing and restoration, acclaimed as the pinnacle of therapeutic abilities in the realm of extraordinary beings. It can cure a myriad of ailments and wounds, even reversing what seems to be irreversible physiological damage. For instance, Chu Tong once utilized the red hand to assist Xiao Xiao in regaining his severed arm, while Yang also employed it to save the critically injured Tu Junfang from the brink of death. Conversely, the blue hand pertains to the control and influence of the mental sphere. It can read and affect the thoughts of others, even manipulate their actions. This capability of the blue hand reaches an extraordinary zenith in the realm of mental manipulation. For example, Chu Tong had long controlled Ma Xianhong, while Yang's spirit illumination technique serves as a simplified version of the blue hand's abilities. Moreover, the duality hand possesses the remarkable ability to alter one's appearance, soul, and memories, along with the capacity for soul restoration. It underscores the concept of dual cultivation, which entails absolute dominion over both body and soul. Having meticulously organized his knowledge regarding the duality hand, Zhang Xian discerned how to wield the golden finger within his mind. He comprehended that in order to unlock the next of the 8 extraordinary techniques, he must elevate the progress bar of the preceding technique to 100%. The method to enhance this progress bar lies in the application of the current technique. Taking the duality hand as an example, Zhang Xian could presently utilize the red hand for healing, while the blue hand would only become accessible once the progress bar reached 50%. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xian lowered his gaze to examine his own injuries. Given the formidable healing capabilities of the duality hand, why not first tend to his own wounds? Thus, he promptly employed the red hand from the duality hand to initiate his healing. In a short while, all his injuries had completely mended. Zhang Xian rose to his feet and touched the previously wounded areas, discovering they had indeed healed entirely. He murmured to himself, truly deserving of its reputation, the 8 extraordinary techniques are remarkable. After healing his injuries, Zhang Xian began to ponder the nature of the world into which he had traversed. If it were a realm of cultivation, the benefits bestowed by the 8 extraordinary techniques might not hold substantial value. After all, to cultivators, these skills could merely be regarded as trifling embellishments. As he contemplated, Zhang Xian made his way toward the towering tree that loomed above him. As Zhang Xian emerged from the thicket and entered a quaint town, he observed the townsfolk clad in ancient attire, yet their garments bore no resemblance to the historical costumes he was familiar with. Walking along the cobbled streets, he was enveloped by a chorus of murmurs. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 2 individuals engrossed in a discussion regarding the impending conflict between their homeland and a neighboring nation. Intrigued, he edged closer to listen intently. One of them remarked, "Have you heard? Our homeland is on the brink of war with a neighboring nation." The other, taken aback, inquired, "What? Why are we resorting to arms once more? What has sparked this conflict?" "It is yet again over a vital water source," the first individual sighed. "This water source traverses both our nations, yet the neighboring nation has inexplicably decided to obstruct the flow. Naturally, our homeland cannot acquiesce that water source irrigates 70% of our agricultural lands. Should it be severed, the annihilation of our nation would be imminent. The people of a neighboring nation are utterly despicable." The second individual exclaimed with indignation, "I must enlist and do my part for our homeland when they mobilize." As Zhang Xian absorbed their conversation, he found himself lost in contemplation. Homeland? Neighboring nation? These names resonated with an eerie familiarity while simultaneously feeling entirely foreign. Suddenly, it dawned upon him, were these not the very nations mentioned in the recollections of Kagaya's arrival in the ninja world, as recalled by Kurizetsu during the battle between Naruto and Sasuke and Naruto? Could it be that he had truly traversed into the realm of Naruto? Zhang Xian gazed longingly at the towering tree on the horizon, pondering silently. If this world were indeed that of Naruto, then this majestic tree must surely be the legendary god tree. It was from this very tree that Kagaya Otsutsuki plucked the fruit, consuming it to gain unparalleled power. With this thought, Zhang Xian gently shook his head, redirecting his focus. Having confirmed his traversal into the Naruto universe, his foremost concern now was to address his pressing need for sustenance. The journey thus far, coupled with his previous injuries, had left him utterly drained. Although he had employed his healing abilities to mend his wounds, his strength and energy were nearly depleted, leaving him ravenously hungry. However, without a single coin to his name, how could he easily satisfy his hunger? As a young man of ambition under the auspices of the 21st century's Red Banner, he would naturally refrain from resorting to theft or robbery. Thus, Zhang Xian devised a plan. He would utilize his healing abilities to treat the ailments of others in exchange for financial compensation, thereby alleviating his immediate predicament. With this resolution in mind, Zhang Xian decided to seek out a clinic or pharmacy, hoping to leverage his healing prowess to secure employment. After all, in this realm, the capacity to heal was exceedingly rare. Moreover, by treating patients, he could expedite the progress of his abilities, unlocking a plethora of new skills in the process. As Zhang Xian walked along the streets, he surveyed his surroundings in search of potential opportunities. Before long, he came upon a modest medical clinic. Although the facade was not grand, it was impeccably clean and tidy, adorned with several banners that proclaimed miraculous hands reviving life, suggesting that this clinic held a notable reputation in the local community. Zhang Xian pushed open the door and stepped inside. A subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air, while several apprentices clad in long robes busily prepared and brewed various remedies. A middle-aged man sat behind a consultation table, intently taking the pulse of a patient. "Excuse me, is there a vacancy here?" Zhang Xian approached the middle-aged man and inquired politely. The man looked up, assessing Zhang Xian's plain attire. However, he noted the clarity in his eyes and the extraordinary demeanor he possessed, prompting him to ask, "Are you here to apply for a position? Do you possess any medical knowledge?" "I have a modest understanding," Zhang Xian replied humbly. Although he had not systematically studied the medical practices of this world, his dual proficiency was sufficient to treat various complex ailments. "Oh, then, tell me, what do you diagnose as the ailment of this patient?" The middle-aged man pointed to the patient seated nearby, testing Zhang Xian's knowledge. Zhang Xian approached the patient, feigning to place his right hand on the patient's wrist. In reality, he discreetly employed his dual proficiency to assess the patient's condition. After his examination, he returned to the middle-aged man and confidently stated, "This patient appears to be suffering from prolonged overexertion, resulting in both qi and blood deficiency, compounded by recent exposure to wind and cold. Consequently, the symptoms of dizziness, weakness in the limbs, and cough have manifested. The treatment should primarily focus on replenishing qi and nourishing blood, while dispelling wind and alleviating cold." The middle-aged man, upon hearing Zhang Xian's analysis, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this young individual possessed such remarkable medical expertise. It is worth noting that he himself had invested considerable time in diagnosing this ailment. "Indeed, you are correct. Now, please elaborate on which medicinal herbs should be utilized for treatment," the middle-aged man inquired further. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before responding. "One may employ ginseng, astragalus, angelica, and ligusticum to replenish qi and nourish the blood, while herbs such as ephedra, cinnamon twig, and apricot kernel may be utilized to dispel wind and alleviate cold. Additionally, one could incorporate some licorice to harmonize the properties of the herbs." Upon hearing Zhang Xian's response, the middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. He was pleasantly surprised to find that not only was this young man skilled in medicine, but he also possessed a profound familiarity with medicinal herbs. "Very well. What is your name? I would like to employ you as the resident doctor of the clinic," said the middle-aged man with a gleeful expression. "My name is Zhang Xian," he replied with a smile, not anticipating that he would secure a position so swiftly, and one that was quite commendable at that. "Dr. Zhang, we warmly welcome you to the Hua Chun Tang." The middle-aged man extended his hand, and they exchanged a handshake. "Thank you, boss. I shall endeavor to give my utmost," Zhang Xian expressed gratefully. Thus, Zhang Xian officially became the resident doctor of the Hua Chun Tang. Each day, he busily attended to patients, and with his remarkable medical skills, he quickly garnered the trust and praise of those he treated. Simultaneously, through his healing endeavors, he continuously advanced his proficiency. As time passed, Zhang Xian became increasingly adept in his role at the Hua Chun Tang, and his skills improved steadily, with his proficiency nearing the 5% mark. He also began to explore the mysteries of the world around him. Until this moment, the divine tree had yet to mature. The figure of Tsutsuki Kagaya had not yet manifested, the profession of ninja had not yet emerged, and the way of the samurai reigned supreme, with everyone holding the sword arts in high esteem. The Wuzong, the preeminent power on this continent, was led by a master known as the Sword God, whose legendary swordsmanship was said to cleave mountains and sever peaks, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Within the confines of the Huichantang, Zheng Xian gradually established his footing. With his miraculous healing arts, he consistently cured his patients, thus achieving renown in the small town. However, the tranquil days did not last long. News from the front lines of the ancestral kingdom reported a stalemate in the conflict with the rival nation, both sides entrenched in a protracted tug-dash war. As the ancestral kingdom faced financial straits, King Tianji resolved to take a decisive gamble, vowing to determine the outcome of the conflict with a single battle. Consequently, Tianji issued a decree to conscript able-bodied men throughout the ancestral kingdom in preparation for war. Soon, the conscription order reached Zheng Xian's small town, and nearly all males aged 14 and above were summoned, Zheng Xian included. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Zheng Xian felt utterly helpless. His proficiency was still below 10%, and the unlocking of the blue-handed soul ability remained a distant prospect, rendering him powerless to resist. Fortunately, the conscription officer, having learned of Zheng Xian's exceptional medical skills, did not assign him to the front lines, but instead allocated him to a field hospital. The so-called field hospital was merely a rudimentary area enclosed by tents, with conditions exceedingly harsh. Nevertheless, despite such adversity, Zheng Xian secretly rejoiced, knowing that his chances of survival were undoubtedly greater in the rear than at the front. Thus, he remained there, justifying himself with what could be termed a typical AQ spirit in modern parlance. After several days of frenetic preparations, both nations were fully equipped, awaiting the moment of decisive battle. King Tianji personally donned armor and led the charge. Observing the grand assembly of troops, Zheng Xian felt a tumult of emotions. He noticed that some soldiers wielded standard weapons and donned armor, exuding an imposing presence, while others, armed with hoes and sickles, were evidently hastily conscripted men, destined to become fodder for the war. The war horn abruptly sounded, and with King Tianji's command, the army surged forward like a tidal wave. Zheng Xian watched the departing troops, contemplating a situation that he understood that if the ancestral kingdom were to be defeated, his current position would also be perilously precarious. Surveying his surroundings, Zheng Xian noted that the area was backed by a lake, flanked by mountains on either side, with only one route of escape ahead. However, fleeing directly would undoubtedly place him in the crosshairs of scrutiny. Thus, he resolved to construct a raft as a precautionary measure. Without hesitation, he set to work, his diligent figure appearing particularly resolute in the fading light of the sunset. Meanwhile, the troops of the ancestral kingdom encountered their adversaries in a vast open plain, once a shared pasture, now transformed into a battlefield drenched in blood and fire. With a command from both commanders, the soldiers surged towards one another like a tide, instantly filling the air with the sounds of battle cries, clashing weapons, and anguished groans. The soldiers of the ancestral kingdom, equipped with sturdy armor and formidable momentum, gained a foothold on the battlefield. They brandished their spears, piercing through the ranks of the opposing soldiers, while those armed with bows and arrows relentlessly rained deadly projectiles upon the enemy. However, the soldiers of the rival nation did not falter. They skillfully maneuvered and executed precise strikes, seeking vulnerabilities in the lines of the ancestral kingdom's troops. The battle raged on for an entire day, with both side soldiers utterly exhausted. Yet, the conflict showed no signs of abating. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, both sides commenced a new round of fierce combat. This time, the soldiers of the rival nation employed more aggressive tactics, forming strike teams in an attempt to breach the defenses of the ancestral kingdom's army. Conversely, the soldiers of the ancestral kingdom steadfastly resisted, relying on their solid defenses to withstand the enemy's onslaught. The clarion call of the rival nation pierced the skies, a summons from death itself. The soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave. Drums of war thundered, and the sound of galloping hooves resonated. The defenders of the ancestral kingdom showed no fear, resolutely holding their ground and constructing an impregnable barrier with their very bodies. Arrows fell like rain, weaving a deadly net. Soldiers fell, yet more pressed forward, roaring as they charged the enemy, wielding spears, broadswords, and even rudimentary farming tools in a desperate struggle. But on the battlefield, there was no retreat. Only advance. No fear, only fury. As the battle deepened, casualties mounted. The commanders of the ancestral kingdom led by example, brandishing their flags and rallying cries, inspiring their men to continue fighting. However, the army of the rival nation seemed inexhaustible, a relentless war machine crushing all obstacles in its path. The fighting was exceptionally brutal, with both sides suffering tremendous losses. The ground was littered with fallen bodies and splattered blood, the once vibrant lives now mere sacrifices of war. The air was thick with the stench of blood and char, making it difficult to breathe. When the sun reached its zenith, the rival nations' catapults unleashed their fury. Massive stones streaked across the sky like comets, crashing down upon the ranks of the ancestral kingdom, causing immediate disarray and even small-scale routs. The rival nation's soldiers seized the opportunity and charged forth like a flood. The soldiers of the ancestral kingdom fought valiantly, but against the overwhelming military might of their adversaries, their efforts appeared futile. Cries of anguish, pleas for help, and desperate roars intertwined, painting a portrait of a hellscape, just as the ancestral kingdom seemed on the brink of despair. A contingent of elite soldiers burst onto the battlefield. They were King Tianji's last resort, his personal guard, clad in iron armor and wielding long spears, arriving like divine reinforcements, instantly turning the tide of battle. The soldiers of the rival nation were taken aback by this sudden onslaught, beginning to falter and retreat from the battlefield. Seizing the moment, the soldiers of the ancestral kingdom struck back, following the lead of the reinforcements as they pursued the enemy, driving them back to their encampment. That moment, two flanks of soldiers from the rival nation surged forth from either side of the encampment, while those retreating also turned to attack. The soldiers of the ancestral kingdom were thrown into disarray. Confronted with this unexpected three-pronged assault, despair rising within them, the leading commander, an experienced veteran, swiftly assessed the situation and directed his troops to form a defensive formation to withstand the onslaught from three sides. He understood that in such dire circumstances, only by maintaining composure could they find an opportunity to turn the tide. "Steady yourselves, do not panic," the old general's voice echoed across the battlefield, his calm demeanor instilling immense confidence in the soldiers. Following his directives, the soldiers swiftly repositioned, gripping their weapons tightly in preparation for the impending clash. As the battle loomed, the soldiers of the rival nation charged towards the defensive lines of the ancestral kingdom. Yet the defenders stood firm like rocks, unyielding on the battlefield. Their eyes brimmed with determination and resilience, as if they aimed to forge an indomitable line with their very flesh and blood. The soldiers of both sides engaged in a fierce confrontation, the glint of blades and the clash of steel resonating in deafening cacophony. The air was thick with the scent of blood, evoking a sense of nausea. Yet the soldiers seemed to have forgotten pain and fear, driven only by the resolve to fight to the bitter end for their homeland. As time progressed, the battle escalated into a fever pitch. Although the soldiers of the ancestral kingdom were outnumbered, their indomitable spirit and exceptional teamwork enabled them to withstand the relentless assaults of the rival nation's troops. However, the soldiers of the opposing nation were not to be underestimated. They continually adapted their strategies in an attempt to uncover the weaknesses of the soldiers from the homeland. That on the battlefield, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Though the enemy boasted a larger number of troops, they struggled to gain ground against the steadfast resistance of the homeland soldiers. The casualties on both sides mounted, and the plains were soaked with blood and carnage. Yet, at this critical juncture, a commander from the opposing nation discerned a flaw in the defensive line of the homeland. Swiftly, he rallied his forces and launched a fierce assault upon this vulnerability. Despite the desperate resistance of the homeland soldiers, they ultimately could not withstand the relentless tide of the enemy's onslaught. In the end, their defenses crumbled entirely, forcing the remaining soldiers to scatter in disarray. King Tianji of the homeland remained blissfully unaware of the impending defeat, convinced that his elite imperial troops would emerge victorious. Sipping tea with a sense of tranquility, He awaited news of their triumph. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. The frontline soldiers of the homeland, akin to frightened strays, rushed back to the main camp, their garments stained crimson with blood, their faces etched with terror and despair. Your Majesty, trouble is at hand. A soldier stumbled into the main camp, dropping to his knees before King Tianji, breathless with urgency. Tianji, seated upon his throne and savoring his tea, wore a confident smile that abruptly faltered. What is the matter that causes such alarm? He feigned calmness. The opposing nation has laid an ambush. Our troops. The soldier choked on his words, unable to continue. Speak quickly. What has befallen our forces? Tianji demanded, rising with a thud, his voice sharp. Our army has suffered a crushing defeat. The soldier finally summoned the courage to deliver the heart-wrenching news. Upon hearing this, Tianji's expression morphed into one of shock. The cup in his hand shattered on the ground, splintering into pieces. His visage turned pale, eyes wide with fear and anxiety. How could this be? How could this be? Tianji muttered to himself. As if unwilling to accept the reality of his ears, he had assumed that the formidable strength of his imperial troops would be sufficient to vanquish the enemy. Yet, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The surrounding commanders, witnessing his distress, approached with concern. After a moment of silence, Tianji finally regained his composure. He took a deep breath, striving to steady himself. He understood that panic and despair would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he resolutely issued orders. Send word to the remaining troops to retreat from the battlefield immediately, utilizing advantageous terrain to impede the enemy. We must delay the advancing forces of the opposing nation as long as possible, granting our homeland a chance to breathe. The commanders exchanged puzzled glances, their hearts filled with doubt. However, they dared not defy the king's command and set off to relay his orders. Yet, as these commanders exited the main camp to convey the king's directives, they discovered the soldiers in a state of chaotic disarray, each gripped by fear, utterly devoid of the will to fight. Run! The enemy is upon us, one soldier shouted. Indeed, we must flee at once, another echoed in agreement. The commanders endeavored to calm the soldiers, urging them to adhere to the king's orders. However, the soldiers had lost all confidence. Their sole desire was to escape this perilous place. Consequently, the commanders could only watch helplessly as the soldiers scattered, unable to organize any effective resistance. And what of King Tianji? Even before the soldiers fled the camp, he had stealthily donned commoner's attire and, accompanied by a few trusted aides, galloped back to the rear encampment. Tianji rode swiftly, not daring to pause for even a moment, fearing that the enemy would catch up and execute him publicly. At last, he arrived at the encampment where Zhang Xian was stationed, where a handful of individuals remained. Besides Zhang Xian and a few military medics, there were also some city defense troops. Tianji gathered them, preparing for a final desperate struggle against the opposing nation. Zhang Xian had initially been readying rafts for a nighttime escape, but this unforeseen turn of events had derailed those plans. Observing Tianji, he noted the king's helplessness as he struggled to direct the troops without any commanding officers by his side. The air of confusion and panic surrounding him prompted Zhang Xian to shake his head. He pondered, "It is time for me, Zhang Xian, to step forward. I hope this king recognizes the gravity of the situation and entrusts me with command of the army, for only then might we have a glimmer of hope." Just as Zhang Xian was about to approach Tianji, a bloodied soldier stumbled in, panic evident in his demeanor. "Your Majesty, it is dire. The enemy's forces are advancing towards us by boat." Upon hearing this, Tianji's face drained of color. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, as if it were his only lifeline. The surrounding soldiers began to stir restlessly, fear and despair spreading through the crowd. "Silence!" Zhang Xian's voice rang out. Striking each heart like a heavy hammer, he approached Tianji, his gaze resolute and profound. "Your Majesty, now is not the time for panic. We must remain composed and devise an effective battle plan." "Who are you? What solutions do you propose?" Tianji asked, his agitation evident as he turned to Zhang Xian, grasping at any semblance of hope. "I am Zhang Xian," he replied. "First, we must ascertain the enemy's specific movements and troop distribution. Is there any recent intelligence?" He turned to a nearby officer. The officer hurried forth, presenting a makeshift map and several reports. This information has been compiled based on a report from our scouts. The enemy's main forces are advancing rapidly along the riverbank and are expected to reach this location by dusk tomorrow. Zhang Xian took the map and studied it intently. The disparity in troop strength was glaring. The opposing nation clearly held the upper hand. Yet, Zhang Xian displayed no hint of fear. Rather, a spark of determination flickered in his eyes. Very well, since they have chosen a waterborne assault, we shall adopt a strategy of waiting for the weary, he instructed, commanding all rafts and boats to conceal themselves within the reeds downstream, preparing to launch a surprise attack once the enemy vessels passed. Simultaneously, we must deploy ambush troops on both riverbanks to exploit the advantageous terrain. Tianji and the surrounding officers listened, astonished by Zhang Xian's swift formulation of such a meticulous plan. Zhang Xian, I place my trust in you. Now, all is entrusted to your capable hands. Tianji relinquished his sword to Zhang Xian, his voice trembling yet resolute. Zhang Xian accepted the sword, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the soldiers present. My friends, I understand our situation is dire. However, as long as we unite our efforts, nothing is impossible. Though the enemy's forces are formidable, they too possess weaknesses that we must capitalize on our strengths, identify their vulnerabilities, and deliver a decisive blow. Zhang Xian's words flowed like a warm current, igniting hope within each heart. The soldiers' eyes rekindled with a glimmer of determination as they began to follow Zhang Xian's directives in preparation for the imminent battle. Zhang Xian first ordered the soldiers to fortify the defensive works surrounding the camp, utilizing available timber and stones to construct a robust line of defense. Additionally, he dispatched a small team to stealthily circumvent the enemy's forces and disrupt their supply lines as commands were issued. The previously chaotic atmosphere within the camp gradually transformed into one of order. Soldiers sprang into action, some busily transporting supplies, while others moved to designated positions to set ambushes. Zhang Xian personally led a small team to the downstream riverbank to inspect the concealment efforts, ensuring that every raft could be positioned undetected. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, more than a year had elapsed since Zhang Xian ventured into this world of turmoil. Throughout this time, the soldiers diligently trained according to his teachings, their ranks now synchronized, their steps resolute and powerful, embodying the essence of a formidable army reminiscent of what he had witnessed on screens in his previous life. Radiating an aura of resilience and indomitable spirit, to expedite the soldiers' acclimatization to the brutal and sanguinary nature of warfare, Zhang Xian personally led them on several large-scale hunts for wild beasts. These endeavors not only honed their courage and valor, but also improved their rations, providing precious hides for armor production. Concurrently, Zhang Xian rallied all blacksmiths within the homeland, directing them to engage in the crafting of breastplates and ancient armor. These artisans labored day and night, pouring their heart and soul into forging the sturdiest armor, ensuring the soldiers would possess greater protection on the battlefield, in addition to the hides obtained by the army after several incursions into the mountains. The soldiers of the ancestral nation have all donned their new armor, as if cloaked in a mantle of victory. However, despite the soldiers being fully equipped, Zhang Xian did not command the blacksmiths to cease their forging. He was acutely aware that the ominous clouds of war loomed overhead, and the threat from the neighboring nation hung like a sword at his neck, ready to strike at any moment. Should the neighboring nation truly launch an assault, it would undoubtedly escalate into a war that could engulf the entire country. In such an event, if the soldiers of the ancestral nation were to falter against the enemy's forces, King Tianji would inevitably issue a nationwide recruitment order to prepare for battle. Thus, in the interest of readiness and future triumph, he could not permit the blacksmiths to halt their labor. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. One day, a guard hurriedly reported that there were signs suggesting the enemy was mobilizing, with scouts frequently spotted along the border. This news struck Zhang Xian like a bolt from the blue. Causing his heart to plummet, he dismissed the guard and stood alone in the military camp, gazing at the distant sky. His heart a tumult of emotions, he sighed helplessly, as if he had already sensed the impending storm. Perhaps the neighboring nation could no longer contain itself. Were they already on their way? Zhang Xian murmured to himself. Yet, Amid this perilous moment, an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up within him. After all, while war is brutal, it also presents an unparalleled opportunity for strength enhancement. His progress as a dual wielder stood at just over 30%. The growth he had achieved in the past year paled in comparison to the surge following the last great battle. He longed to utilize this war to further augment his prowess. Moreover, through a year of observation and understanding, he had discerned the current strength of the samurai in the world of Hokage. He found that the samurai's capabilities were fundamentally inferior to those of the ninjas that followed. The most formidable samurai were merely on par with the elite among the ninjas. This realization granted him a clearer perspective and better preparation for the imminent conflict. By a stroke of fortune, Zhang Xian had recruited a wandering samurai as his personal guard, named Gung Wulong. Though his strength was merely at the middle ninja level, he proved to be a significant asset to Zhang Xian, who currently lacked offensive capabilities, relying solely on the red hand of his dual wielding. With Gung Wulong's presence, his safety was further assured. As night fell, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, resembling a breathtaking tapestry. However, amidst this tranquil night, a particularly radiant light source began to drift across the heavens, shining far brighter than the other stars, disrupting Zhang Xian's inspection of the camp. What could it be? A star. Gung Wulong, standing beside Zhang Xian, inquired with confusion. His gaze lifted towards the unique glow, eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. Zhang Xian remained composed, his gaze fixated on the peculiar light source, ripples of emotion stirring within him. This is, he murmured softly, an inexplicable excitement and tension surging in his heart. Could it be that Kagaya Otsutsuki had finally descended? Pursue. Zhang Xian commanded succinctly and resolutely, leading the way towards the luminous entity. Gung Wulong followed closely, the two of them racing through the night. The light source eventually descended gently at the edge of a dense forest, emanating a soft glow akin to a brilliant pearl shimmering in the darkness. "General, be cautious," Gung Wulong interjected, stepping in front of Zhang Xian with an outstretched arm to halt his advance, his eyes watchful for any unforeseen danger. As they drew nearer, they finally discerned that the radiant object was, in fact, a humanoid figure, known as Kagaya Otsutsuki. Her hair, as white as snow, cascaded down to just above her heels, with two strands framing her face. Her eyes were an ethereal white, devoid of eyebrows, with two irregular triangular markings above her gaze. Her expression appeared emotionless, exuding an air of cold aloofness. Yet her skin was as pale as jade, her figure tall and elegantly curved, and the gentle light surrounding her endowed her with a mysterious and enchanting aura. Upon beholding Kagaya Otsutsuki, Zhang Xian found himself utterly captivated. Her flawless visage, graceful form, and enigmatic presence constituted a lethal allure. He gazed at her, intent on etching her likeness into his memory, perhaps sensing Zhang Xian's fervent gaze. Kagaya directed her attention towards him. However, her face remained devoid of any expression, as if indifferent to her surroundings. Embarrassed by her scrutiny, Zhang Xian averted his gaze elsewhere, feeling remorse for his earlier lapse of composure. Yet, simultaneously, his curiosity about Kagaya intensified. Finally, Kagaya spoke, her voice cool and melodious, as if it echoed from the distant heavens. Her greeting shattered the night's stillness, awakening Zhang Xian and Gung Wulong from their astonishment. Despite knowing her name, Zhang Xian still politely inquired, "May I ask your name, esteemed one?" Yet, Kagaya merely regarded him in silence, her gaze deep and detached, as though she could perceive all yet remained indifferent to the world around her. Gung Wulong, ever vigilant, positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Xian and whispered, "Might this woman be a spy sent by the neighboring nation?" He had drawn his katana, poised to confront any potential threat. As he spoke, Gung Wulong lunged at Kagaya Otsutsuki with his blade. However, his movements seemed to slow to a crawl before her, as if time itself had halted. Kagaya's eyes widened slightly, and the surrounding soft light began to ripple. In an instant, Gung Wulong, charging towards her, appeared to be ensnared by an unseen force, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Kagaya glided forward with a graceful and ethereal gait, each step seemingly taken upon the void, imparting an impression of weightlessness As she approached, Zhang Xian could distinctly feel the powerful and mysterious aura emanating from her. Zhang Xian found himself involuntarily swallowing hard, a wave of inexplicable tension and anticipation washing over him. I am Kagaya, the guardian of the divine tree. Who are you? Kagaya Otsutsuki inquired, her tone carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. Zhang Xian, taken aback for a moment, straightened his posture and replied with a resonant voice. I am Zhang Xian, the Grand General of the ancestral nation. Kagaya shook her head gently, a hint of indifference crossing her features. What I inquire is your original identity, who you truly are. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned, his thoughts spiraling into complexity. Could she truly discern that he was not from this world? Kagaya's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Zhang Xian. As she slowly articulated, your soul seems to be at odds with this physical vessel. Zhang Xian's heart raced, and he let out a bitter chuckle. She has indeed discovered my secret. However, Kagaya chose not to press further, merely indicating her disinterest in uncovering his mysteries. Regaining his composure, Zhang Xian hastily gestured to explain. I was merely momentarily lost in thought that a wry smile adorned his face. Yet his heart brimmed with uncertainty. He found Kagaya's temperament difficult to gauge in the world of Hokage. Kagaya exhibited a dual nature of tenderness and ruthlessness. Before her corruption, she was an idealist pursuing peace, filled with beautiful dreams and endless desires for the world. Yet, once corrupted, she would unhesitatingly unleash the formidable infinite Tsukuyomi, enveloping the entire world in a dream, allowing countless beings to slumber in the embrace of the divine tree, often unaware of the impending arrival of death. Zhang Xian understood that while he could currently conceal his true identity, such subterfuge was not sustainable in the long run. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to confront reality honestly, at least to a certain extent. His voice trembled slightly as he candidly stated, You are correct. My soul does not harmonize with this body. I hail from a distant world you have never heard of, a place devoid of divine trees and extraordinary powers. Yet, it too is rife with war and suffering, where people constantly vie for survival and gain. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's candor, Kagaya nodded slightly, expressing understanding. I see, like me, you are not a denizen of this world. How then did you arrive here? Zhang Xian chuckled ruefully, replying, I accidentally traversed realms and awoke to find myself in this unfamiliar land. Perhaps it was fate. Kagaya's eyes flickered, seemingly contemplating Zhang Xian's words. She inquired, What is your world like? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xian began to describe his original world. There, towering skyscrapers, automobiles, airplanes, and electronic technology abound, a realm of convenience. Yet despite the advancements, people often experience loneliness and emptiness. They yearn for genuine emotions and soulful connections, yet shackled by the pressures and interests of reality. Kagaya listened intently, a contemplative expression gracing her features. She appeared captivated by the world described by Zhang Xian, while simultaneously enveloped in a shroud of uncertainty regarding it. Your world sounds intriguing. What do you intend to do now? She inquired. After a brief silence, Zhang Xian replied, I am still searching for a way home, but it is not an easy task. Moreover, I currently hold the title of the Grand General of the Ancestors' Nation, which is facing a crisis. King Tianji places great trust in me, so I cannot leave for the time being. Kagaya nodded gently, her tone steady as she said, Since you have made your choice, you should pursue it with all your might. But remember, regardless of how your identity may shift, your soul remains your own, unbound by flesh or the world. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Xian felt a warm surge within him. He had not expected Kagaya to understand him so deeply. In that moment, it felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. Why do you say such things to me? Zhang Xian asked. Unable to contain his curiosity, Kagaya's gaze deepened. Imbued with complexity, perhaps it is because I see a certain quality within you. You possess an extraordinary aura that leads me to believe you might become my friend. The mere mention of the word friend astonished Zhang Xian. He had never envisioned himself befriending someone like Kagaya. In the world of Naruto, Kagaya seemed akin to a divine being, both revered and feared. Yet, gazing into her clear, water-like eyes, Zhang Xian felt a stirring in his heart. a belief that she might truly become a friend, one whose sincerity transcended time, race, and culture. Gaining Kagaya's permission, Zhang Xian cautiously asked, "May I call you Kagaya?" Kagaya candidly replied, of course, that he then extended an invitation. "Kagaya-heim, would you care to accompany me for a brief stay in the Ancestors' Nation?" After a moment of reflection, considering the still maturing divine tree, she agreed, "Very well. I shall accompany you. From this day forth, I shall assume the responsibility of attending to the daily needs of Lady Kagaya. I am AIE," he humbly stated, dressed in exquisite maid attire. Bowing deeply in the living quarters as he spoke earnestly, Kagaya acknowledged the maid's humility and sincerity with a slight nod, displaying her acceptance. The following day, Zhang Xian paid a visit, inviting Kagaya to join him on an outing. "How about exploring together?" Zhang Xian inquired with refined politeness. Kagaya responded with a soft huff, embodying a playful pride. Seeing this, Zhang Xian naturally took hold of Kagaya's delicate hand. Initially, she resisted slightly, but upon meeting his gentle and resolute gaze, she gradually relinquished her hesitation and allowed him to lead her forward. The two strolled leisurely along a country path, as farmers toiled nearby, occasionally glancing up before returning to their labor, hand in hand. Zhang Xian and Kagaya wandered until they reached a vantage point from which the divine tree could be seen. Gazing at the tree, Kagaya's eyes shimmered with a mixture of hope and confusion. She kicked a pebble at her feet, feeling a tinge of worry. "Alas, I wish not to witness the resurgence of war. As the Grand General of the Ancestors' Nation, you bear a heavy burden. As your friend, I am powerless to dissuade you." Kagaya sighed softly. Zhang Xian pondered her words for a moment before responding. "War is a manifestation of humanity's folly and brutality, though sometimes unavoidable for self-preservation. Lasting peace can only be achieved through a formidable force that suppresses all disturbances, ensuring stability in the world." Kagaya replied with a hint of indifference. Perhaps that is the case. Outside Kagaya's residence, Zhang Xian donned his armor and hung his sword at his waist. Preparing for a poignant farewell, he gazed at Kagaya, speaking with solemnity. "Kagaya, all is now in readiness, awaiting the right moment. The troops of the opposing nation have gathered at the borders, and I shall march with them. Should we achieve victory, the Ancestors' Nation will enter a period of peace and prosperity." This marked the first reunion between Zhang Xian and Kagaya since their walk. In the interim, Zhang Xian had been tirelessly preparing for the impending conflict with the opposing nation. "You finally deemed it necessary to see me," Kagaya remarked, rolling her eyes. However, due to her inherent byakugan, this gesture went unnoticed by others. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Xian found himself momentarily taken aback. Her tone bore a striking resemblance to that of a protagonist in a soap opera from his past life. Throughout their time together, Zhang Xian gradually realized that Kagaya was no longer the aloof and indifferent celestial maiden she once was. She now resembled a vibrant, modern girl. This transformation left Zhang Xian to ponder in silence. Was this change a blessing or a curse? Kagaya, sensing the shift in her own tone, cleared her throat to dispel the awkwardness and inquired with concern, "Can you manage? Do you require my assistance?" Zhang Xian, surprised by her offer, responded, "You would help me? I thought you would dissuade me from going to war." "Dissuade you? Why would I do that?" Kagaya replied, bewildered. Zhang Xian, slightly confused, remarked, "If I recall correctly, you have always longed for peace and detest war. Someone like me." "A warrior?" Kagaya interrupted his speculation with impatience. "Do you consider me so unreasonable? While I yearn for peace, I'm not rigidly traditional." Zhang Xian forced an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. General, at that moment, Gung Wulong shouted from outside. "What is it?" Zhang Xian inquired, secretly relieved to escape the awkward situation. "The army has assembled and awaits your departure." Gung Wulong's voice rang out, "That I will be there shortly." Zhang Xian replied, turning back to Kagaya, "I must take my leave." Kagaya, understanding his busy schedule, gently encouraged, "You may go, do not worry about me." After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xian added, "Then, I shall take my leave first." Pausing, he solemnly continued, "During my time leading the army, the safety of the Ancestors' Nation will rest in your hands." Kagaya nodded affirmatively, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect this land." Zhang Xian shook his head, clarifying, "What I mean is, if circumstances turn dire at a critical moment, even if it requires sacrificing the entire Ancestors' Nation, I hope you can ensure your own safety. I entrust the Ancestors' Nation to you, not as a burden, but in hopes that you can use it as leverage to escape in times of crisis." An unprecedented wave of emotion surged within Kaguya. She struggled to steady her inner tumult and softly confirmed, "Do you truly not require my assistance?" Zhang Xian replied with warmth and a smile, "I understand your longing for peace. Thus, let me face this conflict alone." Noticing Kaguya's lingering concern, he jested, "If the forces of the Ancestors' Nation truly cannot withstand the enemy, I will immediately execute a retreat strategy to at that time. I may need your protection and support." Without hesitation, Kaguya agreed. "Very well." Watching Zhang Xian's figure recede into the distance, she whispered a prayer, "May you achieve victory." Zhang Xian arrived before the army, where King Tianji and the soldiers awaited him. "General, I have entrusted my life and fortune to you. I hope for your triumphant return." King Tianji said earnestly, "I shall not disappoint your majesty." Zhang Xian replied with a respectful bow, his gaze unwavering. The significance of this war extended beyond the survival of the Ancestors' Nation. It was also bound to his promise to Kaguya. The army was fully prepared, their morale soaring. Standing atop a platform, Zhang Xian surveyed the land that was soon to be engulfed in the flames of war. His heart awash with mixed emotions, taking a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "Warriors, we are about to embark on a journey to confront a formidable foe. I know some of you may feel fear, while others are filled with excitement. But remember, regardless of the outcome, we fight to protect this land, for our families, and for the beliefs that reside in our hearts. General, we fear nothing." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Excellent. Let's fight side by side, using our courage and wisdom to inscribe our own legend. Forward!" With a commanding shout, the army surged forth through the city gates. Advancing toward the opposing nation, Zhang Xian rode at the forefront, his gaze sharp, his mind already devising a comprehensive battle strategy. Throughout the march, Zhang Xian continually inspired his troops while discreetly assessing the terrain, contemplating how best to leverage the landscape to his tactical advantage. His heart was filled with an insatiable thirst for victory, for he understood that only through triumph could true peace be attained. Allowing Kaguya to find solace. After several arduous days of marching, the Grand Army finally reached the borders of the Ancestral Nation. There, beyond the frontier, the forces of the opposing nation had established a formidable presence. For the soldiers of the opposing nation, the conquest of the ancestral land appeared to be an effortless endeavor. The disparity in strength between the ancestral nation and the opposing nation was glaring, with the latter soldiers even perceiving the former as a plump prize ripe for easy accolades. Zhang Xian gazed at the scene before him, and a clever plan swiftly formed in his mind. He could adeptly exploit the terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare against the opposing forces. In the ensuing days, Zhang Xian selected 200 of the more astute soldiers from the ancestral nation, instructing them to employ the principles of guerrilla tactics, retreating when the enemy advanced and pressing forward when the enemy faltered to harass the opposing forces. The commanders of the opposing nation found themselves confounded by Zhang Xian's stratagem, rendered momentarily helpless. Yet, rather than retaliate with anger at Zhang Xian's minor maneuvers, the opposing nation steadily intensified pressure upon the ancestral nation, seeking to compel it to relinquish the advantages of its fortifications and engage in a direct confrontation. Zhang Xian, acutely aware of the stakes involved, continually restrained the soldiers of the ancestral nation, wary of falling into the traps laid by the opposing forces. Thus, the war persisted for half a year, with both sides cautiously testing each other until one revealed a vulnerability, at which point they would strike decisively. However, the unpredictability of fate intervened when a messenger from the king of the ancestral nation suddenly arrived, bearing tidings detrimental to the war effort. "General, the king's decree is clear. You must expedite the conclusion of this conflict. The domestic finances are on the brink of collapse," the envoy respectfully conveyed to Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as it fixated on the distant battlefield. The air was thick with smoke, the drums of war reverberating, and the toll of conflict consumed the resources of the ancestral nation like an insatiable abyss. Zhang Xian recognized that the financial state of his homeland teetered on the edge of ruin. If the war continued, the empire might falter from within before the enemy could even breach its defenses. Noticing Zhang Xian's silence, the messenger felt a surge of anxiety and spoke again, his tone tinged with urgency. "General, I implore you to reconsider. The plight of the populace has become unbearable if this persists." Zhang Xian interrupted, his voice low yet resolute. "Am I unaware of this? But war is no trifling matter. Should we retreat, our morale will plummet, and the enemy will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly to that point. We would lose not just land, but the very dignity of the empire." The messenger, rendered speechless by Zhang Xian's words, understood the gravity of his concerns. Nevertheless, as the king's envoy, he was compelled to convey the sovereign's will. Thus, he reiterated, "General, the king is equally at his wit's end. The domestic treasury can no longer sustain the war. If we do not withdraw from the battlefield soon, the empire may plunge into irreversible despair." Zhang Xian closed his eyes. Inhaling deeply, he felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, alongside the pressure from all directions that he knew he had to make a decision, one that would shape the future of the ancestral nation. Zhang Xian remained silent for a protracted period before finally saying, "Understood, you may withdraw." The messenger, upon hearing this, dared not linger and quickly departed. Zhang Xian remained within the confines of his tent, staring at the map laid before him. Lost in thought, the opposing force was overwhelmingly powerful. If he chose not to strike, they would inevitably advance upon him, plunging the entire nation into chaos. "What should we do, General?" Gung Wulong entered, inquiring earnestly. Zhang Xian lifted his gaze to meet Gung Wulong's, replying, "What else can we do? We must continue to fight." Gung Wulong fell into a long silence before finally expressing, "But, General, our provisions are dwindling. If this continues, we shall be dragged to our demise." Zhang Xian was acutely aware of this dilemma, yet he felt utterly powerless. Should the conflict persist, it was likely that his own forces would collapse before the enemy even had a chance to strike. "I know, but we have no avenue of retreat. We can only press on," Zhang Xian stated matter-of-factly. Gung Wulong sighed in resignation before exiting the tent. As Zhang Xian watched Gung Wulong's retreating figure, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. He recognized that this war could not be sustained any longer. It needed to conclude swiftly. Yet, ending the conflict was no simple task. The enemy's might was too great, and their commanders were far from ordinary. Vanquishing them would be no easy feat. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Xian picked up the map before him, delving into its details. Ultimately, he resolved to fight one last battle. Should they triumph, all other concerns would pale in comparison. But if they failed, he would seek an opportunity to escape back to the capital and flee with Kagaya. As night fell, Zhang Xian stood alone outside the encampment. Gazing up at the stars twinkling in the vast sky, that a torrent of emotions swirled within him, a blend of longing for victory and uncertainty about the future. Regardless of the outcome, I shall give my all in this battle, Zhang Xian vowed silently, turning to enter the tent and prepare for the impending confrontation. The following morning, Zhang Xian led his troops forth, a formidable tide advancing toward the enemy's stronghold. The drums of war thundered, and the cries of battle echoed through the air as the two armies swiftly formed ranks against one another on the plain. Zhang Xian, mounted upon his steed, surveyed the opposing forces with keen eyes. "Soldiers, today, beneath the banner of our army and under the watchful gaze of the heavens, we shall engage the enemy's main force in a decisive battle. The land beneath our feet was forged by the blood and toil of our forebears. They watch over us from the heavens. The soldiers of the opposing nation, brandishing swords and spears, dreamed of burying our bones within their soil, enriching their land and demolishing our homes. They had done so years ago. And now they returned. I care not whether you tremble with fear. We have no choice. Should we falter, our ancestors shall weep in despair beneath the earth, lamenting the cowardice of their unworthy descendants who allowed their blood-earned lands to slip away. If we retreat, your wives and children shall be enslaved, enduring a lifetime of suffering. Before the sun sets today, many shall perish. My final command. Should you see me fall from my steed, do not mourn. Do not waver in your charge. Follow the banner closely, grip your spears tightly, wield your swords, and fight to the last breath. Zhang Xian raised his sword high, rallying the spirits of his troops, the soldiers. Inspired by Zhang Xian's words, raised their arms in fervent response, their morale soaring. They understood that this battle was fought not just for their nation, but for their families, leaving no room for retreat. The clash of combat was imminent, and soldiers surged toward one another like a tidal wave. Zhang Xian led the charge, sword in hand, cutting through the enemy ranks with relentless fervor. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides pouring their utmost strength into this life-and-death struggle. Arrows fell like rain, and the clash of shields resonated with deafening intensity, while the air was thick with the stench of blood. As time wore on, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly tenuous. Both armies found themselves exhausted, yet neither side was willing to yield an inch. Zhang Xian understood that in such a contest, courage and strength alone would not suffice. Wisdom and strategy were equally paramount, and he swiftly assessed the battlefield and discerned a weakness in the enemy's right flank. Without hesitation, he commanded a concentrated assault on the enemy's vulnerable side. This sudden shift caught the opposing forces off guard, causing their right flank to crumble rapidly. The enemy soldiers began to panic and retreat, their morale plummeting. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xian directed his troops to press forward, and the battlefield erupted with the thunderous cries of victory beginning to tilt in their favor. Zhang Xian darted across the battlefield, his gaze sharp as a hawk, constantly monitoring every subtle shift in the fray. He understood that as a commander, each of his decisions would determine the life or death of his soldiers. Thus, he maintained his composure, deftly adjusting tactics to counter the enemy's maneuvers. Suddenly, the enemy's formation shifted, as a formidable force encircled from a side, aiming to envelop Zhang Xian's troops. Faced with this unforeseen development, Zhang Xian remained unflustered. He quickly reallocated his forces, ordering a portion of his soldiers to confront the enemy's flank while he personally led the main contingent against the frontal assault. Under Zhang Xian's command, his soldiers sprang into action in this moment. The fruits of Zhang Xian's military reforms were on full display. The soldiers exhibited remarkable synergy and fierce combat prowess, effortlessly neutralizing the enemy's flanking assault. Meanwhile, the frontal enemy forces began to falter under Zhang Xian's relentless onslaught, retreating in disarray. However, the battle was far from over. The enemy commander, recognizing the dire situation, hastily summoned reinforcements in a desperate bid to turn the tide. The two sides once again became locked in a fierce struggle, the battlefield echoing with the sounds of conflict, the atmosphere charged with tension, as if the very heavens trembled in response. Zhang Xian understood that he must break the stalemate. Otherwise, should the enemy reinforcements arrive, the consequences would be catastrophic. He surveyed his surroundings and astutely discerned that the enemy commander was positioned atop a high ridge, orchestrating the entire battlefield. A thought struck Zhang Xian. He resolved that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. By apprehending the enemy commander, he could utterly shatter the adversary's morale and turn the tide of the battle. Thus, Zhang Xian decisively commanded Gung Wulong to provide cover while he seized the opportunity to charge towards the elevated ground. The enemy commander, upon realizing the imminent threat, was taken aback and hastily ordered his soldiers to intercept. However, Zhang Xian, endowed with the extraordinary physical prowess granted by his dual talents, deftly evaded the enemy's attacks, weaving through the fray like a dragon gliding through water. At last, Zhang Xian stood before the enemy commander. He brandished his longsword, and their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their confrontation seemingly suspending time itself. Ultimately, Zhang Xian's superior skill prevailed. He seized the moment and thrust his sword through the heart of the enemy commander. Extinguishing his life, the enemy commander fell. The soldiers of the opposing nation were demoralized, retreating in disarray, while the soldiers of the ancestral nation were emboldened, rallying to fight valiantly. The soldiers of both nations had been embroiled in a fierce struggle, which was now quietly approaching the conclusion of this epic-defining conflict. In this moment, The enemy's ranks were decimated, while the ancestral nation had also suffered significant losses, with over half of their warriors fallen. Yet, the determination in their eyes still shimmered with unwavering resolve. For the ancestral nation, this concluding war was undoubtedly a resounding victory. Despite suffering substantial casualties, the toll on the opposing nation was far graver. Rendering this triumph particularly precious, the soldiers of the ancestral nation erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian stood high above, gazing down upon the land that had been ravaged by war. His heart filled with profound reflection. The entire army of the ancestral nation had mobilized, vowing to settle the score. In contrast, the opposing nation sent only half of their forces to face them. However, unexpectedly, their numbers were nearly twice that of the ancestral nation. Yet, the cruelty of war remained unrelenting. At this moment, merely a scant 100 soldiers from the opposing nation clung to life on the battlefield, while the ancestral nation still had 300 to 400 valiant warriors standing tall. Such an astonishing turn of events was truly a miracle in the annals of warfare. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, the drums of war also fell silent. This heart-pounding conflict would inevitably be recorded in the chronicles of history, becoming an eternal memory, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with scars and weary soldiers silently recounting tales of past glory and honor. Upon this land once scarred by the ravages of war, the banner of the victors flew high, heralding the glorious triumph of the ancestral nation. Clad in armor, stained with blood, Zhang Xian's gaze shone like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating an indomitable spirit. Under his command, the soldiers methodically cleared the battlefield, collecting spoils and tending to the wounded. Zhang Xian himself seized the opportunity to traverse the field, using his dual talents to heal the injured soldiers of the ancestral nation. His hands seemed to possess a miraculous power, soothing pain with a gentle touch, allowing the soldiers to rise once more. Just as Zhang Xian had finished tending to one soldier and was preparing to approach another, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing him to shiver as he lifted his head and scanned the vicinity, yet found nothing amiss. However, just as he was about to move forward, a chilling sight caught his eye. A fallen soldier from the opposing nation suddenly rose, brandishing a sharp dagger and lunging at Zhang Xian. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Zhang Xian instinctively stepped back, but the dagger's edge still sliced through his left arm, staining his garments with blood. Shock coursed through him, yet he swiftly regained his composure, readying himself for the impending assault. Gung Wulong, who had been close at hand, rushed forward without drawing his sword, attempting to shield Zhang Xian from the assailant's attack with his own body. However, in that critical moment, a gentle breeze swept in from an unknown source, carrying a leaf that interposed itself between the sword's edge and the impending threat. With a soft sound, the leaf astonishingly transformed into a humanoid figure. A woman with white hair and pale eyes appeared before them, her ethereal presence reminiscent of a celestial being. Clad in white, she seemed to descend from the heavens, her features radiating warmth and tranquility. Upon her arrival, she cast a fierce glare at the approaching assassin. Before the assailant could react, he was reduced to a mere puddle of blood. This spectacle left all present in utter astonishment, marveling at the woman's extraordinary power. Following her swift dispatch of the assassin, she elegantly flicked her sleeve, sending Gung Wulong tumbling away from his position of defense. Her movements were gentle, causing him no harm. Though he gazed at her in astonishment, in an instant, she was at Zhang Xian's side, supporting him. Zhang Xian looked at the woman beside him, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. He asked in surprise, "What brings you here?" The woman replied calmly, "I could not rest easy, so I came to ensure your safety." Her voice was like a celestial melody, soothing and uplifting. Upon hearing this, warmth surged through Zhang Xian's heart. Then he gazed at her, seemingly filled with words left unspoken. "The ancestral nation is safe. Rest assured." The woman, sensing his thoughts, offered him comfort. Zhang Xian's worries were finally laid to rest. He looked intently at her and said earnestly, "Thank you for your timely assistance." She smiled gently, as warm and radiant as the spring sun. Among friends, there is no need for thanks. With the conclusion of the war, The news of General Zhang Xian's triumph over the opposing nation spread like wildfire throughout the ancestral realm. This battle, centered around the ancestral nation, quickly reverberated to neighboring lands. Everyone admired General Zhang Xian's bravery and wisdom, extolling his miraculous dual talents. When General Zhang Xian returned victorious to the royal city, the atmosphere of celebration reached its zenith. King Tianji himself ventured forth to greet him, bestowing honor upon Zhang Xian. Standing atop the city wall, he proclaimed Zhang Xian's achievements and glory, eliciting cheers from all present. The faces of the ancestral nation's citizens radiated with pride. This was a grand victory for the ancestral nation. As its sons and daughters, they shared in its glory. They flooded the streets, offering flowers and blessings to Zhang Xian and his soldiers. Zhang Xian, amidst the crowd, felt the warmth and respect of the people, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. After receiving the blessings of his nation's people and the king's commendations, Zhang Xian finally found a moment of respite and returned to the general's residence to rest. However, upon entering, he was astonished to discover another Kaguya within the estate. His gaze flitted between the Kaguya by his side and the one within the general's residence. Confusion and bewilderment evident in his eyes. His thoughts a tumultuous whirl. He could scarcely believe what he beheld, as if a second Kaguya had materialized from thin air. Had this been during the so-called ninja era, he might have readily associated it with the shadow clone technique. Yet, the era he inhabited was one of ancient times, long before the profession of ninja had emerged. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, and with it, the Kaguya who had accompanied Zhang Xian began to dissipate from this realm. In a gentle voice, she explained, "This is a skill I have recently mastered. Though it only manifests 1% of my true power, it allows us to share vision, proving quite useful." Her words were like a spring breeze, soothing his heart and rendering the unexpected turn of events somewhat more palatable. Kaguya continued, "You need not be astonished. This is a clone I created using the technique of duplication." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was filled with gratitude. He remarked, "Thanks to your timely arrival, I might have otherwise met with disaster. Your assistance has warmed my heart." Kaguya replied, "We are friends. Helping one another is only natural." The ancestral nation's victory over the opposing nation sent shockwaves through all nations in the current world. The defeat of the opposing nation not only decimated a significant portion of their troops, but also led to the annihilation of their elite forces. One day, King Tianji dispatched a royal attendant to the general's residence, bearing news that the opposing nation had sent envoys to discuss a peace treaty with the ancestral nation. Zhang Xian followed the attendant to the palace, just in time to overhear a heated debate between King Tianji and the representatives of the opposing nation. One arrogant voice proclaimed, "Our nation comes with sincerity to sign a peace treaty. If your nation compensates us with 50 million taels, we assure you that we will no longer infringe upon your territory." King Tianji, filled with rage, retorted, "You must understand, we are the victors, not you. I have yet to demand reparations from your nation. Yet you dare to reverse the situation." Humph. Esteemed king, the envoy's words carried a barely perceptible sneer. "We have all witnessed the brutalities of war, the shattering of countless families and the extinguishing of innumerable lives. Can we not compel both nations to sit together in the name of peace, to jointly mend the wounds inflicted by this calamity? 50 million taels to your country is merely a trifling fraction of the national treasury. Yet it could procure enduring tranquility. What reason could there be to decline such an opportunity?" King Tianji gripped the armrest of his chair, his knuckles whitening from the strain, his gaze a tumultuous blend of fury and helplessness. Since the defeat of the opposing nation by his ancestral land, while the domestic populace reveled in jubilation, the scars of war remained indelibly etched upon this soil. The economy yearned for revival. The citizens craved serenity, and, as the sovereign, he bore the burden of weighing the advantages and disadvantages, ultimately making the most beneficial decision for his realm. However, confronted with such unreasonable demands from the opposing nation, he found it difficult to swallow this bitter pill. "Peace," Tianji's voice resonated with a deep-seated firmness, founded on mutual respect and equality. "Your nation has faced defeat in this conflict, rather than reflecting upon its shortcomings. It seeks to shift the burdens of war upon us under the guise of compensation. What absurdity and injustice! Though we have emerged victorious, we too have paid a heavy toll. We long for peace, but never at the expense of our nation's dignity and interests. The envoy, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a sardonic smile, seemingly unfazed by Tianji's retort. Does His Majesty intend to reject this proposal for peace, plunging both nations back into the flames of war? Let it be known, should hostilities reignite, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Your nation may yet achieve victory again, yet how many years will it take for that war-torn land to rejuvenate? Tianji fell silent for a moment, his gaze penetrating the distance, as if contemplating a future of greater significance. The Grand General has arrived. At that moment, the voice of a chamberlain echoed from outside the door. King Tianji's voice followed. Please, let the Grand General enter. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and strode into the hall. Clad in dark armor, his formidable stature and resolute countenance exuded an undeniable authority. He first bowed to King Tianji. Then his gaze swept over the envoy from the opposing nation, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness glimmering in his eyes. The envoy from the opposing nation was a middle-aged man, slender and with a sinister visage. Upon Zhang Xian's entrance, a momentary flicker of trepidation crossed his features, but he quickly resumed his arrogant demeanor. Grand General, your timing is impeccable, King Tianji remarked, observing Zhang Xian with an air of inexplicable gravity. This is the envoy from the opposing nation. They wish to negotiate a peace treaty with us, yet the conditions they propose are exceedingly harsh. Zhang Xian nodded, turning his gaze towards the envoy. Esteemed envoy, your nation has suffered a significant defeat in this war. Although our ancestral land has emerged victorious, we too have endured considerable losses. Is it not rather inappropriate for your nation to demand such exorbitant reparations? The envoy scoffed. Grand General, you are mistaken. Although our nation lost this battle, our strength remains intact. Should your country refuse our conditions, we shall undoubtedly return to the fray, and then your nation may find it difficult to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes, yet he maintained his composure and restraint. Esteemed envoy, war has never been the optimal solution to resolve disputes after enduring prolonged conflict. The citizens are weary and in dire need of respite. I believe your king must also aspire for the nation to swiftly regain its vitality and glory. The envoy fell silent for a moment, seemingly touched by Zhang Xian's words. Yet he quickly reverted to his haughty demeanor, stating, Grand General speaks lightly, but the matter of reparations cannot be diminished. Zhang Xian smiled slightly, replying, To my knowledge, your nation's main forces have been decimated. What remains are merely the frail and the infirm at such a time. Instead of contemplating how to restore national strength, you seek to extract benefits from us. Does this not seem excessive? We shall concede not a single coin for reparations. If your nation desires to continue fighting, I stand ready to engage. The envoy hesitated upon hearing this. Clearly, he had not anticipated Zhang Xian's resolute stance, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Observing this, King Tianji seized the opportunity to interject. The Grand General's sentiments align with my own. Your nation may choose to continue the conflict, and we shall meet you on the battlefield, or we could pursue genuine negotiations. What say you? Under the dual pressure of both King Tianji and Zhang Xian, the envoy finally nodded, stating, Very well, I shall convey the Grand General's proposal to His Majesty. Zhang Xian, upon hearing this, inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. He too was merely holding on. The ancestral land could not withstand another war. He nodded, saying, Let us hope our next encounter is at the negotiation table, not on the battlefield. The envoy smirked, replying, Rest assured, Grand General, our king is a sagacious ruler, well aware of what constitutes the most advantageous choice for the nation. After the envoy departed, Zhang Xian and Tianji exchanged glances, both reflecting a subtle weariness. Though outwardly steadfast, they understood that their ancestral land was already at the brink of exhaustion. The nation's finances were nearly depleted. Soldiers had suffered grievous losses, and the populace languished in hardship. Should negotiations fail to resolve the issues at hand, the ancestral land would teeter on the edge of collapse. Grand General, do you truly believe they will acquiesce to negotiations? Tianji inquired with a note of concern. Zhang Xian sighed, slowly responding, "Regardless of their willingness, we must make the attempt. If we persist in fighting, we shall exhaust our last vestiges of strength, and to that point, we may find ourselves devoid of even the right to negotiate." Tianji nodded. Though he remained anxious, he recognized that the path to peace was rarely smooth, especially when both sides held significant disparities in power and mutual wariness. Upon returning to his nation, the envoy promptly reported Zhang Xian and Tianji's stances to the king of the opposing nation. Upon hearing this, the king furrowed his brow. He had anticipated leveraging the ancestral land's predicament to extract greater concessions. Yet Zhang Xian's resoluteness had taken him by surprise. Did they truly harbor no fear of continued conflict? The king muttered to himself. Nearby, the courtiers engaged in animated discussions, some advocating for further pressure, while others urged for a prudent withdrawal. After all, the toll of war was substantial for either side. Ultimately, the king convened an emergency meeting, summoning all key ministers to deliberate the matter. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, each individual bearing a serious expression, as if they all sensed the gravity of the impending negotiations. "Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts?" The king of the opposing nation broke the silence. One minister stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, I believe we should maintain pressure. The ancestral land has reached its limits. If we persevere, they will inevitably yield." Another minister opposed this view. "Your Majesty, I contend that this is unwise. While it's possible we could force the ancestral land to capitulate, our losses would be considerable as well. Moreover, should they act out of desperation, it could prove detrimental to us." Listening to the ministers' debates, the king felt increasingly agitated. He recognized that these negotiations not only impacted the nation's interests, but also his own prestige and authority. Should he fail to manage this situation adeptly, it could incite domestic dissatisfaction and unrest. "Enough, cease your squabbling," the king commanded. Interrupting the ministers, "I have made up my mind. We shall first send an envoy to gauge the ancestral land's intentions and ascertain what they truly desire. Concurrently, we must prepare for continued conflict, ensuring they do not perceive us as merely bluffing." The ministers nodded in agreement. Thus, the king of the opposing nation dispatched another envoy to the ancestral land, hoping to discern the other side's true intentions through this engagement. Upon arrival, the envoy was warmly received by Zhang Xian and Tianji, although both parties were aware that this meeting was merely a prelude to negotiations. They nonetheless endeavored to project goodwill and sincerity. "Esteemed envoy, may I inquire about your king's perspective on the peace talks?" Zhang Xian asked directly. The envoy from the opposing nation smiled faintly, replying, "Grand General, rest assured, our king places great importance on this dialogue, that he hopes that both sides can engage candidly and collaboratively arrive at a mutually beneficial resolution." Zhang Xian nodded. Contemplating in silence, he understood that the crux of these negotiations hinged on both parties' red lines and demands. If they could convey to the opposing nation that the ancestral land had little more room for concessions, the likelihood of successful negotiations would increase significantly. "Esteemed envoy, we too ardently hope for a fruitful outcome from these discussions. However, we must emphasize that the ancestral land has suffered tremendous losses in this war, necessitating time for recovery. Therefore, we hope your nation can make certain concessions to alleviate our burdens," Zhang Xian articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the envoy from the opposing nation silently calculated in his mind. He recognized that Zhang Xian was probing their boundaries. Thus, he feigned composure and remarked, "The words of the great general are indeed profound. However, our nation also faces its own challenges. Should your esteemed country be willing to make concessions in certain areas, I believe our king would be most agreeable in the following days." Envoys from both sides frequently traversed back and forth, engaging in meticulous negotiations and discussions over the details. Although both parties exhibited sincerity and patience, divergences and conflicts persisted. Zhang Xian was acutely aware that for the peace talks to succeed, compromises on critical issues were imperative. However, he also recognized that such compromises must not undermine the fundamental interests of his homeland. Consequently, he tirelessly sought a balance, hoping to discover a solution that would satisfy the other side while safeguarding the interests of his nation. After multiple rounds of negotiations and deliberations, Both sides eventually reached a consensus on several key issues. The border was redrawn, ensuring the security interests of both parties while leaving room for future cooperation. And the issue of compensation was amicably resolved through mutual economic aid and collaborative projects. Ultimately, the kings of both nations affixed their signatures to the peace agreement, heralding the dawn of tranquility between their realms. After deftly concluding the discussions, Zhang Xian returned to his residence. He ambled through the doorway and settled into a chair with a sense of tranquility. Unintentionally, he let out a soft sigh, a flicker of barely perceptible concern etched across his brow. Just as he was lost in contemplation, he suddenly felt a pair of gentle hands softly caressing his temples. The tender kneading was akin to a spring breeze, providing him with a moment of relief. And his weariness dissipated in an instant. Huiye's voice, tender and nuanced, conveyed boundless care and warmth as she inquired, "Have you encountered some troubling matter?" Zhang Xian nodded slightly, responding in a deep, steady tone. "The current situation does not yet require your intervention." Then, Huiyi, with a hint of hesitation and sincere concern, asked, "May I share your burdens to ease your worries?" Zhang Xian inhaled deeply, his voice gradually regaining its steadiness. "The situation has not escalated to the point where your assistance is necessary. However, should it reach a critical juncture, I will not hesitate to seek your aid." Hui softly replied, and then, with a trace of subtle worry, she continued, "Yet, I have not consumed the divine tree's fruit, so my powers may not be as formidable as anticipated." Zhang Xian shook his head, his gaze resolute as a rock, soothingly assuring her, "The strength you currently possess is already admirable. The road ahead is long. We shall take it step by step, and surely we will find a solution that in that moment." They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding and trust illuminating their expressions. The bond between them flowed quietly, akin to the warm sun of spring, gently warming their hearts as time slipped by, like a fleeting thread in a tapestry. Tranquil days vanished in an instant, in the blink of an eye. 5 years had passed, quietly flowing away. During these 5 years, the kingdom of ancestors and the kingdom of others coexisted peacefully, both nations experiencing steady development, their citizens living in contentment amidst a harmonious atmosphere. Zhang Xian, too, did not squander his time during these years. He established a clinic, offering free medical care to the people of the kingdom of ancestors, while diligently delving into the art of dual skills. Heaven rewards the diligent, and after 5 years of relentless effort, he finally reached 100% progress in dual skills, successfully unlocking the second of the 8 extraordinary skills, the Sixth Storehouse Celestial Thief. The Sixth Storehouse Celestial Thief, also known as the Sage Thief, is an ultimate technique for body refinement. The term Sixth Storehouse refers to the 6 organs of a human body, including the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, triple burner, gallbladder, and bladder, which absorb energy. This technique is founded upon these 6 organs, constructing a perfect digestive system that can instantaneously decompose ingested substances and transform the absorbed nutrients into qi through circulation. More remarkably, by combining saliva with one's own qi, a corrosive effect can be generated. Whether used for offense or defense, its power is boundless. Additionally, the Sixth Storehouse Celestial Thief can control cell metabolism, achieving miraculous effects such as limb regeneration, immunity to myriad toxins, and enhanced physical constitution. Some even claim that mastering the Sixth Storehouse Celestial Thief to its pinnacle can lead one to the realm of immortality. The ultimate ability of the Sixth Storehouse Celestial Thief is nothing short of astonishing that it can siphon the life force of heaven and earth, rendering the user nearly ageless, brimming with vitality, and even bestowing extraordinary self-healing capabilities. Moreover, it can devour all entities composed of qi, including souls, transforming them into the user's power. This ability is akin to defying fate, evoking profound awe. Furthermore, the Sixth Storehouse Celestial Thief possesses the capability to negate all attacks. It can redirect the attacker's qi, rendering their assault ineffective, thus shielding the user from harm. This ability undoubtedly plays a crucial role in combat. When discussing the masters of the Sixth Storehouse Celestial Thief, one cannot overlook the legendary figures of Wan Feng and Balin. Through their cultivation of this technique, they attained the realm of eternal life, becoming figures of reverence for the world. Upon learning of the myriad wonders of the sixth storehouse, celestial thief, Zhang Xian understood how to enhance his mastery of this skill. Through consumption, he must ingest various tangible and intangible substances, enriching his qi to amplify the power of the sixth storehouse, celestial thief. However, Zhang Xian found himself in deep contemplation. While his clinic provided assistance to the populace, it evidently could not fulfill his needs to enhance the sixth storehouse, celestial thief. He began to ponder whether he should close the clinic and open a restaurant instead. After all, a restaurant would boast an abundance of ingredients and variety, better facilitating his cultivation of the sixth storehouse, celestial thief. Over the past 5 years, Zhang Xian's life had been remarkably pleasant and fulfilling. His relationship with Hui Yi had rapidly deepened, transforming them into kindred spirits, sharing an unspoken bond, and discussing a myriad of topics. They participated in hunting activities together, reveling in the shared enjoyment. They savored culinary delights, indulging in a feast for the taste buds. Moreover, Hui often accompanied Zhang Xian at the clinic, jointly alleviating the ailments of the people, showcasing their profound affection and selfless dedication. Each night, as darkness descended and stars adorned the sky, they would gaze at the heavens, enveloped in tranquility and beauty. During these moments, they explored philosophical musings on life, from the origins of existence to its profound significance. With each dialogue igniting sparks of new thought in the days spent with Hui Yi, Zhang Xian felt an unparalleled sense of ease, able to cast aside all defenses and reveal his truest self. Although their relationship had grown intimately close, it seemed there remained a thin veil yet to be pierced. Zhang Xian had contemplated confessing his feelings to Hui Yi, but was perpetually hindered by a twinge of courage. He also mused that perhaps their current relationship was the best, fearing that a confession might render their bond awkward should it falter. In a moment of heartfelt exchange, Zhang Xian tentatively inquired of Hui Yi. Hui Yi, imagine a day when we grow old. Would we not, like ordinary people, share the mundane aspects of life, raise children, and cultivate the land? Hui Yi, after a moment of reflection, slowly replied, I suppose not. Our clan possesses long lifespans, and I will not age like ordinary folk. Zhang Xian smiled at this, saying, Indeed, I almost forgot that you are not human. Upon hearing this, Hui Yi's expression slightly furrowed, playfully retorting, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that we are not human? Seeing Hui Yi's reaction, Zhang Xian could not help but laugh, reassuring her, I apologize, I did not mean to imply that you are not human. I was merely jesting. Hui Yi nodded in satisfaction, saying, That is more like it. However, suddenly her complexion paled, her voice trembling as she said, If you are not one of our kin, then decades from now. Tears welled in her eyes as she trailed off. Witnessing Hui Yi's emotional turmoil, Zhang Xian hurriedly comforted her. Rest assured, although I am not a member of your clan, I possess my own abilities and means to ensure our enduring companionship. That I will always be by your side. Zhang Xian's words pierced through the gloom in Hui Yi's heart like a ray of warm sunlight. Her tears shimmered in her eyes, yet she fought to hold them back. She gazed into Zhang Xian's eyes, which twinkled with the brilliance of countless stars, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions, confusion, anticipation, and a subtle hint of unwavering resolve. What you say true. Hui Yi's voice quivered, as if she dared not believe this sudden glimmer of hope. In her understanding, human life was as fleeting and fragile as morning dew, while she, as a member of the Tsutsuki clan, possessed vitality and strength that transcended mortal imagination. The chasm between the two seemed insurmountable. Yet in that moment, Zhang Xian firmly grasped her hand, resolutely declaring, What I say is indeed true. And no matter what the future holds, I will remain by your side for eternity. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Hui finally broke into a radiant smile, her joy blooming like a flower in full blossom. She embraced Zhang Xian tightly, feeling the rhythm of their heartbeats and the warmth they shared. At that moment, it seemed as though they had become one, an indispensable part of each other's lives. Zhang Xian gently and slowly grasped Hui Yi's hand, the warmth of his palm seemingly conveying a wordless promise. Hui Yi, I have never uttered a single falsehood to you. Although I cannot yet disclose the nature of my abilities, please trust that I would pay any price to walk alongside you. feeling the warmth radiating from Zhang Xian's hand. Huiye's unease began to dissipate. She gently withdrew her hand, using her sleeve to wipe away a tear from the corner of her eye, a gentle smile blooming at the corners of her lips. Zhang Xian, no matter the time or place, I believe in you unconditionally. The two exchanged smiles as if, in that moment, all the troubles and worries of the world had been resolved by the depth of their affection, leaving only an endless trust and attachment between them. In the days that followed, Zhang Xian continued to cultivate his skills in the Sixth Library Immortal Thief, while Huiyi remained by his side, providing support and assistance. One day, Zhang Xian suddenly said to Huiyi, "Huiyi, I wish to open a restaurant. What do you think?" Huiyi was momentarily taken aback before responding, "A restaurant? That is a splendid idea. It would satisfy your needs and give us something to do together." Thus, the two began to prepare for the establishment of the restaurant. They meticulously selected the location, designed the decor, and sourced ingredients, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Before long, a restaurant named Immortal's Abode officially opened its doors. The establishment thrived, attracting a multitude of diners each day, while Zhang Xian diligently honed his skills in the Sixth Library Immortal Thief amidst the bustle. One day, a courtier from King Tianji came to convey the king's message, summoning the general to the royal palace for a council. Upon Zhang Xian's arrival, Tianji informed him of the dire news. The king of the neighboring country had passed away, and the newly appointed monarch had unilaterally torn up the peace treaty, leading an army to invade their homeland. "General, what shall we do? The enemy approaches with great momentum, reportedly mobilizing the entire nation against us. What are your thoughts?" Tianji gazed intently at Zhang Xian. "Your Majesty, after 5 years of recuperation and military reform, our army is transformed significantly. In terms of morale, equipment, and tactical strategy, we have reached unprecedented heights. We may not be outmatched by the neighboring country. However, we must not let our guard down. First, we need to initiate a nationwide mobilization to ensure that all available resources are swiftly allocated to the war effort. This includes strengthening city defenses, expanding our arsenal, recruiting militias, and managing food supplies." Zhang Xian analyzed with composure, his gaze resolute. Tianji nodded, evidently pleased with Zhang Xian's calmness and decisiveness. "What are your specific tactical arrangements? Do you have any ideas?" "Your Majesty, since the neighboring country has chosen to lead the charge, they are undoubtedly seeking to establish dominance through a decisive battle. They may concentrate their forces to attempt a breakthrough at a specific point in our defenses, exploiting it as an entryway for a full-scale invasion." Zhang Xian paused, seemingly pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. Prevent this from occurring. I propose a strategy of flexible defense. We shall not engage the enemy head-on at any fixed point, but rather utilize our geographical advantages in newly formed mobile units to nimbly conduct rapid counterattacks and retreats in various areas, wearing down the enemy's strength while seeking opportunities for a decisive blow. This will not only maintain the vitality of our forces, but also obscure our true intentions from the enemy. Tianji furrowed his brow slightly, clearly apprehensive about this seemingly passive, yet actually proactive strategy. "But will this not give the enemy the impression that we are weak, emboldening them to attack with greater audacity?" "Not at all. Your Majesty, our flexible defense is not a retreat without principle, but rather a strategic maneuver under organized command. Each withdrawal prepares us for a more powerful counterattack. Additionally, I shall dispatch elite scouts deep behind enemy lines to disrupt their supply routes and sow discord in their ranks, keeping them in a state of constant unease. Furthermore, we need to exploit critical moments with our cavalry units to execute rapid incursions, striking at the heart of the enemy and threatening their rear, forcing them to divide their forces." After hearing Zhang Xian's detailed explanation, Tianji's doubts gradually dissipated. "It sounds like a sound strategy. Who do you intend to execute these plans?" "Your Majesty, I propose to divide the army into 3 divisions, one led by you, personally commanding the front lines, leveraging the geographical advantages to lie in wait and draw the enemy king's forces. The second, which I will lead personally, acting as a mobile unit that adapts to the battlefield situation and seeks out the enemy's weaknesses. And the third, commanded by Gung Wulong, who is experienced and adept in cavalry operations, tasked with executing deep incursions behind enemy lines to sever their supply routes." Zhang Xian reported with clarity, every detail meticulously considered. Tianji nodded, his eyes gleaming with trust. Excellent, General. Your arrangements are thorough that I am confident that under your command, we will withstand the invasion from the neighboring country and safeguard our nation and people. In the ensuing days, the entire homeland was enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of tension as preparations for war intensified. Citizens responded eagerly to the national call. Some joined the military, while others busied themselves producing food and manufacturing weapons, providing a solid backbone for the impending conflict. Zhang Xian tirelessly inspected every defensive line, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Simultaneously, he kept a close eye on enemy movements, gathering intelligence on the neighboring army through an extensive network of scouts, which he meticulously analyzed to refine and enhance tactical arrangements. As time passed, the forces of the neighboring country finally crossed the border, advancing like a dark cloud looming over the homeland. The king of the neighboring country rode atop a magnificent steed, his gaze fierce, vowing to swiftly conquer the homeland. Dust billowed in the wake of the advancing army, war drums echoing, showcasing their formidable military might and unyielding ambition. Standing atop a rugged mountain ridge with Zhang Xian, Tianji gazed into the distance at the enemy's movements. General, look at them. Their momentum is overwhelming, as if they intend to crush us in one fell swoop. Tianji pointed towards the distant foe, his voice tinged with concern. Zhang Xian smiled slightly, his eyes alight with confidence and calm. Your Majesty, momentum does not equate to victory. Although they possess numbers, with the right tactics and unity, we can prevail against them. Tianji nodded, taking a deep breath as if to cast away all fear and anxiety. You are right, General. The people of our homeland have never been ones to easily submit. We shall surely win this war. As the enemy drew near, the battle for frontline defense officially commenced. Tianji personally led the army, strategically utilizing the terrain to establish layered defenses. They fortified their positions using natural barriers such as mountains and rivers, creating a robust line of defense, lying in wait for the enemy's arrival. Under Zhang Xian's meticulous planning, the homeland's defenses stood like an indomitable wall against the advancing forces on the front lines. Tianji's troops, taking advantage of the treacherous terrain, engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. They unleashed a relentless assault with bows and spears, making it exceedingly difficult for the enemy to breach their defenses. While the front lines became a stalemate, Zhang Xian's mobile units began to showcase their effectiveness. Leveraging his familiarity with the terrain and precise understanding of enemy movements, he continuously sought out weaknesses in the enemy's lines. Whenever he identified a flaw, he promptly directed his forces to launch a vigorous counterattack, inflicting significant losses upon the enemy. Zhang Xian's troops acted like sharp daggers, relentlessly targeting the enemy's heart, instilling a sense of immense pressure upon them. Meanwhile, Gung Wulong's cavalry units moved like phantoms along the enemy supply lines. They struck with stealth, persistently harassing the enemy's provisions and logistics, plunging them into a state of supply crisis. Additionally, they executed occasional raids on enemy camps, keeping the adversary on edge and in a state of fear, as the enemy soldiers, deprived of food and weapons, suffered a severe decline in morale and combat effectiveness. As time wore on, the forces of the neighboring country began to show signs of fatigue. Their morale plummeted and their combat effectiveness waned. In contrast, the troops of the homeland, buoyed by Zhang Xian's agile command and Gung Wulong's disruptive tactics, maintained high spirits and growing combat prowess. However, war is fraught with unpredictability. Just as the troops of the homeland prepared to launch a full-scale assault, the king of a neighboring country unexpectedly altered his strategy. He dispatched an elite unit to circumvent the homeland's defenses, directly targeting the capital. This sudden turn of events caught Zhang Xian off guard, and he immediately realized that if the capital fell, the entire situation would be irrevocably reversed. Faced with this crisis, Zhang Xian swiftly took action. He personally led a contingent of elite soldiers, traveling day and night towards the capital. Simultaneously, he commanded Tianji and Gung Wulong to lead their respective troops to launch frontal and flank attacks against the enemy, thereby dispersing their forces. Under Zhang Xian's command, The army of the ancestral nation once again displayed formidable combat prowess and exceptional cooperative capabilities. They engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy, every inch of land transforming into a battlefield of blood and fire. After several days of fierce combat, Zhang Xian successfully repelled the enemy, securing the safety of the capital. This battle significantly boosted the morale of the ancestral nation's troops. While plunging the forces of the opposing nation into dire straits, they had initially believed they could easily defeat the ancestral nation, only to encounter such tenacious resistance. The king of the opposing nation was compelled to re-evaluate the situation and reformulate his strategy. In the ensuing battles, the king of the opposing nation attempted to sow discord within the ancestral nation's ranks through diplomatic means. He dispatched envoys across the ancestral nation, seeking to entice local powers to betray their homeland. However, Zhang Xian had anticipated this move. He dispatched spies to meticulously monitor activities in various regions. Should any suspicious occurrences arise, immediate action would be taken. Under Zhang Xian's vigilant oversight, the machinations of the opposing nation failed to materialize. The internal forces of the ancestral nation remained united, jointly resisting the enemy's incursions. Zhang Xian continued to command his troops, engaging in fierce combat with the FOAT last. During an intense confrontation, Zhang Xian seized upon a vulnerability in the enemy's formation, commanding both the maneuvering and frontline forces to launch a simultaneous counterattack. They surged forth like tigers descending a mountain, an unstoppable force. Alarmed, the enemy attempted to organize an effective resistance, yet found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Under Zhang Xian's leadership, the army of the ancestral nation advanced with unstoppable momentum, forcing the enemy to retreat in disarray. Recognizing the tide had turned, the king of the opposing nation ordered a withdrawal. However, by that time, Gung Wulong's cavalry had already severed their escape route. They appeared like divine warriors descending from the heavens, launching a ferocious assault. The king of the opposing nation and his troops found themselves in a dire predicament. They fled in all directions, yet no matter where they turned, they encountered the relentless pursuit of the ancestral nation's forces at that moment. Only a handful of loyal attendants remained by the king's side, their hair disheveled and their faces etched with exhaustion. "Your Majesty, please rest for a moment. We have surely distanced ourselves from our pursuers," a man clad in samurai attire gently advised, his tone filled with concern. The king of the opposing nation nodded slightly, his voice tinged with lingering dread. "Very well." The group soon discovered a dilapidated dwelling to serve as a temporary refuge, seeking a moment of peace. The king sat in a rickety old chair, his expression forlorn, his eyes still glimmering with the remnants of terror. "Your Majesty, please have some water." The samurai respectfully offered a bowl of clear water, his gaze earnest. However, the king merely took a tentative sip before spitting it out violently, exclaiming in displeasure, "What is this? It is utterly undrinkable. I demand honey water. Fetch it for me at once." The samurai's expression faltered as he replied helplessly, "Your Majesty, it is truly difficult to procure honey water at this moment. Upon our return to the kingdom, you may have as much as you wish." Just as the king was about to respond, a soldier burst in hurriedly, panic evident on his face. "Your Majesty, it is dire. We have spotted enemy troops nearby." The samurai was taken aback, urgently urging the king, "Your Majesty, this place is perilous. We must evacuate swiftly." As the king was about to rise, another soldier stumbled in, breathless and trembling. "Your Majesty, it is grave. They have surrounded us." The king, upon hearing this, felt as though struck by lightning. Collapsing to the ground, murmuring, "My life is at an end. My life is at an end." In that critical moment, the samurai stepped forward, drawing his sword with resolve, declaring, "Your Majesty, I shall buy you time. Please leave at once." With that, he strode purposefully out the door. Outside, Zhang Xian sat astride his horse, his gaze piercing, fixed upon the unfolding scene. The samurai felt a surge of hope. He understood the weight of Zhang Xian's status as the general of the ancestral nation. If he could capture him as a hostage, perhaps he could secure a glimmer of hope for the king. Thus, he gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to make a desperate stand. Drawing a deep breath, the samurai steeled himself and advanced towards Zhang Xian, raising his sword high, shouting, "You audacious scoundrel! As long as I stand here today, you shall not harm a hair on the emperor's head." Zhang Xian turned slightly, his gaze penetrating as though seeing into the depths of the soul. He did not immediately strike, but smiled faintly. "Oh, do you think you alone can thwart my grand army?" His words exuded an indescribable confidence and composure. Though the samurai felt alarmed, he had no choice but to act. He leaped forward, his sword shining like lightning, aimed directly at Zhang Xian's head. This strike gathered all his lifelong training and courage, striving for a decisive victory. Yet, Zhang Xian merely sidestepped lightly, evading the lethal blow with ease, his movements so fluid they seemed preordained. "Humph, a trivial skill," Zhang Xian scoffed with a disdainful smile, then cracked his whip, his warhorse responding to its master's intent, charging forth, swiftly closing the distance to the samurai. The samurai, seeing this, hastily raised his sword to defend, but was met with a resounding clash, sparks flying as sword met whip. He felt a tremendous force surging through him, his arm going numb, nearly losing grip on the hilt. "Why you? How can you be so powerful?" The samurai gazed at Zhang Xian in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and despair. He had believed that with his skills, even if he could not capture Zhang Xian, he could at least delay him long enough for the king to escape. Yet the reality was cruel. The gap between him and Zhang Xian was like a chasm. Zhang Xian offered no reply, merely raising his whip slowly towards the sky, then bringing it down sharply, pointing it at the samurai. In that instant, the air around them seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure enveloping the samurai, making his breathing labored. Simultaneously, the distant army of the ancestral nation began to advance slowly, each step feeling as though it crushed the samurai's heart, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of fear and hopelessness. "Your courage is commendable, but war is never a stage for individual heroics." Zhang Xian's voice resonated deeply, each word striking the samurai's heart like a hammer. "Lay down your weapon and surrender. Perhaps you may save your life." The samurai gritted his teeth, his eyes sparkling with indomitable spirit. He swung his sword once more, recklessly charging towards Zhang Xian, attempting to prove his loyalty with one final act. However, Zhang Xian did not grant him that opportunity. In a flash, Zhang Xian appeared at the samurai's side, delivering a swift kick to his back. This kick, seemingly gentle, contained the force of a raging torrent, lifting the samurai off the ground before he crashed heavily to the earth, blood spewing from his mouth, his sword flying from his grasp. Cough, cough. The samurai lay on the ground, violently coughing, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain in his chest. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with reluctance and regret. He understood that he had failed. Not only had he not protected the king, but he had also failed in his mission. Zhang Xian approached the fallen samurai, squatting beside him, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. "You had a chance to survive. Why choose this path?" Zhang Xian's voice carried a hint of sorrow. The samurai managed a weak smile, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. "For the emperor, I die without regret." Though his words were faint, they were imbued with unwavering determination, each syllable a heartfelt declaration that a man of honor, albeit a touch misguided in loyalty. Zhang Xian remarked, his tone calm, yet profound, that he shook his head, a blend of regret and respect in his eyes. "I shall not urge your surrender. You may choose to end your own life." With that, Zhang Xian gently offered his sword to the samurai. The samurai accepted the blade, his gaze drifting between Zhang Xian and the distant ruins, ultimately resting upon the far-off direction of his homeland. As if bidding a final farewell to his emperor and country, that he inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and with a swift motion, the blade fell, a crimson arc slicing through the air. Alas, Zhang Xian sighed, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Give him a proper burial. With that, Zhang Xian strode with measured steps towards the quiet dwelling, each footfall seemingly heavy with the weight of history, heralding the conclusion of an era. Inside the dwelling, the king of the opposing nation sat despondently on the ground, utterly alone, the emptiness surrounding him palpable. Upon seeing Zhang Xian enter, he weakly lifted his gaze, his eyes now devoid of life and numb to the world. "Do you have any final words?" Zhang Xian stood before the king of the rival nation, his gaze profound and intricate, as if capable of discerning the very essence of all things. The king of the rival nation fell into a momentary silence, seemingly striving to untangle his chaotic thoughts, while also appearing to desperately seek words that could accurately convey his inner emotions. "You have achieved victory, and I can see my defeat with grace," he uttered, his voice hoarse and low, each syllable laboriously extracted from the depths of his throat. "Yet, I have never harbored a shred of regret, for in my eyes, only war can render my nation strong." Zhang Xian regarded him quietly. Noticing the king's lack of remorse, he spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of compassion. "War has never been the optimal solution to any problem. It only begets endless suffering and destruction. Your defeat stems not from personal incompetence, but from the fact that you represent an aggressive conflict, while we fight for justice." Upon hearing this, the king of the rival nation curled his lips into a sardonic smile, murmuring softly, "What aggression? What justice? These are but cliches of the victor claiming the throne and the vanquished being labeled as villains." Zhang Xian, having no desire to waste further words on this obstinate king, recognized he bore no obligation to alter another's mindset. "So, how do you intend to deal with me now?" The king of the rival nation spoke again, a barely perceptible tremor lacing his voice. He was acutely aware that his fate lay firmly within Zhang Xian's grasp, and any resistance would be futile. As a sovereign, I shall not take your life with my own hands. You must end it yourself," Zhang Xian declared, his words imbued with indifference and resolve. The king of the rival nation remained silent for a moment before responding. "Very well. May I make one request before I meet my end?" "Speak," Zhang Xian replied coolly. "May I have a cup of honeyed water?" "Go, fetch a cup of honeyed water," Zhang Xian instructed one of his attendants. Shortly thereafter, Gung Wulong entered, bearing the requested honeyed water. The king of the rival nation drank it down in one gulp, then hung a white cloth from the beam above, standing on a chair as he addressed Zhang Xian. "You are indeed a generous man." With that, he abruptly kicked the chair away, and within mere moments, he breathed his last. The conflict between the ancestor nation and the rival nation resembled a symphony of fate. Ultimately, the ancestor nation, through resilience and wisdom, emerged victorious in this battle, while the king of the rival nation perished amidst the flames of war. Countless soldiers falling captive, and the shadow of war loomed over the land. When Zhang Xian led his invincible army into the territory of the rival nation, their town seemed paralyzed by an unseen force, surrendering without a fight, as the army advanced with the momentum of a breaking bamboo, heading straight for the capital of the rival nation. The crown prince of the rival nation, accompanied by a retinue of ministers, knelt before Zhang Xian's forces, their faces etched with helplessness and despair. The decision to surrender felt like a heavy shackle upon their hearts. Zhang Xian sat astride his warhorse, his gaze piercing, as if he could see through the world's hypocrisy and truth. He fixed his eyes upon the crown prince of the rival nation, yet felt little turbulence within. In this brutal war, he had witnessed too many farewells and too much sorrow. At this moment, he yearned primarily for peace, for the hope that the people of both nations could live in harmony. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Zhang Xian's voice resonated deeply and authoritatively, like an ancient bell tolling, echoing in the hearts of all present. His words seemed to penetrate the soul, reaching the very depths of their being. The crown prince of the rival nation trembled, his complexion pale as parchment. Fully aware that his country's defeat was inevitable, he lowered his head, his voice faint as a whisper. "My nation has indeed erred. I am willing to bear all consequences." Zhang Xian nodded slightly, his gaze revealing no excessive reproach. He understood that the war was not the fault of the crown prince, but rather a calamity ignited by the king's selfish desires. What he sought was peace, a path toward prosperity where the peoples of both nations could lay aside their enmity. From this day forth, the rival nation shall be annexed into the ancestor nation, becoming part of U.S. the crown prince of the rival nation. You shall enjoy corresponding privileges and status, but you must submit to the rule of the ancestor nation. Zhang Xian proclaimed firmly and decisively, his words brooking no dissent. Each utterance fell like a hammer upon the hearts of those present, heralding the dawn of a new era. The crown prince of the rival nation, though reluctant, grasped the inevitability of the situation and could only acquiesce to reality. He knelt upon the ground, respectfully bowing his head 3 times in submission. In that moment, he seemed to relinquish all dignity and honor, merely to secure peace and tranquility between the two nations. Zhang Xian, witnessing this, felt a flicker of satisfaction within. He knew that although the war had been brutal, if it could liberate the peoples of both nations from the suffering of conflict and usher in the light of peace, it would be worth it. He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to sheath their weapons and commence the takeover of the capital of the rival nation. However, the path to peace was fraught with challenges, as new obstacles awaited them. The citizens of the rival nation harbored doubts and resistance toward the rule of the ancestor nation, fearing for the security of their property and lives. Zhang Xian recognized this and personally ventured among the people, engaging in dialogue with them to understand their needs and concerns. His figure wove through the streets, his voice resonating in every heart as he earned the trust and respect of the populace through sincerity and wisdom. He promised that the ancestor nation would honor the customs of the citizens of the rival nation and protect their property and lives. He also announced a series of favorable policies to encourage the people to actively produce and rebuild their homes. Through his efforts, the citizens of the rival nation gradually set aside their doubts and began to accept the rule of the ancestor nation. Smiles returned to their faces, and hope rekindled in their hearts. Once the affairs of the rival nation were settled, Zhang Xian returned to the capital of the ancestor nation, reported to King Tianji, and then hurried home. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. The time spent away from Hunyang was beyond measure. Thus, the moment he stepped through the door, his foremost desire was to seek out Hunyang's presence in a quaint abode from which one could gaze upon the divine tree. He finally encountered the woman who haunted his dreams. Unable to contain the surging emotions of longing and impulse within, he instinctively opened his arms, yearning to embrace that enchanting figure. However, in response to his fervent affection, Hunyang deftly evaded his embrace with a graceful flicker. Faced with her demeanor, Zhang Xian felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, and he couldn't help but question whether the special affection he had previously sensed from Hunyang had merely been a figment of his imagination. A sense of inexplicable loss and confusion surged within him. "Please do not misunderstand," Hunyang spoke softly, turning away as she departed. Her silhouette was like willow fluff in the wind, ethereal and elusive. Zhang Xian stood there, dazed and disheartened, his heart brimming with uncertainty and unease. That moment, Yi entered the room, and, upon seeing Zhang Xian's despondent expression, felt a pang of sympathy. She explained to him, "Great General, Lady Hunyang does not harbor such sentiments toward you. It is merely due to some rumors that have been circulating recently." She hesitated before continuing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately inquired, "What rumors?" His eyes shone with urgency and concern. Yi spoke in hushed tones. "People are saying that Lady Hunyang is a monster." Each word struck Zhang Xian's heart like a hammer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, a tide of anger swelling within him. He understood all too well the immense harm that gossip could inflict, especially on someone as unique and extraordinary as Hunyang, who was more likely to become the target of fear and rejection. The thought of the pressure and loneliness Hunyang might endure pierced his heart like a knife. Yi, when did these rumors begin? Zhang Xian strove to quell his emotions. His voice remained calm, yet the strength and determination within it were unmistakable. Yi responded, "Shortly after you set out to war." Scattered rumors began to surface. Recently, these whispers have intensified, and many have started to avoid Lady Hunyang, fearing the so-called demonic powers she possesses. Her voice was filled with sympathy and concern for Hunyang. Zhang Xian scoffed softly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Rumors cease with the wise, yet evidently, wisdom is scarce in this world, while folly abounds, that I cannot allow Hunyang to suffer such indignities because of my absence. His voice was steadfast and potent, as if capable of piercing through all deceit and falsehood. Without further ado, Zhang Xian turned and strode purposefully from the room, determined to uncover the truth and quell this baseless uproar. He first made his way to the town square, a gathering place for the common folk, where rumors were most easily spread. Standing upon the platform, He surveyed the surroundings as villagers paused their tasks to cast varied glances at him, some filled with reverence, some with curiosity, and others tinged with fear. Their eyes were alight with a mixture of awe and anticipation directed toward the great general. Fellow villagers, today I, Zhang Xian, have a matter to inquire. Zhang Xian's voice resonated with a steady strength, instantly captivating the attention of all present. His gaze burned like a beacon, illuminating the hearts of everyone in the assembly. Regarding Kagaya, I have heard some unsavory rumors, and I am eager to discern their origins and the reasons for their proliferation. His voice, imbued with authority and justice, left no room for deceit or concealment. The stir rippled through the crowd, with many whispering among themselves, yet none dared to respond directly. They feared the general's formidable presence and were even more apprehensive about becoming casualties of this turmoil. Observing their trepidation, Zhang Xian softened his tone. I, Zhang Xian, assure you that regardless of the truth, I shall address this matter fairly, ensuring that no innocent soul suffers unjustly. However, should anyone be found to have maliciously fabricated these rumors, they shall face the full brunt of our military law. His voice was laced with sincerity and resolve, evoking a palpable sense of his fairness and authority. At last, under Zhang Xian's patient inquiry, a bold villager stepped forth. Hesitantly, he spoke. General, the rumors initially circulated in a limited circle. Yet somehow, they morphed into something more sinister, culminating in the current state of affairs. Though his voice was faint, each word struck Zhang Xian's heart like a hammer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian began to formulate a plan that he understood that to quell this unrest, he must uncover the root of these rumors and obliterate this absurdity once and for all. Thus, he resolutely made his way to the royal palace to meet King Tianji. King Tianji sat upon his resplendent throne, idly toying with a string of lustrous jade beads, upon noticing Zhang Xian's brisk entrance into the hall. He offered a slight smile, setting aside the beads and inquiring, General, what brings you here today? After bowing respectfully, Zhang Xian candidly replied, Your Majesty, I come today seeking your assistance regarding Kagaya. Recently, unfavorable rumors have circulated in the countryside, posing a significant threat to both my reputation and the stability of our nation. I request your grace to allow Kagaya the opportunity to present her true self to the people, thereby rectifying the misconceptions. Upon hearing this, King Tianji's expression turned grave. The general speaks justly, he murmured, but how shall we proceed? Would allowing Kagaya to appear in public impose undue pressure upon her? Zhang Xian had anticipated this concern and respectfully answered, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have devised a plan that we could host a grand celebration, inviting representatives from all regions to attend. During this event, Kagaya could deliver a speech showcasing her wisdom and benevolence, and we could arrange interactive segments that would allow the populace to engage with her directly, experiencing her warmth and charm. In doing so, the unfounded rumors would naturally collapse under the weight of truth. King Tianji's eyes gleamed with approval at this proposition. Rising from his seat, he approached Zhang Xian and patted his shoulder, stating, The general's thoughtful consideration is evident. I entrust this matter to your capable hands. Zhang Xian accepted the charge. Pondering every detail of the impending celebration, he recognized that this event would not only serve as a test for Kagaya, but also as a measure of the nation's cohesion. He was determined to ensure its flawless execution in the days that followed. Zhang Xian was busily engaged in preparations. He personally oversaw every aspect of the celebration, from the venue decoration to the program schedule, from security arrangements to guest receptions, striving for perfection in every detail. Simultaneously, he discreetly dispatched trusted soldiers to investigate the rumor's origins, aiming to eradicate the threat at its source on Kagaya's end. Upon learning of Zhang Xian's plan, she readily offered her cooperation. Finally, on a clear and starry night, the grand celebration commenced. The square before the palace was ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. Representatives from various regions donned splendid attire, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Kagaya appeared in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, stunningly beautiful. Accompanied by Zhang Xian, she ascended the stage and extended her heartfelt greetings to the assembly. Her voice, gentle yet resolute, carried a magical quality that compelled all to listen intently. Citizens of our ancestral nation, Kagaya began softly, her words like a warm spring breeze, sincere and inviting. As a foreigner, I am aware that I may be subject to certain biases and misunderstandings. However, my sole purpose here is to foster peace and goodwill. As for the rumors branding me a monster, I can only smile wryly, for they are mere fabrications. After pausing momentarily, her clear, water-like eyes swept over the crowd, gradually revealing expressions of understanding and empathy, as though an invisible force had resonated within their hearts. Thank you, Zhang Xian, Kagaya spoke in a hushed tone, her voice imbued with profound gratitude and trust. Were it not for your presence, I might have succumbed to despair and returned to the divine tree. On hearing this, Zhang Xian smiled gently, shaking his head with unwavering resolve. Kagaya, I will not allow you to leave my side. You are the most important person in my life, and I long to share my days with you, hand in hand. With a mysterious smile, Zhang Xian gently covered Kagaya's eyes. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted. When he released his hands, Kagaya opened her eyes to behold a dazzling display of vibrant colors illuminating the sky, a spectacle of fireworks unlike any seen before that moment. Zhang Xian mustered his courage and proposed to Kagaya. Though a flutter of anxiety coursed through him, it was overshadowed by a yearning for the future. His palms may have been slightly clammy, but he knelt before her with steadfast determination, his gaze aflame with love. Kagaya, please marry me. I shall dedicate my entire life to protecting you, until the world's end, and no matter how the winds and rains may shift, I will hold your hand tightly, cherishing every beautiful moment together. Kagaya gazed into Zhang Xian's sincere and resolute eyes, warmth flooding her heart. She beamed radiantly, in that instant feeling like the happiest woman in the world, as all her worries and sorrows dissipated. I do, Kagaya replied, pausing slightly with each word, as if to imprint this love deeply within Zhang Xian's heart. Yes, she uttered the word do. Zhang Xian felt an unexpected tranquility wash over him. Instead of the anticipated exhilaration or ecstasy, he was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and serenity. The burdens that had weighed upon his heart lifted, leaving him with a profound sense of contentment. Zhang Xian solemnly placed the prepared ring upon Kagaya's left ring finger. In that moment, their souls intertwined, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Then, with exuberance, Zhang Xian lifted Kagaya into his arms, spinning her beneath the starry sky. His laughter rang out joyfully, and sweet words flowed like a spring. Kagaya laughed in his embrace, her laughter bright and delightful. Her smile sparkled like the stars, infusing the atmosphere with warmth and romance. In this moment, Zhang Xian was filled with happiness and satisfaction, envisioning the beautiful journey ahead with Kagaya. As a traveler in this world, Zhang Xian often felt lonely and lost, disconnected from his surroundings. Yet at this moment, he experienced an unparalleled warmth and sense of belonging, and he understood that Kagaya was the companion he had sought throughout his life, and together they would face the storms and challenges that lay ahead. The two reclined on the grass, gazing up at the stars. The night sky shone particularly bright and clear. Zhang Xian glanced sideways, and Kagaya appeared mesmerizing beneath the celestial expanse. It was a transcendent beauty. Ineffable in its allure, they lay there in serene silence, savoring this precious moment of tranquility and happiness. The following day, Zhang Xian entered the royal palace to inform King Tianji of his intention to marry Otsutsuki Kagaya. Upon hearing this, King Tianji's face broke into a joyful expression, and he promptly decided to announce to the world that the general of the ancestral nation was soon to wed Otsutsuki Kagaya. This news swiftly spread throughout the realm, becoming the talk of the town. In Zhang Xian's heart, alongside his deep affection for Kagaya, there resided a longing for freedom. He approached King Tianji with a request, hoping to resign from his position as general after marrying Kagaya, so they might retreat to the mountains together, relishing the tranquility and peace away from worldly strife. King Tianji, though slightly reluctant, reconsidered. Zhang Xian had fought valiantly for the kingdom, earning countless accolades, and was known for his loyalty and lack of ambition, posing no threat to his rule. Thus, King Tianji graciously granted Zhang Xian's request, silently offering his blessings to the couple. The impending marriage of Zhang Xian and Kaguya swiftly became the focal point of the entire ancestral nation. However, amidst the swirling discussions of the external world, Zhang Xian remained unfazed, wholly immersed in the joy of his forthcoming life with Kaguya. This moment, he was engaged in discussions regarding marriage with King Tianji and Huey in the royal palace. The atmosphere warm and congenial. Huey, feel free to express any requests you may have. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. King Tianji beamed, his eyes brimming with blessings for the couple. Huey gently lifted her gaze towards King Tianji, then turned to Zhang Xian, slightly bowing in respect, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze. Your Majesty, I have but one request. I hope the wedding can be simple and unpretentious, devoid of excessive extravagance. King Tianji was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Huey truly understands the essence of virtue. Rest assured, I shall instruct the Ministry of Rites to organize the wedding according to your wishes. Zhang Xian gazed at Huey with profound affection, his heart swelling with boundless emotion. In a world rife with material desires, Huey's simple and sincere request only solidified his resolve to spend a lifetime with her. He knew that for a woman, a wedding is one of the most significant events in her life. Many women dream of a grand and romantic ceremony, yet Huey cared little for such things. She only wished for a stable life with Zhang Xian. This unpretentious attitude made Zhang Xian cherish her even more. Huey, thank you, he said, grasping her hand tightly, his voice deep and heartfelt. Huey smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Zhang Xian, do we need to say these things between us? King Tianji observed the affectionate exchange between the two, feeling a surge of joy. He smiled and said, All right, you two may return now. I shall handle the wedding arrangements with Zhang Xian. Huey, you just wait to be the bride. After bidding farewell to King Tianji, Zhang Xian and Huey left the palace. Upon returning to the general's residence, Zhang Xian immediately instructed his servants to prepare all necessary items for the wedding. While he did not mind the grandeur of the ceremony, it could not be overly simplistic. After all, this was the first significant moment he would share with Huey in the days that followed. Zhang Xian busied himself with the wedding preparations, while Huey remained in the general's residence, personally overseeing household affairs. Despite being a princess of the Otsutsuki clan, she displayed no airs, treating everyone with utmost kindness. Her humility and gentleness endeared her to every individual in the general's residence. Finally, amidst the bustling anticipation of all, the day of the wedding arrived. The capital of the Grand Nation was adorned with lights and decorations, bustling with excitement. The streets were lined with flowers and festive lanterns, and people donned their finest holiday attire, their faces radiant with joy that on the wedding day, Zhang Xian donned a resplendent red groom's attire, riding a magnificent white horse, leading the procession towards Huey's palace. His face was aglow with happiness, his heart filled with dreams of the future. Huey, clad in a pure white wedding gown, adorned with an exquisite phoenix crown, appeared as enchanting as a celestial being descending from the heavens. A shy yet blissful smile graced her face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and hope for the future. Upon seeing Huey, Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in awe. He had never encountered such beauty. Her visage seemed capable of captivating an entire city, rendering all flowers pale in comparison. Huey, too, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Zhang Xian. She knew he was handsome, but she had not anticipated how strikingly dashing he would appear in his groom's attire, exuding an extraordinary charm. Huey, I have come to take you away, Zhang Xian said, gazing at her with a tender smile, his voice deep and magnetic. Huey nodded gently, her voice trembling slightly. She had never imagined she would one day marry a man, especially one as remarkable as Zhang Xian. Her heart brimmed with joy and emotion. Zhang Xian extended his hand. Huey hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her hand upon it. As he clasped Huey's hand, a wave of warmth enveloped him, as though he had grasped the very essence of the world's tenderness. An unusual sensation surged within him, a blend of happiness and contentment. Thus, hand in hand, Zhang Xian led Huey out of the palace. Along the way, the sounds of firecrackers, drums, and cheers resonated, the entire grand nation enveloped in a festive atmosphere. People cast their blessings upon Zhang Xian and Huey, their faces aglow with sincere smiles, offering the newlyweds their most heartfelt wishes. Though the wedding was simple, it was suffused with warmth and romance. There were no excessive formalities, only two hearts intertwined in love. Before witnesses, Zhang Xian and Huey exchanged rings and vowed to accompany each other for a lifetime. Their eyes sparkled with determination, as if proclaiming, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, we shall face them together. Huey, you look truly beautiful today, Zhang Xian remarked, unable to suppress his admiration as he gazed at her. Is that so? Huey replied, her cheeks flushing with bashfulness. She had not expected Zhang Xian to compliment her so directly, and warmth surged through her heart. She lowered her gaze slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Actually, you look quite handsome too. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then beamed with a radiant smile. He tightened his grip on Huey's hand, wishing to immortalize this moment of bliss, just as the guests collectively offered their sincere blessings to the newlyweds. A sudden and jarring alarm pierced the air, startling Zhang Xian, and a messenger soldier burst in, visibly agitated, bearing urgent military news. Your Majesty, General, a grave incident has occurred at the border. Numerous armies are rapidly assembling at our frontier, claiming they intend to vanquish evil forces. The soldier's voice trembled, betraying a sense of impending doom. King Tianji's expression turned grave, his tone commanding. What evil forces? Today is the day of our general's great joy. There is no need for panic. Quickly detail the situation. Zhang Xian was equally taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief. Our neighboring country has already been subdued. How could there be armies gathering? Could there be an error in the intelligence? The soldier, panic-stricken, replied, his voice quavering. I speak no falsehood. The assembled armies hail from the neighboring nations. It is rumored that an endless stream of troops is converging from various countries, completely surrounding our grand nation. We are in grave danger. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, calmly analyzing the situation. It is premature to declare failure at this juncture. Our immediate task is to ascertain their true intentions in surrounding our nation, so we can respond appropriately. The soldier stole a glance at Zhang Xian, feeling anxious. Under Zhang Xian's piercing gaze, he finally mustered the courage to reveal the truth. They claim that the evil they seek to vanquish is your wife, Lady Huey. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt, instantly casting a pall over the celebratory atmosphere. Zhang Xian's countenance darkened, his eyes gleaming like swords. As the air around them seemed to freeze, he inquired in a low, resolute tone, please clarify further. Who is the so-called evil they speak of? The soldier trembled, yet gathered the courage to repeat. The evil they refer to is your wife, Lady He. This declaration. The hall erupted in uproar. Guests exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. They recalled the rumors circulating in the grand nation not long ago. King Tianji, equally astonished, understood that mishandling this matter could have catastrophic consequences for the country. He turned to Zhang Xian, his gaze filled with hope and trust. General, there must be some underlying truth to this. Huey could never be a demon. We must uncover the truth and not allow others' rumors to destroy our nation or harm innocent lives. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. Striving to calm the tumult within, he looked at King Tianji, his eyes shining with resolve. Your Majesty speaks wisely that we must uncover the truth and restore Huey's honor. Following the king's orders, the guests were swiftly dispersed from the hall. A meeting concerning the fate of the nation commenced, shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. In the brightly lit conference room, Zhang Xian stood before a map, his finger gliding over the borderlines, his brow furrowed, as though contemplating a significant decision. According to the latest intelligence, these so-called expeditionary forces hailed from several neighboring countries and were numerous. Clearly well prepared, that a minister spoke first, his tone heavy with concern. General, could it be that these nations, witnessing our recent rise in national strength, are driven by jealousy and seeking a pretext for conflict? Another minister raised a question, attempting to interpret the crisis from a different angle. Zhang Xian shook his head, his expression revealing deep contemplation. This possibility cannot be discounted, but the situation is likely more complex. If it were merely jealousy, they would not be so ostentatious, nor would they target Huey directly. There must be secrets we are unaware of. What does the general intend to do? A minister cautiously inquired, fearful of inciting the wrath of the formidable general. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, his gaze transforming into one of resolve and determination. First and foremost, we must fortify our border defenses to ensure the safety of the capital. Secondly, we shall dispatch envoys to various nations to ascertain the truth and strive for a peaceful resolution. Lastly, and most importantly, we must uncover evidence to vindicate Huinyo from the slander of being a malevolent being. However, a minister's concern fell upon the assembly like a bucket of cold water. But, General, the current public sentiment is highly unfavorable towards us. It is likely that our envoys will not receive fair treatment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's gaze grew even more resolute. Precisely for this reason, we must be exceedingly judicious in our choice of envoys. They must possess not only exceptional intellect, but also a heart that is just and unflinching. I am willing to embark on this mission myself to demonstrate our nation's sincerity. Thus, Zhang Xian, accompanied by a minimal retinue, traversed numerous defenses and arrived before the encampment of the Allied forces. Inside the camp, the leaders of various nations sat upright, their gazes piercing, as if striving to see through this audacious challenger who dared to approach solo. Esteemed generals, I am Zhang Xian, the great general of the ancestral kingdom. His voice reverberated within the tent, sweeping over each individual as if to overpower all with his imposing presence. That I come not to seek peace, but to unveil a truth that Huinyo is not a malevolent being. A profound silence enveloped the tent, all ears poised in anticipation of Zhang Xian's subsequent words. They could hardly believe that this renowned general would personally come to advocate for a woman accused of wickedness. Huinyo is not a malevolent being. She hails from a distant world, one vastly different from ours. Her arrival here is for the sake of peace, not to subvert any nation. She indeed possesses extraordinary powers, yet she has never wielded them for nefarious purposes. Zhang Xian's words struck with conviction, each syllable resonating like the clang of a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Have you ever witnessed her inflict harm upon the innocent? Have you seen her abuse her powers? She came here solely to coexist peacefully upon this land we share. Zhang Xian continued, his voice imbued with trust and affection for Huinyo. However, an elder general rose and coldly declared, our nations have no need for her peaceful coexistence. If your ancestral kingdom knows what is wise, surrender her to us. We shall withdraw our troops immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian smirked disdainfully. Humph, since you all wish to see Huinyo perish, then I have nothing more to say. Let us see your true mettle. With that, Zhang Xian turned and strode out of the tent, his silhouette radiating unwavering resolve and authority. Upon returning to the capital of the ancestral kingdom, Zhang Xian promptly recounted the events of his mission to King Tianji. They're not here to eliminate a malevolent being. They seek to obliterate our ancestral kingdom, Zhang Xian stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Tianji's expression grew solemn, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. General, I support your decision. We shall mobilize the entire nation for this war, Tianji asserted resolutely. That night, Zhang Xian sat alone in the hall, scrutinizing maps, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. He fully understood that this war not only pertained to the fate of the nation, but also to the innocence and dignity of Huinyo. He reminisced about the moments shared with Huinyo, his heart swelling with warmth and reluctance. But he knew that Huinyo was a kind and beautiful woman who should not be subjected to such slander and attack. Regardless of how meticulously Zhang Xian strategized, the conclusions he reached were merely sufficient to face the formidable armies currently gathering at the borders of the ancestral kingdom. Should the nations behind these troops continue to reinforce their pressure, or if other nations intended to seize the opportunity for their gain, the ancestral kingdom would undoubtedly find itself in a precarious position. Just then, Huinyo gracefully entered the room, like a gentle moonbeam cascading down. Zhang Xian, she began, hesitating. Huinyo, Zhang Xian's eyes brimmed with deep affection as he softly replied, "You need not worry. I will ensure that those unscrupulous individuals pay the price they deserve." Huinyo gazed into Zhang Xian's loving eyes, a warm current flowing through her. She understood that in this man's heart, she held an irreplaceable position. She also realized that he had sacrificed so much for her, even at great personal risk. "Zhang Xian, perhaps I should leave this place," Huinyo said with a bittersweet smile. "Since my arrival in the ancestral kingdom, there has been no peace. First, the great war with a neighboring nation, then the rumors branding me as a monster. And now, the coalition of multiple nations drawn here because of me. No, Huinyo." Zhang Xian shook his head firmly, grasping her hand tightly, the warmth and strength emanating from his grip palpable. "You cannot leave. I will not allow it. You are my wife, an indispensable part of my life. If I cannot even protect my own wife, how can I call myself a true man?" Huinyo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she felt the warmth of Zhang Xian's hand and the unmistakable resolve within it. "Zhang Xian, I understand your intentions, but I am more concerned about the consequences of this war. The ancestral kingdom has just endured a bitter struggle with a neighboring nation, and our national strength has yet to recover. Now we must face the threat of a coalition of multiple nations." Afraid?" Zhang Xian interrupted, his eyes sparkling with indomitable spirit, as if to illuminate the darkness. "Huinyo, I have never known fear. All you must do is wait at home in peace, while I return victorious with news of triumph. Trust me, and trust yourself." Time passed silently in the weighty and tense atmosphere, the armies converging at the borders of the ancestral kingdom swelling like a rising tide. Zhang Xian understood that further waiting was no longer a judicious course of action. This moment, an unprecedented conscription storm swept across the ancestral kingdom. People of all ages were engulfed in this maelstrom that dictated the fate of their nation. Zhang Xian dispatched carrier pigeons to urgently contact officials stationed in the neighboring nation, rallying them to recruit soldiers with all their might in preparation for any eventualities. However, the world is ever-changing, and human hearts are inscrutable. When the citizens of the ancestral kingdom learned that the border conflict was imminent and that troops were gathering, fear and unease spread rapidly. The populace spontaneously organized protests. But the focus of their discontent was not the threat posed by the enemy nation, but rather Huinyo, perceived as the source of turmoil. Thus, the ancestral kingdom fell into chaos. Fortunately, the army remained steadfast in its convictions and maintained strict discipline. General Zhang Xian's brilliance and countless victories had already ingrained themselves in the hearts of the people, who trusted him implicitly, convinced that victory was inevitable. Despite the domestic unrest, many youths chose to evade the responsibilities of conscription. Yet, inspired by Zhang Xian's call, numerous ordinary citizens stepped forward to join his ranks. Though these individuals hailed from humble origins, their unity and cohesion far surpassed that of so-called disparate forces to quell the internal strife and restore morale. Zhang Xian resolved to take the initiative, aiming for a resounding victory to showcase the nation's strength and determination. He understood that only through victory could the fears and doubts of the populace be alleviated, leading them to realize that all external threats were mere illusions. Simultaneously, to dispel the public's prejudice and fear of Huinyo, Zhang Xian fervently promoted her identity as the Celestial Maiden. He solemnly proclaimed, "Any act of slander or desecration against the Celestial Maiden shall be met with severe punishment." This initiative stirred considerable waves within the ancestral kingdom. Under official guidance, those who had originally harbored fear and prejudice against Huinyo began to re-evaluate this legendary Celestial Maiden. They gradually recognized that Huinyo was not as fearsome as the rumor suggested, but rather a victim of misunderstanding and distortion. Moreover, Zhang Xian's unwavering stance also intimidated those who sought to exploit the sentiments of the populace for their own ends. They were compelled to momentarily temper their ambitions and await the evolution of circumstances. Under Zhang Xian's leadership, the ancestral kingdom gradually restored its former order and tranquility. Ultimately, amidst the blessings of the Celestial Maiden Huinyo, Zhang Xian led his high-spirited soldiers forth in full force to the borders of the ancestral kingdom. Soldiers from various nations stood like trees, exuding an overwhelming momentum akin to a stampede of horses. Yet, the boundaries between them remained distinct, lacking complete cooperation. Within the military formation, soldiers were arranged unevenly, strengths and weaknesses intertwined, resembling a seemingly chaotic tapestry. Even if elite soldiers were concealed within this vast array, their capabilities could hardly be fully realized. Should conflict erupt, these elite troops might find themselves ensnared by the disorderly situation, suffering as a result. In a secluded valley near the border within the ancestral territory, Zhang Xian and his soldiers had gathered for their final preparations, organizing and mobilizing before the impending battle. Their eyes reflected unwavering determination, akin to the dawn's first light illuminating the path ahead, in stark contrast to the chaos along the border. Zhang Xian's troops in the valley exhibited remarkable orderliness. They were acutely aware that the tranquility of the moment was but a fleeting calm before the tempest. Not far away, the seemingly disorganized coalition forces resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly oblivious to the imminent peril. In stark contrast, Zhang Xian's troops lay in wait like stealthy leopards, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. Zhang Xian silently calculated the passage of time, his brow furrowed, as he inquired of his close attendant. "Has any news arrived from the neighboring nation?" A hint of urgency laced his voice. At that moment, Gung Wulong hastened to Zhang Xian's side, his eyes suddenly alight as he exclaimed, "It has arrived." The news has come. Following Gung Wulong's gaze, they beheld a messenger pigeon alight, heralding tidings from the foreign land. The weight in Zhang Xian's heart finally lifted, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Gung Wulong swiftly approached, delicately retrieving a small bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg, unrolling the paper within. After a brief perusal, an uncontrollable joy spread across his face. He turned to Zhang Xian, his voice brimming with excitement. "My lord, the neighboring nation is prepared and agrees to proceed according to our plan. At the stroke of midnight, they will incite chaos internally to divert the enemy's attention, creating an opportune moment for our offensive." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Xian's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. He nodded, resolute determination emanating from his gaze. "Excellent. Immediately summon all personnel and prepare for action. We must swiftly adjust our readiness to ensure that when the neighboring nation acts, we can promptly breach their defenses and strike at the enemy's vital points." With Zhang Xian's command relayed, the entire camp swiftly transitioned into a state of readiness. Soldiers busily inspected their equipment, sharpened their weapons, and rallied each other's spirits. The atmosphere in the valley was thick with tension and fervor. As though a grand battle loomed on the horizon, night descended. The moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery veil. Along the borders of their homeland, the armies of various nations remained locked in standoff. Yet the air thickened with an escalating tension, heralding the approaching storm that would sweep across this land. Deep within the enemy's defenses, a meticulously orchestrated storm was quietly brewing. They lay in wait like assassins in the dark night, anticipating the optimal moment to strike. When the hour struck, chaos erupted within the enemy's ranks. Flames shot skyward, and the cacophony of battle cries reverberated, as if countless beasts were roaring in the night. This sudden upheaval plunged the already disorganized coalition forces into greater disarray. They scrambled to extinguish the internal fires, unaware that this was precisely the moment Zhang Xian and his allies had long awaited. "Advance!" With a single command from Zhang Xian, the soldiers of the homeland surged forth like arrows released from a bow, bursting from their concealed positions in the hills to charge at the coalition's defenses. Clad in dark camouflage, they moved with swift, silent grace, akin to phantoms in the night, drawing ever closer to their target. Along the way, Zhang Xian had strategically deployed several small squads tasked with generating further chaos and disruption. These units, like specters of the night, utilized portable explosive devices and smoke grenades to create a series of small-scale explosions and clouds of smoke at the coalition's vulnerable points and key junctures. These unexpected assaults rendered the coalition's ability to discern the true movements of the homeland's forces increasingly difficult, causing their defenses to fray. Under Zhang Xian's leadership, the main body of the homeland's army swiftly penetrated the front lines of the coalition. Heading straight for the heart of the enemy, they skillfully navigated the terrain, deftly avoiding heavily fortified areas, opting instead for a relatively concealed and weakly defended route. Their advance sliced through the coalition's defenses like a sharp blade. However, the coalition was not without its preparations. Within their lines, they had established a series of early warning systems and rapid response units to counter potential assaults when the homeland's troops commenced their offensive. These rapid response units were quickly mobilized in an attempt to intercept and eliminate the sudden threat. Yet, faced with the fierce onslaught of the homeland's forces, their defenses began to wobble. The battle erupted instantaneously, flames illuminating the night, while arrows rained down like a tempest. The soldiers of the homeland, fueled by unyielding resolve and commendable tactical prowess, engaged the coalition in fierce combat, and the battlefield swiftly escalated into a frenzied clash. Zhang Xian found himself at the forefront, personally commanding the fray. At times he charged ahead to bolster morale. At others, he calmly assessed the battlefield and adjusted tactical deployments. Under his guidance, the homeland's forces gradually gained the upper hand, pushing the coalition into a relentless retreat. His figure on the battlefield shone like a brilliant star, leading his soldiers ever forward. However, at that moment, the coalition unexpectedly called in reinforcements, including a well-equipped elite unit. The arrival of this force cast the situation into uncertainty once more. With their formidable combat prowess and well-trained tactics, they quickly stabilized their position and began to counterattack the homeland's troops. Their assault came like a violent storm, pressing the homeland's forces with unprecedented pressure. Confronted with the coalition's counteroffensive, Zhang Xian remained unflustered. He quickly recalibrated his strategy, splitting his main forces into two contingents. One continued to engage the coalition's elite unit, while the other maneuvered to encircle the coalition's rear, aiming to sever their retreat and supply lines. This tactic proved effective, as the coalition's elite forces found themselves increasingly ensnared in a dire predicament. Although well-equipped, they began to struggle against the homeland's flexible tactics and staunch resistance. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the coalition's defenses, the chaos instigated by the infiltrators from the neighboring nation bore significant fruit. They not only succeeded in capturing the coalition's main force's attention, but also seized the moment to execute precise strikes against a series of critical facilities and communication networks. These maneuvers undeniably thrust the coalition into an even more disadvantageous position, as their command structure descended into disorder and their combat effectiveness diminished. The battlefield resembled a chessboard, where one misstep led to further blunders. As the flames of war spread, the homeland's forces gradually seized the initiative. They capitalized on the internal disarray and weariness of the coalition, launching relentless offensives akin to a cheetah on the hunt, gradually cornering the coalition into a desperate situation. Coordination within the coalition became increasingly arduous, and the outlook grew ever more bleak, as if they were fish ensnared in a tightening net, powerless to escape. Amid the coalition's retreat, Zhang Xian's brow furrowed with an unshakable sense of foreboding. The ease of victory felt too straightforward, the unfolding events too seamlessly aligned, as if veiled by an unseen conspiracy. Despite his mounting apprehensions, Zhang Xian refrained from ordering a full chase of the retreating forces. On one hand, he feared the disparity in troop strength. On the other, they lacked the capacity to pursue further. At this juncture, the coalition had formed a pin formation, contracting inward, while Zhang Xian and his soldiers found themselves encircled at the heart of the formation. Gung Wulong approached Zhang Xian with a grave expression. Whispering, "General, the current situation is quite dire." He gazed at the coalition, encircled in layers, a sense of ominous foreboding swelling within him. Zhang Xian, upon hearing this, fixed his piercing gaze upon the enemy surrounding them. Though a flicker of unease flickered within him, a stronger yearning for victory prevailed. However, when he noticed the neighboring nation's forces still conspicuously absent, doubt began to creep into his mind. Why had their allies not yet made an appearance? Gung Wulong forced a bitter smile and shook his head, understanding that the absence of the neighboring nation's allies had undoubtedly driven them toward a crisis. Yet he could only feign composure, awaiting Zhang Xian's directives. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. Striving to quell his emotions, he understood that at this critical juncture, any semblance of panic or hesitation could lead to total annihilation. He must maintain his composure and devise a strategy for escape. Thus, Zhang Xian issued a solemn command. Relay to the entire army to maintain formation and avoid chaos. We shall break through towards the borders of our homeland. Gung Wulong swiftly conveyed Zhang Xian's orders. Although the soldiers felt a twinge of anxiety, they quickly steadied their resolve under Zhang Xian's inspiration, bracing themselves for the impending battle. With a resounding horn blast, Zhang Xian led his elite troops like a sharp dagger, launching a fierce assault on the coalition's most vulnerable flank. Utilizing their exceptional skills and synchronized teamwork, they charged valiantly through the enemy ranks, cutting a swath of destruction. Yet the overwhelming numbers of the coalition, bolstered by a steady stream of reinforcements, rendered Zhang Xian's path to breakthrough exceedingly arduous. The combat raged with ferocity as blades clashed amidst a tempest of life and death. Fragile as flickering candle flames, at risk of extinguishment at any moment, Zhang Xian led from the front, wielding a spear, and wherever he tread, enemies fell before him. His presence on the battlefield was akin to a bolt of lightning, instilling fear in all who beheld him. However, even one as formidable as Zhang Xian struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught of the coalition. The wounds upon his body multiplied, the crimson blood staining his battle attire. Yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. As Zhang Xian gradually felt the exhaustion of his strength, on the brink of a desperate breakthrough. The sudden sound of urgent hoofbeats shattered the silence of the battlefield. In swift succession, a mounted commander galloped forth, tossing an object that turned out to be a still warm, severed head. Gung Wulong whispered urgently in Zhang Xian's ear, "General, this man is the commanding general we dispatched to their nation." His voice trembled, clearly shaken by the unforeseen event. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian offered a bitter smile. Deep within, he understood that the letter they had received was likely a carefully crafted bait by the enemy. From the very beginning, they had been ensnared by the enemy's machinations, and now they found themselves entrenched in dire straits. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian did not yield. His eyes blazed with determination as he surveyed the surrounding enemy forces. Contemplating how to shatter the deadlock before him, that moment, he recalled the dual powers of his Shuangquan hand and Liuku Xianzhe. The former could extract a person's soul, while the latter could devour all. If these two abilities were combined, perhaps they could carve out an escape route. Let us reveal to them something beyond their comprehension. Zhang Xian remarked with a slight smile, but he was aware that such an approach slightly transgressed his principles. As a young man nurtured under the Crimson Banner, he felt a profound aversion to the notion of devouring another's soul. Yet, in the face of such peril, he could not afford to be sentimental. He had to make a decisive choice for the survival of the entire army. Thus, after issuing a series of commands, Zhang Xian surged forward, leading the charge against the obstructing forces, his soldiers adhering to his prior instructions. Followed closely, rushing toward the enemy ahead. Zhang Xian moved like lightning, weaving through the gaps in the enemy ranks. The Shuangquan hand was silently activated. A subtle motion of his fingers sent an indescribable wave rippling through the air. It was the power of the soul surging forth, an invisible force flowing from his palms, rendering the enemies he touched vacant of expression, their souls seemingly extracted, leaving behind mere husks. The souls that were drawn away swiftly dissolved into nothingness under the insatiable appetite of the Liuku Xianzhe. Throughout this process, Zhang Xian transformed into a merciless machine of slaughter, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake, his figure leaving behind ghostly afterimages that instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. "In my name, return to my grasp," Zhang Xian intoned softly. His voice, though subdued, resonated with undeniable power. In an instant, the spirit of a nearby enemy was forcibly extracted, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that gradually drifted into his palm. Simultaneously, the power of the Liuku Xianzhe activated, consuming the ethereal soul, transmuting it into a pure energy that nourished Zhang Xian's body and spirit. The suddenness of this transformation left all around in astonishment. "What sorcery is this?" A voice echoed from the enemy ranks, panic evident, as the bizarre spectacle shattered their comprehension. The soldiers began to falter, their morale plummeting. They had never witnessed such an enigmatic power. Fear and confusion spread through their ranks like a plague. Yet Zhang Xian, like a specter, navigated through the enemy formation with ease. Each strike he made was accompanied by the lamentations of the enemy's souls, swiftly devoured by the Ryoku Xianzei, augmenting his formidable strength. Yet, Zhang Xian did not relent. He continued to wield the Shuangquan hand and Ryoku Xianzei, charging through the enemy lines with relentless vigor. His figure resembled a bolt of black lightning, tracing harrowing arcs upon the battlefield. Under his leadership, the soldiers, fueled by their yearning for victory and unwavering trust in Zhang Xian, fought valiantly. In an instant, the coalition forces were cowed by this overwhelming momentum and began to retreat. "General, what is happening?" Gung Wulong, following closely behind Zhang Xian, was overwhelmed by the spectacle before him, a tumult of emotion welling within. "First, we must break through," Zhang Xian replied succinctly, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority and resolve. He knew there was no time for explanations. Only by swiftly breaking free could they hope for a moment to articulate their actions, ignoring the gasps of astonishment and fear surrounding him. Zhang Xian was acutely aware that while this method was potent, it was also immensely draining and contrary to his moral standing. Yet in this life-and-death juncture, he had no choice but to make a decision. Gung Wulong followed closely, despite being oblivious to the source of Zhang Xian's extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, his unwavering trust in Zhang Xian propelled him to execute every command without hesitation, under Zhang Xian's guidance. The soldiers, initially disheartened, akin to candles flickering in the wind, seemed to find a guiding light for their souls. They rallied around Zhang Xian, charging into the fray. In that moment, they managed to carve a breach through the enemy lines. Though the enemy was numerous, in the presence of Zhang Xian, whose hands seemed capable of perceiving souls and controlling life and death, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, trembling helplessly, devoid of the power to retaliate. "General, magnificent! Forge a bloody path!" The soldiers' shouts surged like a tidal wave, their eyes sparkling with fervent light, embodying their desire for victory and hope for survival. Zhang Xian remained silent, diligently channeling the Shuangquan hand and Ryoku Xianzei. Each activation was marked by the fall of an enemy, like souls claimed under the scythe of death. However, just as Zhang Xian and his comrades were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement, a more intense and ferocious assault descended upon them from all directions, akin to a tempest. The enemy seemed to have recognized the threat posed by Zhang Xian and summoned additional forces to encircle and pursue them. In an instant, Zhang Xian and his allies found themselves ensnared once more in a harrowing battle, as though engulfed in endless darkness. "General, what shall we do?" Gung Wulong's voice bore a hint of urgency as he fixated on Zhang Xian. Awaiting his orders, drawing a deep breath, Zhang Xian's gaze sharpened, his tone resolute as he declared, "Do not panic. We have not yet reached our end. Relay the command for the soldiers to concentrate their strength and rally to me. Together, we shall strike and breach this final barrier." Upon hearing this, Gung Wulong immediately relayed the order. The soldiers, heeding his words, began to converge towards Zhang Xian. Under his command, they swiftly organized into a cohesive formation, concentrating their power at a single point, ready to launch their final offensive. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xian counted softly before unleashing a thunderous roar. "Charge!" With Zhang Xian's deafening shout, the soldiers surged forth like untamed stallions or descending tigers, charging ahead with fervor. Their strength peaked at that moment. Even the most formidable defenses trembled before this tide, as if on the brink of collapse. At last, through relentless effort, they broke free from the enemy's encirclement. Akin to butterflies emerging from their cocoons, reborn anew, as they glanced back. The once fierce battleground lay in ruins, littered with the corpses of foes and shattered weapons, telling the tale of a brutal conflict. We truly succeeded," one soldier exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief, as though awakening from a dream. Zhang Xian nodded slightly, a weary yet gratified smile gracing his features. He understood that while this battle had been fraught with challenges, they had ultimately triumphed, all thanks to the capabilities of the 8 extraordinary techniques. "General, how did you come to possess such extraordinary powers?" Gung Wulong could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired. His eyes filled with reverence and yearning, as if seeking some arcane truth from Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's gaze deepened. Distant and contemplative, he spoke slowly. "This is the power bestowed upon me by the Celestial Maiden. Those who believe in the Celestial Maiden shall attain eternal life." Gung Wulong, upon hearing this, felt an even greater awe towards Zhang Xian. He envisioned a world anew, brimming with mystery and power. "Come, lend me your support." Zhang Xian shot a glance at Gung Wulong, who seemed equally astonished. At that moment, he was exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Gung Wulong, now aware of Zhang Xian's fatigue and frailty, promptly rushed to assist him. "General, what shall we do next?" Gung Wulong inquired once more, his voice imbued with determination and resolve. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian replied, "This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We must swiftly find a secure location to regroup. Furthermore, we must return to our homeland promptly, for I fear that news of our defeat may incite chaos in our nation." Meanwhile, within the distant borders of their homeland, turmoil brewed, and dark currents flowed beneath the surface. Although the proclamation by Zhang Xian before his expedition that it was a celestial maiden temporarily quelled the populace's fervor for slaying demons, the news of his defeat soon returned to the homeland like a thunderclap, inevitably plunging the citizens into the brink of revolt once more, and with even greater fervor than before, coupled with the machinations of certain nobles who fanned the flames of discontent from the shadows. The king, Tianji, already beleaguered by the tidings of Zhang Xian's downfall, found himself overwhelmed and exhausted. Unable to quell the rampant rumors, he seemed trapped in a colossal whirlpool from which escape was impossible. In the streets and alleys, voices buzzed and clamor filled the air. The people expressed their sentiments with fervor, despondency, rage, and fear, their words brimming with dissatisfaction and animosity toward Hui Wai. It was all the fault of that demoness. If it were not for her, how could our army have suffered defeat? Such sentiments echoed through the crowd, proliferating like wildfire. Rumors and truths intertwined, fear and prejudice coalesced, plunging the entire homeland into a near-manic state. Some claimed that Zhang Xian's defeat was due to betrayal from within. Others firmly believed that Hui Yi, this so-called celestial maiden, heralded ominous omens. And even more audaciously, some began to question King Tianji's ability to govern, asserting that his negligence had led to the war's debacle. These utterances spread like wildfire, igniting the flames of anger and discontent within the populace. Among the noble class, there were those with ulterior motives. Whether driven by lust for power or dissatisfaction with the status quo, they seized the opportunity to exploit the people's emotions, covertly instigating unrest in hopes of reaping greater benefits amidst the chaos. They resembled a pack of wolves lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. Some nobles clandestinely convened gatherings, ostensibly to discuss countermeasures and weather the storm. In reality, they plotted how to solidify or enhance their own positions amidst the tempest. They disseminated ever more sensational news and rumors, exaggerating facts and distorting truths, further deteriorating the situation and causing unrest. King Tianji sat within his resplendent palace, his brow furrowed and his face etched with worry. His eyes were filled with anxiety and helplessness, anger and resentment. He was acutely aware that the homeland was currently in a precarious state, where even the slightest disturbance could provoke greater turmoil and crisis. Yet, confronted with the people's fury and the nobles' attempts to shift blame, he felt an unprecedented sense of impotence and frustration. "Your Majesty, we must take action," exclaimed an elderly minister, kneeling before Tianji, his voice trembling with desperation. Clearly reflecting his profound concern over the current predicament, Tianji sighed deeply. How he longed to stabilize the situation swiftly and quell the public dissent. However, the circumstances were far more complex and troublesome than he had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What good strategy do you propose to resolve this crisis?" The old minister inhaled deeply and replied slowly, "Your Majesty, the pressing matter is to quell public discontent and restore the people's confidence. Given that the general has already suffered defeat, with his life uncertain, why not seize this opportunity to publicly execute the one hailed as the Celestial Maiden? This action would not only placate the rising resentment among the populace, but also deprive the restless coalition of an excuse to mobilize against us. Upon hearing this counsel, Tianji's eyes flickered with hesitation. He slowly raised his gaze, his attention drifting across the vast hall, and pondered, "Your words carry weight. Hui Yi is indeed an exceedingly troublesome entity. However, this matter bears significant ramifications, and we must not act rashly. Should we mishandle this, it may incite even greater upheaval." The old minister, sensing the urgency, felt a fire ignite within him, but understood that Tianji's concerns were not unfounded. He knelt once more, his voice resolute and unwavering. "Your Majesty, I fully comprehend your myriad concerns. Yet, delay is not a viable strategy. It will only exacerbate the situation. Hui Yi has become the catalyst for the coalition's aggression. Her presence is like a boulder weighing heavily on the hearts of the people, symbolizing the decline of the great Ji Empire. If we do not act promptly, the people's morale may dissipate, and the foundation of a nation may be shaken." Tianji remained silent for a long while, as if bearing the weight of the entire empire. Eventually, he rose slowly, clasping his hands behind his back, pacing the hall with each step feeling as heavy as treading upon the dust of history. After a moment, he halted, his gaze piercing and resolute as he looked at the old minister. "You speak the truth. Yet I remain uninformed about the specifics of dealing with Hui Yi. You may decide for yourselves, and simply report the outcome to me." The old minister's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly bowed in compliance. "I shall obey your command." After exiting the grand hall, the old minister felt a tumult of emotions within him. He understood that the king was positioning him to assume the role of the villain. However, with time pressing and public discontent surging, he had no choice but to shoulder this hot potato. Upon returning to his residence, the old minister immediately summoned several trusted officials to discuss the course of action regarding Hui Yi. In the study, the atmosphere was heavy and tense as they gathered around a table. The old minister spoke first, his voice low yet powerful. "Gentlemen, His Majesty has granted us permission to deal with Hui Yi. However, we must proceed with utmost caution, aiming to placate the public's grievances while ensuring the coalition cannot find an excuse to act." A young official, furrowing his brow with concern, spoke up. "But after all, Hui Yi is the celestial maiden personally bestowed by His Majesty. To execute her hastily could provoke His Majesty's ire or lead to unforeseen consequences. What shall we do then?" The old minister scoffed, his gaze piercing and his tone resolute. "In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Hui Yi's existence has become a malignant tumor within the homeland. If we do not eliminate her, we cannot quell the public's anger, nor can we restore peace to the realm. As for the king, we merely need to execute our plans decisively, leaving no room for him to reconsider." Thus, a grand demon extermination campaign swiftly unfolded with lightning speed, sweeping across the entire territory of the homeland in an instant. Despite Hui Yi's formidable strength, she did not resort to bullying the weak. When faced with her pursuers, had she displayed her true power, they would have been incapable of mounting even a moment's resistance. Instead, she chose to evade their onslaught, embarking on a journey of escape with Ai, the maid bestowed upon her by Zhang Xian, who is now her sole companion in the dense forest. Hui Yi and Ai hurried through the underbrush, each step seemingly a race against time. Suddenly, Ai felt a surge of intense unease and involuntarily glanced back. In the night, a serpentine line of flames woven from torches approached, the pursuers of the homeland shouting for demon extermination. "Lady Hui Yi, they're closing in." Ai's voice trembled with urgency and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Hui Yi halted and turned. The sight before her ignited an unnamed fire within her. Flames soared into the sky, and the din of battle echoed around her as the pursuers surged like a tide. "These ignorant fools dare chase us so relentlessly." Hui Yi fumed internally. Ai gripped Hui Yi's sleeve tightly. Her eyes filled with trepidation. "Lady Hui Yi, what should we do?" Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Hui Yi surveyed the dense woods around her, formulating a plan. "The terrain here is complex. Let's first conceal ourselves and observe their intentions." Ai nodded in agreement, and together they concealed themselves within the thick foliage. That moment, A pursuing commander on horseback arrived, his expression as frosty as the winter chill. Brandishing a spear, he bellowed, "Search thoroughly. We must locate that demoness. She must not escape." The soldiers immediately sprang into action, flooding into the forest like a tide. Arrows rained down like a tempest, attempting to pierce the heavens. Yet, Hui had already sensed the imminent danger. With a swift movement, she stepped forward, shielding Ai behind her. Then, with a flick of her sleeve, a gale erupted. The once menacing arrows lost their strength and direction in the tempest. Plummeting to the ground like kites severed from their strings, a hint of disdain flickered in Huiye's eyes. To her, these mortals' weapons were mere child's play. She gently patted Ye's hand in reassurance. Then her gaze sharpened as she scanned the surroundings for a more discreet hiding place. In a low, measured tone, Hui stated, "They will never anticipate that we would proceed along this path." She indicated a seemingly ordinary yet intricately concealed trail ahead. Upon hearing her words, Ai immediately followed suit. Their movements were light and agile, akin to phantoms of the night, silently weaving through the woods, successfully evading their pursuers. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian and his companions faced an unprecedented predicament. After successfully breaking through, they had hoped to take a moment's respite. However, fate appeared to mock them, as a specialized squadron tasked with capturing them unexpectedly emerged. While dispatching the squadron was no formidable task, their presence revealed their whereabouts, and precious time silently slipped away in the process. This brief delay has sufficed for the enemy forces trailing behind to close in rapidly, plunging them once again into a perilous vortex. The night is thick as ink, with a raging wind sweeping through, stirring the remnants of clouds across the sky. Zhang Xian feels as though a colossal stone weighs upon his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. He had initially believed he had skillfully evaded his pursuers, hoping to find a safe haven amidst the vast darkness. Yet, reality cruelly shatters his hopes. "General, we must immediately seek a concealed refuge." Gung Wulong's voice trembles with urgency and panic, his eyes betraying profound unease. Zhang Xian takes a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. Despite having weathered countless storms, the suddenness of this crisis stirs ripples in his heart. Nevertheless, he understands that he must remain composed to guide his companions out of this predicament. That is not an option. This place is too open, with no means of concealment. Moreover, the enemy's numbers are formidable. If discovered, we shall be trapped in a dire strait. Zhang Xian surveys his surroundings, searching for a glimmer of hope. Hearing Gung Wulong's quavering voice, "What shall we do then?" Zhang Xian's gaze sharpens like that of a hawk. Swiftly assessing the environment, in the distance, the flickering light of torches signals the enemy's approach, that he silently formulates a strategy, realizing that a direct confrontation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. While fleeing would be futile against the encircling foes, that we must create a ruse to mislead them. Zhang Xian's voice is low yet resolute, his eyes sparkling with wisdom that a ruse. What brilliant scheme does the general propose? Gung Wulong's eyes glimmer with a hint of anticipation upon hearing this. Select several individuals to disperse, gather hay and branches, and lay a false formation here. Ignite multiple bonfires to fabricate the illusion that we remain in this location. Meanwhile, we shall lead a portion of our men to break through from another side. Upon receiving Zhang Xian's directive, Gung Wulong springs into action. Before long, several bonfires blaze brightly, illuminating the night sky and drawing the enemy's attention. Under the cover of darkness and firelight, Zhang Xian leads the remaining soldiers along a hidden path, quietly extricating themselves from danger. They tread cautiously, striving to avoid any sounds that might attract the enemy's notice. However, just as they approach the edge of the dense forest in search of safety, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoes ahead. A keen-eyed soldier gasps in a hushed tone. "Not good. They're in ambush." Fear laces his voice. Zhang Xian's heart tightens as he scans the surroundings, realizing that ahead lies an open area with no concealment. The enemy forces have caught up, encircling them completely, that a sense of despair hangs heavy in the air. And Zhang Xian exhales deeply, understanding that leading everyone to safety is now beyond reach. At this critical juncture, a woman clad in white, with hair as pale as snow, appears on the battlefield like a phantom. Her arrival is startlingly sudden, leaving the onlookers bewildered as to how she came to be there. It seems she stepped forth from the void, instantly reaching Gung Wulong, who is supporting Zhang Xian. With a graceful extension of her arm, she lifts Zhang Xian effortlessly. He feels the world spin around him, only to find himself hoisted upon her shoulder, his vision now expanded. Turning to look at her, he perceives her coldly beautiful visage, her gaze unwavering and profound. Huey, Zhang Xian queries, a mix of confusion and hope in his tone. The woman offers no reply, merely tilting her head slightly, her eyes sweeping over the surrounding enemy forces. At her glance, the enemy involuntarily takes a step back, as if struck by an unseen force. Her presence radiates an aura of power, akin to a goddess descending from the heavens, exuding an otherworldly strength and grace. With a commanding voice, she declares move. In an instant, she blurs, leaving behind a mere afterimage. Then, with astonishing speed, she dashes through the enemy's encirclement with Zhang Xian in tow. The velocity is beyond imagination. Even the most trained enemies are left in her wake. Zhang Xian races alongside her across the battlefield, feeling the wind howl, the surroundings flashing by like a revolving lantern. But he has never experienced such an exhilarating fusion of speed and intensity. It is as if the entire world has lost its color and sound, leaving only him and the woman racing through the darkness. Perceiving her extraordinary performance, the enemy commander quickly reacts, shouting, "Quick! Shoot arrows! Shoot now!" He summons the archers, hoping to intercept the woman and Zhang Xian with a deluge of arrows. The archers, awakened from their stupor, aim at the white-clad woman and Zhang Xian. Arrows rain down like a tempest, each carrying lethal menace. Yet, in the face of this storm of arrows, the woman remains unflustered, weaving gracefully through them as if dancing. Each evasive maneuver is executed with precision, causing arrows to miss their mark and kick up clouds of dust. The enemy soldiers are left in a state of shock and fear as they witness this spectacle. Zhang Xian's voice is faint yet filled with gratitude. "Huey, thank you." He knows that without her intervention, they would have long since perished. The woman remains silent, a flicker of barely perceptible tenderness crossing her gaze. She continues to navigate the battlefield with astonishing speed, seeking a safe exit. Under her guidance, Zhang Xian and the others gradually distance themselves from the enemy's encirclement, moving towards friendly forces, faced with the relentless pursuit of the enemy. She rallies more troops, attempting to intercept before Huey's strength wanes. As the enemy's force intensifies, Huey's expression hardens, her gaze growing ever more resolute and cold. "Humph! Mere mortals dare to obstruct my path." Her authoritative voice resonates above the battlefield. Lingering in the air, suddenly halting, she turns to confront the oncoming pursuers. With a gentle lift of her hands, an overwhelming force erupts from her being, surging outward to push back those who dare to approach, causing the enemy to stagger back in astonishment. This scene leaves all present speechless, awestruck by her power, which transcends the earthly realm, as if she were a war deity descended from the heavens, radiating an aura that instills dread. "Quick, form ranks. Do not underestimate her." The enemy commander, alarmed, hastily directs his soldiers to establish a defensive formation, attempting to counter Huey's might with sheer numbers. Yet, Huey will not grant them a moment's respite. She moves like a specter, seamlessly navigating through the enemy ranks. Each strike she delivers is precise and ruthless, and in an instant, several enemy soldiers lie vanquished at her feet. Ai gazes at the woman striding ahead, filled with questions and confusion, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Lady Huey, what is our destination?" Huey replies coolly, "My fate is intertwined with the divine tree. Let us proceed there first." Her tone is calm and resolute, as though she has long comprehended the vicissitudes of the world. Her pace quickens, akin to a gentle breeze that stirs the falling leaves. Although Ai does not fully grasp the significance of the divine tree mentioned by Huey, she chooses to trust her in her eyes. Huey is a mysterious and formidable presence. Every decision she makes undoubtedly carries profound meaning and rationale. At this moment, Zhang Xian and Huey find themselves heavily surrounded by enemy forces. Their exchanged glances reveal a shared conviction and fearless determination. They understand that any further hesitation could exacerbate their plight, possibly plunging them into an inescapable predicament. The enemy commander quickly discerns their intention to break through, his voice booming with urgency and tension as he commands his soldiers to execute a counterattack, aiming to thwart their escape. However, just as the order is given, Huey has already sprung into action, lifting Zhang Xian and deftly leaping towards a nearby massive tree. She then weaves through the woods with the agility of a nimble monkey. Seeing this, the commander orders his men to shoot arrows. In an instant, arrows rain down upon the location where Huey and Zhang Xian stand. The arrows are razor-sharp, slicing through the air with a sound that seems capable of piercing anything. Yet Huey melds with the trees, each leap allowing her to evade the arrows with remarkable precision. Her movements are light and agile, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers. Despite the ferocity of the arrows, they appear impotent before her. The enemy commander roars in frustration, reorganizing his troops to form a denser barrage, attempting to corner the fleeing duo. However, Huey seems to have foreseen every move. Her leaps are executed with uncanny precision, always landing at the most opportune moments. She dances along the treetops, leaving behind a dazzling array of afterimages. Her figure flits in and out of visibility among the trees, ghost-like in its unpredictability. Zhang Xian clings to Huey's back, despite the peril. Feeling an inexplicable sense of security, he grips her shoulders tightly to steady himself, fully aware that trust in Huey is their only hope of survival. We must find an escape route quickly. Otherwise, this borrowed strength will be exhausted, and we truly will not escape. Huey's voice is calm yet resolute, carrying a note of urgency and determination, as if she is already prepared for the worst. She inhales deeply, channeling her remaining strength into her legs. With each leap, she exerts even greater force, as though she intends to traverse the entire forest. Zhang Xian lay closely against her back, acutely attuned to the rhythm of her every breath and heartbeat, fully aware that at this moment, their fates were inextricably intertwined. They had fled eastward, with their pursuers in relentless pursuit. The commander's anguished shouts echoed from behind, laden with desperation and resentment, reverberating through the forest and shaking the very earth. The wind howled through the trees, and the distant cries of wild beasts intermittently pierced the air, intensifying the atmosphere of urgency and unease surrounding their precarious escape. Huiye's gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle. She scanned her surroundings with unwavering vigilance, seeking advantageous terrain or weaknesses in the enemy's defenses. "Look over there." Hui suddenly pointed towards the edge of a sparser thicket, where the enemy presence was diminished and the defensive posture was notably weak due to the terrain. Her voice brimmed with elation and excitement, as if she had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. "We shall break through from there," she declared, sprinting towards the thicket with Zhang Xian on her back. Her form darted and leaped through the trees like a flash of lightning streaking across the night sky. The enemy was hot on their heels, pursuing them with unwavering determination. As Hui approached a small stream, she abruptly halted, for two imposing armored warriors emerged before her, standing like towering mountains. The sunlight glinted off their armor with a chilling gleam that sent shivers down the spine. These two warriors were unlike any ordinary soldiers. They exuded an aura of formidable power that accentuated their majesty. "Who are you?" Hui inquired with calm defiance. The two responded in unison. "We are the generals of the Land of Iron." Their voices boomed with authority, echoing like thunder, capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. The mention of the Land of Iron elicited a slight raising of Zhang Xian's brow, for he possessed some knowledge of this nation. In the original narrative of Naruto, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Land of Iron had made its mark, with its notable representative being General Mifune, a valiant warrior who had triumphed over the legendary demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. It was widely acknowledged that Hanzo had single-handedly faced Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade during the Second Great Ninja War, earning them the esteemed title of Three Ninjas. This alone attested to his extraordinary prowess. Yet, even such a formidable opponent ultimately fell before Mifune, which indirectly reflected the undeniable strength of the Land of Iron. Of course, Zhang Xian's understanding of the Land of Iron was limited to its future incarnation. He was wholly unaware of the present circumstances of this nation. His knowledge was scant, and had it not been for the self-introduction of these two warriors, he might not have even known that the Land of Iron still existed in this era. Despite his lack of information regarding the present Land of Iron, he understood that anyone capable of holding the title of general must be a person of significant stature. For instance, the future General Mifune served as a prime example. Concerned for Huiye's safety, Zhang Xian urged earnestly, "You must set me down, for they possess great strength. You must tread carefully." Huiyi responded softly and complied, placing Zhang Xian on the ground. Her expression turned grave, an aura of terror erupting from her as she confronted the two self-proclaimed generals of the Land of Iron. The two generals drew their swords, the air crackling with the fierce energy of their blades. Slicing through the ominous atmosphere surrounding Huiyi and aiming directly for her face, Huiye's hands moved with remarkable finesse, effortlessly capturing the two streams of sword energy as though plucking them from thin air. With astonishing force, she easily pulverized the sword energy into mere dust particles. These shattered remnants dissipated into the air, as if they had never existed, leaving behind an empty void. One of the generals of the Land of Iron exclaimed in astonishment. "You have managed to withstand our combined Edo strike. I am beginning to believe you might indeed be the legendary demon." He continued, "Such a feat is beyond the reach of mere mortals." However, Huiyi remained unfazed by the praise. Her gaze as cold as frost, seemingly capable of freezing all warmth and emotion in the world. "Why have you come here?" Her voice was deep and resonant, as if it emerged from the depths of an abyss. The two generals exchanged glances, silently communicating. After a moment, one of them spoke gravely. "We have been dispatched by the daimyo of the Land of Iron to eliminate demons. It is said that you possess the power to overturn the world. And as guardians of peace, we cannot allow such malevolence to run rampant. Oh, is that so?" Huiye's lips curled into a mocking smile, imbued with both derision and disdain. "Oh, you truly believe that with just the two of you, you can stop me? How can we know unless we try?" declared the other general, his tone resolute as he gathered sword energy anew, the tip of his blade quivering as if heralding the impending eruption of untold power. Before he finished speaking, Huiye's form vanished like a phantom, leaving only a fleeting shadow in her wake. Almost instantaneously, a far more potent aura of terror erupted from her original position, sweeping toward the two generals of the Land of Iron like a tempest. The generals' expressions turned grave as they recognized the formidable threat before them. Swiftly, they adjusted their stances, crossing their swords before them, the energy coursing through their blades, solidifying as they prepared to meet the oncoming storm. One of the generals shouted, lunging forward with a fierce thrust, his sword slicing through the air like lightning, aimed directly at Huiye's heart. Yet, mere inches from her, an invisible force halted his blade, preventing any further advance. Simultaneously, the other general launched an attack from his side, his swordplay more intricate, tracing elaborate and graceful arcs in the air, seeking to exploit Huiye's vulnerabilities. However, Huiyi seemed to anticipate his intentions. She subtly shifted her stance, effortlessly evading his strike. "Humph, mere parlor tricks," Huiyi scoffed, her hands waving lightly, sending forth waves of invisible force that surged toward the two generals. The generals felt an overwhelming power bearing down upon them, their bodies involuntarily retreating several steps, nearly losing their grip on their swords. Her strength was indeed terrifying. One of the generals wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression a mix of shock and defiance. Yet the honor of the Land of Iron could not be sullied. They could not afford to retreat. The other general nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, the honor of the Land of Iron must not be tarnished. "We must give our all." With that, the two generals advanced once more, this time not as individuals but in a synchronized display of the Land of Iron's distinctive knitted swordsmanship. Their blades wove a tightly knit web of steel in the air, the flashing sword lights seeming to shred the very air itself. Huiyi let out a cold snort, her hands rising to summon forth an invisible power that clashed with their sword net. With a resounding crash, the sword net was instantaneously torn asunder, scattering into countless shards of glimmering light that faded into the ether. Huiye's form appeared silently like a wraith, propelled by the force of her own power. She materialized beside Zhang Xian, her hand gently resting on his shoulder. Just as Zhang Xian was attempting to comprehend the unfolding events, the scenery around him receded rapidly, revealing that Hui Yi had cast him far from their previous location. In his ears, Hui Yi's urgent voice rang out, "Run!" Zhang Xian instantly grasped her intent. As Hui Yi's shadow clone, she might be able to stall the two generals, but she could not eliminate them. Should the power within her clone be exhausted, she would dissipate. Thus, while she endeavored to hold off the two, he needed to retreat swiftly to ensure her efforts were not in vain. Understanding Hui Yi's intention, Zhang Xian wasted no time and sprinted away with all his might. That he knew that only by escaping this perilous area could he honor Hui Yi's sacrifices. Seeing Zhang Xian flee, the two generals of the Land of Iron contemplated abandoning Hui Yi to pursue him. For Zhang Xian was the companion of this enigmatic woman, and capturing him could serve as leverage against the cunning demon woman. However, their aspirations would soon be dashed. Hui Yi appeared to have cast aside all thoughts of self-preservation, fiercely suppressing them without regard for the immense damage she was incurring. As Zhang Xian's figure faded into the distance, Hui Yi exhausted her strength in her struggle against the two generals. Just as they prepared to deliver a fatal blow to her, a sharp, resounding crack echoed through the air, and in an instant, Hui Yi transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from sight. Leaving behind an atmosphere of shock and confusion, one of the generals from the Land of Iron stared in disbelief at the spot where Hui Yi had vanished, his voice trembling with incredulity. Could this be some sort of demonic magic? The other general furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he scanned their surroundings, issuing a solemn warning, "We must proceed with caution. This woman is undoubtedly a demon. Now that she has revealed her true nature, we must swiftly locate her husband, ascertain his whereabouts, and eliminate this malevolence once and for all." Time slipped away unnoticed, yet the two generals remained oblivious to the encroaching crisis that loomed ever closer. After a prolonged silence, they were suddenly jolted awake, realizing that the enigmatic woman may have long since departed, while they remained engaged in a futile battle of wits with the very air around them. Instantly overcome with a profound sense of shame, the two exchanged awkward glances, their eyes shimmering with the light of remorse. They vowed to one another to keep this matter buried deep within their hearts, never to utter a single word to a third party, for otherwise the reputation they had painstakingly built could be shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaguya approached the sacred tree. Suddenly, she halted, as if drawn by an unseen force. Ai, following closely behind, inquired with confusion, "My lady Kaguya, what troubles you?" Kaguya responded in a voice that was both cold and serene, "The clone I left beside Zhang Xian has exhausted its energy." The simplicity of her words belied the profound implications they carried, causing Ai's heart to sink. She urgently asked, "What of the general's safety?" As a maid of the Zhang Xian general's residence, her loyalty and concern for him were deeply ingrained at this moment. She earnestly hoped that Kaguya would bring good news, assuring her of Zhang Xian's well-being. Kaguya slightly turned her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of time and space. Directed towards the distant Zhang Xian, that a flicker of complex emotions crossed her features, yet she ultimately regained her composure. "Zhang Xian is currently in peril, yet his life is not in jeopardy," Kaguya replied calmly, her voice imbued with an ineffable steadiness and confidence. Upon hearing Kaguya's words, Ai felt a modicum of relief. However, her worries soon surged anew. She understood that if Kaguya could sense the demise of her clone, then the danger Zhang Xian faced must be grave. Concern for his safety consumed her thoughts, and she pondered whether she could alleviate his burdens. Why, Lady Kaguya, may we hasten to the general's side to lend our assistance?" Ai inquired fervently, her eyes radiating an unwavering determination, ready to face death itself. Kaguya gently shook her head, her gaze shifting towards the ancient and mysterious sacred tree. Her voice, deep and powerful, declared, "Zhang Xian should be unharmed for now. But the situation is ever changing. Ai, we must swiftly proceed beneath the sacred tree." With that, Kaguya's call rang out, and together with Ai, they accelerated towards their destination, just as Zhang Xian was on the verge of being captured by the enemy forces. Kagaya and AI arrived safely beneath the sacred tree. The last rays of the setting sun enveloped them, adorning them with a golden halo. Kagaya opened her arms wide, as if welcoming a new beginning. Against the backdrop of the sunset, her figure appeared both solemn and divine, reminiscent of a goddess about to be crowned. That moment, a beam of light descended from the sacred tree, a mysterious force manifesting as if a celestial entity had landed beside Kagaya. This light was soft and warm, as if capable of alleviating all earthly pain and grievances. Kagaya gently cradled the radiance in her hands, carefully embracing the ancient purity it contained, resonating with her very soul. When she opened her eyes again, they brimmed with resolve and power. She delicately bit into the light, allowing it to merge within her, her body undergoing subtle transformations. The potent energy surged within her, as if it sought to burst forth from her very being. Yet Kagaya displayed no sign of pain, her demeanor remaining composed and steadfast. As she extracted the light from her mouth, a fine fissure suddenly appeared on her forehead. In an instant, this slit widened dramatically, revealing an eye with intricate patterns. This eye seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and strength, deepening the enigma of Kagaya's presence. When the eye on Kagaya's forehead opened, a radiant explosion of light erupted around her. This illumination was sacred and tranquil, as if capable of purging all evil and darkness from the world. Under this brilliant glow, all beings beneath the sacred tree thrived, imbued with hope and vitality. With a deafening roar, Kagaya's figure ascended into the heavens. She resembled a descending goddess, the shockwaves sweeping across the land, stirring a tempest. Suspended in mid-air, the halo surrounding her was reminiscent of a divine coronation, enhancing her majesty and sanctity. Her gaze was profound and resolute, as if she had foreseen the trajectory and conclusion of the future. That moment, she resonated with the ancient forces of the cosmos, her wisdom and might soaring, as if to break through the heavens themselves. Suddenly, a massive rift tore through the sky. This chasm opened slowly, resembling the eye upon Kagaya's forehead. Within this rift emerged a colossal eye, similarly infused with boundless power and wisdom, causing the very sky to tremble. Kagaya gazed into this eye, her expression cold and unwavering. She declared with authority, "Illuminate this world with infinite Tsukuyami," as she commanded. The blood-red eye in the sky came into sharp focus. Immediately, an endless burst of white light erupted from it, enveloping the entire world. Under this radiance, all things appeared to be purified, exuding purity and beauty. Yet beneath this facade of beauty lay boundless peril and unknown forces. Kagaya hovered high above, her brilliance intensifying. She embodied the essence of a deity governing this realm, wielding immeasurable power and wisdom that in an instant. A blinding white light cascaded down, engulfing the entire world as if day had broken. Under this starry night sky, wherever one may be, every living human felt a mysterious spiral pattern subtly emerge in the depths of their eyes, as if resonating with one another in an uncanny manner. Enveloped in this light, humanity's thoughts seemed frozen, immobile, as the world fell into an extraordinary stillness. That moment, the sacred tree underwent a violent transformation. Its sturdy branches surged forth from the earth like a writhing dragon, unleashing an unprecedented storm. These branches flailed wildly, sweeping up the humans below, seemingly leading them into an unknown domain. Amidst the rampaging branches, pristine white silks began to sprout. They floated through the air like eerie shrouds, mercilessly wrapping the ensnared humans one by one. As the earth fell silent once more, the world appeared to be engulfed in profound quietude. Only Kagaya and AI stood silently, while Zhang Xian was tightly enveloped in white silk, brought before Kagaya. Zhang Xian, bound by the silks, managed a somewhat awkward smile, but he was acutely aware that after Kagaya consumed the fruit of the sacred tree, the mysterious aura emanating from her had become even more unfathomable. He could not help but wonder if the bond of friendship they once shared still held a place in Kagaya's heart. Kagaya's gaze narrowed slightly as she observed the white silk. The silk swayed gently, seemingly poised to completely envelop Zhang Xian, transforming him into a living mummy. However, at this critical juncture, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Kagaya's eyes. She raised her delicate hand, and the silks appeared to respond to an invisible pull, gradually ceasing their movements, instead tenderly swirling around Zhang Xian without truly binding him. This scene brought a sigh of relief to Zhang Xian. Though he was already soaked with perspiration, he couldn't help but think, this Kagaya is becoming increasingly inscrutable, difficult to fathom. Kagaya's voice was cool yet carried a subtle warmth. Zhang Xian, it seems you do not mind becoming my treasure. Her gaze appeared to penetrate through Zhang Xian's feigned calmness, reaching the depths of his soul. Eye in that moment. Zhang Xian stood exposed beneath her scrutiny, the eye in the sky. The enormous eye continued to radiate brilliance. Under its glow, Kagaya confidently proclaimed, "This land shall be ruled by me. Together, we shall govern." Her tone was resolute and commanding, leaving no room for dissent. Compared to the Kagaya of yore, her transformation was akin to that of a different person. Aside from the mysterious eye on her forehead and the newly sprouted horns atop her head, her aura had undergone a radical metamorphosis. The former Kagaya, though cold and elegant, still possessed a warmth of humanity. Yet now, she exuded an air of authority and divinity, resembling a true deity descended upon the earth, devoid of any trace of tenderness. What we must now plan is how to develop this land and how to enhance our strength. While Zhang Xian was lost in thought, Kagaya suddenly turned to him, her piercing gaze fixed upon him as she stated with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian swiftly adjusted his thoughts, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is true. A glimmer of contemplation shone in his eyes as he regarded Kagaya. It seemed, on some subconscious level, that Kagaya's gaze had softened slightly when she looked at him. However, this sensation was fleeting. As if it had never existed, Kagaya's gaze deepened as she turned to Zhang Xian. "What suggestions do you have for governing this vast land?" she inquired. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Xian replied, as the ancient said, "Many hands make light work. The combined strength of the three of us is but a fantasy for ruling this world. Therefore, I believe our primary task is to release those kind-hearted and virtuous individuals from the sacred tree, enlisting their aid in our shared governance of the world." Upon hearing such a response, Kagaya nodded in approval. "Your idea is quite feasible that we can encourage those who are released to procreate, thereby not only augmenting our strength, but also providing more nourishment for the sacred tree." Zhang Xian's expression was tinged with gravity. His brow slightly furrowed, and a hint of hesitation flickered across his face as he inquired in a solemn tone, "Is this course of action truly appropriate?" His seemingly boundless tolerance was not without principles. Rather, it was the education he received over more than 20 years in his past life that instinctively evoked a sense of distaste for such conduct. Upon witnessing this, Huiye's eyes betrayed a profound worry as she slowly articulated, "In the world where I reside, there exists a multitude of equally formidable adversaries. They will inevitably discover this land, and should our strength prove insufficient to confront them, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing Huiye's concerns, Zhang Xian felt a powerful resonance within himself and replied gravely, "I am acutely aware of your apprehensions. However, I cannot shake the feeling that relying on the sacrifice of others to bolster our power is fundamentally at odds with my conscience. Perhaps we ought to explore alternative and more secure avenues." Hui cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xian, inquiring, "And what wise strategies do you propose?" Zhang Xian, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted, I have yet to devise one." "Then let us proceed as I suggest," Hui stated firmly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Zhang Xian stood upon the battlefield, surveying the ground strewn with corpses, a wave of inexplicable melancholy surging within him as he declared, "Inform those who dare to resist not to overestimate their capabilities. I wish to witness no further bloodshed or sacrifice." The onlookers responded with little more than a profound sense of dread and reverence. Ignoring their reactions, Zhang Xian turned away and returned to his palace, where he found Hui leaning against a pillar outside, patiently awaiting his return. Approaching Hui, Zhang Xian nodded gently, then crouched down, carefully placing his ear against her abdomen to listen to the sounds emanating from the depths of life itself. "I can feel the baby kicking," Hui said, her face radiating with maternal warmth, her voice imbued with tenderness and anticipation. Zhang Xian's keen hearing discerned the faint heartbeat, the sound of two lives flourishing within the womb. "Yes, I can hear the baby's heartbeat," he responded, excitement and joy evident in his voice. Hui gazed at him curiously, asking, "Really? How many?" Zhang Xian looked at her in surprise. "Ah, haven't you seen it with your own eyes?" Hui rolled her eyes, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "No, regardless of how many there are, it is not within my purview to decide." "What purpose would it serve to look?" Embarrassed, Zhang Xian scratched his head and laughed. "Ha ha, true enough. There are two, our children that in that moment, a surge of emotion welled up within Zhang Xian. The inertia of fate was formidable. The two brothers, the sage of six paths, were about to be born. Observing Hui Ye's relatively pleasant demeanor, Zhang Xian contemplated cautiously, deciding to broach a delicate subject. "Hui, given your current approach towards humanity, there have been frequent uprisings around the world over the past 2 years. While I have exerted every effort to quell them, this is ultimately not a sustainable solution." Upon hearing his words, Hui Ye's expression turned cold, her voice icy as she retorted, "Is it not as simple as completely eradicating all humanity and subsequently releasing a new generation from the divine tree?" Zhang Xian slightly pursed his lips, a blend of helplessness and confusion in his gaze as he questioned, "And if uprisings were to erupt again across the globe, how would you respond?" Hui scoffed derisively. Unperturbed as she replied, "Eradicating them once more would be a trivial task. Why should it be a concern? As if the lives of humanity were no more significant than dust in her eyes." Zhang Xian hesitated, his heart laden with complex emotions. That moment, Hui decisively waved her hand, resolutely interrupting, "Let us not speak of this matter any further." With that, she turned and gracefully entered the towering palace. Ai Yi, intending to follow Hui Yi, was halted by Zhang Xian's call. "Ai Yi, have you noticed how Hui Yi's thoughts have grown increasingly extreme over the past 2 years?" Ai Yi sighed softly, her expression intricate. "Indeed, ever since Lady Hui Yi consumed the fruit of the divine tree, her temperament has undergone a profound transformation." Ai Yi's words plunged Zhang Xian into deep contemplation, reflecting on the changes in Hui Yi before and after consuming the fruit of the divine tree. He could not help but feel a swell of emotion. Once gentle and wise, Hui Yi had now become cold and obsessive, her disregard for human life strikingly alarming. Zhang Xian understood all too well that such a transformation posed a tremendous threat not only to humanity, but also jeopardized the delicate balance of the entire world. "Ai Yi, what do you think we should do? Must we truly stand by and watch as Hui Yi continues down this path until she obliterates this world?" Zhang Xian's voice brimmed with anxiety and helplessness. Ai Yi shook her head gently, a flicker of complexity in her gaze. "Lord Zhang Xian, I too am at a loss. Lady Hui Ye's power is overwhelmingly formidable, and we are utterly incapable of standing against her. Moreover, it seems her obsession grows ever deeper. I fear." "Fear what?" Zhang Xian pressed. "I fear that even you may find it impossible to persuade Lady Hui Yi." Ai Yi's voice was low and heavy, revealing deep concern for the future. Hearing this, Zhang Xian felt a bitter pang within him. He was acutely aware that between himself and Hui Yi lay not only a chasm of power, but also a once vibrant emotional bond that had now frayed to a fragile thread. "We must find a solution," Zhang Xian declared, his gaze resolute as he turned to Ai Yi's Hui Yi's handmaiden. "You've spent the most time with her and know her best. Is there any way to restore her rationality? Or at the very least, slow this transformation?" Ai Yi shook her head, a glimmer of worry in her eyes. "Since Lady Hui Yi acquired the power of the divine tree, she has become increasingly inscrutable. I have attempted to communicate with her, but her thoughts seem to have transcended our comprehension. However, perhaps we can delve into the origins and characteristics of the divine tree to seek a remedy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. Lost in contemplation, he began to recall his previous life's understanding of the divine tree. The divine tree, as the progenitor of chakra and deity of creation, possessed power capable of devouring oceans, rending the earth, and shifting mountains. T was deemed the ancestor of this land, while humanity originally lacked chakra. All human chakra, derived from the divine tree. Thus, the divine tree transformed into the Ten Tails and initiated its vengeance against humanity. In this light, it became clear that Huiye's transformation was a manifestation of the divine tree's retribution. The fruit of the divine tree influenced and altered Huiyi, instilling within her an insatiable desire to claim all chakra for herself. Now that the cause of Huiye's change was discerned, the primary task was to find a method to curb the influence of the divine tree's power. Zhang Xian knew all too well that this was a race against time. Huiye's diminishing rationality was akin to the tendrils of the divine tree extending in the shadows, gradually consuming her. He must swiftly discover a solution. Otherwise, the entire world would plunge into irretrievable ruin. Very well, Ai, I have gained clarity. You may go and accompany Huiyi. Zhang Xian gestured dismissively for Ai to depart. Ai bowed respectfully, turning to leave. Zhang Xian then fell into deep thought, his mind conjuring an image of a screen displaying the progress of the 8 extraordinary techniques. Double full hand 100, 6 storehouse immortal thief 77, wind after strange gate 0, spirit binding and commanding 0, Tong Tian Lu 0, divine machine 100 refinement 0, great Luo cave observation 0, chi body source flow 0. After years of cultivation, Zhang Xian had surpassed the halfway mark in his 6th storehouse immortal thief, and he distinctly felt his lifespan extending. If he could achieve 100% in the 6th storehouse immortal thief, he would attain immortality. Yet, to counteract the divine tree's encroachment through the 8 extraordinary techniques, he must first unlock the chi body source flow. Only then could he plant a nascent soul within Huiyi, a sentient entity capable of awakening within her and exerting control over her body, potentially repelling the divine tree's invasion. However, reality was cruel. Zhang Xian had yet to unlock even the 3rd technique, wind after strange gate, let alone the final chi body source flow. But a sense of urgency welled up in his heart, compounded by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was uncertain whether the divine tree's encroachment continued after Huiyi was sealed in the original story. Yet, recalling Huiye's condition upon her emergence during the 4th Great Ninja War, it was evident that while there was some encroachment, it had not fully succeeded. This suggested that sealing did offer some resistance to the encroachment, with a millennium remaining until the 4th Great Ninja War. Zhang Xian held on a hope. By that time, he believed his mastery of the 8 extraordinary techniques would surely attain the realm of chi body source flow. Thus, it was imperative to seal Huiyi. However, given his current strength, accomplishing this would prove challenging. He could only place his hopes on his yet-to-be-born sons. I could see that moment. The hurried sound of footsteps interrupted Zhang Xian's reverie. Gung Wulong rushed in, a tense expression on his face. My lord, a rebellion has erupted in the south again. Zhang Xian sighed helplessly, pondering within himself. When will such days come to a peaceful end? He rose to his feet, tidied his attire, and prepared to embark once more on the mission to quell the rebellion. When Kagaya initiated the infinite Tsukuyami, Gung Wulong was also sealed away. Later, Zhang Xian found him and freed him, allowing him to continue following by his side. The rain fell in a gentle patter. Zhang Xian, accompanied by his troops, braved the downpour and set forth on the path to suppress the insurrection. Along the way, he led his forces with unyielding momentum, swiftly quelling the turmoil in the south. Yet, he was acutely aware that this tranquility was but fleeting. The threat of Kagaya loomed ever larger. An urgency clawed at his heart. Upon returning to the camp, Zhang Xian sat alone in the tent, gazing at the rain-soaked scenery outside, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He must urgently discover a way to halt the encroachment of the God Tree. Otherwise, the entire world would plunge into peril. Beneath the dense, thread-like curtain of rain, Zhang Xian's mood grew increasingly restless. Today, Kagaya's labor pains were alarmingly frequent, with several intense episodes rendering her unconscious. Zhang Xian grasped her left hand tightly, whispering soothing words in an attempt to alleviate her suffering. However, his efforts seemed in vain, as Kagaya's agony only intensified. At that moment, Zhang Xian keenly sensed 2 vibrant life forces rapidly burgeoning. He immediately recognized that the time had come. He swiftly summoned a midwife he had prepared earlier, while he resolutely remained by Kagaya's side, safeguarding her well-being. The birthing process commenced, and due to the exceptional development of both children, coupled with a full-term delivery, Kaguya faced immense strain. The midwife was drenched in sweat, and Kaguya's cries of pain echoed through the tent. Zhang Xian watched with urgency, deciding to employ the knowledge he had acquired from another realm. He seized a sharp dagger, skillfully maneuvered the blade, and decisively performed a caesarean section. Subsequently, he swiftly utilized his healing abilities to mend Kaguya's wounds. This series of actions was fluid and rapid, instantly alleviating her suffering. At that moment, the rain ceased and sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the room and infusing the tense atmosphere with warmth and light. The midwife gazed at Zhang Xian in astonishment, while he simply smiled gently, placing the newly born twins beside Kaguya. Allowing her a glimpse of this miraculous life, One could not help but marvel at the formidable genes of the Daitamu clan. The two infants bore a striking resemblance to their mother, with horns adorning their heads and their eyes sparkling with a cataract-like gleam. They were two boys. Zhang Xian softly prompted Kaguya, "You may name them." Kaguya accepted without hesitation, responding tenderly, "Let us name them Yui and Yutsuin." "Shall we?" Zhang Xian assented without a moment's pause, remaining by Kaguya's side until her exhaustion lulled her into a deep slumber. He ensured Kaguya could rest undisturbed. He carefully cradled both infants and made his way back to his palace. Upon his return, with Yutsuin in his left arm and Yui in his right, he gazed adoringly at them, his eyes brimming with boundless joy and anticipation. However, he found it impossible to equate these two little ones with the legendary six-paths sage brothers of the future. They were merely two tiny lives nestled quietly in his embrace, not crying or fussing, occasionally revealing toothless smiles, exuding an endearing innocence. These two little ones likely had no inkling of their destiny as the progenitors of ninjas. Zhang Xian mused softly to himself. Just then, Gung Wang entered hurriedly, as if bearing urgent news that My Lord, a spatial rift has been discovered within the borders of another nation. When they attempted to enter, they were thwarted by a group of talking toads. Upon their return, they reported this matter to us. "What shall we do?" Gung Wulong inquired. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Talking toads? That could only mean the Mayaboka Mountain within the three great sage regions. He recalled that it was the toads of Mayaboka Mountain that guided the Six Paths Sage Brothers to seal Kaguya in the original tale. "Leave this matter to me. I shall have a word with those toads," Zhang Xian declared, his voice resolute and powerful, as though he were ready to trample over all obstacles and challenges. "As you wish, my lord," Gung Wulong replied respectfully before exiting the palace. Once Gung Wulong departed, Zhang Xian entrusted the twins to Ai Yi and proceeded to the location of the spatial rift in the neighboring nation. Upon his arrival, he indeed discovered a spatial rift, guarded by several toads. Their expressions rife with caution and hostility. "It seems this is the place," Zhang Xian murmured to himself. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" One of the toads leapt forth, scrutinizing Zhang Xian with a mix of suspicion and antagonism. Its imposing figure and golden eyes glimmered, as though attempting to see through him completely. Zhang Xian observed the toad before him, recognizing its formidable strength. However, in his eyes, these toads were still inadequate. He smiled faintly and replied, "Who I am is of little importance. I have come to explore this spatial rift." "Humph, you think you can enter the spatial rift?" "Not a chance," the toad retorted, unwavering in its refusal. Zhang Xian, unfazed, understood that it was the toad's duty to guard the rift, and their refusal was entirely reasonable. That he chuckled softly, saying, "Are you aware of who I am?" "I don't care who you are. You simply cannot enter the spatial rift," the toad insisted, its tone resolute and unyielding. Zhang Xian ceased to engage in further trivialities, releasing his aura and directing it toward the toads. Upon sensing his imposing presence, the toads were instantly gripped by fear, astonished that this seemingly youthful human possessed such formidable power. "Who exactly are you?" the toad stammered, its voice trembling with anxiety. It seemed to realize that this individual was no ordinary foe. "That I am Zhang Xian," Zhang Xian stated calmly. "Zhang Xian? You are the husband of the moon goddess?" The toad's eyes widened in disbelief and admiration upon hearing his name, as it recognized his prowess and stature. "Indeed, that is I," Zhang Xian affirmed with a nod. "What do you wish to enter the spatial rift for?" The toad inquired cautiously, its curiosity mingling with apprehension, concerned that Zhang Xian might disrupt the tranquility of Mayabuka Mountain. "I have my reasons, and you need not pry further," Zhang Xian replied, his tone imbued with an air of mystery and certainty. He was reluctant to disclose his true intentions, lest it incite unnecessary trouble and conflict. "But we cannot allow you to enter," the toad protested. "Oh, and what if I insist on entering?" Zhang Xian said, taking a step forward, poised to breach the spatial rift. "Wait, don't act recklessly. This is the domain of Mayaboka Mountain," the toad called out urgently. "And what of Mayaboka Mountain? I am determined to enter today," Zhang Xian declared, preparing to force his way through the spatial rift. "Wait, we can negotiate," the toad exclaimed hurriedly. Zhang Xian paused, turning to regard the toad. "Negotiate? What terms do you propose? I will consult our leader and provide you with a response," the toad said, its voice laced with caution. "Go ahead," Zhang Xian replied, his tone exuding patience and understanding. The toad leaped into the spatial rift, returning shortly thereafter, stating, "Our leader has granted you permission to enter. But you must ensure that you do not engage in any actions that could harm this world." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian assured, "I promise I will not cause harm to this world." Just as he was about to step into the spatial rift, the toad, seemingly still uneasy, cautioned, "Remember your promise. Should you cause any disturbances within the realm, Mayaboka Mountain will not be lenient." Zhang Xian nodded firmly. "Rest assured, I shall not engage in any harmful actions." With that, he turned and stepped into the spatial rift. As he crossed through the rift, Zhang Xian found himself in a breathtaking expanse, greeted by a sky of azure and gold, akin to a dreamlike canvas. Above, clouds floated leisurely, while the sun appeared to conceal itself, remaining shrouded in mystery. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a myriad of frog statues sprawled across the ground, each uniquely shaped and vividly lifelike, yet imbued with an unsettling aura of terror that sent a chill down his spine. Zhang Xian stood there quietly, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if anticipating the arrival of a master to welcome him. The distant traveler. Time flowed slowly, the air thick with a subtle silence and expectation. Before long, several frogs suddenly leaped from the ground, launching themselves at Zhang Xian with a fierce momentum, initiating a vehement assault. Though the strength of these frogs was commendable, to Zhang Xian, they were but trifles. He effortlessly countered their onslaught, capable of dispatching hundreds of such frogs with ease. However, as Zhang Xian pondered this, a startling scene unfolded before him. Hundreds of frogs surged forth like an overwhelming tide, each employing a myriad of attack methods. Tongues like arrows, fireballs like flames, water jets like silk, sound waves like surges, and hidden weapons like rain, assaulting Zhang Xian from all directions in the face of this sudden onslaught. Zhang Xian did not flinch. Rather, it ignited the fighting spirit within him. With deft precision, he employed his dual-handed technique, and with each strike upon a frog, its soul was extracted, causing it to fall helplessly to the ground. Unable to move, in a flash, Zhang Xian subdued the hundreds of frogs, and the scene descended into an eerie silence, with only the faint sounds of the unconscious frogs scattered upon the ground. A delicate tension and astonishment permeated the air. Clearly, the guardians of Miamu Mountain had not anticipated that this unexpected guest would possess such formidable strength and means. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. At that moment, a small frog slowly emerged from the throng, its steps light yet resolute, exuding an extraordinary aura. It gazed at Zhang Xian, its voice laced with a hint of authority and respect. "Come with me. Guest from afar, you have passed the test, and the great frog sage awaits your arrival." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze tinged with confusion and curiosity. He did not immediately follow the small frog, but instead stood still, quietly scrutinizing this seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary creature. "The test. Are you referring to the attacks of these frogs?" Zhang Xian retorted, a hint of mockery and intrigue evident in his eyes. He regarded the frog's assault as trivial, even considering the test somewhat juvenile. The small frog smiled faintly, a semblance of human-like mirth gracing its lips. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if capable of discerning the depths of the heart. Not so. Dear guest, what you perceive is merely the surface. The trials of Miaomu Mountain have always transcended mere displays of power. They also assess one's inner self, wisdom, and enlightenment. Your ability to subdue our guardians without resorting to lethal force is a testament not only to your formidable prowess, but also to the compassion that resides within you. This is precisely what the great frog sage hopes to witness. Zhang Xian, upon hearing these words, could not help but nod inwardly. He set aside his wariness and resolved to follow the small frog, eager to discover what guidance the legendary frog sage might impart. Under the small frog's guidance, Zhang Xian traversed through a series of peculiar forests, where flora he had never encountered flourished, and a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating the spirit. These plants stood tall and proud, reaching for the heavens, or sprawled low to the ground with peculiar leaves. Some flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, as resplendent as a rainbow. Others bore crystal-clear fruits that shimmered enticingly. These plants seemed to harbor some mysterious power, imbuing the entire forest with vitality and vigor. Along their journey, they encountered numerous frogs, yet this time, all merely regarded Zhang Xian with curiosity. Refraining from any aggression at last, they arrived before a grand palace, constructed from immense jade stones that radiated a gentle glow, harmoniously contrasting with the surrounding azure and golden sky. Each jade stone seemed to encapsulate a certain force, rendering the palace both solemn and enigmatic. The pinnacle of the palace was adorned with intricate carvings, seemingly narrating the ancient legends of the Frog clan. The grand doors of the palace stood ajar. Welcoming the distant guest, the small frog halted and respectfully proclaimed, "Guest, please wait here. The great frog sage will personally receive you." Zhang Xian nodded and stood before the palace, patiently awaiting his audience. Soon, a distant yet profound voice resonated from within the palace, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space, striking directly at Zhang Xian's soul. "Enter, Zhang Xian. I have awaited your arrival." Guided by the voice, Zhang Xian stepped into the palace. The interior was spacious and well lit, adorned with a variety of precious gems and artworks that sparkled brilliantly. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, invigorating the senses. At the heart of the palace sat a small frog, cloaked in a long robe, its gaze deep and resonant, exuding an air of dignity and tranquility. It was none other than the great frog sage. "Dear human friend, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. It is simply that our frog clan has long dwelled in seclusion, rarely engaging with the outside world, rendering us wary of your arrival. However, since you have passed our test and proven to harbor no ill intent, what is it that you seek? We, the Frog Clan, are willing to assist you today. Does that mean any request can be fulfilled?" Zhang Xian inquired with curiosity. "As long as it lies within the capabilities of our Frog Clan, we shall comply," the great frog sage replied in its gentle, resonant voice. Without hesitation, Zhang Xian articulated his request. "In that case, I seek the secret method of cultivating natural energy passed down within your Frog Clan." The great frog sage paused momentarily, then nodded slowly, a hint of gravity in its gaze. "The cultivation of natural energy is indeed a treasure of our Frog Clan. However, this power is not easily attained. The process of absorption is fraught with unknowns and dangers. A slight misstep could lead to one being transformed into a stone statue, remaining in this realm eternally." Zhang Xian's expression remained unwavering, and he resolutely responded, "I am well aware of the challenges, yet I am willing to try." Observing the steadfast determination in Zhang Xian's eyes, the great frog sage nodded in approval, a note of admiration in its tone. "Very well. Since you possess such resolve, I shall impart to you the method of cultivating natural energy. However, prior to that, I must discuss your wife, the daughter of the moon, Kaguya." Zhang Xian's expression shifted subtly. He had not anticipated the great frog sage would broach the subject of Kaguya. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the tumult within him and inquired, "What concerns Kaguya?" The great frog sage nodded slowly, its tone heavy. "As her husband, you must sense the changes she underwent before and after consuming the fruit of the divine tree. The harm she now inflicts upon this world is something you too can empathize with. Through the test you just faced, I am convinced of your kindness and discernment. Thus, I implore you, for the sake of this world's peace, do not enable her to perpetrate further misdeeds." Zhang Xian's countenance paled, his thoughts drifting back to the moments shared with Kaguya. The sweetness and laughter now haunted him like a nightmare. He remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "I fully acknowledge her mistakes. Yet I steadfastly believe that deep within her heart, a trace of goodness remains." The great frog sage regarded Zhang Xian, a flicker of complexity crossing its features. He spoke slowly. "Zhang Xian, I understand the emotional turmoil you face. However, the crimes Kaguya has committed are irreparable. She has become a public enemy of this continent, and we must prevent her from further wreaking havoc." Zhang Xian clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms as he spoke through gritted teeth. "I possess a means to restore her inherent goodness. But not at this moment." The great frog sage, intrigued, inquired, "Might you share your method with me?" Zhang Xian inclined slightly, his tone apologetic. "I am sorry, great frog sage, but this is my secret and I cannot disclose it." The great frog sage did not press further, but spoke gently. "In truth, I possess a gift of vague, precognitive dreams. However, in the future scenes I have glimpsed, your figure is absent that I witnessed your two sons collaborating to seal the daughter of the moon, rejuvenating the world anew. Yet, none of this involved you, leading me to perceive you as a variable, perhaps capable of yielding a different outcome for this world. If you choose not to disclose, then let it be. Now, I shall explain to you the method of cultivating natural energy." Zhang Xian refrained from continuing this line of conversation and instead listened intently as the great frog sage elaborated. "The key to cultivating natural energy lies in communicating with nature. You must learn to sense the natural essence surrounding you, integrating it into your being, transforming it into your own power." The great toad sage began to narrate, his voice imbued with an ineffable charm that effortlessly drew one into his tale. "First, one must seek out a tranquil haven, close their eyes, and relax both body and mind, allowing oneself to be wholly enveloped by the embrace of nature. Then, endeavor to perceive the natural essences surrounding you through your spirit. These may manifest as the gentle breeze, the warm light, the murmuring water, or the steadfast earth. You must attune your heart to their presence and forge a profound connection with them." Zhang Xian listened intently to the great toad sage's discourse, occasionally nodding in understanding. Following the sage's guidance, he began to attempt to sense the natural energies around him. Initially, he felt somewhat adrift, as if everything around him was isolated from his being. However, as time progressed, he gradually found his footing, beginning to capture the faintest whispers of nature's breath. "Well done. You have taken the crucial first step." The great toad sage acknowledged Zhang Xian's realization with a nod of satisfaction, his voice tinged with warmth. "Next, you must integrate these natural essences into your very being. This is not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight, but rather a protracted and arduous journey. You must practice and accumulate knowledge continuously to gradually master this power. But remember, do not rush. Otherwise, you may risk becoming a mere statue, trapped in an irretrievable abyss." Zhang Xian etched the great toad sage's words into his memory and continued to focus diligently on his training. He felt the natural energies coursing within him, transforming into warm currents that nourished both his body and spirit. He sensed his body becoming increasingly buoyant, and his thoughts grew clearer, as if he were merging with the entire world. Under the meticulous guidance of the great toad sage, Zhang Xian, after countless practices and insights, finally grasped the art of cultivating natural energy. Upon mastering the cultivation of natural energy, Zhang Xian returned from the mystical Moon Mountain. Thereafter, he devoted himself to the nurturing of his children, occasionally finding time to practice natural energy cultivation while advancing the progress of the sixth library Immortal Thief. However, the focal point of his life undeniably revolved around raising his children. For these exceptionally gifted sons, Zhang Xian had meticulously devised a nurturing plan, vowing to ensure their robust growth and not to let down expectations, for they would be an indispensable part of his grand design. As the years swiftly passed, winter yielded to spring, and time silently slipped away in the blink of an eye. His two children had reached the age of 3, gazing at his lively and adorable sons. Both nearly a meter tall, Zhang Xian could no longer contain himself and began to implement his somewhat nefarious scheme that on this particular day. As usual, Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yuhua came to seek their father's company. Zhang Xian, however, looked at them with a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with a different light. My dear children, I do not wish for you to lag behind at the starting line. Although your mother and I possess exceptional genes, the efforts and learning you undertake are equally crucial. The two little ones nodded innocently, unaware that this would mark the beginning of their nightmare. Over the past 3 years, Zhang Xian diligently organized the knowledge from his previous life into a comprehensive manuscript. Each day, he arranged for his two sons to undertake 3 hours of cultural studies followed by 3 hours of homework, while Kagaya was responsible for teaching them the cultivation of chakra. Initially, Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yuhua showed little interest in cultural lessons, but under Zhang Xian's subtly physical guidance, they swiftly recognized the importance of education. Whenever Zhang Xian commenced his lessons, the two little ones would invariably seek Kagaya's intercession. Yet at such moments, Zhang Xian merely had to whisper a few words into Kagaya's ear, and the two would find no assistance forthcoming from their indifferent mother. Thus, day after day, the children rapidly matured. Just as they celebrated their 8th birthday, they had completed all the cultural courses Zhang Xian had prepared. Under Kagaya's tutelage, their abilities surged forward. Zhang Xian could not help but marvel at how. In the world of Naruto, lineage ultimately reigned supreme, that of course. Witnessing his children's exceptional talents filled Zhang Xian with pride and contentment that he decided to provide them with an even more outstanding education, enabling them to soar higher and further on their path of growth. Consequently, Zhang Xian prepared to send the two children on a journey of independent learning to experience the myriad facets of society and the hardships of life, as well as to witness what the world had become under Kagaya's dominion. The two little ones protested tearfully, seeking Kagaya's plea for leniency. However, Zhang Xian had anticipated their course of action and had already conferred with Kagaya. Ultimately, the two children reluctantly acquiesced. Zhang Xian decided that Yuhua would venture south to the land of their ancestors for his studies, while Yui would journey northward. On the following morning, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting its golden rays upon the land of their ancestors. Zhang Xian stood at 2 distinct locations, imparting the necessary precautions for their journeys to Yuhua and Yui. Yuhua, you shall travel south, where the rich natural beauty and diverse customs await. Remember to observe with your eyes and experience with your heart. Learn to think independently, and when faced with difficulties, have the courage to overcome them. Zhang Xian earnestly advised Yuhua. Yuhua nodded, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown world ahead. He clutched tightly to the small bundle Zhang Xian had prepared for him, containing provisions, clothing, and basic medical supplies. Meanwhile, to the north, Zhang Xian conveyed similar words of wisdom to Yui. Yui, you shall head north, where vast grasslands and powerful tribes reside. You must learn to communicate with others and to respect diverse cultures and beliefs. Yui too nodded earnestly, determination and confidence radiating from his gaze. Thus, the two little ones embarked on their respective journeys of exploration, driven by curiosity for the unknown and a promise to their father. Yuhua traveled southward, traversing dense forests and winding rivers. He witnessed diligent farmers laboring in the fields, children frolicking on the grass, and elders leisurely conversing beneath the shade of trees. These scenes instilled in him a profound appreciation for the beauty and harmony of life. At each stop, he meticulously observed the local customs, striving to immerse himself, learning their languages, cultures, and skills. In the agricultural villages of the plains, he learned to cultivate crops, experiencing the farmer's toil and the joy of harvest. In the bustling towns, he witnessed the flow of goods and the wisdom of trade, acquiring the art of negotiation and collaboration. As he passed through a small village, Yuhua noticed a group of weary villagers laboring in the fields. Their bodies were hunched, seemingly burdened by the weight of life. The crops in the fields were sparse, evidently suffering from a lack of proper cultivation techniques and sufficient fertilizer. An elderly woman, her face etched with wrinkles, revealed a gaze filled with endless fatigue. Her hands bore the marks of toil, calloused and scarred. Yuhua approached and inquired, to which the woman trembled as she replied, "Under Lady Kagaya's rule, we are required to pay a substantial portion of our harvest as tax each year, leaving barely enough for our family to survive." Continuing onward, Yuhua arrived at a small town where a heavy atmosphere lingered in the air. Shops stood empty, and passers-by hurried by, their faces devoid of any smiles. A frail child huddled in a corner of the street, dressed in tattered clothing, patched together in a desperate attempt at repair. Yuhua, concerned, asked the child, who spoke with a quivering voice, "My parents were taken to work as laborers to build a palace for Lady Kagaya, and they have not returned home for a long time. I do not know if they are still alive." Hearing this, Yuhua's heart surged with a mix of anger and sorrow. In a remote mountainous area, he encountered a group of miners toiling in dimly lit caves, their bodies coated in dust and fragments of stone. Many of the workers had succumbed to lung diseases due to the harsh conditions. With coughs echoing throughout the cavern, one worker, in despair, lamented, "Lady Kagaya forces us to mine day and night for more resources, yet she shows no concern for our lives." Yuhua also passed through a fishing village where the fishermen were troubled about their livelihoods. The fish in the sea had dwindled significantly, yet they were still required to surrender a large portion of their catch to Kagaya. An elderly fisherman shook his head in resignation. "It has become increasingly difficult for us to catch enough fish. Yet failure to deliver will result in severe punishment." In a city, Yuhua beheld rows of dilapidated houses, overcrowded and cramped. Many families were crammed into small rooms. Living conditions were dire, in the streets and alleys. Patrolling soldiers occasionally passed by, their demeanor towards the common folk harsh and unforgiving. Any hint of dissent would be met with brutal force. Yamamura encountered a man who had lost both legs, a once valiant warrior who had been maimed while fighting for Kagaya. Yet Kagaya offered him neither the care nor compensation he deserved, leaving him to wander the streets, surviving through begging. The man, filled with anguish and indignation, lamented, "I devoted my life to Kagaya, only to meet such a fate." Witnessing this, Yamamura was engulfed in pain and fury. He could hardly fathom that under his mother Kagaya's rule, the people endured such wretched lives. He recognized that this governance was unjust, a form of oppression and exploitation of the populace. He silently vowed to change this reality, to usher in a life of happiness for the people. Yamamura's steps grew heavier, his gaze resolute. He understood that the experiences garnered on this southern journey would fuel his future endeavors. He aimed to harness his strength to bring hope and change to those who suffered. On one occasion, Yamamura inadvertently stumbled upon a village besieged by bandits, where the villagers lived in constant fear. Rather than resorting to brute force, he employed his intellect, organizing the villagers for defense while devising traps to ensnare the marauders. Ultimately, under Yamamura's leadership, the villagers successfully safeguarded their home, earning him their respect and affection. This experience profoundly impressed upon Yamamura the equal significance of wisdom and courage, revealing that true leadership lies in the ability to awaken the potential within others. However, as he delved deeper into the southern territories, he gradually uncovered the darker aspects of the world under Kagaya's rule. In remote villages, he witnessed the hungry and impoverished struggling in agony. In certain towns, he observed the oppression and exploitation of ordinary people by Kagaya. He also encountered the resistance movements opposing her regime. Yamamura bore witness to the myriad predicaments afflicting the populace. Igniting a profound sense of mission within him, he realized that mere sympathy was insufficient. He must utilize his wisdom and leadership to address the people's tangible issues. Yamamura first sought to comprehend the challenges faced by the people. Tirelessly, he traversed various villages. Engaging with the populace and listening to their voices, he discovered that many villages, long ravaged by natural disasters, had barren fields yielding meager harvests, leaving the inhabitants perpetually on the brink of starvation. Furthermore, diseases ravaged certain regions, claiming numerous lives due to the lack of effective medical resources and treatment. In addressing the issue of desolate farmlands, Yamamura showcased his exceptional intellect. He meticulously studied the local soil and climatic conditions, introducing new agricultural techniques and crop varieties. He organized the villagers to construct irrigation channels, ensuring a steady water supply for their fields. Simultaneously, he educated them on effective crop rotation and fertilization to enhance soil fertility. Through his efforts, the farmlands gradually regained vitality, significantly boosting food production and alleviating the people's concerns about basic sustenance. In combating disease, Yamamura fully leveraged his leadership abilities. He convened individuals with medical knowledge to collaboratively explore methods of disease management. He personally led them in gathering medicinal herbs, formulating remedies, and establishing rudimentary medical facilities. He also disseminated health knowledge among the villagers, instructing them on how to prevent the spread of diseases. Under his guidance, the outbreak was effectively controlled, and many afflicted individuals gradually recovered. Beyond material concerns, Yamamura also recognized the spiritual needs of the people, that he noted that the prolonged suffering had filled their hearts with fear and despair. To instill hope and courage, he frequently organized gatherings in the villages, sharing inspiring stories and moral lessons. He encouraged the people to believe in their own strength, assuring them that unity would enable them to overcome adversity. Throughout this problem-solving journey, Yamamura encountered numerous challenges and resistance. Some expressed skepticism and opposition to his new methods, while others, driven by selfish interests, sought to undermine his plans. Nevertheless, Yamamura remained steadfast in his convictions and indomitable spirit. He patiently and sincerely persuaded the doubters, while decisively countering those who sought to disrupt his efforts. His wisdom and leadership shone even brighter in the face of adversity, garnering admiration and trust from the people. Yamamura also prioritized nurturing local leadership, that he recognized that he could not remain in these places indefinitely. Only by empowering the local populace with self-management and developmental capabilities could lasting prosperity be achieved. He selected individuals with potential and a sense of responsibility for training and guidance, imparting his experiences and insights. Under his careful mentorship, these individuals gradually evolved into capable leaders, infusing sustained momentum into local development. During a catastrophic flood, Yamamura's wisdom and leadership reached their zenith. The deluge surged menacingly, threatening the safety of the entire village. Yamamura swiftly organized the villagers to evacuate to higher ground and led them in constructing levees to ward off the floodwaters. He judiciously allocated manpower, some to transport supplies, others to reinforce the levees, and some to care for the elderly and infirm. Under his command, the villagers united in their efforts, successfully repelling the flood's onslaught and safeguarding their homes. Through Yamamura's relentless endeavors, the quality of life for the people gradually improved, smiles returning to their faces. His name became a beacon of hope and strength among the populace. Through his tangible actions, Yamamura demonstrated his extraordinary capabilities and charisma, instilling confidence in the future. In this process, Yamamura underwent significant personal growth and development. He learned how to communicate and collaborate more effectively with others, how to make sound decisions in complex situations, and how to remain calm and resolute in the face of challenges. His wisdom and leadership were honed and refined through practical experience, laying a solid foundation for his future path. While aiding the people, Yamamura experienced a profound transformation in his thinking, increasingly questioning and reflecting upon his mother Kagaya's governing methods. Kagaya, as a ruler, employed rigid and authoritarian tactics. Yamamura perceived that under his mother's rule, the populace lived in fear and oppression. The burdensome taxes and draconian laws forced the common people into a relentless struggle for survival, depriving them of the peace and happiness they deserved. Yamamura pondered the true essence of governance. Is it merely to flaunt power and instill fear in the populace? The helplessness and despair in the eyes of the impoverished individuals he had assisted deeply pierced his heart. He began to question whether his mother's rule could genuinely foster lasting peace and stability. Kagaya's governance emphasized absolute control, striving to place everything under her dominion. However, through his interactions with the people, Yamamura gradually understood that excessive control would only incite rebellion and discontent. The people yearned for a degree of freedom and autonomy, desiring the ability to live and work according to their own wishes. In addressing the practical issues faced by the people, Yamamura discovered that many of the problems stem from his mother's governing strategies. For instance, the inequitable land distribution system left farmers landless, reducing them to beggars, oppressive labor demands, fractured families, and estranged relationships. These phenomena made Yamamura acutely aware that his mother-esque governance not only failed to bring welfare to the people, but instead inflicted considerable suffering and calamity. Yamamura also contemplated the motivations behind his mother-esque rule. Perhaps Kaguya believed that her stringent measures could uphold order and stability. Yet, reality proved that such methods merely resulted in superficial tranquility. While discontent and resentment simmered beneath the surface, he began to reflect on the relationship between power and responsibility. His mother wielded supreme power, yet did she genuinely bear the responsibility of ensuring the happiness of her subjects? Yamamura contended that a true ruler should prioritize the interests of the people, actively listen to their voices, and understand their needs, rather than solely relying on her own will to dictate everything. Yamamura recognized that questioning his mother-esque governing methods required immense courage. However, witnessing the suffering of the people compelled him to break his silence. Driven by his conscience, he understood that to effect change, a profound reflection and reform of the existing governance was imperative. Yet, Yamamura found himself ensnared in a deep internal conflict. After all, Kaguya was his mother, and he harbored profound affection for her. However, confronted with the agony of the people, he felt he could not remain indifferent. This conflicting sentiment tormented him greatly. Amidst his inner turmoil, Yamamura continually questioned himself. Should he comply with his mother, upholding the family's authority, or should he stand with the people, advocating for their rightful rights and dignity? He knew that no matter the choice he made, he would face formidable challenges and obstacles. Nevertheless, Yamamura firmly believed that only through reflection and change could the nation embark on a true path toward prosperity and flourishing. He resolved to steadfastly uphold justice and conscience within himself, bravely confronting the myriad problems arising from his mother-esque oppressive rule, all for the happiness of the people, while diligently seeking solutions. The journey of Yue was fraught with challenges and dangers. The northern mountain paths were treacherous and the climate harsh, yet he never wavered. Yue ventured northward, stepping into a realm shrouded in mystery. Often referred to by the world as the land of bitter cold, the environment here seemed to be a deliberate and cruel trial crafted by nature itself, with the biting winds slicing across his face like daggers. As far as the eye could see, the land lay desolate, the sprawling mountains cloaked in a thick blanket of snow, resembling a slumbering giant, majestic yet stern. The sky was overcast with ominous clouds, pressing down on him, making it almost hard to breathe. The frigid winds howled through the valleys, producing a disquieting cacophony. In this land, water was scarce, with most rivers frozen over, only a few tenacious streams struggling to flow beneath the ice. The soil was barren, vegetation sparse, with only a handful of hardy shrubs and resilient wild grasses trembling in the cold gusts. The customs and culture here stood in stark contrast to the warmth of the places he was familiar with. The local inhabitants, in order to adapt to such a harsh environment, had forged a unique lifestyle and culture. One of the most prominent features of their character was their fierce demeanor in the marketplace. The manner of trade was direct and decisive, devoid of excessive haggling. Once an agreement was reached, there was no turning back. Their eyes shone with determination and courage, as if perpetually poised to confront any challenge. Yue had witnessed a minor conflict. Two men had engaged in a dispute over the ownership of an item. In an instant, people gathered around, not to mediate, but to prepare to intervene if necessary. The two men stood their ground, arguing loudly and even raising their fists, exhibiting no fear or hesitation. This display of fierce character had multiple underlying reasons. Firstly, the harsh natural environment played a significant role in shaping their temperament. In this land of bitter cold, resources were scarce, and survival was arduous. To obtain sufficient food, water, and materials for warmth, they had to bravely face the challenges posed by nature and combat the harsh conditions. This prolonged struggle for existence cultivated their resilience, bravery, and decisiveness. Furthermore, frequent external threats necessitated the maintenance of their fierce spirit. The covetousness and raids from neighboring tribes occurred frequently, and to defend their homes and loved ones, they had to remain vigilant, possessing a strong will and capability for combat. Additionally, the sense of honor associated with their families and tribes held paramount importance in their hearts. Each individual bore the responsibility of upholding the dignity of their family and tribe. When provoked, they would not hesitate to step forward and defend their honor through action. The local residents excelled in horseback riding and archery, with children receiving rigorous training from a young age to become warriors capable of defending their homeland upon reaching adulthood. During festivals, they held archery competitions, and the victors earned the respect and admiration of the community. That Yue also noticed that while the people were fierce, they possessed profound camaraderie in the face of shared adversities. They would unhesitatingly assist one another, offering mutual support. The bonds between neighbors were strong. When one family faced hardship, help would come from all directions. On a frigid night, Yue found shelter with a family. The hosts welcomed him warmly, and although their supplies were meager, they still shared their best food with him. When Yue expressed his gratitude, the host replied generously, "In this land of bitter cold, we are all one family. Caring for one another is only natural." Yue was deeply drawn to the local customs, realizing that this fierceness was not barbaric or unreasonable, but rather a unique quality forged in the crucible of a challenging environment. During his scholarly journey in the north, Yue faced numerous perils and encountered sights he had never seen before. On one particular day, he traversed a desolate forest, the path beneath his feet uneven and the surrounding trees appearing somewhat eerie. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the silence of the woods. Yue halted. Alertly gazing toward the source of the noise, he saw a group of individuals clad in tattered garments, armed with rudimentary weapons, approaching him. Their faces bore the marks of fatigue and resolve, their eyes shining with an indomitable spirit. This marked Yue's first encounter with the rebels. Curiosity and confusion filled his heart. He wondered why these individuals were present and what emotions drove their demeanor. One man, seemingly their leader, stepped forward, scrutinizing Yue with a hint of wariness in his tone. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" Yue hastily clasped his hands in greeting, sincerely replying, "I am called Yue, a traveler seeking knowledge, with no ill intent." The leader furrowed his brow slightly, continuing to inquire, "Traveling for knowledge? In these tumultuous times, you still wish to pursue such a path?" Yue responded calmly, "Precisely because of the chaos, I yearn to see for myself and understand the truths of this world." The leader fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the veracity of Yue's words. Then, with a heavy sigh, he said, "Very well, since you mean us no harm, come along with us." Yue followed them to a campsite hidden deep within the forest. The people in the camp were busy, some repairing weapons, while others tended to the wounded. The leaders shared their story with Yue. They were a group resisting the oppressive rule of Hui. Hui's governance was harsh and merciless, imposing heavy taxes that left the populace in dire straits to survive and attain freedom. They had no choice but to take up arms in rebellion. Yue listened quietly, his heart filled with astonishment. He had never imagined that his mother's rule could impose such a burdensome toll on the common people. That we once considered a peaceful resolution, but Hui would not heed our pleas. Only knowing how to suppress us, the leader's voice resonated with helplessness and anger. Yue inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" The leader's gaze was resolute as he declared, "No matter the cost, we will not give up. Even if it costs us our lives, we will fight for a better future for the people." Yue fell into deep contemplation, beginning to reassess his understanding of his mother's reign. Through his interactions with the rebels, he realized they were not mere brigands, but rather warriors fighting for justice and fairness. Their aim was not to incite chaos by toppling the regime, but to establish a realm where the people could live in peace and prosperity. Yue lamented, "I had never comprehended these matters before. This encounter has granted me a new perspective on the world." Although the rebels remained somewhat wary of Yue's presence, they gradually opened their hearts to him. They recounted more tales of their suffering and injustices, as well as the efforts they had made to resist. In his engagement with the rebels, Yue felt deeply their unwavering faith and indomitable courage. He began to reflect on his own responsibilities and mission, feeling a profound sense of confusion about the future. He did not know how to confront his mother's rule or how to carve out his own path amid the chaos. However, He understood that this encounter with the rebels would mark a pivotal turning point in his life, solidifying his resolve to seek the truth and strive for change. As's interactions with the rebels deepened. Yu Yi's inner world underwent a profound transformation. He gradually began to perceive the hidden facets of his mother Hui Ye's governance, and the once unshakable beliefs he held began to falter under the weight of reality. Initially, Yu Yi had harbored little doubt regarding his mother's rule, that in his heart, she was an exalted figure. Her decisions and governance must surely hold deep significance and value. Yet, as he increasingly engaged with the rebels, everything he heard and witnessed prompted him to reconsider his mother's reign. Within the rebels' camp, Yu Yi met a leader named Tianjia. The burning anger and determination in Tianjia's eyes profoundly affected Yu Yi. Tianjia recounted the reasons behind their rebellion, speaking of the common folk suffocated by heavy taxation, the farmers who lost their homes due to land annexation, and those who had been stripped of their freedom and dignity under his mother's oppressive policies. Yu Yi began to immerse himself in the lives of the people. Witnessing firsthand their struggles, he observed farmers toiling diligently, yet still unable to fill their bellies, children on the streets barely clinging to life due to hunger, and shops closing down due to exorbitant taxes. These scenes pierced his heart like blades. In his conversations with the people, Yu Yi heard their grievances and resentment toward his mother's rule. They lamented the burdensome labor that kept their able-bodied men away from home for long periods, leaving the fields barren and families fractured. They wept over the draconian laws, where even the slightest misstep could lead to severe punishment or even death. Yu Yi's heart was engulfed in profound turmoil that on one hand, the mother is a figure he holds in great respect and affection. On the other hand, the harsh realities before him compel him to confront the suffering of the common people. He begins to reflect on his mother's governing methods, contemplating the intricate relationship between power and responsibility. Memories of his mother's formidable presence in the court and her seemingly decisive decisions now appear to him as potential acts of ruthless oppression against the populace. He recalls the series of stringent measures she implemented to consolidate her rule, actions he once deemed necessary, but which now seem so cruel in retrospect. Yu Yi realizes that his mother's reign may not be as flawless as he had imagined. The desire for power may have blinded her to the cries of the people, that he starts to comprehend that the existence of the rebels is not merely a simple act of rebellion, but rather a desperate struggle of the common folk. Throughout this inner turmoil, Yu Yi endures a painful transformation. He repeatedly questions himself. As the son of his mother, how should he confront these dilemmas? Should he choose to uphold his mother's regime or stand with the people in pursuit of change? After countless days and nights of contemplation, he ultimately arrives at a resolution that he understands that true governance should prioritize the welfare of the people. He decides to no longer blindly adhere to his mother's authority, but rather to strive for a governance model that ensures the people can live in peace and prosperity. However, this decision is not without its challenges. His mother's formidable power is not to be underestimated, yet he resolves not to falter. As long as he proves stronger than her, all issues shall be resolved. 3 years later, when Yu Village and Yu Yi return to their ancestral land. They are no longer the two naive children they once were. Yu Village has matured significantly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom and exuding an indescribable aura of leadership. Yu Yi, too, has grown more resilient, radiating the essence of a strong individual. When Yu Yi and Yu Village stand once more before Zhang Xian, their gazes no longer reflect the innocence and confusion of their departure. Instead, they are filled with determination and resolve. Zhang Xian looks upon them with a heart full of pride, that he knows these two children are no longer the little ones who required his protection. They have grown into individuals capable of standing on their own. More importantly, they possess the courage and wisdom to change the world. Zhang Xian gazes at the two before him, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. "Children, you have done remarkably well," he says with warmth. "The experiences you have gathered over these 3 years will serve as invaluable lessons that I trust that you have developed your own discernments, which will bring new hope to this world." Hearing their father's praise, the two young men beam with joy, fully aware that this is an affirmation of their hard work and dedication. Zhang Xian speaks gently, with a touch of tenderness. "Now, go and see your mother. She has been longing for you. His words linger in the air. The brothers share a knowing smile before turning resolutely towards the palace of Hui. Zhang Xian watches their receding figures, silently whispering to himself. The seed of hope has been quietly sown. It merely requires the nurturing of time to blossom into a resplendent flower and bear abundant fruit. Hui, I vow to restore you. Upon entering Hui's palace, they find their mother seated regally upon an ornate chair, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon their arrival, Hui offers a slight smile, her voice gentle. Welcome back from your studies. Have you gained any insights? The brothers respectfully bow and reply in unison. Yes, esteemed mother, we have benefited greatly. Hui nods in satisfaction, her gaze filled with warmth. It seems that sending you out to study was indeed the right choice. You have become more mature and composed. Yu village, summoning his courage, meets his mother-esque gaze and speaks with a hint of uncertainty. Esteemed mother, there is something I do not understand, and I beseech you to enlighten me. Hui raises an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Speak freely. Yu village takes a deep breath and speaks candidly. Esteemed mother, why are you so harsh on the common people? The heavy taxes and cruel exploitation, have you not witnessed their suffering? By the end of his statement, his voice approaches a shout. Yu picks up the thread, his tone resolute. Mother, are you truly blind to the existence of the rebels? Do you not understand why they resist? Hui's countenance instantly turns icy, her tone imbued with undeniable authority. Remember your identities. You are of the Tsutsuki clan. What do those lowly commoners have to do with us? They were born to serve our clan. It is their destiny. Her words. Both Yu village and Yu are taken aback, shocked by their mother's blunt and callous remarks that a wave of indescribable sorrow and anger surges within them. Yu clenches his fists, struggling to contain his emotions, and states, Mother, do you truly believe that such governance is justifiable? The common people are living beings with flesh and blood. They have families, dreams, and futures. Must our Tsutsuki clan not coexist with them in a more gentle and equitable manner? Hui scoffs, her eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Gentle? Equitable? That would only weaken our Tsutsuki power. This world respects the strong. Only absolute rule can ensure our clan's status and authority. Those commoners are merely tools for us to achieve our eternal path. Yu village, furrowing his brow, speaks with a note of defiance and anger. But mother, Father taught us that everything has its purpose. Though humanity is weak, they too possess emotions and dreams. They should not be mere slaves and tools to us. Hui sneers, her eyes betraying an unyielding conviction. Yu village, you are too naive. This world has always favored the strong. As descendants of gods, it is our divine right to rule. The existence of those lowly commoners is to enable our clan to sustain its power and maintain order in this world. Yui attempts to persuade from another angle. Mother, during our travels, we witnessed countless individuals struggling due to hunger, disease, and oppression. Their suffering is not without cause. Often, it is our Tsutsuki policies that exacerbate these injustices. Can we not strive for change and create a more harmonious world? Hui rises and approaches Yui, her gaze piercing. Harmony. That is the fantasy of the weak in this world. Only power is real. Our Tsutsuki clan possesses chakra, a gift bestowed upon us by the heavens, and the foundation of our rule. Change, that would only weaken us, plunging this world into chaos. Yu village and Yu exchange glances. Never having imagined their mother would so resolutely reject their proposals, in their hearts. While their mother was strict, there had always been an underlying tenderness and compassion. Now, that gentleness seems to have been supplanted by a thirst for power. Mother, is there truly no other way? Yu village asks, his eyes shimmering with a yearning for peace and justice. Hui sighs, her voice laced with fatigue. Yu village, you are still young. There is much you do not comprehend. This world is far more complex than you realize. I too have enemies on the Tsutsuki ancestral star. If I do not seize the time to strengthen our power, will we not become prey? Thus, sacrifices are inevitable in this process. Mother, you have changed, Yu village replies, his voice tinged with sorrow. You once taught us to be compassionate and to respect every life. Yet now, You regard the common people as mere ants. Is this truly what you seek? Hui stands before you, village, and you, her gaze fierce. I have not changed. You have allowed yourselves to be deceived by those lowly commoners, forgetting the mission of our Tsutsuki clan. Remember, there is no absolute good or evil in this world, only the strength of power. As long as we possess sufficient strength, we can dominate all. Yue takes a deep breath, striving to calm the storm within. Mother, while power is indeed important, the hearts of the people cannot be overlooked. If we lose their support and trust, how far can our Tsutsuki clan truly go? I implore you to reconsider our governing methods and offer the common people a path to survival. Hui, upon hearing this, laughs in anger. Are you challenging my authority? Let me make it clear. Do not entertain such thoughts. In this world, I hold the final say. With that, Hui sweeps her hand, unleashing a powerful force that sends you, village, and you, staggering back several steps. The brothers exchange glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and disappointment. Yet, as Yue attempts to argue further, he is interrupted by Hui. Enough, you two should rest. This matter ends here. Remember, you are the future of both me and your father. Your duty is to inherit and strengthen our rule, not to sympathize with those lowly commoners. Kagaya's words resonated with an undeniable authority. The two brothers, left with no choice, bowed respectfully and exited the palace. Return and ponder my words well, Kagaya's voice echoed in their ears. Throughout their journey, a heavy gloom enveloped their hearts, mourning both their mother's obstinacy and the plight of the innocent masses. Upon returning to their dwelling, Yumura slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming in fury, "Why has mother changed so drastically? She was once so gentle and caring towards us." Yui remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Mother has her own struggles. Did she not mention that enemies have always been lurking? Upon hearing this, Yumura turned to Yui with a fierce determination in his gaze. If there are enemies, we shall unite to defeat them. We have trained day and night to protect this world. Have we not? Father once said that our judgments and actions could bring new hope to this realm. Regardless of how treacherous the path ahead may be, we must resolutely forge onward. Yui nodded, his tone resolute. Indeed, we must seek out Father. The two brothers marched with unwavering steps to Zhang Xian's abode. That moment, Zhang Xian was immersed in the cultivation of natural energy, surrounded by a soft luminescence, as if resonating with the cosmos. Noticing the arrival of his sons, he gradually withdrew from his meditation, his gaze imbued with curiosity. What brings you here? You should be resting after your recent travels. Why the urgency to find me? Yumura exchanged a glance with Yui before speaking, his voice tinged with emotion. Father, we just met with Mother, and it ended in a fierce argument. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Yet his heart remained undisturbed. We hoped that Mother could show more compassion towards the people, but she insists that those commoners were born to serve our Otsutsuki clan. It's their fate. Yumura's voice brimmed with confusion and anger. This contradicts everything you have taught us, as well as all that we have witnessed over the past 3 years. Yui added, Father, we are truly lost. Zhang Xian's expression grew grave and profound. He rose slowly, moving to the window to gaze into the deep and distant night sky. After a prolonged silence, he turned back to them, his eyes warm yet penetrating, as if capable of discerning the depths of their souls. Children, I empathize with your feelings. However, your mother's current actions are not her true intent. Zhang Xian's voice was deep and resonant, each word seemingly carefully contemplated. The Otsutsuki clan is a mysterious race from a distant celestial body. They traverse the cosmos, planting divine trees on various planets. Once the trees mature, they harvest their fruits. However, the growth of these divine trees comes at the cost of absorbing the planet's nutrients. Thus, in the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan, everything on this planet is merely sustenance for the divine tree. Yumura and Yui listened, captivated, having never encountered such a profoundly moving family secret in their father's narration. The Yui's voice was soft yet laced with doubt as he gently inquired, But Father, does this truly justify turning a blind eye to the suffering of those innocent people? They too are vibrant lives with families and dreams. Zhang Xian nodded in approval, a glimmer of pride shining in his eyes. You are correct, Yui. However, Your mother escaped from the Otsutsuki clan. She does not endorse their actions, which is why she chose to come to this planet. When she first arrived, she was not as she is now. However, after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, she became profoundly influenced by its power, leading to a dramatic transformation in her character and behavior. Yumura clenched his fists, a fierce light flickering in his eyes. Father, what shall we do? We cannot stand idly by as mother continues down the wrong path. Zhang Xian smiled gently. Placing a hand on each of their shoulders is commendable to possess such resolve. It signifies your growth. However, you must understand that after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, your mother's strength has surged, and there is no one on this planet who can rival her. Thus, your first priority is to continue enhancing your own abilities to be it in the application of chakra or physical training. Strive for perfection. Only when you are sufficiently powerful will you possess the qualification and capability to influence others and alter predetermined fates. Furthermore, Zhang Xian's tone grew steady and authoritative. I have discovered a method to help your mother regain her former self. Yet, this method cannot be implemented just yet. For now, you must restrain your mother and prevent her from further erring. Finally, Zhang Xian's gaze became resolute and profound. As if peering into the future, I shall take you to a place where you can learn the cultivation of natural energy. This realm is one your mother has yet to explore, and it holds the key to surpassing her. Yui and Yumura exchanged determined glances, their eyes shining with conviction. In unison, they declared, "Yes, Father, we shall endeavor to train, and we will not disappoint your expectations." Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the path as Zhang Xian led Yui and Yumura onward. They arrived at the entrance of Mayaboka Mountain, where a colossal stone statue stood like a silent guardian, watching over them. The air was imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura, evoking a sense of reverence. Is this indeed Mayaboka Mountain? Yui inquired curiously, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He felt as though every leaf and droplet of dew here contained boundless vitality and strength. Yumura, however, appeared more composed, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. He understood that their journey to Mayaboka Mountain was to become stronger, to one day rescue their mother from the clutches of the divine tree's power. Indeed, this is Mayaboka Mountain, Zhang Xian affirmed, turning to face his sons. The old toad is the sage here. He will instruct you on how to cultivate natural energy. That it is the purest energy in existence and the most formidable power you can wield. With that, Zhang Xian stepped forward and gently tapped the base of the statue. Suddenly, the statue's eyes ignited, and a beam of light shot forth from its mouth, piercing the heavens. Moments later, a figure descended from the sky. It was the great toad sage. Clad in a green robe, the great toad sage possessed a piercing gaze. He squinted slightly, scrutinizing Yui and Yumura before nodding in approval. Quite impressive. Zhang Xian, your sons indeed possess great potential. Old toad, your eye for talent is commendable. Zhang Xian praised without reservation. These are my two promising sons, and I wish for them to study the natural energy cultivation methods of Mayaboka Mountain. Leave them to me. The wheels of fate have already begun to turn. The great toad sage responded enigmatically, his voice husky and profound, as if brimming with endless wisdom and strength. The great toad sage then turned to the brothers. Do you wish to learn the ways of natural energy cultivation? Be aware that a moment's carelessness in your training could transform you into one of those stone statues, forever losing your freedom. Yui and Yumura exchanged glances before responding in unison. We are willing. Very well. Yumura, Yui, you shall train here with the old toad. I shall take my leave, Zhang Xian stated. Yes, the two brothers replied in unison. Old toad, I entrust them to you. Do not lead them astray, Zhang Xian said to the great toad sage, his tone playful yet imbued with trust and responsibility. Rest assured, the great toad sage replied with a smile. With that, Zhang Xian departed from Mayaboka Mountain, while the great toad sage guided the two brothers deeper into the mountain. They entered a vast marshland, teeming with diverse forms of life. Great toads leaped through the mud, vibrant butterflies danced gracefully in the air, and various birds sang joyfully from the branches. They soared through the skies or hopped amidst the marsh, creating a lively and harmonious tableau. Natural energy is the purest form of energy in existence. It permeates all yet remains elusive as they walked. The great toad sage explained, to cultivate natural energy, you must first learn to perceive its presence. You need to calm your minds and attune your spirits to everything around you. Yumura and Yui listened attentively to the great toad sage's explanations and began their training as instructed. They sat cross-legged on the ground, closed their eyes, and took deep breaths. Their minds gradually became tranquil and clear, as if they could penetrate the confines of matter and directly sense the essence of the natural world. As time passed, they began to perceive the faint energy fluctuations permeating the surrounding air. These energy waves resembled invisible threads, connecting all things in the universe. They endeavored to touch the silken threads, seeking to perceive their flow and transformation. Each time they sensed the oscillation of natural energy, an indescribable joy and exhilaration surged within their hearts. Simultaneously, they understood the necessity of relentless practice and exploration to gradually master the essence of their cultivation. At times, they found themselves disheartened by their inability to perceive natural energy. At other moments, they nearly transformed into stone statues due to their inability to control the fusion of their chakras and natural energy. Fortunately, the great toad sage stood guard beside them, intervening just in time whenever their training faltered, preventing them from falling into peril. Under the sage's meticulous guidance, they gradually grasped the techniques for harnessing natural energy. They learned to sense its existence, draw it into their bodies, and amalgamate it with their own chakras. Each successful fusion filled them with immense excitement and pride, for they knew it brought them one step closer to their goal of saving their mother. As time passed, the prowess of Yui and Yutsuin soared at an astonishing rate. Their chakras became more abundant and pure, while their physical techniques grew increasingly refined and powerful. They were undoubtedly poised to become figures of the future. Akin to the six paths level of strength, their remarkable comprehension leaving one in contrast to Zhang Xian's past lengthy training sessions. They had significantly condensed this process as the years flowed by. Their strengths reached unprecedented heights. Whether in the exquisite application of chakras or the diligent training of physical techniques, they had achieved an unparalleled pinnacle. During this time, they forged a profound friendship with the great toad sage, whose few words often enlightened them, providing immense benefit. Finally, the great toad sage spoke gently. Yutsuin, Yui, you have mastered the cultivation of natural energy. Henceforth, there is no need for you to remain in Mayaboka Mountain. Go forth and return to your world. Gratefully, Yutsuin and Yui expressed their thanks. Thank you, Toad Maru. The great toad sage smiled slightly and added, regarding the matter of the common people you mentioned, I have some knowledge. If you seek answers, perhaps you should venture to the sacred tree, for there you shall uncover the truths you desire. The two brothers exchanged smiles and bid farewell to the great toad sage, departing from the wondrous Mayaboka Mountain and embarking on their journey towards the sacred tree. Zhang Xian closed his eyes in deep concentration, seated cross-legged upon the ornate tiles of the palace, his entire being resonating with every inch of this grand space, every wisp of natural energy. Gradually, he absorbed the essence of heaven and earth into his body, employing the 6 Vaults sage thief to devour and transform this natural energy. He exhaled a long and profound breath escaping him. As his eyes suddenly opened, a brilliant gleam flashing within, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky. The 6 Vaults sage thief had finally reached 100%. He whispered, his voice betraying an uncontainable excitement that in his mind's eye, images unfurled, revealing the progress bars of his 8 extraordinary techniques: dual perfection, 106 Vaults sage thief, 100 wind after mysterious gate, 1 summoning spirits and commanding generals, 0 heavenly scripture, 0 divine mechanism refinement, 0 great Luo cave observation, 0 chi body source flow, 0 Zheng Xian's gaze lingered on wind after mysterious gate for a considerable time, his thoughts swirling with boundless anticipation and determination. Wind after mysterious gate, Kagaya, you are one step closer to regaining your self-awareness. He began to meticulously study the relevant information regarding wind after Mysterious Gate and methods to enhance its progress bar. Wind after Mysterious Gate, comprehended by the esteemed Zhou Sheng of the Wudong sect, is hailed as the pinnacle of sorcerous techniques. It bestows upon the user the extraordinary ability to manipulate the four discs: heavenly disc, human disc, earthly disc, and divine disc, encompassing both time and space, allowing the user to maneuver them at will, unbound by any constraints. Within the realm of wind after Mysterious Gate, the user can precisely control the flow of time, even aligning the four discs in an instant to restore the order of heaven and earth. They can establish a central point beneath their feet, freely adjusting the four discs within the mysterious formation, dictating the spatial and temporal relationships therein. This ultimate manipulation of time and space renders the user akin to a sovereign of the cosmos. Even more astonishing, wind after Mysterious Gate can foresee the trajectories of events. Sorcerers employing this technique can gain insights into the future, steering clear of calamity while navigating their paths with greater steadiness. As the user's abilities enhance, they can even expand the domain of the mysterious formation, bringing more beings and matters under their dominion. However, despite its formidable prowess, wind after Mysterious Gate carries significant risks. Should a user become ensnared within, they may lose themselves and descend into madness. This arises from the technique's ability to freely manipulate the four discs, allowing users to disregard the constraints of time and arrangements, thus plunging into an illusion of omnipotence. Once this illusion shatters, the user may find themselves ensnared in an inescapable predicament. To elevate the progress of wind after Mysterious Gate, Zhang Xian must delve into its inner landscape for cultivation. The inner landscape of wind after Mysterious Gate represents the supreme realm sought by those training in this technique. That it encompasses the state of delightful joy and marvelous happiness, allowing practitioners to experience profound bliss and a sense of boundless power. Yet, this power is not without cost. Once ensnared within the inner landscape, cultivators risk becoming like soulless husks, unable to awaken. Zhang Xian was acutely aware of this. But he did not waver. He understood that to advance the progress of wind after Mysterious Gate, he must enter the inner landscape. At this moment, Zhang Xian once again settled into a cross-legged position. Closing his eyes in concentration, commencing his meditation, his breathing gradually steadied and deepened. His body began to merge with the surrounding environment. Slowly, he felt the summons of the inner landscape. Zhang Xian's consciousness gradually blurred, the world around him seemingly distorted by an invisible force, as if he had transcended the boundaries of time and space, stepping into a bizarre new realm. This was the inner landscape of wind after Mysterious Gate, a phantasmagorical dream woven from sorcery, both beautiful and perilous. In this inner landscape, the sky flowed like shifting silk. The earth transformed into an ever-changing chessboard, each step imbued with the mysteries of the universe's operations. Zhang Xian felt as though he had become a mere speck of dust within the cosmos, yet possessed the ability to gaze down upon all and perceive the future. He attempted to employ the methods of wind after Mysterious Gate to manipulate the four discs, striving to influence the trajectories of all things within this virtual world. Initially, he proceeded with caution, each movement accompanied by subtle fluctuations of energy, as if sending a directive deep into the universe. Gradually, Zhang Xian discovered that in accordance with his will, the previously chaotic elements began to align harmoniously. Mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, and even the minutest of life forms seemed to obey his command and function in unison. This sensation of mastery over all creation filled him with both exhilaration and trepidation, for he recognized that this was not merely a command over sorcery, but an exploration of the essence of life itself. Yet, as the risks inherent in wind after Mysterious Gate suggested, Zhang Xian also sensed the lurking dangers within the inner landscape. As he delved deeper into exploration, the scenes within began to warp and descend into chaos. Once harmonious coexistence turned into conflict, and entities began to assail one another. Zhang Xian realized this was due to his excessive interference with natural laws, disrupting the balance and triggering a chain reaction. Delightful joy and marvelous happiness, despite its allure, can easily lead one astray. Zhang Xian silently reminded himself not to be captivated by the ecstasy this power brought. He began to withdraw his will, attempting to restore the original order, only to find this far more challenging than anticipated. Each attempt felt like wrestling against an invisible force, his spirit ensnared by countless threads, making escape seem impossible. No, I must escape. Otherwise, I shall sink into this inner landscape. Zhang Xian pondered amid his resistance. He was acutely aware that he had fallen into an exceedingly perilous situation. If he could not extricate himself in time, he might be forever lost within this chaos of his own creation. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. Closing his eyes, he cast aside all extraneous thoughts, focusing his attention entirely on his innermost self. Gradually, he felt an unprecedented tranquility and strength, as though his soul had fused with the universe itself. With this shift in mindset, Zhang Xian observed that the scenes within the inner landscape began to transform. The once conflicted entities gradually ceased their strife, and the distorted imagery slowly returned to normalcy. He felt his power flowing through him in an entirely new manner, no longer a forceful control over all things, but rather a harmonious resonance with them, coexisting in tranquility. At last, through Zhang Xian's relentless efforts, he successfully retracted his will and liberated himself from the inner landscape. The moment he escaped back to reality, Zhang Xian felt utterly exhausted, as if he had just emerged from an endless nightmare. Familiar sights flooded his vision once more. The humble wooden cabin, the swaying emerald bamboo outside the window, and the occasional chirping of birds, all appeared so serene and peaceful that he gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks and splattering softly onto the wooden floor. "What am I truly doing?" Zhang Xian murmured. Filled with confusion and trepidation, he realized that during his exploration of the mysterious realm, he had nearly lost himself. That insatiable thirst for power had almost led him to an irreversible abyss. This cannot happen. I cannot afford to lose myself again on my first venture into the inner landscape. What will I do in the future? Zhang Xian pondered, acknowledging that his inner strength was still insufficient. He must not act hastily. Matters of the inner landscape would have to wait, and he resolved not to enter it again for the time being. Meanwhile, Yu Yun and Yi departed from Yao Mu Mountain and approached the vicinity of the divine tree. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns upon them. Yet it could not dispel the heaviness and mystery that hung in the air. They arrived at one side of the divine tree, and the sight before them caused their hearts to plummet. There lay numerous cocoons tightly wrapped in white cloth, resembling a silent, white ocean, exuding an ominous aura. Yu Yun took the initiative to step forward, each stride bearing an unusual weight. Trembling, he gently peeled back the white cloth of one cocoon, revealing the slumbering creature within. It bore a form reminiscent of a human, yet fundamentally distinct. Its body was pure and flawless, as if sculpted from the most pristine moonlight, while its head bore swirling patterns. The positions of its eyes and mouth were similar to those of a human, yet emanated an eerie sensation. Following closely behind, Yi also uncovered several cocoons, discovering that the beings within were all variations of this perplexing humanoid form. Their hearts brimmed with uncertainty and unease. Who were these entities? What connection did they have to their mother? Kaguya, brother, look at these beings. Yi's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the sight before them. Yu Yun furrowed his brow, his gaze profound. These beings are evidently not of natural origin. The aura they emit is linked to our mother, yet distinctly different. We must find her post-haste and seek clarity. Thus, the siblings resolved to take one of the cocoons back with them, intending to inquire with their mother about the situation. Upon returning to the palace where Kaguya resided, they found her with closed eyes, seemingly attuned to something beyond. Sun and Yi stepped into the palace. Kaguya slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to contain the depths of stars and oceans. Unfathomable. Mother, we found these. Yun gently placed the cocoon before Kaguya, his tone laced with urgency and confusion. Kaguya's gaze fell upon the cocoon, and in that instant, her expression sharpened. She extended her hand slowly, her voice cold. Did I not say that no one is allowed near the divine tree without my permission? Have you disregarded my words? A tremendous pressure bore down upon Yucun and Ue, causing them to kneel as if they were but a solitary boat amidst a tempestuous sea. Although they knelt, their eyes met Kagaya's with unwavering resolve, as if to convey that without an explanation today, they would not depart. We beseech you, Mother, grant us an explanation. What are these humanoid beings within the cocoon? The brothers spoke in unison. Kagaya lifted the pressure, casting a lingering glance upon her kneeling sons, then turned her gaze towards the towering divine tree in the distance, and spoke slowly. These are the white Zetsu, once humans who inhabited this world, that I used infinite Tsukuyami to transform them into this state. As she mentioned the term white Zetsu, the air within the palace seemed to freeze. Yucun and Yu Yi's faces displayed disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the cocoons housed those who had once lived in this world as humans. Mother, why would you do such a thing? Yu Yi's voice quivered, struggling to comprehend her actions. Yucun, too, fixated on Kagaya, awaiting her response. Because some among them nearly killed your father. The tone of Otsutsuki Kagaya grew increasingly frigid. She cared little for the fates of those humans, but what irked her was that her children would question her over such matters. I have heard my father speak of this, but it involved only a minority. There was no need to transform all of humanity in such a manner. Yucun argued, unable to grasp Kagaya's rationale, and Yu shared his sentiment. What? Do you dare question my decisions? Kagaya's imposing presence surged anew. Sensing the renewed weight of her formidable aura, Yu and Yucun involuntarily shivered, yet their gazes remained resolute, undeterred. The mother's actions were undeniably difficult to accept. If humanity collectively rebels against you again, what will you do? Yucun retorted. Naturally, I shall reduce them to nourishment for the divine tree, Kagaya replied nonchalantly. Her response plunged Yu and Yucun's hearts into despair. They had never anticipated that their mother could be so resolute and cold-hearted. In their hearts, even if there were wrongdoings among humanity, such severe punishment was unjust, and they should not be stripped of their humanity, reduced to the mindless white Zetsu. Yu took a deep breath, seeking a more tranquil approach to communicate with their mother. Mother, we understand your desire to protect us, but does this method not seem excessively extreme? Father taught us that all beings possess a spirit and should be treated with compassion. If we treat humanity in this manner, how do we differ from the atrocities we abhor? Kagaya's gaze turned as frigid as ice, and she sighed softly, seemingly exasperated by her children's stubbornness. You are still too young to comprehend the cruelty of this world. Humanity's greed, jealousy, and hatred run deeper than you can imagine. That I once granted them a chance, hoping they would join me in safeguarding this world. But their response was betrayal and bloodshed. My actions are to prevent the tragedy from recurring. But, Mother, Yi's voice trembled slightly, yet he persisted, is there truly no other way? Perhaps we could teach them and guide them toward the path of peace? Peace, Kagaya scoffed. Peace is a false illusion. Only absolute power can establish true order. Everything I do is for your protection, to safeguard this world on the brink of being devoured by humanity's greed. Yucun added, unwilling to relent. Mother, have you considered that perhaps it is your absolute desire for control that incited humanity's rebellion? If you had embraced them with a more open and inclusive mindset from the start, the outcome might have been entirely different. Kagaya's eyes narrowed, as if a reverse scale had been touched. How dare you accuse me? I am your mother. Everything I do is for your benefit. If you cannot accept this, it only proves that you are not mature enough to understand my intentions. The atmosphere grew tense, the only sounds within the palace being the heavy breaths of the three. Yu and Yucun exchanged glances. Recognizing steadfastness and determination in each other's eyes, they understood that this dialogue with their mother might not change anything, yet they had to express their stance, for the sake of justice and compassion within their hearts. Mother, Yu spoke again, his voice imbued with unprecedented resolve. We respect your decisions, but as your children, we also bear the responsibility to protect this world in our own way. If we find your actions diverging from justice, we shall not waver, even against you. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's expression flickered with a complex emotion, as if recalling something long past. Her gaze grew profound and distant. After a moment, she spoke slowly, her tone tinged with a subtle warmth. Do you know why I came to this world? Why I met your father?" The brothers shook their heads. They had never heard their mother speak of this past. Kagaya sighed softly and continued. "I hail from a distant planet, where strife and war also plague life. As a princess of the Otsutsuki clan, I detest war, which is why I fled to this world. Upon my arrival, witnessing the flourishing human civilization, I believed I had found my ideal home. Yet soon, I discovered that life here was rife with greed, desire, and violence as well. Your father is an exception. He is unlike the people here. He, too, cherishes peace. Through prolonged contact, we fell in love. However, our bliss was short-lived. Ambitious humans discovered my existence and slandered me as a demon, condemning me to death. Your father defied the odds and fought against them. Yet his fists could not prevail against their multitude. He was defeated that I consumed the fruit of the divine tree and unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi. Rescuing your father, at this point, Kagaya's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow and rage. She paused momentarily, seemingly to compose herself, and continued. From that moment onward, I began to realize that the nature of humanity is profoundly difficult to alter. They will invariably succumb to endless conflicts for a myriad of reasons. To protect you in this world, I resolved to employ the infinite Tsukuyomi, ensnaring all of humanity in an eternal dream to eradicate war and hatred. Is it not better to live in a dream, devoid of strife and conflict? After hearing their mother's tale, Hagoromo and Hamura felt a tumult of emotions. They empathized with their mother's plight while mourning for the innocents ensnared in the turmoil. However, humanity possesses the right of choice. They too have the right to choose not to dwell within a dream, asserted Hamura, with conviction. The Kagaya's expression darkened instantly, her children's rebellion striking her deeply. "How dare you challenge my authority? Mother, if you persist in your obstinacy, then even you shall not deter us," the brothers declared in unison. "Ha!" Kagaya laughed bitterly, her fury turning to mockery. "Very well, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for disregarding maternal ties." The chakra surrounding Kagaya surged violently, enveloping the space with her formidable aura. Just then, her gaze turned skyward, her presence receding as she vanished, leaving behind a single statement lingering in the air. "A member of the Otsutsuki clan has appeared beyond the planet. I shall deal with him before addressing you." The brothers, shaken from their reverie, hastened towards Zhang Xian's palace. Meanwhile, in the outer space of the ninja world, a young man with flowing silver hair, pale skin, and pure white eyes floated serenely. His silvery locks shimmered softly in the void, reminiscent of stars. Suddenly, from across him, a figure emerged leisurely from a spatial rift. It was Kagaya. The silver-haired man regarded Kagaya with a slight smile. His voice tinged with mockery. "Otsutsuki Kagaya, you are indeed exceedingly cunning. It took me quite a while to locate you." Kagaya's gaze darkened slightly, her voice as cold as winter's breath. "Otsutsuki Zero, I did not anticipate our clan would dispatch you to confront me." Point Zero waved his hand dismissively, grinning. "Now that you are aware of my intentions, come along quietly." Kagaya scoffed, her chakra surging tumultuously, her aura radiating might. "Do you think I'm still the same as before?" Zero's smile began to fade, replaced by surprise and greed. "Oh, is that the aura of the divine tree? Otsutsuki Kagaya, you have given me quite the surprise. With this divine tree, my power will undoubtedly ascend." In the face of Zero's avaricious gaze, Kagaya remained calm, responding coolly. "You are indeed delusional. Beware of seeking a life you may not be able to enjoy." Zero chuckled once more, seemingly unfazed by Kagaya's warning. "Kagaya, you appear not to have grasped your predicament. Though your power has indeed grown, it remains insignificant before me." Otsutsuki Zero before his words could fade. A surge of immense chakra erupted from Zero, his silver hair billowing without wind, his white eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. As if perceiving all illusions, he slowly raised his right hand, conjuring a glowing energy sphere in his palm. A manifestation of the Otsutsuki clan's unique Tsubaki power, capable of devouring all and transforming it into one's own strength. "Since you refuse to cooperate, allow me to take it by force." Point Zero declared. And the energy sphere swiftly expanded, transforming into a blinding beam aimed directly at Kagaya. Kagaya remained still, yet ripples of pale purple chakra began to emanate from her, heralding the onset of her unique Kanga Goketsu. The air thickened with an aura of death. Facing Zero's cataclysmic assault, she merely raised her hand, her fingertip lightly tapping, a seemingly delicate gesture that resonated with some ancient law. Kanga Goketsu. Her voice rang clear and resolute. And as her words fell, numerous slender black bone spikes materialized from the air, each imbued with the terrifying power to pierce through chakra defenses and strike at the soul. These spikes wove together in the air to form an impenetrable net. Colliding with Zero's energy sphere, the impact unleashed a deafening roar, the energy clashing and tearing apart the surrounding space, creating voids of inky darkness. Yet astonishingly, those seemingly fragile Kongoketsu began to erode Zero's energy sphere, ultimately devouring it entirely, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Zero's expression altered slightly, clearly taken aback by Kagaya's growth and strength. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile gracing his lips. Interesting. It seems you have indeed made some progress. Still, it's insufficient. With that, Zero's figure flickered, leaving behind multiple afterimages. His speed astonishing, he instantaneously appeared above Kagaya, swiftly forming hand seals while reciting Ten no Mikoto. As the incantation concluded, an unseen force enveloped the entire world, warping the space around them. Kagaya found herself drawn into a dimension created by Zero. Here, darkness stretched infinitely, with enormous floating rocks emitting a ghostly blue glow, the air thick with oppression and despair. In this realm, I am the sovereign. Zero's voice reverberated through the void, authoritative and unyielding. Kagaya, relinquish your resistance. Your fate is already sealed. Yet, in the face of this sudden turn of events, Kagaya's gaze remained unwavering, showing no sign of faltering. Ten no Mikoto. Humph, merely a parlor trick, she murmured to herself, then clasped her hands together and closed her eyes, seemingly communicating with some ancient force. Moments later, a gentle radiance began to emanate from Kagaya, coalescing into ancient patterns that spun and intertwined, ultimately transforming into a brilliant beam of light ascending to the heavens. Under the illumination of this light, the constraints of the alternate space appeared to unravel, violently shaking the fabric of reality as rocks crumbled into dust. What is this? Otsutsuki Zero's face shifted in shock. Kagaya slowly opened her eyes, devoid of emotion, her form becoming a streak of light as she traversed the shattered space. Each appearance accompanied by a fierce strike, whether a punch or a palm, each blow capable of shaking mountains. Otsutsuki Zero conjured a shield to deflect each attack, yet he too was forced in a ninja world, smashing through a massive mountain. Meanwhile, Hamura and Hagoromo relayed their mother's last words to Zhang Xian. "Father, what shall we do?" Hamura inquired anxiously. Of course. Just as Zhang Xian was about to respond, a loud crash echoed from afar, followed by the ground trembling. Zhang Xian dashed outside, declaring, "Of course, we shall assist your mother. Regardless of her actions, she is still our family. It is not for outsiders to intervene. Let us go and aid her in defeating her foes." The brothers followed Zhang Xian out. Otsutsuki Zero emerged from the fractured mountain. Otsutsuki Kagaya, like a specter, materialized above him. Kanga Goketsu. The surrounding space began to contort, a beam of black light shooting from her palm. Wherever the light touched, space shattered, carrying boundless destructive force toward Otsutsuki Zero. Unfazed, Zero's eyes sparkled with enigmatic light, a golden shield forming around him. This shield radiated immense energy, successfully repelling the Kanga Goketsu assault. Judgment of the Gods, a colossal golden beam, descended from the heavens, aimed squarely at Otsutsuki Kagaya. She swiftly sidestepped, the beam crashing to the ground, unleashing a massive cloud of dust and shockwave. Ten no Mikoto. Otsutsuki Kagaya instantaneously transformed the battlefield into an icy realm. The biting cold rendered Otsutsuki Zero's movements slightly sluggish, providing Kagaya with the opportunity to unleash a flurry of ice spikes. Zero's reflexes were astonishingly swift. The golden radiance enveloping him erupted in an instant, shattering all surrounding ice spikes. With a flourish of his hands and incantations on his lips, countless golden runes soared from his fingertips, coalescing in the air to form a colossal magical array. From within this array, powerful beams of energy shot forth, sweeping horizontally towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. In response, Kagaya formed hand seals, conjuring a black energy sphere before her in an attempt to withstand these onslaughts. Yet, the might of the beams was overwhelming, and cracks began to appear in the energy sphere. Without hesitation, Kagaya invoked 80 Gods' air strike, causing innumerable fist shadows to collide with the beams, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the echoes of the explosion lingered, Otsutsuki Zero lunged forward, a golden longsword materializing in his grasp, its blade shimmering with a blinding brilliance. He wielded the sword with precision, each strike infused with formidable strength. Aiming to breach Kagaya's defenses, Kagaya, in turn, executed Yomi's bitter slope, her form flickering as she evaded Zero's attacks. Simultaneously, she summoned countless black tendrils from the realm of the heavens, ensnaring Zero. However, Zero swiftly countered, severing each tendril with his sword. Yet Kagaya's relentless assault left him struggling to keep up. The battle intensified, enveloping the entire battlefield in waves of potent energy fluctuations. Each strike and defense exchange between them was breathtaking, captivating all who bore witness. Their skills clashed, generating a dazzling light and shockwaves that illuminated the dark arena. Zhang Xian, Yumura, and Yui hurriedly arrived at the site of the mountain's collapse. To their dismay, they found nothing but desolation, devoid of any signs of life. Why was this so? The battlefield should have been here. How could it be utterly empty? Zhang Xian murmured to himself, confusion etched on his face. Yumura closed his eyes in concentration, seemingly sensing something. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, urgency palpable in his voice. "Father, I sense a peculiar spatial fluctuation." "Spatial fluctuation," Zhang Xian mused, brow furrowed in contemplation. "This must be the doing of your mother's heavenly realm. She has undoubtedly drawn the enemy into a mysterious space." With firm resolve, he turned to Yumura and Yui. "You both carry your mother's bloodline. See if you can uncover a means to access that space." Yumura and Yui exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before sitting cross-legged, closing their eyes in deep concentration, striving to sense the enigmatic spatial fluctuations, hopeful for a revelation. On the battlefield, smoke billowed and dust swirled. Otsutsuki Kagaya's breathtaking visage was now marred by an expression of gravity and determination, her white hair dancing in the wind. Otsutsuki Zero appeared equally serious, gripping his weapon tightly, muscles taut and poised for Kagaya's next onslaught. Kagaya pondered inwardly. This opponent possesses remarkable strength, rendering our conflict evenly matched. If this continues, the outcome remains uncertain. She understood that she could no longer engage in blind clashes. A shift in strategy was imperative. Thus, she began to deftly employ her spatial abilities, attempting to craft a combat environment favorable to herself. However, Otsutsuki Zero was no ordinary foe. He keenly perceived Kagaya's intentions and swiftly countered, dismantling her spatial arrangements time and again. Zero's heart brimmed with anxiety as well. After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, Kagaya had indeed become far more formidable. Easily vanquishing her would be no simple feat. I must seek her vulnerabilities and strike decisively. He began to scrutinize Kagaya's every move with heightened caution, analyzing her attack patterns in search of an opening. Kagaya formed hand seals, and in an instant, the surrounding space began to subtly distort. Her hair swayed as if each strand harbored immense energy. She exhibited her strength in full, instilling dread in those who beheld her. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Zero exuded confidence, his hands clutching a weapon that radiated a purple luminosity, pulsating with tremendous energy fluctuations that commanded respect. The chakra emanating from Zero was equally formidable, enveloping him in a purple aura that starkly contrasted Kagaya's blue shield. With a slight motion, the space around him erupted in a cacophony. Seemingly a challenge directed at Kagaya, their auras collided. The battle erupted in earnest. Otsutsuki Kagaya initiated the assault, her hands sweeping outward, summoning countless ice spikes that coalesce from the void, hurtling towards Otsutsuki-Zero. These ice spikes shimmered with a frigid glow, freezing the very space they traversed. Unfazed, Otsutsuki-Zero swung his purple weapon, unleashing a burst of violet light that obliterated the incoming ice spikes. In the next moment, he blinked, appearing before Kaguya, his weapon aimed to cleave her. Kaguya sidestepped, immediately retaliating with 80 God's airstrike, launching a formidable wave of energy from her hands towards Zero. Sensing the impending threat, Zero raised his weapon to defend. The force of the impact forcing him to stagger back a few paces. They exchanged blows, neither yielding. Each strike was imbued with cataclysmic power, and every defense displayed exquisite skill. The very space trembled under the ferocity of their clash. As if on the brink of collapse, Kaguya executed her time-space ninjutsu, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Zero for a surprise assault. Yet, Zero seemed to anticipate her move, swiftly pivoting to block her attack with his weapon. Darkness descends, the surrounding space plunged into shadow, and countless black energy spheres surged forth from the abyss, hurtling towards Kaguya. She joined her hands in prayer, conjuring a massive energy shield before her to ward off the black spheres. However, the impact still caused her body to tremble slightly. Otsutsuki-Zero sneered, his gaze laced with disdain. You have indeed grown stronger, but compared to me, an insurmountable chasm remains. The warm-up is complete. Now, witness the disparity between us. Divine birth. As his words faded, a blinding purple light streaked across the sky, illuminating Otsutsuki-Zero. In an instant, a fierce violet flame engulfed him, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes. When the flame subsided, his appearance remained unchanged, yet the aura emanating from him was more overwhelming and potent than before. Simultaneously, the realm of the heavens shimmered with the same purple light, enveloping Kaguya herself. Zero smirked, fixing his gaze on Kaguya, tauntingly challenging her. Come, let us continue. With that, he vanished, darting toward Kaguya like a specter. Kaguya, recognizing the threat, swiftly assumed a defensive stance, ready for battle. However, as she was enveloped by the purple light, an unexplainable force began to erode her body. Her strength waned, and her once masterful control over chakra became chaotic under the onslaught of the violet glow. As if bound by an invisible force, she endeavored to summon all her chakra to resist. But the purple light devoured her power like a black hole, rendering her attacks feebled. In terms of speed, Kaguya lost her former agility. What once were effortless evasions now felt like monumental struggles. Her body's reflexes had diminished significantly. Every attempt to dodge felt akin to a race against death, where moments' lapse could result in Zero's strike landing. Even more astonishingly, Kaguya's absolute defense began to show cracks under the onslaught of the purple light. Her once impregnable shield now resembled fragile parchment, repeatedly breached by Zero. Exposed to the onslaught, Kaguya suffered unprecedented injuries. Breathless and gasping, Kaguya understood that she could not persist in this manner. Thus, she swiftly recalibrated her strategy. Seeking to alter her combat style to reverse the tide, she began to allocate and utilize her chakra more judiciously, refraining from futile head-on confrontations with Zero, instead concentrating her power for critical moments of defense and counterattack, aiming for a decisive blow. However, Otsutsuki-Zero's strength was overwhelming, and his techniques were relentless, leaving Kaguya struggling to withstand the assault. Despite her utmost efforts, the circumstances remained dire. Her body gradually succumbed to Zero's ferocious attacks, her breathing becoming increasingly erratic. Finally, during a fierce exchange, Zero landed a powerful blow on Kaguya, sending her hurtling like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a distant mountain peak with a deafening roar. You truly are pitifully weak, he mocked, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Otsutsuki-Zero stood motionless, observing Kaguya's disheveled figure, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was filled with disdain and contempt, as if he had already foreseen the ultimate outcome of this confrontation. That moment, amidst the collapsed mountainside, Zhang Xian paced anxiously. Meanwhile, Yumura and Yui were entirely absorbed in sensing the subtle fluctuations of space. Zhang Xian's heart was in turmoil. His original plan shattered into fragments. According to the original narrative, no member of the Otsutsuki clan had yet arrived in the Shinobi World during this period. Yet, in this realm, an unexpected arrival had occurred. The unknown always strikes when least anticipated. Zhang Xian had initially intended for Yumura and Yui to seal Kagaya, and then utilize the Eight Wonders technique to restore her consciousness. However, this unforeseen turn of events had completely disrupted his strategy, overwhelming him with an intense sense of crisis. He gazed into the void, murmuring, "May Kagaya prevail against the odds and achieve ultimate victory." In the realm of the heavens, Kagaya stood amidst the mountains, fully aware that without resorting to extreme measures, her chances of victory were non-existent. Thus, she tightly shut her eyes, concentrating her mind to establish a connection with the divine tree. The power of the divine tree was vast and formidable, and acquiring it was no simple task. Kagaya needed to summon all her chakra, gathering in her palms to form a luminous energy sphere radiating an extraordinary glow. As her chakra continually infused the sphere, its brilliance intensified, distorting the space around it. Subsequently, Kagaya slowly pushed the energy sphere toward the divine tree, and the light instantly merged with it. The divine tree seemed to awaken, its branches trembling violently, leaves rustling, as a powerful surge of energy emanated from within it. Kagaya focused intently on guiding this energy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her body trembling slightly from the exertion. Finally, the power of the divine tree began to flow into her body through her arms, a torrential force surging through her veins, bringing with it intense pain and pressure. Nevertheless, Kagaya gritted her teeth, enduring it all with unwavering resolve. Kagaya's decision to harness the power of the divine tree stemmed from multiple reasons. Firstly, Otsutsuki Zero's strength surpassed her expectations, the might of his ultimate technique posing an unprecedented threat. Without external assistance, Kagaya had little chance of victory. Secondly, she possessed a clear understanding of her own abilities, recognizing that her current powers were insufficient to contend with Otsutsuki Zero. Her subconscious also resisted the connection forged with the divine tree. Yet, circumstances compelled her to act, leaving little room for contemplation. Moreover, the divine tree influenced Kagaya, instilling within her a fierce desire for victory and a thirst for dominance, driving her to unwillingly concede defeat or relinquish all that she held dear. As the power of the divine tree completely merged with Kagaya's being, the effects were immediate. Her aura surged with newfound strength, her wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace, and the weariness that had clouded her features vanished, replaced by an expression brimming with confidence and authority. Her chakra surged dramatically, distorting the surrounding space with its overwhelming force. Otsutsuki Zero sensed the shift and, no longer willing to wait, launched an attack on Kagaya. His figure flashed like a streak of purple lightning, instantly traversing the distance, coalescing a sphere of terrifying power in his hand, which he hurled toward Kagaya. As the black sphere passed, it appeared to tear the very fabric of space, leaving behind horrifying fissures. Observing this, Kagaya's eyes glinted with icy resolve. She swiftly formed hand seals, channeling the recently acquired power of the divine tree to create a dazzling barrier. The purple sphere collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening roar, the violent energy waves reducing the surrounding boulders to dust, clouds of debris swirling about. Impressive, but far from sufficient. Otsutsuki Zero sneered, his form vanishing once more, reappearing at Kagaya's flank, where he gathered another black sphere, preparing for his next assault. Kagaya chose not to retreat, but to counterattack. She inhaled deeply, the power of the divine tree surging within her like molten lava. Her hands moved swiftly, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp chakra blades from all directions toward Otsutsuki Zero, resembling a torrential downpour of blades. Otsutsuki Zero scoffed, manifesting a faint black aura around him that deflected the blades with ease. However, Kagaya's offensive did not relent. She pressed her palms together, chanting incantations, and in an instant, the entire space seemed enveloped by an invisible force as countless chakra chains spiraled toward Otsutsuki Zero from every direction. "Merely parlor tricks," Otsutsuki Zero bellowed, thrusting his hands apart, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that shattered the chakra chains. Yet in that very moment, Kagaya's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Otsutsuki-Zero. In her hands, she conjured a colossal sword of pure chakra, gleaming with radiant light, and without hesitation, she swung it toward his back. Otsutsuki-Zero reacted with remarkable speed, slightly turning his body to evade the strike. However, Kagaya seemed to anticipate his movement, and the sword traced a graceful arc through the air, aiming once more for his neck. This time, Otsutsuki-Zero could not escape, and the sword carved a deep gash into his throat, blood gushing forth. Yet he appeared impervious to pain, his eyes gleaming with a more frenzied light. "You have provoked my wrath," Otsutsuki-Zero roared, the black aura surrounding him intensifying, a more terrifying force surging within him. His roar resonated throughout the celestial realm, his eyes resembling an abyss, consuming all surrounding light. As his fury escalated, an unprecedented power boiled within him, as if the very space could not withstand his pressure. Beginning to tremble violently, Kagaya, though startled, maintained an impassive demeanor, her grip on the light sword unwavering despite her earlier success. Instead, she concentrated more chakra into the blade, its tip trembling slightly, as if poised for a decisive strike. "Do you think this will defeat me, Kagaya?" Otsutsuki-Zero sneered. His wound healing at a visible rate, he spread his arms wide, and the purple aura rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive purple wing that enveloped him, making him appear as a demon from the depths of the abyss. Kagaya, wary of underestimating him, immediately summoned the power of the divine tree, forming an even more robust protective shield around herself. Nevertheless, she could still sense the terrifying pressure emanating from Otsutsuki-Zero, as if it sought to crush her entire being. That moment, Otsutsuki-Zero launched another attack, swinging his purple wings, which morphed into countless sharp purple feathers. Assaulting Kagaya like a torrential downpour, Kagaya's heart raced. She quickly summoned her chakra to create a rotating barrier that deflected the incoming feathers. However, they seemed endless, relentlessly bombarding her. Realizing this approach was futile, Kagaya resolved to find an opening. She swiftly retracted her sword, forming hand seals to prepare a powerful ninjutsu. Yet, Otsutsuki-Zero, seemingly aware of her intentions, flashed forward, appearing right in front of her, and delivered a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Kagaya was struck heavily against her protective shield. Although the barrier absorbed most of the force, the residual shockwave sent her reeling in pain. Enraged, she knew she could no longer afford to be passive. Thus, she summoned all her strength, gathering the light sword once more, and struck towards Otsutsuki. This time, Otsutsuki-Zero did not evade. Instead, he swung his hands, the purple aura morphing into a purple blade that collided with Kagaya's sword. The clash produced a tremendous energy wave, as if the very space were being torn apart by their combined forces. That moment, their powers reached a peak, and the entire realm seemed on the verge of collapse. Unable to bear the weight of such overwhelming might, countless fissures spread across the air, as if threatening to engulf the entire world. Ignoring the collapse of their surroundings, the two individuals resolutely engaged in the most primal struggles. The clash of lightsabers and a violet blade erupted with dazzling brilliance, each force evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. As the fabric of space continued to disintegrate, the scenery around them gradually twisted and faded, as though being mercilessly kneaded by an invisible hand. Both warriors unleashed deafening roars, pushing their powers to the utmost limit. Accompanied by a blinding radiance, the celestial realm could no longer withstand the burden and collapsed with a resounding crash. Under this cataclysmic force, the two were violently thrust back into the ninja realm, crashing down to the ground like kites severed from their strings, producing two thunderous impacts that trembled the very essence of space. Zhang Xian, along with Yu Village and Yu Yi, who were sensing the spatial fluctuations, were drawn to the sudden cacophony, casting their gazes toward the source of the sound. Go. Zhang Xian called out succinctly, but with authority, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning that sliced through the night sky, his speed astonishing. Yu Village and Yu Yi closely followed, their eyes brimming with anxiety and urgency, upon their hurried arrival at the scene. They beheld a massive pit in the ground, surrounded by devastation, reminiscent of a cataclysmic apocalypse. Scattered around the edges of the pit were fragments of space that flickered with eerie luminescence. And at the bottom of the pit, two figures struggled to rise. Zhang Xian swiftly rushed to Kagaya's side, assisting her to her feet. "How are you, Kagaya?" Zhang Xian inquired with concern. "Mother, are you all right?" "You village and you," he echoed anxiously. Kagaya's complexion was as pale as paper, a ghastly streak of blood adorning her lips. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the divine tree suddenly erupted from the ground, attempting to consume her. Chaos Golden Staff. Zhang Xian reacted swiftly, employing the Chaos Golden Staff to temporarily sever Kagaya from this world, moving her aside just enough to evade the threat of the divine tree. Breathing heavily, Zhang Xian gasped for air, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Kagaya's power was overwhelming. Even a mere shift with the Chaos Golden Staff had nearly drained him of all his strength. "Father, are you all right?" "You village and you," he approached anxiously to support Zhang Xian, their gazes filled with concern. Kagaya shook her head slightly, her eyes a mixture of shock and confusion. "Zhang Xian, how could you possess such a technique?" She was evidently astonished by the Chaos Golden Staff, which surpassed her understanding of the powers within the ninja realm. "Let us set aside this matter for now, Kagaya. What is happening? Why is the divine tree suddenly seeking to merge with you?" Zhang Xian asked gravely, his gaze fixed on the restless divine tree. "Otsutsuki Zero is far too powerful. I must harness the strength of the divine tree to combat him. If the divine tree and I merge, I will be able to utterly defeat him," Kagaya explained. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound echoed from a distance, and the entire sky transformed into a shade of purple, as a violet figure crashed down before Zhang Xian and the others. It was Otsutsuki Zero. Blood seeped from the corner of Zero's mouth, his white attire stained with dust, and his breath ragged, clearly bearing wounds akin to Kagaya's. Zero's eyes lingered on Zhang Xian and the others for a few seconds before he bellowed. "Otsutsuki Kagaya, you wretched harlot! How dare you with a native and bear two little brats? You are bringing shame to our Otsutsuki clan. I shall eliminate these three worthless fools first, and then you." With that, Otsutsuki Zero conjured a violet long blade in his hand, striking down fiercely at Zhang Xian, only to miss completely. Zhang Xian had evaded to the side, kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, at the critical moment, he had used the Chaos Golden Staff to shift away, but only by facing Otsutsuki Zero did he truly comprehend the magnitude of his oppressive presence. No wonder Kagaya sought power from the divine tree. What is this ability? Quite interesting, Otsutsuki Zero remarked, slightly surprised. Interesting, but not sufficient. Just as Zero intended to deliver a fatal blow, Kagaya stepped forward, the divine tree behind her slowly merging with her. Zhang Xian's heart raced. Turning to see that you village and you, he had already collapsed to the ground, seemingly knocked unconscious by Kagaya. "Kagaya," Zhang Xian hesitated to continue. "Zhang Xian, after this I may no longer be myself. Take care of yourself from now on," Kagaya stated expressionlessly, yet her words were laden with deep emotion. With that, she charged toward Otsutsuki Zero. Zhang Xian understood that this was Kagaya's final vestige of self-awareness. Should she fully merge with the divine tree, Kagaya would cease to exist, and the being that emerged would be the goddess of the moon. Boom! As Kagaya surged forward, an invisible force seemed to rend the heavens and the earth, accelerating the merging process between her and the divine tree. The ancient roots, long dormant deep within the earth, sprang to life, wildly extending toward the sky and enveloping Kagaya's form tightly. The intertwining of violet light and the aged green of the divine tree formed a scene both eerie and sacred. Observing this, Otsutsuki Zero curled his lips into a cold smirk, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Relying on the power of the divine tree. "Otsutsuki Kagaya, do you truly believe this will enable you to defeat me?" How utterly laughable! His words dripped with undeniable arrogance, as the violet long blade in his hand coalesced once more, the tip lightly touching the ground, sending ripples of purple energy spreading outward, as though slicing through the very fabric of space. "Otsutsuki, today you shall die." Kagaya's voice resonated through the air, imbued with a transcendent authority, the new power bestowed upon her by the divine tree, and her final struggle as a Mother Point Zero snorted dismissively, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Kaguya, his violet long blades striking down with the force of thunder, aimed directly at her vital points. Yet Kaguya seemed to anticipate this assault, her form shifting slightly to effortlessly evade the strike. Simultaneously, she extended a hand, her palm radiating with resplendent light, an indescribable force surging forth and striking Zero squarely in the chest. With a resounding impact, Zero was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, for the first time, a look of seriousness crossed his features. Clearly, with the power of the divine tree, Kaguya's strength had reached an entirely different level. It seems I underestimated you. Otsutsuki Kaguya, Zero grunted, struggling to rise, the wound on his chest visibly healing at an alarming rate. However, the lightness in his tone had vanished, replaced by a palpable gravity on the other side of the battlefield. Zhang Xian hastily roused you village and you why as they slowly regained consciousness. You village urgently exclaimed, "Father, mother," his voice tinged with undeniable worry and helplessness. Zhang Xian's gaze hardened, quickly interjecting, "I understand. Listen to me now. Your mother is merging with the divine tree that if she fully merges, she will no longer be herself. Therefore, I have decided to hold off Otsutsuki Zero while you seal your mother, preventing her from merging with the divine tree. Do you understand?" "Yes." The brothers exchanged determined glances, their eyes filled with resolve. Zhang Xian then took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him, and propelled himself toward the battlefield between Kaguya and Zero. Earth Style, Earth Dragon. With Zhang Xian's incantation, the ground seemed to come alive, a massive earth dragon bursting forth and propelling Zhang Xian at astonishing speed toward Otsutsuki 0.0, wholly focused on his battle with Kaguya. Abruptly sensed the impending attack, his expression shifting in alarm as he swiftly retreated to evade the sudden assault. However, Zhang Xian's speed far exceeded his expectations. The earth dragon reached him almost instantaneously. Just you and it. You won't find it so easy." Otsutsuki Zero scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals, a faint purple mist enveloping him. The earth dragon collided with the mist, erupting in a deafening roar, dust, and debris scattering, shaking the entire battlefield. Yet, Zhang Xian did not relent. Leveraging the impact of the earth dragon, he leaped high, soaring over Otsutsuki Zero's head and landing behind him. "Your opponent is me," Zhang Xian declared coldly, his eyes shimmering with the light of battle. Simultaneously, you village and you, had surged forward to stand before Kaguya. They gazed at their mother, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Once, she had been so gentle and kind. Now, however, she appeared so cold and ruthless, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. "Mother, I'm sorry." Yumura took a deep breath and charged towards Kaguya alongside Yui, upon seeing them approach. A flicker of indifference glinted in Kaguya's eyes. Without hesitation, she launched an attack, her hands sweeping through the air, unleashing two streams of black energy that shot towards Yumura and Yui like lightning. Yumura and Yui, agile and nimble, deftly evaded Kaguya's onslaught, their hearts brimming with concern and reluctance for their mother. Nonetheless, they understood that the urgent priority at this moment was to seal her and prevent her complete fusion with the divine tree. "Yui, we must exert our utmost effort without any hesitation," Yumura whispered to Yui. She nodded resolutely, her gaze unwavering. "I understand. Yumura, we fight not only to protect this world but also to safeguard our mother." The two displayed remarkable synergy. Yumura swung his long sword, its tip glimmering with golden light, a manifestation of the chakra coursing through him. Meanwhile, Yui formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations in preparation for a powerful ninjutsu. Observing this, Kaguya scoffed coldly. "Do you truly believe your strength can thwart me? How laughable!" She attacked once more, a tide of black energy surging towards Yumura and Yui. Undeterred, they advanced to meet it. Yumura's sword collided with the black energy, producing a deafening sound like a tea that moment. Yui unleashed her ninjutsu, a massive beam of light erupting from the ground, enveloping Kaguya within. However, Kaguya's power was overwhelming. Although Yumura and Yui's attacks provided some obstruction, they could not truly harm her. With a mere flick of her hands, Kagaya easily dispelled Yui's ninjutsu and delivered a kick to Yumura. Sending him flying, he tumbled through the air, managing to stabilize himself with great effort. Turning to Yui, he saw her also staggered by Kagaya's assault, her face pale. "Yui, are you all right?" Yumura inquired with concern. Yui shook her head, suppressing the discomfort within her. "I'm fine. Let us go again." The two surged forward once more. This time more cautiously, no longer launching blind assaults. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian faced Otsutsu, acutely aware that defeating such a formidable opponent alone was an insurmountable task. Yet to buy time for Yumura and Yui to seal Kagaya, he knew he had to give it his all. Thunderbolt of Tremor. With Zhang Xian's command, a fierce surge of lightning erupted around him, rushing towards Zero like a storm. Zero let out a disdainful grunt, pressing his palms together, creating an invisible barrier that completely nullified the lightning. "That a mere parlor trick, and you dare to flaunt it before me," he taunted, swiftly appearing behind Zhang Xian, his hand coalescing chakra, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Temporal disruption. In an instant, Zhang Xian's silhouette reappeared some distance away. What just happened? Did you, a mere insect, possess such a technique?" Otsutsuki Zero expressed his surprise. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian felt a wave of relief. The wind afterward technique truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 8 wonders, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Despite its significant energy cost against an adversary like Otsutsuki Zero, every slight advantage could be pivotal, but he understood that the temporal disruption merely disoriented his opponent as perception and actions. He had to capitalize on this moment to launch a more vigorous offensive. 4 plates, activate. Zhang Xian gestured, and an octagonal pattern emerged beneath him, radiating brilliance, attempting to ensnare Zero within its confines. However, Otsutsuki Zero was no ordinary foe. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful chakra wave, shattering the octagonal pattern into fragments. "Interesting, but do you think you can bind me?" he sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's expression shifted. "Wind binding." With a commanding shout, ropes forged from wind surged from all directions, seeking to entrap Zero. Though these ropes appeared soft, they were remarkably resilient, impervious even to Chakra's attempts to break free. Yet, Zero merely chuckled lightly, chakras swirling around him to form a flowing shield, repelling the wind ropes the moment they made contact, preventing them from nearing him at all. "How dull. Is this all you can muster?" Zero derided, his voice filled with scorn. Zhang Xian, stoking the flames of anger within, recognized that rage would not resolve the issue. It would only cloud his judgment. Suppressing his ire, he replied solemnly, "Don't get too cocky. The battle has only just begun." On the other front, Yumura and Yui found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Kagaya's power escalated, rendering their assaults increasingly ineffective. Observing this, Yumura felt a surge of anxiety. He realized they could not continue in this manner. Kagaya seemed incensed by their efforts, abandoning her restraint as an overwhelming aura emanated from her. Black energy surged around her like a colossal beast roaring in fury. "You seek your own demise," Kagaya bellowed. They needed to subdue their mother swiftly. The situation with their father was precarious. Yumura intoned gravely, his voice cutting through the howling winds with clarity. Yui nodded, quickly forming hand seals. "Sage art. Yin-yang release technique." As he shouted, a radiant light interwoven with yin and yang erupted from his palms, shooting directly towards Kagaya. Kagaya snorted disdainfully, sweeping her hands, sending black energy in waves to meet the light of the yin-yang release technique. The two forces collided in midair, producing an earth-shattering roar. Witnessing this, Yumura held nothing back. He inhaled deeply, radiating a golden light, the pure bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan bubbling within him. "Sage art, true thousand hands." With his furious shout, a massive golden Buddha materialized behind him, its hands crashing down with cataclysmic force. That Kagaya's expression grew grave. She had not anticipated these two young ones could unleash such formidable power. Yet as a princess of the Otsutsuki clan, she possessed extraordinary strength. With her hands pressed together, she chanted incantations, black energy coalescing into a gigantic sphere around her, seemingly imbued with boundless destructive power. Expanding truth-seeking orb, Kagaya declared, and the black sphere erupted, transforming into countless black, truth-seeking orbs that streaked towards Yumura and Yui like a meteor shower. Yumura and Yui's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not expected Kagaya to wield such a terrifying technique and could only brace themselves to face it. The truth-seeking orbs streaked across the sky like dark meteors, each carrying the power to obliterate mountains. Yumura commanded the true Thousand Hands Buddha, its colossal golden palms moving through the air, attempting to block the incoming deadly orbs. However, the density and speed of the truth-seeking orbs defied imagination. Even the Buddha's hands, capable of blocking the sun, could only shatter a fraction. The rest slipped through like fish escaping a net, shrieking sharply as they continued their assault. Yui, quick to react, transformed into a streak of light, deftly weaving between the truth-seeking orbs while simultaneously forming hand seals. God. Sage art. Qilin. Instantly, the skies darkened, thunder roaring as a colossal beast formed from pure lightning emerged from the clouds, opening its massive jaws to devour the remaining truth-seeking orbs, vanishing into the void amidst the thunderous clamor. Kagaya, witnessing this, exhibited a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by deeper fury. Oh, you believe this will thwart me? Such naivety. She formed seals once more, the dark energy surrounding her thickening, as if to engulf all light. God, birth of the divine tree realm. Before her words faded, the earth trembled. Numerous thick black vines erupted from the ground, rapidly spreading to engulf the entire battlefield. These vines were not only immensely sturdy but also possessed a sinister ability to drain life force. Upon contact, they would swiftly weaken their prey. Yumura and Yui were forced apart, each contending with the encroaching vines from all sides. Yui furrowed his brows, acutely aware that this approach was unsustainable. He needed to find a way to counteract it. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the natural energy surrounding him, then abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils gleaming with golden light. Sage art. Natural energy absorption. As he moved, the surrounding natural energy seemed to respond to his summons, converging into a pure current that flowed through his meridians, augmenting his strength. Empowered by the forces of nature, Yui wielded the celestial staff in his hand, unleashing a purifying light that caused the creeping vines to wither and the runes to lose their luster. Meanwhile, on the side of Yutsuin, the colossal form of the true thousand-handed Buddha statue forcefully carved a path toward Kagaya, each step accompanied by a violent tremor of the earth, showcasing his unparalleled might. On another front, amidst the battlefield of Zhongxian and Tsutsuki Zero, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, thunder rumbling ominously, as if heralding an impending calamity. Thunder technique. 9 heavens responding thunder, Zhongxian barked. And a robust bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, hurtling directly toward Zero. This lightning harbored the power to annihilate worlds, and even Zero did not dare to underestimate it. Upon witnessing this, Zero's expression finally grew grave. He swiftly formed hand seals, and a thick layer of chakra coalesced around him, readying himself to withstand the oncoming strike. Boom! The lightning collided with the armor, producing a deafening roar. The immense wave of energy caused the surrounding space to tremble as if the very heavens and earth were about to be torn asunder. Yet, when the lightning dissipated, Zero remained unscathed, albeit with a few charred marks on his armor. Is that all? He scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Observing Zero's triumphant demeanor, a sense of helplessness surged within Zhongxian. He was acutely aware that defeating Zero with his current strength was nearly impossible. However, he could not surrender. Yutsuin and Yui were at a critical juncture in sealing Kagaya, and he had to buy them time. Resolving himself, Zhongxian gritted his teeth and prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. He closed his eyes, feeling as if he merged with the world, resonating with the natural energies around him. 0.9 Palace's 8 trigrams. Reversal of spring and autumn. With a thunderous shout, a formation materialized beneath his feet, and the surrounding space warped as countless blades of wind, fireballs, and ice arrows surged toward Zero like a tempest. These assaults were not only swift but also tremendously potent. Even Zero could not afford to be careless. He swiftly maneuvered, dodging left and right in an attempt to evade the onslaught. Yet, Zhang Xian's barrage came in relentless waves, overwhelming Zero and leaving him no room to breathe. "Damn it, you little insect. How dare you possess such means?" Zero roared, his voice brimming with fury. He understood that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before he would be struck by these attacks. Thus, he ceased holding back his strength, forming hand seals with haste, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. Suddenly, his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and his chakra surged with a fury that seemed poised to incinerate all. With a mighty roar, an immense repulsive force erupted around him, casting away everything in proximity. The attacks that had been aimed at Zero shattered upon contact with this force. Zhang Xian's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated Zero's formidable capability. Under the influence of this repulsion, he was involuntarily flung backward, crashing violently against a nearby rock, blood spilling from his mouth. Cough, cough. Zhang Xian struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. He knew he had reached the end of his strength and could no longer continue the fight. Yet at this life-and-death juncture, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his gaze. He turned his attention toward Yutsun and the battlefield where Yui battled Kaguya. Engulfed in smoke and chaos, is it truly hopeless? He pondered, filled with a sense of reluctance and helplessness, that he understood that he had no strength left to fight, that if he fell, there would be no suspense regarding Kaguya's fate. He then cast his gaze back at Tsutsuki Zero, whose bloodthirsty eyes were fixed coldly upon him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian's eyes reflected determination. "Tsutsuki Zero, I know I cannot defeat you. Yet, I possess a means to render you no longer yourself." No sooner had he spoken than the four discs beneath him surged with radiant light, as if a mysterious power was brewing within. Observing this, Zero furrowed his brow. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from Zhang Xian. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, considering Zhang Xian merely an insignificant insect. "Insect, your jest is unamusing," Tsutsuki Zero remarked coldly, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. However, before he could finish, Zhang Xian's figure abruptly vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage, disorderly gold strike. Zhang Xian's voice echoed in the air, and then his form reappeared before Tsutsuki Zero, enveloping him within the four discs as if to trap him. Yet, Zero remained unfazed. Snorting coldly, his chakra surging as he attempted to break free from the binding that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly sat cross-legged, forming hand seals and murmuring incantations. Inner scene, arise. As his words fell, the surroundings became hazy, as if the entire world lost its color in that instant. Tsutsuki Zero was astonished to find himself immersed in a realm filled with mystery and fantastical hues. There was no smoke or flames, only endless wonder and beauty. However, he soon realized something was amiss in this world. Here, his desires began to swell uncontrollably, and the greed, hatred, and ambition he had long buried surged forth like wild stallions. He struggled to maintain control, but that force seemed alive, incessantly eroding his mind. Tsutsuki Zero roared in agony, attempting to break free from this world's confines. Yet the more he struggled, the stronger that force became. Meanwhile, in the external world, Zhang Xian's complexion had turned as pale as paper that he clenched his teeth, gripping his hands tightly, as if enduring immense suffering. This moment, he found himself in a similar predicament as Tsutsuki Zero, resisting the temptations that assailed him from all directions. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from the battlefield of Yutsuin, and Ue.3 figures were thrown in different directions, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The air was thick with tension and unease, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Da-da! A long cry pierced through the dust, as Kaguya's chakra erupted, scattering the haze. Her figure reemerged, her eyes shimmering with a blend of resolve and anguish. Yutsuin and Yui quickly regained their footing, their gazes fixated on Kaguya, sensing a change within their mother. Yutsuin, Yui, now, my consciousness is returning. Use the 6 paths, planetary devastation seal I taught you to bind me. I sense the divine tree beginning to siphon energy from this planet through me. Kagaya urged urgently, her voice imbued with undeniable conviction. Once she spoke, her demeanor turned icy, charging directly at them. Yui and Yutsuin immediately braced for defense. Yet this time, a weight settled in their hearts. "Mother," Yui whispered, his voice laced with profound sorrow. He understood that once the sealing commenced, their connection with her would be irreparably severed. It was not only a punishment for Kagaya, but also a monumental test of their own emotions. Yutsuin remained silent, but his furrowed brow and clenched fists revealed his determination. Zhang Xian had once told them he had a way to restore Kagaya's self-awareness. The seal was merely temporary. Kagaya's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each strike carrying the potential to obliterate mountains. Yui and Yutsuin joined forces to counter, yet the immense pressure was palpable. They recognized that if they could not seal Kagaya swiftly, the entire planet faced annihilation. "Yutsuin, prepare," Yui called out, swiftly forming hand seals, his chakra surging violently, as if seeking to break free from his body's constraints. Upon hearing this, Yutsuin instantly entered a combat stance, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Every muscle taut and poised to unleash his mightiest blow. That moment, Kagaya's assault surged forth once more, a colossal black hand descending like a mountain, radiating an aura of destruction. Yui and Yutsuin leapt simultaneously, evading the strike, yet the residual force left them shaken. This is the moment. With a thunderous shout, Yui clasped his hands together vigorously, and the chakra within him seemed to find its outlet. Erupting instantaneously, simultaneously, Yuen sprang into action, his hands moving swiftly to form seals, a mysterious force swirling around him. 6 paths, Earth Explosion Star. Both cried out in unison, intertwining their chakra and the primordial energy of the heavens into a colossal black sphere. The sphere rotated slowly in the air, radiating a blinding light, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. Kagaya's expression shifted dramatically. She sensed the terrifying power, yet it was too late to avert the impending doom. The black sphere approached her rapidly, enveloping her entirely. Kagaya struggled frantically within the sphere, but to no avail. Despite her formidable power, it paled in comparison to this enigmatic force. Observing her predicament, a flicker of surprise crossed Kagaya's eyes, quickly replaced by indifference. She recognized her inability to thwart this technique, for it was one she had personally imparted to her 2 sons. Nevertheless, she did not cease her assault. Rather, she surged forward with renewed ferocity. Attempting to break their seal, the black sphere spun ever faster, its brilliance intensifying. Objects from the ground were swiftly drawn towards the sphere, intertwining to form a vast net that ensnared Kagaya firmly. She struggled with all her might, yet it was futile. Her strength, though immense, appeared insignificant before the 6 paths Earth Explosion Star. Gazing at her 2 sons, her eyes regained their warmth. Yuen, Kagaya called their names softly, her voice laced with tenderness. This was her final plea as a mother, and her last farewell to her sons. As her voice faded, the seal was finally complete, a stone sphere exceeding 30,000 meters in diameter, resting silently in the air. In the final moment before the seal was sealed, a resolute glint flashed in Kagaya's eyes. Just before her confinement, she split a fragment of her consciousness, transforming it into a shadow that silently slipped into the void. That was the Black Zetsu, a manifestation of the God Tree through Kagaya's consciousness, her last resort, awaiting the day when the seal could be undone and freedom regained. Yet, unbeknownst to Yui and Yuen, they gazed at the stone sphere, their hearts a tumult of emotions, yet relieved, fatigue evident upon their faces as they shared a weary but liberated smile. "Brother, we did it!" Yui exclaimed wearily. "Indeed, we achieved it. But the cost of our mother," Yuen reflected somberly. "Did not father say he has a plan?" Yui reassured. By the way, how is father faring?" Yuen asked suddenly, turning to run towards Zhang Xian, with Yui following closely behind. Upon arriving at the battlefield of Zhang Xian and Otsutsuki Shinjutsu, they found the 2 seated cross-legged with closed eyes, Otsutsuki Shinjutsu chanting, "Primordial leads the universe, encompassing the transformations of the cosmos. Transform me into a king." Just as Yuen and Yui intended to check on Zhang Xian's condition, He slowly opened his pale eyes, weakly stating, "Do not advance further. I have drawn Otsutsuki Shinjutsu into the internal realm that he is currently attempting to break through, and I shall duel with him within. Time and space in this area are shifting, potentially causing unpredictable effects on the surrounding environment. You must not proceed." Upon hearing this, Yu and Yun halted their steps, concern etched in their expressions. "Father, are you all right? What can we do to assist you?" Yu asked anxiously. Zhang Xian gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You have done remarkably well. The ensuing battle will be a contest of will, and your assistance is not needed. Now that Kagaya is sealed, the future of this world relies on the two of you." Yun clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. "Father, you must return safely. We will protect this place and await your victory." Zhang Xian nodded, then closed his eyes once more, concentrating entirely on the internal realm. As his will focused, the air around them began to ripple gently, time and space appearing to distort, forming an independent domain that enveloped Otsutsuki Shinjutsu along with him. Within this domain, the figures of Zhang Xian and Otsutsuki Shinjutsu flickered in and out of view, traversing different dimensions. Otsutsuki Shinjutsu's voice echoed through the void, laden with boundless rage and resentment. "You insignificant insect, do you think this can confine me? A dream, ah!" He shifted tactics. Primordial leads the universe, encompassing the transformations of the cosmos. "Transform me into a king." Zhang Xian ignored Otsutsuki Shinjutsu's outcries, steadfastly resisting the temptations encroaching from all sides within the internal realm. He had no desire to meet the same fate as those old men from Wudong. Meanwhile, Yun and Yu left the battlefield, arriving at the God Tree, where they gazed upon its towering form, their disdain reaching its zenith. Yet they could not destroy it, for the God Tree had established a bond with Kagaya. Its destruction would inevitably affect her. Yu placed his hand upon the God Tree, sensing its chakra, and declared, "Yun, I intend to extract and disperse the God Tree's chakra, then transplant its husk on a Mother S seal, thus eliminating its potential for chaos." "All right, I shall assist you, brother," Yun replied. Yu took a deep breath, swiftly forming seals with his hands that yin-yang release extraction. A faint blue glow enveloped his body. Seeing this, Yun, unwilling to be outdone, also formed seals, resonating with Yu from a distance. Their powers began to converge, the surrounding air seemingly solidifying, time slowing to a crawl. As moments passed, the God Tree trembled, threads of chakra gradually surfacing upon its massive form. These chakras moved like living entities across the tree's surface, reluctant to be extracted. Yun and Yu felt veins bulge on their foreheads. Aware of the perilous nature of this step, a moment's miscalculation could lead to a backlash from the God Tree's chakra. "Hold on, brother." Yun gritted his teeth, his hand seals accelerating, attempting to guide the restless chakra with his strength. He nodded slightly, closing his eyes and immersing himself completely in the extraction process. Now, he suddenly opened his eyes, forcefully pushing his hands forward, a dazzling beam of light erupting from his palms, striking the God Tree. Simultaneously, Yun launched his attack. Their powers collided in midair, forming a massive vortex that gradually extracted the chakra from the God Tree. As the chakra was ruthlessly siphoned, the once majestic form of the God Tree withered rapidly, its lush branches and leaves appearing as if swept by autumn winds, turning brittle and yellow, its trunk becoming frail, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch, when the last vestige of chakra was drained. The God Tree was reduced to a hollow shell, resembling the Outer Path's golem from the original tale. Next came the transplantation of the God Tree's husk on a Kagaya seal. Yu gently wiped the sweat from his brow. Fatigue evident, yet determination and resolve shone in his eyes. Yun nodded silently, stepping towards the God Tree's husk, tenderly touching it. Instantly, the husk seemed to be lifted by an unseen force, soaring towards the Earth explosion star sealing Kagaya. The two swiftly formed seals, and with a deep rumble, the Earth explosion star began to ascend, piercing through layers of clouds, ultimately resting outside the Shinobi World, transforming into a radiant moon in the night sky. casting a soft and mysterious white light. Yun gazed up at the new moon, softly sighing, "At last, everything has come to an end." "Indeed, it is over," Yu echoed, his voice tinged with relief. That moment. Yun's gaze shifted to the floating chakra sphere, his brow furrowing. "Brother, how should we handle this?" Just as Yui was about to respond, a series of summoning script emerged from the ground, followed by a cloud of white smoke that revealed the figure of Fukasaku, the great sage of the toads. "Fukasaku, what brings you here?" Yui exclaimed, surprise evident on his face. Fukasaku chuckled. "I sense from Mount Miyaboku that you have successfully sealed Kagaya. And out of curiosity, I couldn't resist coming to see. Where is Zhang Xian? Why hasn't he come?" Fukasaku inquired further. Yun's expression became complex. "I cannot adequately describe my father's condition at present, but I will take you to meet him shortly. For now, we must first address the issue of this god tree's chakra." Fukasaku gazed at the chakra sphere, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "How about we split it into 9 parts? Thus, this approach can prevent anyone from acquiring the complete chakra of the divine tree, thereby averting potential calamities. Furthermore, it allows these 9 entities to become the guardians of the ninja world." Upon hearing this, Yumura's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. "What a splendid idea! Let us proceed with it, dear brother." Yui nodded in agreement, and the two joined forces once more, pushing the yin-yang release technique to its zenith. Before their eyes, the chakra sphere began to rotate slowly, its speed increasing until it gradually differentiated into 9 distinctly unique segments. Each portion radiated its own extraordinary light and aura, resembling 9 newly born life forms, imbued with mystery and power. Ultimately, amidst a dazzling brilliance, the 9-tailed beasts were born. They each possessed a fragment of the divine tree's power, exhibiting varied forms and remarkable abilities. These 9-tailed beasts did not exude an aura of malevolence. Rather, they appeared endearing and charming, making it nearly impossible to associate them with the fearsome beasts capable of wreaking havoc upon the world. Yui gazed at these 9 little creatures, a warm current surging within his heart. "From now on, let us arrange you according to the number of tails you possess." The AS for names. Allow me to ponder for a moment. Yes, I have it. You shall be named 1 tail Shoha, 2 tails Utorai, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Sun Wukong, 5 tails Muong, 6 tails Saiken, 7 tails Chomei, 8 tails Gyuki, and 9 tails Kyubi. The 9 little beings, with their adorable and spirited appearances, surrounded Yumura, excitedly clamoring, "I have a name now! I have a name now!" Yui looked at these lively and charming tailed beasts. A gentle smile gracing his face, he crouched down, tenderly stroking their little heads, and spoke softly, "Indeed, you now each possess your own names, a unique identifier belonging to you. But remember, a name is not merely a label. It embodies my hopes and responsibilities towards you." 1-tail Shoha was the first to leap up in excitement, its youthful voice inquiring, "Responsibilities? What responsibilities, Lord Yumura?" Yui patiently explained, "As embodiments of the divine tree's power, you wield immense strength. However, power is a double-edged sword. It can protect as well as destroy. Your responsibility lies in learning to control this power, to become the harbingers of peace in this world, rather than sources of calamity." 2 tails Utorai blinked its bright eyes, curiously asking, "How do we coexist with humans? Won't they be afraid of us?" Yui smiled warmly, glancing at the great toad sage Gemaru, who nodded in agreement, seemingly prepared for this inquiry. Indeed, humans often harbor fear towards the unknown. However, fear stems from misunderstanding. You must demonstrate your goodwill through tangible actions. For instance, lend a helping hand during natural disasters, aiding humans in rebuilding their homes. Or, when malevolent forces threaten the peace of the ninja world, fight alongside the shinobi. 3 tails Isabu swayed its massive form, appearing somewhat hesitant. "But I do not enjoy being confined." Yui nodded in understanding. "No one expects you to remain by human sides forever. However, establishing a bridge of mutual trust and understanding is of utmost importance. When the world calls upon you, I hope you will step forward, becoming a link between humanity and the forces of nature." 4 tails Sun Wukong, named after the legendary great sage equaling heaven, appeared particularly playful. What if humans harm us? Yuhi laughed heartily, shaking his head. Certainly, there will be those among humans who covet your power. But there will also be those who seek to protect you. You must learn to discern human nature. Five Tails Muang appeared more composed. Lord Yumura, we are willing to strive for peaceful coexistence with humans. But if any humans pose a threat to us, may we eliminate them? This posed a critical question. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhi replied, Certainly, this is contingent upon ensuring your own safety. To Six Tails Saikin gently spoke. That sounds agreeable. I'm willing to give humans a chance to. Seven Tails Chome shifted its body, seemingly in thought. I hope we can become friends with humans rather than foes. After all, the feeling of loneliness is quite unpleasant. Eight Tails Gyuki was more straightforward. If anyone dares to bully us or attempts to exploit our power for nefarious deeds, I shall show no mercy. Finally, Nine Tails QB, the most powerful and proud among them, spoke slowly, though I do not relish being bound. If it is for the sake of protecting this world, I am willing to bear this responsibility. However, do not expect me to submit easily to anyone. Yuhi looked on with satisfaction at the nine-tailed beasts. Their attitudes, though varied, reflected a shared determination to strive for peace. Subsequently, Yuhi and Yumura, accompanied by Gamaru and the nine-tailed beasts, made their way to the location where Zhang Xian resided. At that moment, Zhang Xian was immersed in an indescribable state, alternating between laughter and tears. What has happened to him? Inquired the great toad sage. According to his own account, Zhang Xian had pulled Otsutsuki Zero into a realm known as Inner Landscape to confine him. However, that place required a contest of wills, and thus he could only rely on himself. We could offer no assistance, Yumura explained. Inner Landscape? What manner of place is that? The great toad sage questioned, perplexed that we do not know either. Yuhi replied. Father mentioned that time and space in this area are undergoing changes, which may yield unpredictable effects on the surrounding environment. Thus we cannot proceed further. As these words fell, the air around them suddenly began to distort, and a powerful wave of energy rippled through. Everyone felt a flicker before their eyes, as the environment rapidly transformed, as if the entire world had lost its order in that instant. This is bad. The influence of the inner landscape on the outside world is intensifying. Yumura's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to stabilize the surrounding space. However, the force was too overwhelming. His efforts seemed futile. At that moment, Zhang Xian's expression abruptly changed, his face contorted in pain as if he were resisting something. Father, Yuhi murmured, his gaze fixated on Zhang Xian. He could sense that Zhang Xian was locked in a struggle with something. Suddenly, Zhang Xian's body jerked violently. Zhang Xian opened his eyes, gasping for breath. What are you all doing here? He stammered. His words were punctuated by labored breaths, clearly having just emerged from a fierce clash of wills. His gaze gradually regained clarity as he surveyed his surroundings, discovering that Yumura, the great toad sage, and the nine-tailed beasts were all gathered around him, while the environment had become strange and unstable, with space warped and the passage of time seemingly altered. Father, are you all right? Yuhi stepped forward anxiously, concern etched on his face. Zhang Xian shook his head, striving to steady himself. That I am fine. It is just that the influence of the inner landscape is far more intense than I had anticipated. Otsutsuki Zero-S is also intertwined within it, making it difficult for me to concentrate and resist the temptation of the inner landscape. What kind of place is the inner landscape? The great toad sage again posed the question, his eyes reflecting both curiosity and concern. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and slowly explained, the inner landscape is a realm of arcane techniques, regarded as the pinnacle of sorcery. Within this domain, sorcerers can manipulate the changes of all things in existence, manifesting their desires and achieving the impossible. However, should a sorcerer become entrapped by this allure, they may end up like a mere shell of their former selves, unable to awaken. Thus, only those devoid of desires can attain the highest realm of a sorcerer. I see. Yumura nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Father said we could not offer you direct assistance. Zhang Xian's gaze swept over everyone as he continued. In the inner landscape, the concepts of time and space become nebulous. In a single thought, one may traverse thousands of miles or journey through time. Yet it is this very power that leads countless sorcerers to lose themselves, becoming slaves to their own strength. Although I strive to remain aware, Otsutsuki 0's will is exceptionally potent. He seeks to supplant my consciousness. Merging ours under his dominion, as Zhang Xian articulated this. A hint of trepidation colored his tone. He continued, during the merging of my consciousness with that of Otsutsuki 0, I also glimpsed fragments of his memories. Otsutsuki 0 is specifically here to capture Kaguya, and this time he has failed, but the Otsutsuki clan will undoubtedly send more to pursue her. Moreover, there is the Divine Tree, a crucial resource for the Otsutsuki clan. They will never relinquish it. The implications of this, the great Toad Sage remarked, his brow furrowing. If that is the case, the threat we face is far more grave than we imagined. Yumura and Yuhi exchanged glances, each reading the steadfast determination reflected in the other's eyes. Yuhi spoke resolutely. Father, we cannot remain idle. Since the Otsutsuki clan will return, we must prepare ourselves to protect Mother in this world. Zhang Xian nodded in relief and remarked, indeed, we must take action. Yuan, the protection of this world is not solely our responsibility. Humanity itself must also bear this burden. Father, please guide us on what steps to take. Yu and Yuan spoke in unison, their voices imbued with resolve. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before slowly responding. First and foremost, you must further enhance your own powers. Secondly, you need to impart the knowledge of chakra to the people of this world. Lastly, human bodies are inherently frail, regardless of their might. Life is but a fleeting century. The arrival of the Otsutsuki clan is uncertain, and these formidable beings may have already perished. Thus, ensuring the preservation of their souls becomes paramount. At present, I am unable to assist. It is up to you now. Understood, Father, they replied in unison. Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak again, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, Otsutsuki 0 has discovered my exit from the inner realm. I must return immediately. With that, he closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking back into the inner realm. Yuan, the great Toad Sage, and the nine-tailed beast observed the tightly shut eyes of Zhang Xian in silence. At that moment, the great Toad Sage broke the silence, stating, I shall contact the other two sacred lands that we, the three sacred lands, can no longer isolate ourselves. We too must contribute to this world, that we will select individuals of exceptional quality to sign a summoning contract with us and teach them the methods of cultivating natural energy from the three sacred lands. Yuan responded, very well, Toad Maru. We must also contemplate how to instruct humanity in chakra. Let us proceed with our respective tasks. Agreed. The great Toad Sage concluded, and a puff of white smoke enveloped him as he vanished. Returning to Mayaboka Mountain. After the great Toad Sage's departure, Yu and Yuan exchanged glances before leaving the area as well. Upon returning to Mayaboka Mountain, the great Toad Sage swiftly summoned the White Snake Sage and the Slug Sage from the three sacred lands to discuss strategies. Given the circumstances, I propose we open the three sacred lands to allow humans to sign summoning contracts with us and, depending on the situation, impart the cultivation methods of natural energy, the great Toad Sage suggested. I concur, as I'm the sole representative of Wetbone Forest, the Slug Sage replied in a soft voice. Old Toad, our Dragon Cave is not a charity organization. We harbor no fondness for those humans. The cultivation methods of the Dragon Cave are significantly more challenging than yours. Let me make this clear. Those who fail to succeed in their training will not be spared by my serpentine descendants. The White Snake Sage declared ominously, that is of no concern. What we seek are powerful individuals capable of combating the Otsutsuki clan, not caretakers for them, the great Toad Sage retorted. Very well, under those conditions. I also agree. The White Snake Sage acquiesced. Yu and Yuan returned to the capital of the Land of Ancestors, commencing their task of teaching the people the practice of chakra, as per Zhang Xian's instructions. They began to instruct the populace in the methods of chakra cultivation, following the path they once traversed during their studies abroad. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this period, Yuan and Yu educated countless individuals in the ways of chakra. Throughout this process, many prodigies emerged. Among them was a genius named Kazama, who possessed extraordinary perceptive abilities. Kazama could sense Chakra's presence in a remarkably short time and swiftly gather it in his hands. His talent distinguished him among the many learners. Kazama developed a technique known as wind blade technique. When he employed this technique, chakra coalesced along the edges of his palm, forming razor-sharp wind blades capable of effortlessly slicing through hard objects. This technique not only showcased his formidable offensive power, but also exemplified his precise control over chakra. Another prodigy was a woman named Mizuki. She exhibited exceptional insight and creativity. She devised a unique technique called Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor. When this technique was activated, a massive water curtain would arise around her, capable of both blocking enemy attacks and concealing her form within, allowing her to launch surprise assaults on her foes. A third prodigy, known as In, was fiery in temperament yet brimming with passion. He created a stunning technique called Great Fire Technique, which unleashed a torrent of flaming chakra, engulfing enemies in a sea of fire, leaving them with no escape. In addition to these remarkable individuals, many others emerged, each harnessing their unique talents and relentless efforts to develop a myriad of techniques. Some excelled in healing, using chakra to mend the wounds of the injured. Others specialized in defense, constructing sturdy chakra shields, while some were adept in illusion techniques, manipulating the minds of their adversaries to secure victory in battle. The emergence of these prodigies significantly advanced humanity's understanding and application of chakra, bringing about profound transformations within society. The Yue designated these individuals, who wielded chakra, as ninja, and named the techniques they created ninjutsu. However, not all was idyllic. One day, in a tranquil village where sunlight should have warmly bathed every inch of land, shadows of death loomed ominously. He stepped into the village. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, inducing nausea. He witnessed houses consumed by flames, charred remnants strewn about, and the bodies of innocent villagers lying askew, their eyes reflecting the terror and despair they had experienced in life. Upon closer inspection, Yui discerned that the villagers had met horrific fates. Their wounds were not inflicted by ordinary weapons, but bore the unmistakable marks of ninjutsu. Some bodies were shredded to pieces by powerful wind blades, while others were grotesquely burned beyond recognition by raging flames. After conducting a thorough investigation, Yui finally uncovered the truth that a group of rogue ninjas, driven by malevolent intent, had wantonly taken lives using their formidable techniques. To satisfy their selfish desires, they plundered the wealth of the village and slaughtered innocent citizens. Witnessing this atrocity filled Yui with a profound sense of anger and sorrow. His eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury, and his fists clenched tightly as his body trembled with rage. He could not comprehend how the power bestowed upon humanity could be so egregiously misused, nor why those who once vowed to safeguard peace with ninjutsu had turned so cruel and avaricious. This was a desecration of life, a tarnishing of ninjutsu. Yui roared in fury, his voice echoing across the desolate village. He understood that the actions of these individuals had grossly violated the very essence of ninjutsu and strayed far from the principles he and Yui had intended when teaching chakra. Amidst his anger, Yui fell into deep contemplation. He began to reflect on whether he had been too negligent in imparting ninjutsu, failing to provide adequate moral guidance and constraints. He regretted not identifying the situation sooner. Allowing so many innocent lives to suffer, I must put an end to this. Ninjutsu must not become a tool of destruction. Yui resolved silently. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. First, I must bring these ninjas to justice. Yui began to search for clues around the village. Utilizing his acute perception of chakra, he soon detected a faint chakra fluctuation amidst the rubble. Tracing it to a cave, inside the dimly lit cave, only a few torches flickered weakly. He entered the cave. He quickly heard low murmurs of conversation. These scoundrels are indeed here, Yui thought. Quickening his pace, he approached the source of the voices and peered through a narrow gap. Observing the scene within the cave, a group of ninjas sat in a circle, all clad in matching black ninja attire. Their faces obscured by sinister masks. In their midst lay several chests overflowing with gold coins and jewels, clearly plundered from the village. This hall is splendid. With these treasures, we can leave this wretched place and indulge in wealth and luxury. One ninja laughed triumphantly. Indeed, but those villagers were truly despicable, thinking they could stop us. Another ninja replied coldly, as if slaughtering innocents were an everyday occurrence. Hearing this, Yu Yi's fury reignited, but he stepped forward and bellowed. You are unworthy of wielding such power. With that, he swiftly dealt with the vile creatures, as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. A complex array of emotions surged within him. Yu Yi knew that merely killing them was insufficient to eradicate such atrocities entirely. The issue had to be addressed at its core. Emerging from the cave, sunlight bathed him once more, but he inhaled deeply. Savoring the tranquility and harmony of nature, he resolved to return and engage in earnest discussions with Yutsuin on how to curtail the reckless abuse of power by the ninjas. Upon returning, Yu Hui summoned Yutsuin to his residence. Yu Hui spoke first. Yutsuin, in these times, ninjutsu has been misused, resulting in the deaths of numerous innocents that we must take action. Yutsuin nodded slightly, his expression grave as he replied. Elder brother, I too have observed troubling signs. Those endowed with chakra wield their power with impunity, slaughtering the innocent. Yu Hui continued, I believe we ought to establish an organization to oversee these individuals with chakra, preventing them from acting without restraint. After a moment of contemplation, Yutsuin responded, Brother, that is an excellent idea. Following an extensive discussion, they resolved to form an organization named Ninzong. They began to draft regulations for Ninzong, primarily aimed at curbing the abuse of ninjutsu to avert further tragedies. Additionally, by establishing Ninzong, they could consolidate their strength to collectively confront potential threats. All ninjas joining Ninzong must take an oath to never employ chakra for nefarious purposes. They are to respect life and refrain from indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Ninzong also set forth clear guidelines for ninja training. New members must undergo rigorous foundational training, encompassing chakra control, ninjutsu study, and moral education. Only upon passing assessments could they officially become members of Ninzong. Moreover, ninjas are required to regularly engage in practice and evaluations to continuously enhance their abilities and moral character. In addition, Ninzong instituted a strict punitive system. Violations of regulations would incur penalties commensurate with the severity of the offense, including warnings, demotions, or even expulsion from Ninzong. Yu Hui and Yutsuin aspired to transform Ninzong into an organization embodying justice and strength, guiding humanity toward a future of peace and prosperity. In the realm where Zhang Xian resided, Yu Hui and Yutsuin approached side by side, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Xian, whose eyes remained tightly shut. Yu Hui sighed softly, his tone laced with concern. Alas, when shall our father awaken from his slumber? Yutsuin, upon hearing this, met his gaze with determination, offering reassurance. Father once said that the journey within requires a powerful will as its vessel. At this moment, we can only silently wish for our father's will to be as steadfast as a rock. After all, the wisdom and strength he imparted to us exemplify his greatness. I firmly believe that he shall overcome all obstacles and return triumphant. The brothers exchanged a glance filled with deep emotion before turning away slowly, leaving behind a palpable silence and anticipation. Meanwhile, in that enigmatic inner world, Zhang Xian sensed the arrival of Yu Hui and Yutsuin. Yet his spirit remained unwavering. Immersed in a fierce confrontation with Otsutsuki Zero, the consciousness of Otsutsuki Zero surged like a tempest, attempting to engulf Zhang Xian's will. Insect, once I consume your consciousness, your peculiar abilities shall belong to me. The voice of Otsutsuki Zero was rife with madness and greed. Zhang Xian merely smiled nonchalantly, casually scratching his ear, and retorted, I've nearly worn a callus in my ears from hearing that. You've repeated it at least 70 or 80 times. If not more, if you're not weary, I certainly am. Damn it. Otsutsuki Zero roared repeatedly, his fury surging like a tidal wave. Zhang Xian paid no heed to his outburst, instead focusing intently on his cultivation. To his astonishment, he discovered that due to the presence of Otsutsuki Zero, the progress of his training in Fengho Chimen had miraculously accelerated. even though he already possessed the capability to thoroughly suppress Otsutsuki Zero's consciousness. This unexpected assistance provided him with greater motivation to strive for higher realms. Zhang Xian pondered inwardly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. How unpredictable the world is. I initially anticipated a prolonged and arduous struggle of wills. Yet it unexpectedly became a catalyst for my cultivation. Otsutsuki Zero, you truly are my noble benefactor. Were it not for you, how could the progress of Feng Ho Chimen ascend so swiftly? Reflecting on the harrowing battle with Otsutsuki Zero, Zhang Xian still felt a shiver of trepidation that it had been a dual test of strength and will, as well as a profound transformation and elevation of his spirit. In the face of Otsutsuki Zero's nearly invincible power, each of Zhang Xian's moves felt utterly futile, as if an ant were attempting to shake a tree. Yet, it was precisely this despair and helplessness that ignited the latent potential and fighting spirit deep within him. Now, drawing Otsutsuki Zero into the inner realm had fortuitously become the opportunity for his cultivation to flourish, undoubtedly a surprising gift from fate. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian closed his eyes once more, fully dedicating himself to the training of Feng Ho Chimen, vowing to maximize this unexpected boon. 5 years later, the Ninzong established by Yu Tsun and Yu Hui had deeply ingrained itself in the hearts of the people. Even though some ninjas were dissatisfied with Ninzong's regulations, they were compelled to yield to its formidable strength. Over these years, both Yu Tsun and Yu Hui had formed their own families, and Yu Hui's wife was with child. Within a stone chamber in Ninzong, Yu Hui's wife was in the throes of labor. Yu Hui stood anxiously outside, glancing periodically at the midwife, hoping for news from within. Lord Yu Hui, do not fret. Your wife will surely bear you a healthy child. The midwife reassured him. Yu Hui nodded slightly, then turned his gaze back to the tightly shut stone door. At that moment, Yu Tsun arrived, placing a comforting hand on Yu Hui's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, sister-in-law will be just fine." Yu Hui turned to Yu Tsun, managing a strained smile. Just then, the sound of a baby's cry resonated from within the stone chamber. Upon hearing it, Yu Hui immediately pushed open the stone door and rushed inside. When he beheld his wife safe and sound, cradling a lovely infant, the weight on his heart finally lifted. "Child, my child," Yu Hui exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. "Congratulations, Lord Yu Hui. Your wife has given birth to a son," the midwife congratulated. A smile spread across Yu Hui's face as he gently took the child, caressing his tiny face. That moment, Yu Tsun stepped inside, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he gazed at the baby in Yu Hui's arms. "What is it, Yu Tsun?" Yu Hui inquired, puzzled. Without answering, Yu Tsun approached Yu Hui and placed a finger upon the infant's forehead. Yu Hui watched in confusion but did not intervene. After a moment, Yu Tsun withdrew his finger, looking at Yu Hui and stating, "This child possesses chakra." "What?" Yu Hui exclaimed, his expression one of shock. It was well known that chakra was not an innate trait, and for this newborn to possess, it was indeed astonishing. "What does this mean?" Yu Hui asked Yu Tsun, bewildered. Yu Tsun shook his head, replying, "I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that this child has chakra, and it is remarkably pure, purer than anyone I have encountered." Hearing this, Yu Hui looked down at the infant in his arms. His eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. In that instant, the baby suddenly opened his eyes, clear and bright, as if capable of perceiving everything in the world. Gazing into the child's eyes, Yu Hui felt a surge of inexplicable familiarity. "Child, my child," Yu Hui softly called. "Yu Hui, what name do you intend to give the child?" Yu Tsun asked, looking at Yu Hui. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Hui replied, "Let us name him Indra." Yu Tsun nodded slightly, remarking, "That is a fine name." A year later, Yu Yi's wife bore him another son, whom he named Ashura. However, this child did not possess the innate chakra that Indra had. 3 years later, the gentle rays of spring sunlight cascaded upon the earth. Yu Yi, accompanied by Indra and Ashura, walked briskly along a verdant forest path towards the secluded area where Zhang Xian was in meditation. This place remained shrouded in a subtle yet indescribable power, as if it were a realm isolated from the world. "Father, who is that person over there?" Indra inquired. looking up at Yu-E, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and confusion. Yu-E paused, his gaze tenderly resting upon the still figure of Zhang Xian in the distance, and slowly responded, "That is my father, and your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Ashura leaned forward with curiosity, his voice even more innocent than Indra's, asking in a childlike tone, "Why is grandfather just sitting there? Is he pretending to be a statue like when we play games?" Yu-E gently shook his head, a complex smile gracing his lips. "No, Ashura, your grandfather is engaged in a special battle against an immensely powerful adversary. This struggle does not take place in the physical realm, but within the realm of consciousness that IT has persisted for a considerable duration. Long enough for the sun and moon to alternate and the seasons to cycle, the battle of consciousness." Indra and Ashura exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment, though they were young. As sons of Yu-E, they possessed an extraordinary understanding and perception of ninjutsu and chakra from an early age. Yet, the concept of a battle at the level of consciousness was entirely new to them. Yu-Yi's eyes grew profound, as if traversing the corridors of time to revisit that fateful battle. "The enemy your grandfather faces is a presence so formidable that even I find it hard to fathom. He has had no choice but to engage in this contest of consciousness for our sake, leading to his current state." The two little ones nodded, half comprehending, though they could not fully grasp the significance or difficulty of this conflict. However, their innate trust and support for their kin were unwavering, and we firmly believe that grandfather will triumph. Indra declared first, his gaze resolute, as if already witnessing the dawn of victory. Ashura echoed in agreement, his small hand tightly clasping Indra's, their faces radiant with boundless hope for the future. "Yes, grandfather will definitely win, for he is our grandfather." Yu-E smiled knowingly, feeling both comforted and slightly anxious. They understood that the outcome of this battle of consciousness was not merely a matter of Zhang Xian's fate, but it was intricately linked to the future of the entire ninja world. If Zhang Xian emerged victorious, all would be well. If he failed, the ninja realm would face a new calamity. That moment, Zhang Xian suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. The glimmer of brilliance flickered within his gaze, and the indescribable force surrounding him abruptly receded, leaving only tranquility and serenity in its wake. Observing this, Yu-E refrained from approaching, uncertain of who had awakened. If it were Otsutsuki Kagaya, bringing the children closer would undoubtedly be perilous. "Indra, Ashura, please wait here for a moment while I confirm," Yu-E instructed. "Yes, father," the two little ones replied. Cautiously, Yu-E approached Zhang Xian, each step filled with vigilance and anticipation. He gradually stood about 10 paces away from Zhang Xian and spoke. "Father, is that you?" Zhang Xian replied warmly. "Yu-E, it is I have returned." A warmth flooded Yu-Yi's heart, and his eyes moistened slightly. He was certain that the tone was that of his familiar father. He hurried forward, standing before Zhang Xian, trembling as he said, "Father, you have finally returned." Zhang Xian, intending to pat Yu-Yi's head as he once did in Yu-Yi's childhood, realized that Yu-Yi had grown taller than him, but he retracted his hand, offering comfort instead. "It is all right. Yu-Yi, all is over. I have completely erased Otsutsuki Kagaya's consciousness." "Wonderful, father!" Yu-Yi exclaimed excitedly, then, as if recalling something, called out to the distance, "You too, come over here." Indra and Ashura, upon hearing Yu-Yi's call, rushed over. "What is this?" Zhang Xian's expression shifted slightly, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Father, these are my two children," Yu-E introduced, pointing to Indra. "This is Indra." He then gestured towards Ashura. "And this is Ashura." Indra and Ashura stood before Zhang Xian, their eyes a mixture of curiosity and reverence. "Grandfather." Indra spoke first, his voice tinged with unfamiliarity. Ashura chimed in, "Hello, grandfather." His voice was even more melodious, filled with joy. Zhang Xian smiled, his gaze flitting between Indra and Ashura. A wave of indescribable emotion surging within him, he crouched down, aligning his eyes with those of the two children, and gently said, "Indra, Ashura, hello," as he looked at these two little ones. He couldn't help but recall future figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, as well as Naruto and Sasuke. Indra felt the warmth emanating from his grandfather, gradually dispelling the sense of strangeness in his heart. "Grandfather, I heard from Father that you fought against a powerful enemy to protect our world. I want to become a person like you." Zhang Xian smiled with appreciation at Indra's words. "Indra, it is commendable to have such aspirations. However, remember that true strength lies not merely in combat, but in the resilience and wisdom of the heart. You must learn to see the world with your own eyes and to feel the pain and joy of others with your spirit. Only then can you become a true strong person." Meanwhile, Ashura blinked his large eyes, curiously observing his grandfather. "Grandfather, what about me? I want to become strong too, but I do not like fighting. Can I do something else to protect everyone?" Zhang Xian smiled affectionately at Ashura. "Ashura, everyone possesses their unique talents and value. You have a kind heart, and that is your most precious treasure. You can use your love and wisdom to help others, and your actions can warm this world. Remember, true protection is not just about physical defense, but also about offering solace to the spirit." That Yui watched this scene unfold with mixed feelings, recalling how Zhang Xian had once urged him and Yu village to travel for learning. Despite their reluctance, they ultimately succumbed to the force of circumstance. Now, observing Zhang Xian's tender exchange with the two little ones, he pondered whether this was the essence of generational affection. "Father, let us return. If Yu village knows you have recovered, they will surely be overjoyed," Yu suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian paused his conversation with the two children and replied, "All right." On their way back, Yu recounted the events of the past years to Zhang Xian, providing him with a general understanding of what had transpired. As Zhang Xian followed Yu's footsteps into the gates of the ninja sect, a heartwarming scene of paternal affection and filial piety unfolded once more upon reuniting with Yu village. As time flowed, familial bonds seemed unaltered, and they gathered together, reminiscing about the past. Once the nostalgia had settled, Zhang Xian deliberately kept Yu and Yu village apart, his expression growing solemn. "These years, I have been entangled in the inner world with Otsutsuki Kagaya. I have not had the chance to delve deeply into the matter of sealing your mother. After the sealing, did you notice anything unusual?" Zhang Xian inquired. The brothers exchanged glances, recalling the scene of their mother's sealing, and replied, "Father, we did not perceive anything unusual." Zhang Xian nodded gently, falling into deep contemplation. Logically, Kagaya should have separated from Black Zetsu at the moment of her sealing, since Black Zetsu claimed to be Kagaya's third son. He could also be considered Zhang Xian's child. Zhang Xian, with his own parenting philosophy, vowed to seek out Black Zetsu and care for him, ensuring he did not veer onto the wrong path as depicted in the original tale. Wreaking havoc in the ninja realm, he resolved to impart the wisdom and love of a traditional Chinese parent to him. Noticing their father lost in thought, Yu and Yu village exchanged puzzled glances. "What is it, father?" they softly inquired. Zhang Xian snapped back to reality from his reverie, cleared his throat, and said, "Oh, it is nothing. I was merely recalling some past events." His gaze flickered slightly as he decided to temporarily conceal the matter of Black Zetsu, and shifted the conversation to another topic. "By the way, I discovered an intriguing secret within Otsutsuki Kagaya's memories. Every world possesses its own unique realm of the deceased, a sanctuary for the souls of those who wielded great power in life. In this ethereal domain, their potent souls do not dissolve into nothingness. Rather, they awaken to the memories of their past lives." Zhang Xian's words carried a hint of nostalgia as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yu furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "The realm of the deceased, is it not akin to what people often refer to as the Pure Land?" Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed that I have a bold idea, to seize control of the realm of the deceased. In doing so, even if powerful humans perish, we can retain their souls, preparing for the impending invasion of the Tsusuki." Yu's eyes flashed with shock at this revelation, and she soon fell into contemplation. However, Yu Siyuan immediately voiced his dissent. "Father, we are all living beings. How can we enter the realm of the deceased? If we cannot even enter, how can we discuss seizing control?" Zhang Xian smiled faintly, brimming with confidence as he replied, "I have my own methods to conquer the realm of the deceased. Your assistance will not be required. I alone am sufficient." Although Yu and Yu Siyuan harbored numerous doubts, They recognized their father's reluctance to elaborate further and deemed it inappropriate to press him. They were well aware that he always had his own plans and strategies in mind. After the two departed, Zhang Xian's left hand slowly rose, conjuring a swirling mass of black mist. He gazed intently at the mist, murmuring to himself, with this spirit binding and commanding, controlling the realm of the deceased should be a trivial endeavor. Indeed, Zhang Xian had achieved 100% mastery in the art of the wind and later Qimeng, successfully unlocking the fourth level of spirit binding and commanding. This technique was specifically designed to address matters of the soul, possessing diverse abilities such as binding spirits, commanding them, and dispersing them. The binding of spirits allows one to summon deities, disregarding the will of the soul, compelling it to obey and serve one's purpose. This ability serves as a formidable weapon for controlling the souls residing in the realm of the deceased. Commanding spirits entails devouring a soul, thereby permanently acquiring its abilities. While this power can enhance the user's strength, it is fraught with severe side effects. Repeatedly employing this ability can intertwine the memories and karmic ties of the consumed souls with the user, leading to confusion and eventual madness. Thus, caution is imperative when invoking this power. Dispersing is one of the hidden capabilities of spirit binding and commanding, capable of eradicating a soul entirely. This ability may yield unexpected results under specific circumstances. Zhang Xian seized a drifting soul with a wave of his hand and, observing it closely, shook his head in resignation, saying, "The temptation is indeed overwhelming. By devouring a sufficient number of souls, I can advance my progress bar. Most would find it hard to resist such a lure. Fortunately, I have cultivated restraint through my trials in the inner realm." With that, he dismissed the soul. Countless trials in the inner realm had taught him calmness and self-control, wisdom accumulated from numerous confrontations with his inner abyss and desires. He understood profoundly that true strength is not merely a matter of power accumulation, but rather a profound comprehension and mastery over oneself and one's abilities. The realm of the deceased, while a resting place for souls, is also governed by strict rules. Zhang Xian contemplated that relying solely on spirit binding and commanding might afford a temporary advantage. However, a long-term strategy necessitated a deeper understanding of its intrinsic rules to solidify his foundation. Thus, Zhang Xian resolved to refrain from hasty action and instead leverage his mastery of the wind and later Qimeng to deduce the potential layout and protective mechanisms of the realm of the deceased. This extraordinary technique not only manipulates time and space, but also encompasses the mysteries of the universe's workings, serving as a key to understanding the laws governing all things. With closed eyes and focused intent, Zhang Xian felt the winds and clouds swirl around him, as if the entire universe unfolded within his consciousness. His perception became an invisible net, capturing every subtle change. Days later, as he slowly opened his eyes, they sparkled with the light of profound understanding that, "So it is," he murmured. The realm of the deceased is not merely a resting place for souls that it connects the present world with the other side, serving as a critical juncture where yin and yang converge. During his deductions, Zhang Xian uncovered the pivotal aspect of the realm. Its entrance is not a fixed point, but rather shifts continuously with the ebb and flow of time and space. This revelation implied that to locate the entrance, one must adeptly navigate these shifting nodes. He also endeavored to explore the hidden whereabouts of He Ju through introspective techniques. However, upon glimpsing the massive fireball with a diameter of 30 meters, he reluctantly abandoned that notion. The sheer size of the fireball signified the inextricable link between He Ju and the fate of this world, a connection he knew he could not forcibly alter. Consequently, he resolved to acquiesce to destiny. Subsequently, he turned his attention to seeking out the old toad. After all, this creature possessed far greater knowledge regarding prophecies and matters of the future than he did. It was evident how the old toad had deceived Jiraiya into fervently pursuing the prophesied child, rather than remaining in Konoha and developing alongside Tsunade. Had they done so, by the time Naruto was born, their child might have been merely a bystander. Miaomu Mountain. Old toad, old toad. Zhang Xian's call echoed through the mountains, drawing nearer. Enough with the shouting, I'm right here. The great toad sage sat before a stone table, 2 steaming pots of tea placed before him. Zhang Xian strode confidently towards him, seating himself opposite the great toad sage, lifting his teacup and draining it in one gulp, grumbling, "You, Toad, are rather inconsiderate, knowing I had emerged. You didn't even come to check on me." The great toad sage smiled slightly, responding with conviction, "Because I knew that ultimately it would be you who emerged." Zhang Xian shifted his tone, his expression growing serious as he remarked, "You old toad always speaks in riddles. However, I have a keen interest in prophecies and would like to pose a question to you." The great toad sage raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh, do share." Zhang Xian pondered his words carefully before articulating. "For instance, if you were to foresee that a particular individual would bring immense destruction to this world, you would wish to find him in advance to alter his fate. Yet, during your search, you encounter numerous obstacles, as if the entire world were conspiring against you. How might one interpret such a situation?" Upon hearing this, the great toad sage fell into contemplation, and Miao Mu Mountain seemed to grow particularly silent in that moment. He gradually set down his teacup, his gaze deepening as if piercing through the mists of time and space, and began to speak. "Zhang Xian, the scenario you describe involves the intricate interplay of prophecy, destiny, and the will of a universe. First, let us discuss the essence of prophecy. Prophecy is the ability to foresee the future, rooted in a profound insight into the flow of energy and the chains of causality within the universe. However, prophecy is not an unyielding decree. It resembles the flow of water in a river, observable and predictable, yet susceptible to alteration by external forces. When you attempt to influence an individual's fate based on prophecy, you become that external force trying to alter the course of the water. Next, regarding your mention of encountering numerous obstacles, as if the entire world were against you. This often arises because every living entity and every choice is but a link in the vast web of cosmic causality. When you strive to alter the fate of a particular individual, you are essentially challenging an established chain of causation, which naturally triggers a series of reactions, even cosmic-level backlash. Such backlash may manifest as obscured information, impeded paths, shifting hearts, and more, leading you to feel as though the entire world is opposed to you to a deeper level. The role of the will of the universe comes into play. All things in the universe, including you and I, operate under the grand design of cosmic will. This will seeks balance and harmony, allowing individual free will to express itself within certain bounds, while concurrently maintaining overall stability and order. When you attempt to significantly influence the world's direction by altering a key figure, should this alteration exceed the tolerable limits of the cosmic will, you will encounter fierce resistance to safeguard the equilibrium of the universe. Furthermore, every life bears its unique mission and karma. The individual you seek may be one who carries significant karmic weight. Their existence and actions hold indispensable significance for the universe's overall progression. Attempting to forcibly change them could yield unpredictable consequences, even directly impacting the balance of the cosmos. Great forces are immutable, yet minor forces may be altered, by endeavoring to change the minor within the limits of one's abilities. The greater trends may align to yield the desired outcome. The great toad sage took another sip of tea and continued, "Thus, what is needed is guidance, not alteration. Remember this. What has come to pass will come to pass again. What has been done will be done again. Under the sun, there is nothing new. All things in the world follow their own patterns and trajectories. This is the grand trend. Yet within this grand trend exist countless variables and smaller forces, akin to droplets of water in a river, small yet capable of gathering to form an ocean, thereby influencing the greater picture." Zhang Xian listened, bewildered, yet a single phrase resonated clearly in his mind. The grand trend is immutable, while the minor currents can be altered. Are you suggesting that we should align ourselves with the overarching trend, yet simultaneously possess the acumen to identify and leverage the mutable minor currents? Zhang Xian ventured tentatively. The great toad sage nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the grand trend flows like a mighty river, relentlessly advancing, impervious to human interference. Yet within this vast river, countless tributaries and whirlpools exist, some swift, others languid, some evident, others concealed. It is these minor currents that offer us the opportunity to reshape our destinies. You must learn to observe, contemplate, and identify the pivotal nodes capable of influencing the grand trend, and then skillfully guide them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian felt a surge of clarity within. But how can one discern which are the minor currents and which constitute the grand trend? Zhang Xian pressed on. The great toad sage smiled faintly, raising a hand to gesture toward the expansive heavens outside. Observe this world, the sun, moon, stars, and the changing seasons. These embody the grand trend. They remain unaffected by your desires, nor do they accelerate or decelerate due to your efforts. What you can do is find your place within these grand currents, and then, according to your abilities and wisdom, guide those minor currents that can impact you. For instance, you might choose to sow seeds on a sunlit spring day, which aligns with the grand trend. Yet you could also enhance crop yield through meticulous selection of seeds, soil improvement, and judicious irrigation. This is the utilization of minor currents. Zhang Xian listened, entranced, envisioning a new world unfolding before him. One where formidable grand trends coexist with opportunities and challenges presented by minor currents. He found himself at a crossroads within this realm, confronted with myriad choices and possibilities. But how can one ensure that their choices are sound? Zhang Xian inquired again, uncertainty lacing his tone. The great toad sage gently shook his head, his gaze deepening with mystery. There exists no absolute right or wrong in this world, only what is suitable or unsuitable. Each choice you make will be rooted in your current understanding, experiences, emotions, and the environment you inhabit. Thus, it cannot be measured against an absolute standard of correctness. However, one thing is certain. As long as you maintain a tranquil and clear heart, undistracted by the chaos of the outside world, your choices will gravitate closer to truth and correctness. After leaving Niamu Mountain, Zhang Xian continued to ponder the great toad sage's words, now uncertain about how to confront the issue of Heijue. Yet one thing was certain. He could indeed influence Heijue, but a year later. Zhang Xian summoned Yu, Yi, and Yu Cun to his abode, his expression grave that I have deduced that the entrance to the realm of the deceased will reveal itself in 6 months. At that time, I shall venture forth to explore. The affairs of the ninja world shall be entrusted to you. Zhang Xian's words exuded determination. The Yu stepped forward, resolute. Father, rest assured, the ninja world shall remain secure. Zhang Xian nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the two brothers. This journey to the realm of the deceased bears an uncertain return. One of you must go to the moon to safeguard the god tree's vessel. Yu Cun and Yu Yi exchanged glances, then stepped forward. Father, I am willing to go to the moon. Zhang Xian regarded Yu Cun with pride and approval, gently patting his shoulder. Yu Cun, the moon shall be entrusted to you. This simple gesture conveyed boundless trust and strength. After a brief pause, Zhang Xian continued. Regarding the ninja sect, I have some thoughts. The regulations you have established, with their clear rewards and penalties, are indeed commendable. However, I am concerned that the immense power may hinder the world's development. Have you considered the pros and cons of this? Upon hearing this, Yu Yi appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Father, I do not quite understand. Zhang Xian smiled gently, his gaze tinged with reminiscence. Allow me to share a story with you. In a certain world, there existed many nations, yet the people there lacked the superhuman ability of chakra. Instead, they possessed formidable weaponry, with 2 nations standing out. One was the Red Giant, boasting vast lands and a powerful military. The other was the Free Lighthouse, flourishing in technology and economy, despite their differing ideologies. Both possessed the capacity to annihilate one another. In that era, these 2 nations engaged in a standoff lasting several decades. Though large-scale warfare did not erupt, fierce competition unfolded across military, technological, and economic domains. Yu Yi and Yu Cun listened, captivated, as Zhang Xian continued. As time passed, these 2 nations invented numerous advancements not characteristic of that era, significantly enhancing the quality of life for their people and elevating the world's overall strength. This story illustrates that when a world possesses but a single voice, it becomes stagnant, devoid of ripples. Conversely, when multiple voices resonate, they create a splash, propelling the world forward. Do you understand? After a moment of silence, Yu Yi replied, Father, are you suggesting that the ninja sect's existence constrains the ninja world's development? Zhang Xian observed the dawning comprehension on the faces of the two brothers, nodding in satisfaction as he elaborated on his perspective. The ninja sect indeed maintains a degree of order within the ninja world. Your system of rewards and penalties ensures that ninja conduct adheres to certain moral and legal standards. However, when the ninja sect's power becomes excessively vast, it may inadvertently stifle the growth of formidable individuals within the ninja world. Yu Yuen furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Zhang Xian's words. Father, do you mean that we should abandon the ninja sect and allow the ninja world to descend into chaos? Zhang Xian gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his lips. No, I do not wish for you to abandon the ninja sect. Rather, it should shift from the forefront to the background, becoming a guiding force instead of a dominating one. The existence of a ninja sect is indeed necessary, akin to the role of law and morality in society. They provide a framework for disorder and delineate boundaries for human behavior. The crux lies in ensuring that this framework is flexible, capable of adapting to the changing times, rather than rigid and unyielding, thus becoming a shackle to progress. Furthermore, if the ninja sect does not retreat into the shadows, should a future leader harbor ambitions of world conquest, no one in the ninja world could thwart them. This is not the outcome we desire. Yue cautiously spoke, her voice tinged with hesitation and exploration. Father, do you mean that we should transform the ninja sect into a more clandestine organization, observing and subtly guiding the development of the ninja world, ensuring it neither descends into chaos nor falls under the monopoly of a singular power? Precisely so, Zhang Xian affirmed, nodding in approval. The ninja sect ought not to be a domineering ruler, but rather a silent guardian. Akin to a diligent gardener, we require a vibrant ninja world, one where diverse ideas clash and various powers intertwine, in such a realm, the strong may freely explore the limits of their capabilities, while the weak can find opportunities for growth amidst challenges. Only then can the ninja world genuinely progress, reaching unprecedented heights. Yue Yuen's eyes began to shine with understanding as he grasped the profound intent behind his father's words. This was not merely a reconfiguration of the ninja sect's future path, but a profound reflection on the fate of the entire ninja world. However, Father, achieving this is no small feat. The ninja sect's influence in the open is deeply entrenched. How can we quietly transition from the forefront to the background while ensuring that our guiding influence on the ninja world remains undiminished? This requires time and strategy to gradually reduce the membership of the ninja sect, retaining only the elite. Simultaneously, we must cultivate a cadre of intelligence operatives who need not possess formidable strength, but must possess keen insight. They will serve as the ninja sect's eyes and ears in the shadows, monitoring the ninja world and sourcing fresh blood for the sect. Zhang Xian articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, Yu nodded gravely. I understand, Father. I will proceed methodically, gradually reducing the membership of the ninja sect. Zhang Xian nodded slightly, his gaze profound. Remember, do not rush for quick results, lest you incite internal turmoil. This matter requires a gradual approach. Your primary task is to streamline personnel, as for the affairs behind scenes. Those can be entrusted to the next leader to manage. At this juncture, he paused slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. By the way, do you have a suitable candidate in mind for the successor of the ninja sect? He was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before responding. It should be a choice between Indra and Ashura, but personally, I lean towards Ashura. A hint of nostalgia colored her expression as she continued. Indra is an exceptionally gifted prodigy, yet he harbors a sense of superiority, firmly believing that power can resolve all issues. That he tends to be aloof and somewhat cold, accustomed to conquering everything through force, exhibiting a pronounced individualistic tendency. However, Ashura stands in stark contrast. He never places his faith in mere brute strength, but instead believes fervently in the radiance of love and humanity. He is optimistic and cheerful, adept at using warmth to touch the hearts of others. Endowed with a profound sense of empathy and a spirit of cooperation. Yue paused momentarily, casting a glance at Zhang Xian before continuing. Thus, I hold Ashura in high regard, believing him to be the beacon of hope for the future of the... Zhang Xian murmured to himself. Indeed, it is the trend of the times. He then shifted the subject. I have 6 months remaining. Let these two young ones, Indra and Ashura, accompany me during this time. Furthermore, summon the two-tailed traveler and allow it to journey with me to the land of death. Its abilities may prove advantageous. Yes, Father, Yu E and Yucun bowed respectfully and then withdrew. Shortly thereafter, Yu E brought Indra, Ashura, and the two-tailed traveler to Zhang Xian's side before quietly departing. Meanwhile, Yucun led his clan members to the moon to guard the sacred tree's husk. Grandfather, Indra, and Ashura greeted with a bow. Observing the two little ones before him, Zhang Xian was acutely aware that if these two were allowed to develop along their respective paths, they would inevitably come to blows due to their conflicting ideologies. Thus, he resolved to guide them during these 6 months. Well then, you shall spend the next 6 months with me, Zhang Xian said softly, stroking the two-tailed traveler in his arms. Father has already spoken to us. Indra replied, as long as he has said so. Let's take a stroll together, Zhang Xian suggested, walking ahead with the traveler while the two young ones followed closely behind. Zhang Xian led them to a magnificent sea of flowers nestled within the mountains. Faced with the vibrant blossoms, Indra looked on disdainfully, declaring, "What is there to admire in these fragile things?" Ashura, on the other hand, knelt to gently caress each petal, his eyes sparkling with tenderness. "Look, though they are small, they can warm the heart with love." Zhang Xian spoke softly from the side. Strength and love are two sides of the same coin. Both are indispensable. Indra, your power devoid of compassion, is akin to a tree without roots. Ashura, your gentleness, if stripped of a robust foundation, cannot endure. Upon hearing this, Indra furrowed his brow. Seemingly unconvinced by Zhang Xian's words, he countered, "Grandfather, strength is the driving force behind the advancement of the world. Without strength, how can there be civilization and progress? Those flowers are merely inconsequential existences in nature." Ashura shook his head gently, responding, "Brother, you are mistaken. While strength is indeed important, without beauty and harmony to provide balance, the world would become cold and cruel. Just like these flowers, they may be small, yet they adorn our lives with color and fragrance, offering us solace for our souls." Zhang Xian smiled at his two grandsons. His heart quietly marveling, he understood that each individual possesses their own path, and the journey toward enlightenment often requires enduring countless trials and reflections. Thus, he continued to guide them. Strength and beauty are not oppositional. They complement one another. Just as yin and yang are interdependent, together they form the essence of this world. Grandfather, I do not agree with your assertion that I believe that as long as I possess strength, everything can be altered, Indra declared stubbornly. Brother, I do not share your view. We must place greater emphasis on the spirit of cooperation among people. I believe love can transform the world. Power is fleeting, while love is eternal. Ashura countered from the side, as Indra and Ashura debated. Zhang Xian's gaze deepened, sweeping across the surroundings before ultimately resting upon the resplendent sea of flowers, as if seeking answers from the delicate balance of nature. "Children, let us set aside our arguments and follow me into this flower garden. Perhaps there you will discover a different revelation," Zhang Xian proposed. Though Indra was reluctant, out of respect for his grandfather, he followed Ashura and Zhang Xian into the floral embrace. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a gentle golden glow upon each blooming blossom, enveloping the land in warmth. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, leaving one feeling refreshed and uplifted. "Look over there, children," Zhang Xian pointed to a nearby group of industrious bees. They build their kingdom through hard work, collecting nectar to nourish their community. Though small, the collective strength of the bees sustains the balance of the entire ecosystem. Is this not the finest testament to the coexistence of strength and love? Indra's brows relaxed slightly as he began to realize that perhaps power does not solely manifest in thunderous force. Even the minutiae harbor an unassuming yet formidable energy. Meanwhile, Ashura's conviction grew stronger as he recognized the interdependence of life and felt the unspoken love and harmony inherent in nature. Grandfather, are you saying that even the most inconspicuous of existences possesses its unique value and significance? Indra ventured cautiously, his tone softened with curiosity. Indeed, Indra. All things in the universe, regardless of size or strength, are part of the intricate arrangement of the cosmos. Strength enables us to overcome challenges and create miracles, while love ensures that we retain our gentleness and maintain our passion for life throughout our journey. Without strength, the world stagnates. Without love, it loses its vibrancy. Zhang Xian imparted earnestly. Ashura nodded in agreement and added, "Moreover, strength and beauty do not exist in isolation. They can harmoniously coexist within the same entity. For instance, a valiant warrior may display unparalleled strength on the battlefield, yet when he returns home to his loved ones, that tenderness and care is equally a facet of his love." Zhang Xian beamed at his two grandsons, aware that they were beginning to grasp the profound meaning behind his words. Observing that Indra still appeared somewhat perplexed, Zhang Xian spoke up. "How about this? There are two particularly impoverished villages nearby. You shall assist in their development, and I will give you 1 month to see who can better uplift the village." The brothers exchanged glances and replied in unison, "All right." Thus, they each chose a village. Upon arriving at his village, Indra did not rush to aid the villagers, but instead carefully assessed the current situation. He observed the villagers in tattered clothing, looking emaciated and struggling to survive, and noted that the village was surrounded by mountains, rendering it isolated. Indra thought to himself, "With my strength, I can undoubtedly transform this village into something new." The following morning, Indra took a deep breath, formed hand signs, and closed his eyes in concentration. Earth release. Land shift. With a resounding boom, a wide path split through the mountains, winding like a dragon, connecting the village to the outside world. Next, he formed another hand sign. Water release. Great water burst. A waterfall erupted from the crevices of the rocks, flowing through the newly created channel to irrigate the parched land. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, cheered with joy, as if they had glimpsed the hope of rebirth. Indra felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction swell within him. He knew he had brought about a monumental change for this village. Meanwhile, Ashura chose another equally impoverished village. Unlike Indra, Ashura did not hastily showcase his divine powers. Instead, he donned simple clothing, mingling with the villagers, sharing meals, and engaging in casual conversations. He patiently listened to each villager's voice, understanding their needs and dreams. Ashura discovered that although this village lacked material wealth, the villagers shared a strong sense of unity and friendship. They yearned to change their fate through their own efforts rather than relying on external charity. Consequently, Ashura resolved to stand shoulder to shoulder with the villagers. Starting with the basics of agriculture, he taught them advanced farming techniques, improved crop varieties, and enhanced yields. That he also guided the villagers in constructing irrigation systems to ensure their fields received ample water. Simultaneously, Ashura encouraged them to develop handicrafts, utilizing local resources to create artisanal products and increase their sources of income. Under his leadership, the villagers gradually escaped poverty, and their living standards saw a remarkable improvement. Yet, these changes did not come overnight. They were the result of countless days and nights of diligent effort and unwavering dedication. Before long, the deadline set by Zhang Xian arrived. Indra and Ashura returned to Zhang Xian, each bearing the fruits of their labor. Indra's village had rapidly flourished due to his strength. The roads were wide, the water supply abundant, and the houses were arranged harmoniously, painting a picture of prosperity. In contrast, although Ashura's village had also improved, it still appeared modest and unassuming compared to the opulence of Indra's village. Zhang Xian gazed at both Indra and Ashura, a profound light shimmering in his eyes. He refrained from making an immediate judgment and instead inquired, "Who do you believe has developed their village better?" Indra confidently stepped forward and proclaimed with pride, "Grandfather, I have provided them with spacious roads, abundant water sources, and beautiful homes. Their lives are affluent and comfortable. Surely, my village has prospered more." Ashura, however, bowed his head in silence for a moment before raising it again, his gaze resolute as he stated, "Grandfather, I concede that my village may not possess the grandeur of my elder brothers. Yet, I believe that true development transcends mere external prosperity. I prioritize the harmony between the villagers and nature. I have taught them to revere the heavens and the earth, to cherish resources, and to be self-sufficient. Such a village, though simple, possesses enduring vitality, Humph. A feeble argument, Indra scoffed from his side. You, Azura retorted, somewhat irked. Not yet the time. Let the bullets fly for a while, Zhang Xian mysteriously interjected. After a month of toil, it's time to rest. Humph. The two brothers exchanged glances, each huffing in disdain before turning away. 2 months later, Zhang Xian summoned them once more. Come. Let us observe the development of your villages. Upon entering Indra's village, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The once bustling streets had turned desolate. The houses, although new, stood empty. The villagers wore expressions of sorrow. And life seemed to have reverted to its starting point. It turned out that after Indra's departure, the village lacked sustainable development. The villagers had grown accustomed to the conveniences brought by Indra's strength, neglecting the importance of self-improvement. Furthermore, Indra had failed to sufficiently consider ecological balance and the rational allocation of resources during his transformation of the village, leading to subsequent issues such as water depletion and land degradation, causing the village to gradually lose its former vitality. In stark contrast, when they arrived at Azura's village, the atmosphere was entirely different. The villagers appeared invigorated, their faces adorned with smiles, as they engaged in their busy, yet orderly lives. In the fields, crops flourished, promising a bountiful harvest, while in the workshops, villagers diligently crafted handicrafts, each piece imbued with their wisdom and sweat. After Azura's departure, the villagers had not faltered, but instead continued along the path he had illuminated, exploring and innovating, thereby maintaining the village's enduring prosperity and stability. Faced with these two contrasting villages, Indra was visibly at a loss. That moment, Zhang Xian slowly spoke to them. True wisdom lies not in fleeting brilliance, but in lasting prosperity. Indra, though your power is formidable, you have not instilled in the villagers the capacity for self-reliance. Azura, you have guided them with wisdom, awakening their inner potential, teaching them how to create a beautiful life through their own efforts. However, should bandits arrive at your village and discover its wealth, it could lead to tragedy. Therefore, while you have taught them to create, you have not taught them how to safeguard what they have. Both Indra and Azura fell into contemplation upon hearing Zhang Xian's words. All right, you have ample time to ponder. Return now and summon Yu Yi and Yu Cun, Zhang Xian said with a smile. The brothers departed, deep in thought. The grand scheme is immutable, yet the minutiae are subject to change. Zhang Xian murmured to himself. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a single phrase in the wind. Let us await the outcome of this endeavor. The following morning, Yu Yi and Yu Cun entered Zhang Xian's dwelling side by side. Zhang Xian's gaze was profound as he instructed Yu Yi, you must remain vigilant regarding the movements of Indra and Azura. Yes, father, Yu Yi replied respectfully. He then turned to Yu Cun and said, even when on the moon, do not overlook the ever-changing tides of the ninja world. And I understand, father, Yu Cun affirmed with a resolute nod. Zhang Xian sighed softly, as if burdened by an immense weight. I sense that the passage to the land of the dead is soon to open. Perhaps I will not have the opportunity to bid you farewell at that time. So, I share this with you now. Father, please be cautious. Both Yu Yi and Yu Cun implored in unison, concern evident in their voices. Days later, Zhang Xian closed his eyes in meditation, suddenly opening them with a glint of determination. Murmuring, the time has come, and oh sooner had he spoken than his form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. In a hidden corner of the ninja world, Zhang Xian's figure materialized, gazing at the distorted and unstable passage before him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, resolutely plunging into its depths. When Zhang Xian opened his eyes again, he found himself in the land of the dead, a place referred to as the Pure Land by those from the ninja world. This was a dim realm, devoid of sun or moon, shrouded in a heavy gray mist that seemed perpetually unyielding. The ground beneath him was barren, stripped of vegetation, revealing only exposed rocks and scattered bones that a chill wind swept through, carrying with it a haunting stillness. Zhang Xian inhaled deeply, absorbing the unique atmosphere of this place. His arrival did not disturb the silence of the desolate land, as if he were inherently a part of it. His gaze pierced through the fog, searching for something amid the desolation. Could the Shinigami from the original Naruto series, who sealed the corpses, originate from here? Zhang Xian pondered silently. In this land of the dead. The gray mist seemed to possess life, ebbing and flowing, sometimes coalescing into twisted shapes, only to disperse again like an endless ocean, swallowing all light and vitality. Thankfully, it was the existence of the spirit-binding technique that allowed him to traverse this realm freely. Otherwise, any other individual would likely be completely consumed upon entry. Zhang Xian's footsteps echoed distinctly in the silence, each step resonating on the bare rocks, creating a sound that felt particularly jarring in this hushed world. The air around him was thick with an indescribable sense of oppression, a weight that transcended life and death, compelling one to flee. Questions swirled in Zhang Xian's mind. Was it not said that those who were powerful in life would be resurrected in this place? Why then did this expanse appear so utterly void? He pressed onward, seeking answers in this silence, each step taken with utmost caution, wary of provoking any unforeseen shifts that could invite unnecessary trouble. Just as he treaded carefully, a faint sound of wind suddenly broke the stillness. And Zhang Xian became alert, his eyes sharp as he scanned the direction from which it came. Before long, he observed the gray mist beginning to roil violently, as if something lurked within. What could this be? A flicker of unease crossed Zhang Xian's features, prompting him to hasten his steps toward the source of the tumultuous mist. As he drew nearer, the swirling fog grew increasingly fierce, seemingly imbued with cataclysmic power. A low rumble echoing like the breath of an ancient beast, vibrating through every inch of the space. At that critical moment, a figure appeared like a specter, racing toward Zhang Xian. His attention was entirely captivated by the mist, leaving him oblivious to this sudden development. The figure swiftly reached him, and before Zhang Xian could react, he was pulled into a narrow crevice. Almost immediately, a pearl radiating a soft green light materialized, enveloping the two of them. Just as Zhang Xian opened his mouth to inquire, he was met with the figure's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, prompting him to instinctively close his mouth and gesture for silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, until the swirling gray mist receded, allowing the figure to gradually retract the pearl, and the two emerged from the crevice. Who might you be? Zhang Xian finally seized the opportunity to ask. Now he could scrutinize the figure more closely. A middle-aged man with a gruesome scar on his left eye, long hair tied in a single ponytail that fluttered in the wind, and two long swords crossed at his waist, exuding an air of chilling menace. The figure straightened his attire and gazed intently at the retreating gray mist before speaking slowly. My name is Hobuto Tenryu. You must be a newly arrived soul, correct? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Should you encounter that mist again, do not foolishly approach it. Not a flicker of recognition stirred within Zhang Xian. The name seemed familiar, he mused silently. Hobuto Tenryu, wasn't he a former general of the Iron Country, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, having led the nation to triumph over numerous adversaries? Though his heart surged with tumultuous thoughts, Zhang Xian's expression remained composed. He nodded slowly and replied, I am Zhang Xian, indeed a newcomer. What exactly is that gray mist? Why do you urge me to avoid it? Hattori Tenryu sighed, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. Upon entering this realm, you must understand that only those who possessed great strength in life can reclaim their memories here. Ordinary souls, on the other hand, gradually dissolve into the very essence of this world, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Yet, you may have noticed, there are not many souls regaining their memories in this place. To this point, Hattori Tenryu paused slightly before continuing, because they have all been consumed by that mass of gray fog. His words resonated like a heavy stone thrown into a placid lake, sending ripples throughout the air. It felt as though time itself had frozen, with even the wind rendered still. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before finally inquiring, what exactly is that gray fog? Hattori Tenryu's expression turned exceedingly serious. You must have heard of the Grim Reaper in your life, right? That gray fog is the embodiment of the Grim Reaper. It manifests intermittently in this world, seeking out conscious souls to devour. For us conscious souls, the Grim Reaper is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Zhang Xian's heart trembled at the mention of the Grim Reaper. Could it be the very being toyed with by Orochimaru? Hattori Tenryu continued. The Grim Reaper of this world was originally a manifestation of the rules. However, Over the long passage of time, the resentment left behind by those ordinary souls who faded away fused with it. Granting its self-awareness, from then on, it developed an intense loathing for souls possessing consciousness, embarking on an unending hunt to consume all aware souls in order to sustain its distorted existence. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed deeply. He had not anticipated that behind the seemingly tranquil realm of the dead lay such a terrifying truth. He pressed on with his questions. Why do you not unite to combat it? Strength in numbers surely offers a way, does it not? Hattori Tenryu let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. You are unaware the power of the Grim Reaper far exceeds what we souls can withstand. It wields the rules of this world, rules that we are utterly incapable of resisting. How many conscious souls remain in this world? Zhang Xian inquired. Hattori Tenryu contemplated for a moment before uncertainly replying. I am not precisely sure. Perhaps there are still over 100, but upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's heart sank. Although 100 may not seem an insignificant number, it felt exceedingly small and fragile amidst the vastness of the realm of the dead. Each conscious soul is invaluable. If truly consumed by the Grim Reaper, this realm would be devoid of hope. Zhang Xian's gaze flickered in the dim space, seemingly contemplating a strategy. If he wished to claim this realm of the dead as his own, he must first resolve the formidable threat posed by the Grim Reaper. Although his ability to summon spirits was a powerful asset, capable of controlling souls, he felt uncertain when faced with an entity woven from rules and resentment. Let us depart from here. I will first take you to a safe place to meet others, Hattori Tenryu interjected, breaking Zhang Xian's reverie. Zhang Xian nodded and followed Hattori Tenryu onward. I end this desolate realm of the dead. The two figures slowly walked away, one following the other. Hattori Tenryu led Zhang Xian to a concealed cave entrance, which appeared quite ordinary from the outside, but revealed a hidden wonder within. Inside, the cave was brightly lit, showcasing a makeshift refuge enveloped by several of the glowing green orbs. Zhang Xian had previously observed Hattori Tenryu using the dozen or so conscious souls sat gathered together. Their expressions a mix of vigilance and curiosity, clearly surprised by the arrival of Zhang Xian, the newcomer. Everyone, this is Zhang Xian, a soul newly arrived in this world. Hattori Tenryu introduced him to the group. Upon hearing this, the gathered souls directed their scrutinizing gazes toward Zhang Xian. Among them, a woman adorned in splendid royal attire curled her lips into a charming smile and spoke with a soft voice. Welcome to our base. Zhang Xian. Her voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, bringing a sense of tranquility. Hattori Tenryu promptly added, This is Samama, the queen of the ancient kingdom of Lulan in her past life. Zhang Xian's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Lulan. Could it be the Lulan known for its dragon veins in the original text? He mused silently before responding with a steady and powerful voice. Greetings. Esteemed Queen Samama. Samama beamed at him, playfully waving her hand. Oh, there is no need for such formality. Here, I am no queen. Just call me Samama. Her tone was laced with a hint of playfulness and warmth, instantly bridging the gap between her and Zhang Xian, causing the initially reserved Zhang Xian to relax slightly. That moment, a robust and muscular man beside them suddenly spoke, his voice gruff yet resonant. Kid, being able to enter this world and regain awareness is quite the misfortune for you. With that, he produced an orb identical to the one Hattori Tenryu held, emanating a ghostly green glow, and tossed it casually to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian caught the orb steadily, examining it closely in his hand, but he found it to be smooth and warm, as if imbued with a mysterious power. Observing this, Hattori Tenryu quickly interjected. This is Lei Pu, who was a renowned master craftsman in life. The orb you hold was crafted by his own hands. It can shield you from the probing of the gray fog. His words carried a note of respect, clearly holding Lei Pu's craftsmanship in high regard. However, do note that this orb can only guard against the gray fog's probing. It is powerless against the Grim Reaper itself. Zhang Xian nodded in understanding, casting a grateful glance at Lei Pu. Thank you, Master Lei Pu. Lei Pu grunted in response, a subtle smile breaking through his rugged facade, seemingly pleased with Zhang Xian's appreciation. Don't thank me. I simply don't want you, the newcomer, to become the Grim Reaper's fodder too quickly. Samama couldn't help but chuckle at this, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Zhang Xian, don't be deceived by Lei Pu's fearsome appearance. He is actually quite a good fellow. With that, she shot a teasing glance at Lei Pu, who feigned calmness by turning his head away, pretending to polish a small metallic artifact in his hand. Yet, the faint blush creeping onto his ears betrayed his inner embarrassment and fluster. Zhang Xian found the scene amusing, while also feeling the warmth and harmony radiating from this temporary refuge. He turned his gaze back to Samama, a playful glint in his eyes. It seems everyone here has their own hidden facets, including the lovely Queen Samama. Oh no, I should say Miss Samama. Upon hearing this, Samama's smile brightened even further as she gracefully rose, her long skirt swaying like a desert rose blooming in the ancient kingdom of Lulan, taking measured steps toward Zhang Xian. Her gaze held both allure and seriousness, as if attempting to peer into the depths of Zhang Xian's soul. In this sanctuary, we all struggle in vain, uncertain if tomorrow will even exist. Thus, living well today is paramount. Why cling to the past? Zhang Xian felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, but maintained his composure. I do not wish to pry into your pasts. I hope for your understanding. Samama halted before Zhang Xian, their proximity so close that they could almost feel each other's breath intertwining. She spoke softly. Indeed, time will unveil all truths, but until then, you may choose to trust us or remain skeptical. However, I must caution you. Doubt is the most extravagant luxury here, for we must stand united to survive in this cruel and chaotic world. With that, Samama gently patted Zhang Xian's shoulder, as though offering encouragement and solace. She then elegantly turned and returned to her place, leaving Zhang Xian in a state of bewilderment along with several pairs of meaningful eyes surrounding him. Lei Pu's gruff voice broke the silence. Stop dawdling, kid. Since you are now one of us, you must quickly adapt to our ways. Though this is merely a temporary refuge, it has its own order and rules. Zhang Xian snapped back to reality. Managing a wry smile, he recognized that Lei Pu's words, while blunt and somewhat harsh, were rooted in goodwill and concern. In this world filled with uncertainties and dangers, encountering such a kindred group of individuals may very well be his greatest fortune. Observing this, Hattori Tenryu quickly added, Zhang Xian, please follow me. I will arrange a place for you to rest and explain the situation here. With that, he led Zhang Xian through the bustling crowd and deeper into a more spacious area of the cave. Although the surroundings are relatively simple, each bed is impeccably clean and tidy, devoid of any dust, clearly indicating that everyone is wholeheartedly maintaining the shared sanctuary. Zhang Xian surveyed the area, perplexed, and inquired, do souls also require sleep? Hattori Tenryu shook his head and elucidated, no, we do not necessitate slumber. However, the beds here serve more as a psychological comfort, allowing us to feel that we still possess a corner to rest. Zhang Xian nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. Then Hattori Tenryu's voice took on a somber and serious tone as he continued, next, I must impart some knowledge about this world and how we contend with the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is not invincible. However, it wields the rules that grant an advantage in most circumstances. Yet, we have discerned several key points that have become the pillars allowing us to survive to this day. Zhang Xian listened intently as Hattori Tenryu elaborated. Firstly, the power of the Grim Reaper derives from the negative emotions and despair of the deceased. Each time a new soul is consumed, its power grows a fraction stronger. Thus, maintaining our own beliefs is the first step in weakening the Grim Reaper's strength. Secondly, the Grim Reaper is not omnipresent. It frequents specific places that we have attempted to chart a map marking areas where the Grim Reaper is less likely to appear, enabling us to move about more safely. Hattori Tenryu produced a roll of yellowed parchment from his pocket, unfurling it to reveal a dense array of symbols and lines. Zhang Xian scrutinized the map, uncovering hidden patterns within that a thought struck him, and he asked, is there a possibility that we could alter these patterns in some way, even luring the Grim Reaper into a trap of our own design? Hattori Tenryu's eyes glinted with surprise, evidently taken aback by Zhang Xian's audacity. Your idea is bold, but it is not feasible in truth, we have been experimenting with various methods to combat the Grim Reaper. Regrettably, thus far, no method has proven capable of vanquishing it completely. What if I told you I have a solution? Zhang Xian stated, enunciating each word deliberately. Hattori Tenryu abruptly raised his head, gazing intently at Zhang Xian. What did you say? You have a solution. Indeed, I possess a method, though I am uncertain of its efficacy. I need to validate it. Zhang Xian hesitated. His words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Hattori Tenryu's astonishment transformed into urgency as he pressed. What is your method? What kind of validation is required? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we are willing to try. Do not be so hasty. Allow me to finish. Zhang Xian gently gestured for Hattori Tenryu to remain calm. He then summoned a mass of black mist in his palm, continuing, my method is this. Hattori Tenryu regarded the black mist in Zhang Xian's hand with unease, feeling as though he were a mere plaything of the swirling darkness, liable to be engulfed at any moment. He frowned and inquired, what is this? This is my ability to capture and manipulate souls. Zhang Xian clarified that my plan is to utilize this ability to control the Grim Reaper. However, there's a dilemma. I do not know whether the Grim Reaper currently exists as a rule or a spirit. Logically, having devoured so many souls, it must have generated its own. Yet, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry, so I need someone to serve as a test subject for the experiment. Hattori Tenryu's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by the suggestion of becoming a test subject. However, in the face of the Grim Reaper, an insurmountable foe, any sliver of possibility appeared exceedingly precious. After a moment's contemplation, a resolute glimmer crossed his eyes. I shall undertake this experiment. Zhang Xian shook his head, his gaze profound. Gather everyone. The risks of this experiment are unknown, and they have the right to be informed. Hattori Tenryu pondered briefly, then nodded, calling everyone back. Oh, we just separated. Why are we being summoned again? Little Zhang Xian, are you secretly infatuated? Samon stepped forward, giggling. Humph, are you longing for man? Should I fashion your prop to play with? Reap interjected. Reap, your tongue is becoming increasingly merciless. Samon feigned irritation, turning her head away, though a playful smile crept on her lips. But speaking of props, I do think your large hammer for forging is quite suitable. I just wonder if it will be easy to wield. Reap was left speechless, lifting the hammer in his hand as if to pretend to strike Samon, exclaiming, you little minx, are you itching for trouble? Be careful, or I might just bring the hammer down and show you what ruthless striking truly means. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Samon retreated 2 steps in mock terror. Her hands clasped her chest, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. But let us be real. We were all experts in life. If your hammer truly falls, you might need to ask everyone if they agree first. The onlookers erupted in laughter, the tense atmosphere lightening considerably due to the banter between the two. All right, enough of the jesting. Hattori Tenryu interjected at the right moment, clearing his throat and addressing the group seriously. Zhang Xian has discovered a potential method to combat the Grim Reaper, but it requires validation. I believe this matter concerns the survival of us all. Therefore, everyone has the right to know and to decide whether to partake in this experiment. The group gathered, sitting around Zhang Xian and Hattori Tenryu. Their faces bore expressions of curiosity and uncertainty. Zhang Xian scanned the circle, inhaling deeply before speaking. I have an idea regarding combating the Grim Reaper, but it requires experimentation to ascertain its feasibility. This experiment may carry risks, so I hope everyone can understand before making a decision. Hattori Tenryu took over, briefly summarizing Zhang Xian's plan, including Zhang Xian's ability to manipulate souls and how he intended to use that ability against the Grim Reaper. Zhang Xian concentrated, forming a mass of black mist in his palm, allowing everyone to perceive his capability more clearly. The group gazed at the slowly swirling mist, their reactions mirroring Hattori Tenryu's, ranging from shock to disbelief, with some displaying a hint of hope and anxiety. Samon spoke softly. If we can truly control the Grim Reaper, perhaps we might genuinely have a chance to escape this horrifying cycle. But what if we fail? A low voice interjected. It was Reap. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. He understood Reap's concerns, for the risks of the experiment were indeed unpredictable. No one is being coerced to participate. The choice lies in your hands, he stated calmly. However, I must emphasize that if we do not attempt anything, we will only await our demise. The Grim Reaper grows stronger while we remain stagnant. Time is of the essence that if we do not act, we will inevitably be consumed one by one. Tori Tenryu spoke firmly. I am willing to be the first to try that. No, Tenryu, that is utterly unfair, Reap interjected. If there is to be an experiment, it should be done in turns or by drawing lots. No one should bear all the risks alone. Reap's words resonated with the group, and many nodded in agreement that in such a critical moment, no one wished for any individual to shoulder the unknown risks alone. Very well, let us draw lots to decide, Hattori Tenryu conceded, producing several bamboo sticks of varying lengths. Each person would draw one, and the individual with the shortest stick would be the first to experiment. One by one, they approached, their expressions diverse, some anxious, some expectant, while others were palpably uneasy. When it was Zhang Xian's turn, he smiled lightly, saying, I shall abstain from drawing. This experiment was my proposal, and regardless of the outcome, I will accompany whoever is chosen. Hattori Tenryu regarded Zhang Xian with an expression of complexity, ultimately nodding without further comment. The results of the draw were quickly revealed. Saman had drawn the shortest stick. Initially taken aback, she soon displayed a relieved smile that it seems to be me. Fortune truly is unpredictable, Saman shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Yet a flicker of tension and unease was unmistakable in her eyes. The group gazed at Saman, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the risks of this experiment remain unknown, and none can guarantee what fate awaits Sandman. Sandman, with an attempt to speak, opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She was acutely aware that at such a moment, any words of consolation would seem utterly feeble. It's all right, everyone, she interjected, stepping into the midst of the group and surveying their faces, since it is I who drew the short straw. I shall accept it. Moreover, I have faith in Zhang Xian. His abilities may indeed offer us a glimmer of hope. Her words brought a slight calm to the anxious crowd. They understood that retreat was no longer an option. They could only brace themselves for what lay ahead. Well, having made this decision, let us commence without delay, Zhang Xian declared, stepping forward with a resolute gaze. Sandman, follow me. We must make certain preparations. Sandman nodded and followed Zhang Xian out of the room. The others remained behind, each lost in contemplation, aware that the coming hours, perhaps even days, could prove pivotal to their very existence. Zhang Xian led Sandman into a chamber, conjuring a swirling mass of black mist as he spoke. Sandman, I need you to take this black mist into the realm of the Reaper's gray fog and cast it towards the center. I will wait at the periphery, attempting to control the gray mist. If the gray fog does not consume you, it will signify the success of the experiment. If it does, you will cease to exist. Sandman flashed a bright smile and replied, What a callous little man you are. Fear not. I shall see this experiment through. Observing Sandman's feigned bravado, Zhang Xian was overwhelmed by a complex tide of emotions. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady his voice. Sandman, you need not force yourself. I am more acutely aware of the risks of this experiment than anyone else. Sandman gently shook her head, her eyes shimmering with determination. Zhang Xian, do you know, I do not believe that fate is predetermined. Each choice we make is an opportunity to resist destiny. This time, I choose to trust you, as well as to trust myself. Zhang Xian fell silent for a moment, extending his hand to rest lightly on Sandman's shoulder, a silent gesture of encouragement and support. Sandman, tell me, do you have any wishes? If so, I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Should this experiment succeed, that a tender light flickered in Sandman's eyes as she slowly lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Xian's deep, penetrating stare. Indeed, I have a wish. I hope to return to the mortal realm to behold Lulan once more. As its queen, I was always preoccupied with affairs of state, never truly appreciating Lulan's beauty. Now that I have arrived here, I have lost the chance to return. What am I even telling you? You cannot return either. Haha. Zhang Xian regarded Sandman's expression, reminiscent of an injured creature, and spoke softly. What if I told you that I can return? Sandman stared at him in disbelief. Not jest. Arriving here signifies that you are already dead. How could you return, unless you are a living person? Who says I am not alive? Zhang Xian retorted, Concealing the aura of spirit summoning, Salmon's eyes widened in astonishment, her worldview shattered in that instant. She had always assumed that Zhang Xian, like them, was a soul revived after death. Yet now, he revealed that he was, in fact, a living being. You are alive? Salmon's voice trembled slightly as she sought answers in Zhang Xian's expression, but he merely nodded, his gaze filled with certainty. Indeed, I am alive. I possess a unique ability that allows me to exist in this form within this realm, while still being able to return to the world of the living, Zhang Xian explained. Salmon, stunned, found it difficult to quell the tumult of emotions within her. She had never imagined Zhang Xian to be a living person, rather than one of the departed souls like herself. This sudden revelation rendered her feelings exceedingly complex. Both fear of the unknown and a yearning for hope surged within her. Then why are you here? Salmon managed to ask, her voice laced with confusion. There will be a great crisis in the world of the living. I learned of the legend of the Pure Land and understood that the souls of the strong do not perish. They awaken in the Pure Land. Hence, I sought to come here in search of strength. Little did I expect that a crisis involving the Reaper would unfold, Zhang Xian elucidated. Upon hearing this, a strange emotion gradually replaced the other feelings swirling within Salmon. Zhang Xian, if you truly can return, could you do me a favor? Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Speak your wish. I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Zhang Xian replied solemnly that I wish for you to return to Lulan on my behalf. To see Lulan and its people. Would you do that for me? Tears glimmered in Salmon's eyes, yet her gaze remained resolute. Zhang Xian regarded her intently and nodded earnestly. Very well. I promise you I shall journey to Lulan and behold it for you. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile graced Salmon's face. She grasped Zhang Xian's hand tightly, as if transferring her faith and strength to him. Thank you, Zhang Xian. With your assurance, even if I were to cease to exist, I would have no regrets. Zhang Xian gazed at Salmon, his heart a tumult of emotions. All right, Salmon, let us prepare to enter the gray fog. Remember, no matter what transpires, remain calm. I will wait at the edge of the fog, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Salmon nodded, inhaling deeply, suppressing the fear and anxiety within her. She clutched the black mist tightly, as if grasping her own fate. Soon enough, Zhang Xian, Salmon, and Habuto Tenryu, along with the others, arrived at the gray fog. Zhang Xian stood at the periphery of the fog, his full attention fixed on the transformations occurring within. He took a deep breath and calibrated his internal power to its optimal state. Prepared to confront any potential contingencies, Salmon stepped into the gray fog, the atmosphere around her thickening with gravity. The fog began to churn, as if some mysterious force was awakening that Salmon's complexion turned pale. Yet she pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Upon reaching the heart of the gray fog, she inhaled deeply and hurled the black mist into its center. The moment the black mist made contact with the gray fog, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Outside, Zhang Xian summoned all his strength, attempting to exert control over the gray mist. He was wholly focused, the power of spirit summoning surging within him like a raging river. Unstoppable, black mist enveloped him, marking the full manifestation of his abilities. The gray fog began to boil violently, akin to water reaching a rolling boil, and Zhang Xian's complexion paled from the tremendous energy expenditure. Yet he did not relent. Rather, he intensified his focus, striving to master the tumultuous gray fog. The unfolding events captivated all, with Raipu and Habuto Tenryu shifting their gazes between the fog and Zhang Xian's countenance. Come on, Habuto Tenryu silently urged. Raipu's heart surged with tumultuous waves, his expression oscillating between shock and anticipation. Meanwhile, Salmon, positioned at the center of the gray fog, felt the pressure around her crash like relentless waves, nearly submerging her. The clash of black and gray mist resembled a fierce duel between two forces, permeating the air with a stifling, tense atmosphere. The screeching sound echoed, as if the two powers were wailing in fierce opposition. However, as time progressed, Zhang Xian sensed his control over the gray fog gradually strengthening, and he could perceive every subtle fluctuation, every slight change within the fog, slowly yielding to his spirit summoning technique. This was a delicate and arduous process. Zhang Xian had to meticulously calibrate his power, ensuring he could suppress the gray fog without overexerting himself to the point of losing control. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood the experiment's success hinged on the nature of the Reaper, which was also a spirit entity. Ultimately, after a prolonged, intense struggle, the gray fog began to recede, the once chaotic and ferocious energy gradually calming. Zhang Xian seized the opportunity, successfully subduing the gray fog with his spirit summoning technique, a weary yet satisfied smile emerging on his face. That we did it. Zhang Xian silently rejoiced, turning his gaze towards the depths of the gray fog. Awaiting Salmon's emergence, shortly thereafter, Sandman stumbled forth from the fog, her face pale, yet her eyes sparkling with the joy of survival and disbelief. She looked at Zhang Xian, a faint smile playing at her lips. We did it. The experiment was a success, wasn't it? Zhang Xian stepped forward a few paces, gently supporting Saman, and nodded. Indeed, we have succeeded. The experiment has triumphed, and we can vanquish the Grim Reaper. The surrounding crowd beamed with smiles upon witnessing this. What shall we do next? Hattab Tenryu inquired as he approached. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before responding. Since the experiment has demonstrated that the spirit binding and commanding technique can control this gray mist, the Grim Reaper should pose no issue. Our next task is to locate him. Just as Hattab Tenryu was about to speak, the atmosphere around them suddenly grew ominous. The air, once subdued by Zhang Xian, began to shift subtly. That it was as if an invisible force was drawing it, causing it to slowly coalesce into swirling vortices. These vortices spun and intertwined in the air, exuding an eerie chill that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Everyone be cautious. The Grim Reaper may soon appear, Zhang Xian warned. His expression grave, he swiftly shielded Saman behind him while signaling to the others to prepare for defense. Suddenly, a towering figure clad in white robes, with gray hair and a string of beads in his right hand and a scythe in his left, manifested in the air. His skin bore a bluish-purple hue. Hattab Tenryu's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "The Grim Reaper?" Zhang Xian's gaze remained fixed on the imposing figure, his heart racing with trepidation. The aura of the Grim Reaper instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure within him, prompting him to urgently declare, "You must leave this place at once. You are all souls, and you hold no power against the Grim Reaper." Hattab Tenryu turned sharply, retorting, "What do you mean we are souls? Are you not one as well?" Zhang Xian replied cryptically with a smile, "Of course." Hattab Tenryu sought to press further, but Zhang Xian interrupted. "This is not the time for explanations. You must flee now." Reap and Hattab Tenryu exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with confusion, yet they understood the urgency of the moment and quickly made their escape. Though weakened, Saman managed to keep pace with them, supported by Hattab Tenryu. Just as they were about to withdraw, the Grim Reaper launched an attack. With a swift motion of his scythe, a dark wave of energy surged toward them. Zhang Xian, recognizing the imminent danger, immediately invoked the spirit binding and commanding technique, unleashing a torrent of black mist toward the Grim Reaper. Unfazed by Zhang Xian's assault, the Grim Reaper's hand, gripping the scythe, struck uncontrollably at a nearby mountain as the black mist made contact. Seizing the moment, Hattab Tenryu and the others hastily fled the scene. Although the Grim Reaper's strike missed its intended target, the sheer force of his blow sent the mountain crumbling, boulders scattering and dust swirling, causing the very earth to tremble. The Grim Reaper mused, "You can actually disrupt my movements." His voice resonated with the amalgam of countless souls, both young and old, creating an unsettling cacophony. After a moment of contemplation, he regarded Zhang Xian with a hint of suspicion. "You are alive?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. In the original narrative, the Grim Reaper had always served as a silent backdrop, never uttering a word, leading him to believe that the Grim Reaper could not speak. However, this Grim Reaper's ability to converse surprised him. Once his curiosity was satisfied, Zhang Xian quickly adjusted his demeanor, maintaining a calm facade as he replied, "Does that matter? What is important is that today I shall slay a god." The Grim Reaper's hollow gaze seemed to pierce through all illusions, fixating intently on Zhang Xian, his voice laced with intrigue. "Slay a god? How fascinating! I have absorbed countless souls, Yet I have never encountered a living soul like you in this world. You pique my curiosity." Zhang Xian contemplated this newfound interest of the Grim Reaper, pondering if he could leverage it to buy time for Hattab Tenryu and the others to escape further. He feigned nonchalance, saying, "Curiosity? You should be careful. Curiosity killed the cat." The Grim Reaper scoffed, lightly swinging his scythe, causing the surrounding air to slice through with a sharp sound. "To me, you are merely an amusing plaything. However, since you are so confident, let me see just how capable you truly are." With that, the Grim Reaper vanished and appeared before Zhang Xian in an instant, his scythe cutting through the air with a chilling breeze, aimed directly at Zhang Xian's vitals. Anticipating the attack, Zhang Xian deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow while activating the spirit binding and commanding technique once more, the black mist swirling around him as he sought to ensnare the Grim Reaper again. Yet, the Grim Reaper seemed to perceive Zhang Xian's intentions, tracing an uncanny arc with his scythe that effortlessly cleaved through the black mist constraints, continuing his pursuit of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's heart raced in astonishment. The Grim Reaper's power exceeded his expectations, necessitating his utmost effort. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the full force of the spirit binding and commanding technique, unleashing a torrent of black mist that transformed into writhing black dragons, roaring as they surged toward the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper finally displayed a hint of seriousness upon facing the onslaught of black dragons. The beads in his hand radiated a brilliant light, emanating a potent wave of spiritual energy that formed an invisible barrier, deflecting the dragons one by one. "Interesting," the Grim Reaper remarked, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished once more, reappearing behind Zhang Xian, the scythe slicing through the air with a deadly intent aimed at his back. Zhang Xian's heart raced as he sensed the imminent danger. In a critical moment, he activated the chaotic golden bell to evade the attack. His figure reemerged to the side, breathing heavily as he contemplated his earlier recklessness. While the spirit binding and commanding technique had some effect on the Grim Reaper, it was insufficient. If it could reach its full potential, he might stand a chance against the Grim Reaper. But clearly he was far from that point. As Zhang Xian's thoughts raced, the Grim Reaper's voice echoed ominously in his ear. "Your abilities can indeed affect my movements, but that is all." And no sooner had the words left his lips than the Grim Reaper's form blurred, seemingly merging with the air, leaving behind mere afterimages that were elusive and hard to grasp. Zhang Xian understood that the Grim Reaper was preparing for another strike, and he could not afford to be careless. With heightened concentration, he scanned his surroundings, intent on capturing any trace of the Grim Reaper. Yet the Grim Reaper had seemingly vanished into nothingness. Just then, an inexplicable chill surged from the ground up through his body. Compelling him to look up, the Grim Reaper loomed directly above him, the scythe poised to strike with overwhelming force. Not good, Zhang Xian thought urgently, and in desperation, he activated the spirit binding and commanding technique once more. This time, however, he chose not to confront directly. Instead, he concentrated the black mist into a shield above his head. Clang! The scythe collided with the black mist shield, producing a deafening roar. The tremendous shockwave sent Zhang Xian staggering backward, nearly losing his footing. The black mist shield, too, bore the brunt of the impact, fracturing under the force until it ultimately shattered. Zhang Xian steadied himself, casting a grim gaze toward the Grim Reaper, suspended in the air. The figure appeared particularly ominous in the dim light, the residual power from their earlier clash still crackling along the blade of the scythe, trembling as if poised to unleash another onslaught. Meanwhile, Hattab Tenryu and the others had retreated to a safe distance, listening to the intermittent thunderous sounds emanating from the battlefield. Though our plans have been disrupted, the experiment has ultimately succeeded. Now, I implore you to spread the word to others about what has transpired here and summon reinforcements. We cannot allow Zhang Xian to fight alone, Hattab Tenryu urged. Indeed, we cannot let Zhang face this battle in solitude. Reap concurred. Saman, you are still weak. Rest here while we inform others, Hattab Tenryu said. Saman nodded silently, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield. Very well, everyone, let us not delay, we must depart, Hattab Tenryu announced. In unison, they echoed their agreement, dispersing in different directions. Saman, like a stone waiting for her husband, gazed into the distance. Murmuring, "Zhang Xian, you must prevail. You promised me you would go to see Lulan." Back on the battlefield, Zhang Xian wiped the blood that had inadvertently trickled from the corner of his mouth. The Grim Reaper's strength was far beyond any adversary he had previously encountered. It was a power that transcended mere might, akin to an unyielding rule. Even the once-assured spirit binding and commanding technique proved inadequate against this formidable foe. Perhaps I should try the dual perfection technique. He contemplated. Zhang Xian pondered deeply, his hands radiating a mesmerizing blue hue. He intended to employ the soul-manipulating abilities of the blue hand from his dual hand technique to test the waters. Cautiously approaching the embodiment of death, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash his power, as he slowly raised his hands, the azure light danced at his fingertips, a unique manifestation of the soul's force inherent to the blue hand. He was acutely aware that conventional methods would likely falter against a being such as the Grim Reaper. Only by probing the depths of the soul might he uncover a glimmer of hope. With utmost care, he advanced, each step seemingly a delicate inquiry into the surrounding air, striving to draw closer without attracting the Reaper's attention. The specter of death remained elusive, blending seamlessly with the world around it. Yet, through his precise control of the dual hand, Zhang Xian could faintly discern the subtle fluctuations of soul energy in the air, remnants of the Reaper's existence. Just as he neared, the Reaper's voice resonated within his mind, akin to a whisper from the abyss. "The blue light in your palm is intriguing. It seems to pose a significant threat to souls. But do you truly believe this will suffice to confront me? Do not forget, I am a god." A chill ran through Zhang Xian. Yet he maintained an exterior composure. He pressed onward, discreetly channeling the power of the dual hand, prepared to strike at a critical juncture. At that moment, the Reaper appeared to see through his intentions. Its form suddenly solidified, the scythe cutting through the air with a piercing coldness, aimed directly at his heart. "O Navi," the Reaper scoffed, the soul energy emanating from the scythe intensifying, as if to rip Zhang Xian's very essence from his body. Daring not to confront it head-on, Zhang Xian deftly sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting his blue hand forward in an attempt to seize the soul energy from the Reaper's scythe, aiming to utilize it as a medium for counterattack. However, the Reaper was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. The scythe twirled effortlessly in the air, evading Zhang Xian's grasp, in the ensuing moment. A powerful surge of soul energy erupted from the scythe, striking directly at Zhang Xian's soul. He was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if his very essence were being shredded by countless blades. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agonizing sensation of his soul being torn apart, his blue light flaring brilliantly as he summoned every ounce of strength to resist the Reaper's assault. In that instant, the beads adorning the Reaper's wrist suddenly radiated an intense light, flinging Zhang Xian backward. He tumbled through the air, managing to regain his footing a short distance away. Coughing up blood, he fixed his gaze upon the Reaper, filled with astonishment and confusion. The radiant glow emitted by those beads evoked an aura reminiscent of a venerable Buddhist monk that a strong intuition told him that those beads were the key to defeating the Reaper. After utilizing the dual hand to heal himself, Zhang Xian declared, "Come again." Rising once more, despite the lingering ache in his soul, he felt he had discovered the path to victory. He understood that battling the Reaper could not rely solely on brute force or singular techniques. He had to unearth the secret of those beads, for that was the crux of overcoming the Reaper. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, the blue light of the dual hand coalescing at his fingertips once more. This time, he was prepared not only to counter the Reaper's physical onslaught, but also to engage it on the soul level. Zhang Xian began to move in slow circles, seeking to observe the Reaper from various angles, particularly the enigmatic beads that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The Reaper appeared in no rush to attack, hovering in midair, its scythe gently swaying as if mocking Zhang Xian's futile efforts. "Oh, you think you found my flaw? How laughable! A mere mortal cannot comprehend the power of God." The Reaper's voice echoed in Zhang Xian's mind, imbued with an undeniable authority. Disregarding the Reaper's taunts, Zhang Xian focused intently, using the blue hand of the dual hand to tentatively probe the surrounding air, attempting to gather more information about those beads that moment. numerous eyes surrounded the battlefield, belonging to Habuto Tenryu and his companions, who had come in response to the suffering inflicted by the Reaper. Having heard from Habuto Tenryu that a method to vanquish the Reaper had been discovered, they all arrived, though they refrained from recklessly attacking, knowing their efforts would bear little fruit. Witnessing Zhang Xian's back-and-forth struggle against the Reaper ignited a flame of hope within them. Habuto Tenryu remarked, "Perhaps this time we truly have a chance to obliterate the Reaper from this realm. Remain vigilant and seek the right moment to support Zhang Xian. Yet, we must also prioritize our safety. We cannot become a burden." In response to their words, the group nodded solemnly, encircling the battlefield, ever ready. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian evaded the Reaper's scythe, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he mused, "I've figured out. Those beads are to ensure your self-awareness remains intact. You have devoured countless souls, and their resentments converge upon you, perpetually tormenting your existence. Those beads are your talisman to suppress those grievances and maintain clarity. Are they not?" The Reaper's tone shifted, clearly perturbed by Zhang Xian's insight. He snorted coldly, retorting, "Even if you know, what of it? Do you think you can destroy them?" A smirk played at the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth. A plan already forming in his mind, he replied, "Now that I am aware of your weakness, you should proceed with caution." With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, summoning a Bagua diagram, and commanded, "Wind afterward, strange doors for plates, rise." As Zhang Xian's incantation resonated, the symbols on the Bagua diagram began to shimmer, enveloping both him and the Reaper. The earth beneath him seemed to come alive, as myriad clumps of soil rapidly coalesced into a sinuous earthen dragon, roaring forth towards the Reaper. The Reaper swung its scythe, effortlessly cleaving the dragon in two. Yet, in that instant of separation, the fragments transformed into countless minute particles of earth, showering the Reaper like a torrential downpour. These particles swiftly reformed in midair, erecting sturdy earthen walls that encircled the Reaper. "Oh, you truly believe this can confine me?" echoed the Reaper's voice amidst the walls, tinged with disdain. Zhang Xian merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Separation, red refinement. As he uttered the incantation, the earthen walls erupted in a dazzling blaze, crimson flames engulfing them, ensnaring the Reaper within. This was no ordinary fire. It was the red refinement fire, summoned by Zhang Xian's incantation, capable of scorching souls and posing a significant threat to an entity existing in a soul form like the Reaper. The Reaper let out a wretched scream, bursting forth with tremendous force, its scythe aimed at Zhang Xian. Unperturbed, Zhang Xian calmly stated, "Sublimation, scented sandalwood virtue." As his words fell, countless wooden spikes formed from sandalwood, surged from all directions towards the Reaper. The Reaper, wielding its scythe, severed the wooden spikes, but in that moment, Zhang Xian had already vanished from sight, utilizing the Earth Dragon to teleport behind the Reaper. "Quake! Thunderstorm!" Zhang Xian called out, pointing skyward. Instantly, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbling ominously, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down towards the Reaper. Although the Reaper reacted swiftly, it was forced to momentarily evade the oncoming tempest, its form momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the blue light of the dual hand blazed anew. This time, Zhang Xian reached directly for the beads adorning the Reaper's chest. "You think you can touch me?" The Reaper sneered, as the beads glowed fiercely, emitting a powerful wave of soul energy that formed an invisible barrier, repelling Zhang Xian's advance. Realizing he could not reach them, Zhang Xian again utilized the Earth Dragon to distance himself from the Reaper. Do you think this will forever shield you?" Zhang Xian scoffed, his mind racing as he contemplated how to breach the seemingly intangible barrier. Outside the battlefield, the onlookers felt a surge of fluctuating emotions as they witnessed Zhang Xian's relentless offensive. "Look, Zhang Xian is preparing another attack," someone exclaimed, pointing towards the fray. Zhang Xian conjured forth a swirling black mist of spirit binding, the mist coiling in the air, shifting shapes as if imbued with a life of its own, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. "Spirit binding, soul binding," Zhang Xian intoned softly, and the black mist instantaneously transformed into countless chains, each shimmering with a ghostly blue light, inexorably ensnaring the Reaper. The Reaper swung its scythe in an attempt to sever the chains, only to discover their extraordinary resilience, capable of withstanding its assault. The chains relentlessly encroached, gradually tightening their noose, forcing the Grim Reaper to focus intently on countering this sudden confinement. Oh, you think these trivial tricks can bind me? The Grim Reaper roared, the brilliance of the beads intensifying as they sought to break free from the chain's grasp. Zhang Xian curled his lips into a cold smirk, not in haste to respond. With a blue glow in his left hand and a black mist in his right, the intertwining blue light and black fog from his dual hands formed an unprecedented, extraordinary force. Dual hands. Soul summon, Zhang Xian bellowed, and the confluence of blue light and black mist erupted violently, transforming into an invisible arrow of soul energy aimed directly at the bead on the Grim Reaper's wrist. The ethereal arrow traveled at breakneck speed, piercing through the gaps of the chains almost instantaneously after Zhang Xian's words fell. The Grim Reaper evidently sensed the lethal nature of this strike. Swiftly adjusting its stance, swinging the scythe at an incredible angle, attempting to deflect the soul arrow before it could reach the bead, a crisp metallic clang resonated as the soul arrow collided with the scythe. Erupting in a dazzling radiance, the clash of forces caused the surrounding air to tremble, momentarily loosening the chains due to the surge of power. Seizing this opportunity, the Grim Reaper flickered, narrowly evading the subsequent restraints and regaining its freedom. Observing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, surprised by the Grim Reaper's agility in countering his assault. 8 gates. Transport. Zhang Xian uttered softly, activating a Bagua array around himself. Within this domain, as its creator and controller, he could switch his position at an astonishing speed while disregarding spatial constraints and phasing himself. The space within the domain warped, making Zhang Xian's figure appear to blend into the Bagua pattern, shifting erratically, making it near impossible to discern his true location. Oh, you think this will trap me? The Grim Reaper scoffed, its scythe glowing ominously as circles of black energy waves began to swirl around it. A manifestation of condensed power preparing for retaliation. Zhang Xian offered no reply, his figure continuing to flicker, each appearance bringing him closer to the Grim Reaper, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the bead, radiating with Buddhist light. As Zhang Xian's figure blinked within the Bagua domain, the distance between him and the Grim Reaper gradually diminished. Suddenly, Zhang Xian's form materialized directly before the Grim Reaper, prompting it to immediately swing its scythe. Taking advantage of the Grim Reaper's preliminary motion, Zhang Xian pointed with one hand, barrier wood incense. The Grim Reaper's eyes glazed over with a veil of chaos as Zhang Xian seized the bead on its wrist. In that moment, the scythe descended, but Zhang Xian, having anticipated this, twisted his form once more, utilizing the instant movement of 8 gates, transport to narrowly evade the strike, with his other hand swiftly forming seals. He chanted seal, 6 dings 6 jia. As the incantation concluded, circles of golden runes surged from Zhang Xian's palm, tightly coiling around the Grim Reaper's wrist like chains, ensnaring the bead, radiating with Buddhist light. With a powerful tug, Zhang Xian pulled the bead down to his grasp. He landed at a distance, gazing back at the Grim Reaper. At that moment, the Grim Reaper appeared to be frozen in place, standing still. Yet an incessant stream of black mist emanated from it, a sensation distinct from Zhang Xian's soul summoning, exuding an eerie and ominous aura. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper let out a series of long piercing notes. The distant peaks trembled under the deafening wails, the echoes lingering in the valley. Then, the black mist enveloped the Grim Reaper entirely, obscuring the situation within. Zhang Xian hesitated to act, wary of the Grim Reaper's potential retaliation. At that moment, Habu Tianlong and others rushed over. Zhang Xian, you've won. We all witnessed it. You defeated the Grim Reaper, Habu Tianlong exclaimed excitedly. Well done, kid. Lei Pu also praised from the side. Samantha, however, wore a grave expression, fixated on the Grim Reaper shrouded in black mist, stating, we must remain vigilant. This black mist feels peculiar. The Grim Reaper may have more tricks up its sleeve. Zhang Xian, devoid of any mirth, wore a serious countenance as he replied, "You need to leave quickly." I sense that this black mist is far from simple. Habu Tianlong, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow but resolutely nodded. "Zhen Xian, we will leave together. We cannot abandon you to face the unknown danger alone." Leipu echoed, "Yes, you've done admirably." The warmth surged in Zhen Xian's heart, yet he understood the precariousness of the situation. Shaking his head with conviction, "I appreciate your goodwill, but we have come this far. We cannot give up. Your presence here will only distract me. Trust me, I have a way to handle this." Samantha, although anxious, recognized the rationale behind Zhen Xian's decision and proposed, "Then let us observe from a distance, should anything arise. We will rush to your aid." Zhen Xian nodded in agreement, turning his gaze to the swirling black mist, mentally preparing himself. As time passed, the black mist gradually coalesced, revealing a more towering, imposing figure of the Grim Reaper, exuding a dense aura of death. Its eyes resembled bottomless abysses, seemingly capable of consuming all light, while the scythe in its hand grew even more colossal, glinting coldly, instilling dread. The Grim Reaper unleashed a long howl, the shockwave radiating like a tide, with Zhen Xian at the forefront, feeling an indescribable pressure wash over him, rendering his breath momentarily stifled. He firmly planted his feet, channeling the soul summoning to its utmost limit to withstand the terror and oppression emanating from the depths of his soul. The Grim Reaper sniffed the air, its form vanishing abruptly, a scream echoing from the distant valley, abruptly ceasing. "Not good." Zhen Xian dashed towards the source of the scream. Upon arriving at the valley, he beheld a soul grasped in the Grim Reaper's hand, its essence being slowly extracted by an unseen force, drawn into the Grim Reaper's being. Seeing this, Zhen Xian shouted, "Stop!" His form accelerated, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the Grim Reaper. Noticing Zhen Xian's approach, the Grim Reaper exhibited no reaction, its actions unceasing, greedily devouring the essence of the soul. The soul's face was etched with terror and despair, powerless to resist, merely watching as its life force ebbed away. Zhen Xian raised his hand, a dragon of black mist coiling towards the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper ignored Zhen Xian's attack, ensnared by the black dragon. Through the feedback from the black dragon, Zhen Xian sensed the Grim Reaper's consciousness was in utter disarray, devoid of autonomy, merely acting on instinct. This revelation sent alarm bells ringing in Zhen Xian's mind. What is happening? He pondered, glancing at the Buddhist bead in his hand. Then back at the Grim Reaper, forming a hypothesis. Could it be that this bead serves to balance the Grim Reaper and the grievances of the living? By taking it away, the balance was disrupted, overwhelming the Grim Reaper's self-awareness with the endless resentments of the living, plunging it into this state. The thought of this possibility filled Zhen Xian with regret. He had initially perceived the Grim Reaper's fixation on the bead, curious about its significance, unaware that it would indirectly lead to the Grim Reaper's loss of control, rendering it even more perilous. As Zhen Xian's thoughts raced, his actions remained unimpeded. He pushed the limits of his soul summoning, attempting to guide the black dragon with his spiritual energy, intensifying its binding on the Grim Reaper. The black mist surrounding the dragon surged more violently, as if battling against the deathly power surging within the Grim Reaper, filling the air with a scorching tension. However, despite the Grim Reaper's chaos, its strength remained undiminished. The black dragon's entanglement seemed to only infuriate the Lord of Death, with a sudden sweep of its scythe. A wave of black death rippled from the blade's tip, instantly shattering the black dragon's hold, the residual force causing Zhen Xian to stagger, his complexion paling. This creature's power has actually increased. Zhen Xian was inwardly alarmed, realizing that if he could not swiftly restore the Grim Reaper's self-awareness or discover another means of balance, today's outcome would likely be dire. Just as Zhen Xian contemplated a strategy, the Grim Reaper launched another assault. This time, the scythe descended with a force capable of rending space, targeting Zhen Xian's heart. Zhen Xian retreated rapidly while channeling his spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier, barely deflecting the blow. Yet the tremendous impact still forced blood from his mouth. His form staggering, continuing in this manner is not sustainable. Zhang Xian's heart raced with urgency as his gaze fell upon the string of Buddhist beads in his hand. Gripping them tightly, a resolute determination shone in his eyes. He understood that only by returning the beads to the hands of the Grim Reaper could he hope to restore its self-awareness. Yet, confronting the now uncontrollable and immensely powerful Reaper, this was undoubtedly an exceedingly daunting task. Damn it, Zhang Xian growled, a surge of energy coursing through his body as if it sought to break free from his confines. He staggered slightly before charging once more towards the Reaper. This time, he abandoned the attempt to bind the Reaper with the Black Dragon and prepared for close combat, seeking an opportunity to place the beads upon it. The Reaper seemed to sense Zhang Xian's intentions. Wielding its scythe with increased ferocity, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Utilizing his exceptional agility and keen intuition, Zhang Xian navigated through the intervals of the Reaper's assaults, progressively closing the distance. Bang! In a moment of miscalculation, he was caught by the scythe's residual force, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. The stone cracked upon impact, and Zhang Xian coughed up blood. His body sustaining multiple injuries, struggling to rise from the rubble, he spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. He charged at the Reaper once again, this time successfully evading most of its attacks. Thanks to the faint influence of his binding technique, gradually approaching the Reaper's form. Just a little more. Zhang Xian silently urged himself, extending his left hand and clutching the beads tightly, preparing to place them upon the Reaper's hand. However, the Reaper seemed to have detected his intent, its scythe descending violently towards his left hand. Zhang Xian cried out in agony as the scythe carved a deep wound into his hand, blood splattering forth. Yet in this life-and-death moment, he summoned an extraordinary willpower, forcefully thrusting the beads into the Reaper's palm. Upon contact, the beads erupted in a blinding golden light, as if to illuminate all darkness. However, this brilliance was fleeting. As the vengeful thoughts within the Reaper surged, the beads began to tremble violently, seemingly unable to withstand the onslaught of power. Hurry! Restore your self-awareness. Zhang Xian's heart raced with desperation, his mind echoing the plea. Yet the Reaper appeared to be consumed by endless malice, remaining utterly unresponsive at long last. Under Zhang Xian's watchful gaze, the beads shattered suddenly, transforming into countless motes of golden light that dispersed into the air. Concurrently, the Reaper unleashed a deafening roar, its form swelling exponentially, as if it intended to devour the entire world. This is bad. The Reaper has completely lost control. Zhang Xian's heart sank in alarm. Faced with the utterly unbridled Reaper, he found himself powerless to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the Reaper wreaked havoc across the realm, feeling the suffocating aura of death drawing ever closer. Am I truly to be defeated here? A profound despair welled up within Zhang Xian as he recalled the hardships and sacrifices he had endured along his journey, tears streaming down his face. I could see that moment. Habuto Tenryu appeared alongside his companions. He placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Xian's shoulder, saying, "You have done well, Zhang Xian. Leave the rest to us." He then drew his katana and charged at the Reaper. Lape approached Zhang Xian, wielding his massive hammer, and passed by with a remark, "Kid, you're to my taste." He too plunged fearlessly toward the Reaper. Saman came to Zhang Xian's side, wiping the blood from his face, her alluring eyes narrowing as she said, "Zhang Xian, remember your promise to me. Go. See my Luland." A fragrant breeze swept through, and Saman joined the fray. The others roared as they surged toward the Reaper. In my lifetime, I've defeated all foes. Now here in this world, I refuse to cower like a rat. You there, kid? I hear you're alive. Run quickly and seek revenge for us later." Zhang Xian watched as unfamiliar faces charged toward the now completely unhinged Reaper. A wave of unprecedented emotion and tragic nobility swelling within him. Despite his battered body and overwhelming pain, he struggled to rise, sitting cross-legged upon the ground to enter a meditative state, determined to find a way to victory within. Within this inner realm, Zhang Xian repeatedly chanted the method to triumph. Suddenly, a towering fireball, over 3 meters high, appeared before him. He knew instinctively that the key to victory lay within, and all he needed to do was shatter this fireball. Gazing at the immense orb of flames, it seemed to encapsulate the mysteries and powers of the universe, its scorching light piercing his eyes, yet igniting the flame of hope within his heart. "Come on, reveal to me the way to victory," Zhang Xian roared, thrusting his hands into the fireball. In an instant, an indescribable agony coursed through his entire being, as if 1,000 blades were slicing through his flesh. His soul tormented by the inferno, yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, refusing to yield. The interior of the fireball was a chaotic world, filled with distorted space and rampant energy, where Zhang Xian's fought to find a sliver of hope amidst the turmoil. Just as he was about to be entirely engulfed by this force, the consciousness he had battled alongside Otsutsuki Kinshiki in this inner realm surged forth, fortifying his spirit as if enveloped by an invisible shield. Zhang Xian felt a surge of joy and bellowed, "Break for me!" The fireball erupted in response to his roar, exploding into countless dazzling sparks that vanished into the void. The fireball dissipated. A luminous sphere materialized before Zhang Xian, and without hesitation, he pressed it against his forehead. Meanwhile, the battle continued outside. What was termed a battle was, in reality, a one-sided massacre. These individuals were no match for the Reaper, their attacks barely registering. With each swing of its scythe, a soul perished, absorbed by the Reaper on the battlefield. An atmosphere of despair weighed heavily upon everyone's hearts. Habuto Tenryu wielded his katana, its glimmer slicing through the air with a mournful wail. Yet it only left shallow marks upon the Reaper's scythe, which seemed capable of cleaving through space itself. Leip's massive hammer, though formidable, felt like a child's toy before the Reaper, easily deflected and sending shockwaves through his body, leaving him reeling. Saman, employing her agility, attempted to gain an advantage through speed, but to no avail. A mere swing of the scythe nearly severed her head. Each breath the warriors took grew heavy and frantic, their expressions a mix of fear and resolve. Confronted by the invincible Reaper, they understood that they could perish at any moment beneath its relentless blade. Yet, not a single soul chose to retreat. As the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire, wherever the Reaper's scythe passed, souls cried out in anguish. Space itself fractured, and an indescribable aura of death enveloped the entire realm. Habuto Tenryu, Leip, Saman, and the others, despite their awareness of the vast power disparity between themselves and the Reaper, showed no signs of retreat. Determination flickered in Habuto Tenryu's eyes as his katana became marred with cracks from repeated clashes, his spirit fading with each encounter. Yet his movements remained unwavering. Each swing of his blade was a defiance against fate, a rebellion against death. Leip's hammer quaked with every confrontation, yet his calloused hands clutched the handle tightly, refusing to let go. Even though his strength appeared minuscule against the colossal Reaper, he continued to swing the hammer, pouring every ounce of his being into each strike, even if it only inflicted a meager wound upon the Reaper. He would never surrender. His heart held but one conviction. Even if it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he would fight for survival. Saman's form flitted like a specter, darting across the battlefield in search of the Reaper's vulnerabilities. Her attacks were precise and lethal, yet the Reaper seemed to possess foresight, always managing to evade her strikes. Yet she persistently sought opportunities time and again, unrelenting in her quest. The others, in stark contrast, unleashed all their capabilities, engaging in a desperate struggle against death itself. Though their attacks might seem trivial to the harbinger of death, the audacity and fearlessness they exhibited profoundly resonated within the hearts of all who bore witness. Their figures faded upon the battlefield, only for new warriors to step forward without hesitation, continuing the fight. Amidst this tapestry of despair and hope, Zhang Xian's exploration within the inner realm finally bore fruit. As he slowly opened his eyes, a myriad of complex emotions flickered across his gaze. He had not anticipated that the answer within would be so starkly encapsulated in 2 words: subdue spirits. Upon seeing these words, Zhang Xian discerned the path to victory, to consume the souls of those battling before him, thereby accelerating the progress of his spirit summoning, ultimately to attain the power to control the Grim Reaper. His heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Not only was the method of subduing spirits fraught with dire repercussions, but he had also forged deep bonds with the very souls he contemplated devouring during their time together. Rendering such a decision excruciatingly difficult, at that moment, Reap was hurled away by the Reaper. Landing not far from Zhang Xian, he crashed heavily to the ground, dust swirling around him, and Zhang Xian noted the dimming of his spirit's vitality. Zhang Xian gazed at Reap, then shifted his focus to the souls still valiantly resisting on the battlefield, their forms appearing exceedingly fragile against the Reaper's scythe. The inner turmoil within him surged like a tempest. While the subduing method promised triumph, it exacted a heavy toll, sacrificing those with whom he had shared countless moments. This was a prospect Zhang Xian adamantly wished to avert. Was there truly no alternative? He murmured to himself, casting his gaze once more into the inner realm, hoping to unearth a glimmer of hope. Yet, the only response remained the chilling phrase, "Subdue spirits." Just then, a scene on the battlefield struck a chord within Zhang Xian's heart. Saman narrowly evaded the Reaper's scythe during a sudden onslaught, but her left arm bore a deep gash, her spirit energy spilling forth. Despite the excruciating pain, she did not falter. Instead, she fought back with even greater fervor. Each strike infused with determination and tragic nobility. Zhang Xian's attention was riveted on Saman, her indomitable figure shining resplendently beneath the Reaper's merciless blade. There was no trace of fear in her eyes, only an ardent yearning for victory and an unwavering commitment to life. This tableau pierced Zhang Xian's heart like a keen blade, intensifying the struggle within him. He recalled Saman's desire to see Lulan once more, her visage seemingly materializing before him. Zhang Xian's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, as he felt the tumult of every drop of blood coursing through his veins, intertwined with an ineffable struggle and choice deep within. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an effort to quell the tumult within. Yet, the pervasive aura of death and the relentless wails from the battlefield crashed against his reason like waves. The word "subdue spirits" echoed incessantly in his mind, akin to an incantation, invoking both longing and dread. The longing was for the power to alter the tide of battle. The dread stemmed from the moral burdens and trials of humanity it entailed. Zhang Xian understood that choosing this path would mean severing the profound connections he had forged with these souls, a price far too steep. Yes, he sank deeper into self-reproach. A thunderous shout from Fu Bushenlong snapped him back to reality. Fu Bushenlong's spirit was dimmed, his sword nearly shattered, yet he stood defiantly before the Reaper, exuding an air of defiance as he glared at the omnipotent harvester. His gaze held both resoluteness and a profound concern for his comrades, as if to convey that even in death, they would not yield to the Reaper. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xian charged toward the Reaper, unleashing two tendrils of black mist from his spirit summoning technique directly at the foe. The Reaper was momentarily stunned by the unexpected assault, allowing Zhang Xian to swiftly rescue Fu Bushenlong from the brink of the scythe, gently placing him in a safe zone on the battlefield's periphery. A bittersweet smile graced Fu Bushenlong's face, a reflection of resignation to fate and acceptance of destiny. His gaze gradually faded, the light of his spirit dimming further, yet a satisfied smile lingered on his lips, as if to say, "At least I fought until the very last moment." Zhang Xian immediately activated his healing technique, but as it touched Fu Bushenlong's nearly transparent spirit, it seemed to vanish without effect. A heavy weight settled in Zhang Xian's heart. He realized that Fu Bushenlong's soul was on the brink of collapse, and no healing method could salvage his impending demise. With his last vestiges of strength, Fu Bushenlong grasped Zhang Xian's hand, his voice faint yet resolute. "Zhang Xian, do not grieve for me. It is my honor as a warrior to fight until the final moment." Zhang Xian remained silent, pouring all his power into the healing technique. Though he understood it might be futile, he was unwilling to relinquish even a shred of hope. "There's no need to exert yourself any further. I can no longer go on. You must escape," Fu Bushenlong urged weakly. "I possess a method to defeat the Reaper." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Xian felt as if he had drained every ounce of his strength, for he knew the cruelty this solution entailed for the souls before him. His voice was low and laden with weight, each word seemingly squeezed from the depths of his soul, imbued with indescribable anguish and resolve. Fu Bushenlong's eyes widened in surprise. What method? Zhang Xian replied softly. My ability has yet to reach its peak. If I elevate it to its fullest potential, vanquishing the Reaper would be effortless at this point. However, he faltered, unwilling to elaborate further. Fubushan Long appeared to grasp the implication, forcing a smile that, though strained, carried the weight of conviction. Zhang Xian, if that is the price we must pay, then let us proceed. Did we not come here to confront the Reaper? Zhang Xian's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as he nodded. His voice choked. Indeed, for the Reaper. But this requires your sacrifice. You will cease to exist. Yet, the determination in Fubushan Long's gaze remained unyielding. He gently patted Zhang Xian's hand. An action seemingly frail, yet imbued with immense strength. Zhang Xian, from the moment we stepped onto this battlefield, we were prepared to sacrifice ourselves at any moment, but we refused to cower like mice, perpetually evading the Reaper's hunt. This game of cat and mouse must come to an end, that if our disappearance can ensure the Reaper's demise, it is a worthy exchange. Our souls are weary from this endless flight and struggle. To find closure is a liberation. For us, and for this world shrouded in the Reaper's shadow, Fubushan Long's words conveyed an ethereal calm, as if he had already envisioned the tranquility that would follow the battle. Zhang Xian inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize his emotions. Very well, Zhang Xian, I will relay this message to everyone. I believe they will make the same choice as I dot with that. Fubushan Long began to connect with Reap, Saman, and the others still entangled in combat with the Reaper. Though Fubushan Long's voice was faint, it resonated with undeniable conviction, his spirit energy rippling like a gentle breeze across the lake, touching each soul still resisting the Reaper. In that moment, Reap, Saman, and the others received Fubushan Long's message. Fubushan Long, what do you mean? Sacrificing ourselves. Reap's thoughts echoed, his attacks faltering as the weight of the revelation slowed him. This our fate? Saman pondered softly, shaking her head almost immediately. A flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. If it means ending this fate, I am willing. And tell Zhang Xian not to forget our promise. The others, too, received Fubushan Long's transmission at that moment. Some fell silent. Others murmured, yet ultimately, each soul arrived at the same resolution, to sacrifice themselves to vanquish the Reaper. Zhang Xian, observing Fubushan Long's gradually dissipating form, was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Is it worth it? He questioned silently, only to find his own answer resounding within. It is worth it. Zhang Xian's gaze was resolute as he stepped forward, inching closer to the Grim Reaper. The dark mist, emblematic of spirit summoning, began to envelop his surroundings, ensnaring Ripu, Sandman, and the others. The crowd offered no resistance, willingly allowing the black fog to coil around them. Esteemed friends, I, Zhang Xian, shall forever remember your sacrifices, he murmured, each word resonating with the weight of a solemn vow, ensuring that your sacrifices would not be in vain. Let us commence, Zhang Xian whispered, then closed his eyes, his form swathed in the black mist. The tendrils of fog entwining the others swiftly merged with the shroud enveloping Zhang Xian. Ripu's voice broke the silence first, tinged with barely perceptible tremors, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Kid, to fight alongside you in this lifetime is worth every moment. Before his words could fade, his silhouette began to dissipate into the mist, leaving behind an indomitable spirit that lingered in the air. Sandman followed suit, her voice soft yet steadfast. Zhang Xian, do not forget our pact. Promise me you will witness Lulan. As she spoke, her smile gradually blurred within the fog, ultimately transforming into a wisp of vapor, carried away by the wind. Then came a voice imbued with the weight of years. It is my honor to dedicate this old body to such a noble cause. I entrust everything to you. Please, ensure victory. His figure gradually faded as he spoke, ultimately vanishing, but a young girl's voice chimed in, bright yet tinged with reluctance. Though I understand this is the only way. I find it hard to let go. Her words hung in the air, and her form evaporated like dew in the morning mist under the sun. Next, a deep and powerful voice resounded. Kid, I may not be eloquent, but my heart stands with you. May our sacrifices illuminate the path ahead. With the conclusion of his words, his form too melded into the black mist, dissolving into nothingness. One by one, the souls and their stories were etched into Zhang Xian's memory in this final moment. I shall not let you down, Zhang Xian silently vowed his heart, his voice barely a whisper, yet heavy with promise. The progress bar for spirit summoning surged wildly, quickly reaching 100%. The black mist enveloping Zhang Xian suddenly expanded outward, revealing his true form. At this moment, the battlefield was left solely with the presence of the Grim Reaper. Devoid of any other, the Reaper unleashed a roar unlike any other, brandishing its scythe as it charged towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian stood firm, his eyes ablaze, locking onto the oncoming Grim Reaper. The black mist surrounding him seemed to come alive, dancing with his will, forming impenetrable barriers that repelled the Reaper's scythe time and again. Come now, let us settle this, Zhang Xian bellowed, his voice brimming with fury. The power of spirit summoning surged to unprecedented heights. As the black mist converged from all directions, seeking to engulf the Grim Reaper completely. The Reaper, sensing Zhang Xian's transformation, emitted a more anguished wail, its scythe's speed and force intensifying dramatically. Each clash of the scythe against the black mist erupted into deafening roars and blinding flashes, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of space. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with Zhang Xian and the Grim Reaper locked in a fierce confrontation, drawing upon the formidable power of spirit summoning. Zhang Xian relentlessly assaulted the Reaper, the malevolent energies surrounding it being continually shattered by the black mist. At this juncture, the Reaper was no longer Zhang Xian's match, each time it attempted to strike. Zhang Xian's control over the spirit summoning redirected its attacks or halted them entirely. As time passed, the tide of battle became increasingly apparent. The Reaper's strength was being gradually eroded by Zhang Xian's mastery of spirit summoning. Zhang Xian's control over the Reaper extended longer, while the Reaper's chances of victory dwindled. The Reaper's roars grew feebler, its once piercing gaze now losing its lethal intensity. Zhang Xian's black mist coalesced into an invisible net, binding the Reaper tightly, rendering it immobile. With every surge of the mist, the Reaper's malevolence dissipated, its consciousness fading away. It is over. Zhang Xian's voice was calm, yet resolute as he approached the bound Reaper, his power coalescing to its zenith. However, at this critical moment, the Grim Reaper unleashed a thunderous shriek, its form beginning to convulse violently, as if a tremendous force was breaking free from within. Zhang Xian's heart raced. He realized the Reaper might still possess a final struggle. Indeed, with the Reaper's howl, an unprecedented darkness erupted from its being, a power so potent that even Zhang Xian's black mist could not fully withstand it, causing the mist to tear apart. You wish to struggle? Futile, Zhang Xian scoffed. Yet the sudden surge of dark energy exceeded Zhang Xian's expectations, not only shredding his mist barrier, but also emitting a corrosive essence that warped the surrounding space, even distorting the very molecules in the air. With this newfound power, the Grim Reaper's form began to blur, no longer a tangible entity, but a flowing darkness, merging with the shadows of the world around it. Is this the will of the land of the dead? Zhang Xian's expression shifted as he recognized that the Reaper was harnessing the power of the land of the dead for its final counterattack. Though spirit summoning was powerful, it ultimately belonged to the realm of human sorcery, facing an essence that stemmed directly from the world's will. Even he felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon him. Zhang Xian swiftly recalibrated his strategy, no longer relying solely on brute force. Instead, he directed the surrounding black mist to form a vortex, attempting to absorb this dark energy and transform it into his own power through spirit summoning. However, the will of the land of the dead was not so easily tamed. As the black mist vortex encountered the dark energy, a fierce clash erupted between the two forces. The vortex seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, its internal structure becoming increasingly unstable, on the verge of collapse. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, sensing that the power of spirit summoning was being gradually depleted in this struggle against the world's will. While the Reaper, bolstered by this dark energy, was slowly regaining its strength, its once dissipated eyes rekindling with the light of death. This cannot continue, Zhang Xian resolved inwardly. He needed to find a way to break the stalemate. If spirit summoning proved ineffective, he would resort to the sixth library celestial thief to consume it. Taking a deep breath, the black mist surrounding him coalesced instantly, as if all his power was gathering in his palm. Following this, his eyes shone with an unusual brilliance, signaling the activation of the sixth library celestial thief. Point 6 library celestial thief. Devour all. Zhang Xian intoned softly, then opened his mouth, unleashing a formidable suction force directed at the dark energy resisting the black mist vortex. This suction was extraordinarily powerful, distorting even the fabric of space. Under its influence, the dark energy began to slowly drift towards Zhang Xian's mouth. Simultaneously, the sixth library celestial thief within Zhang Xian's body commenced its operation, preparing for the impending feast. However, the will of the land of the dead would not yield easily. Just as the dark energy was on the verge of being consumed, the entire realm of the dead quaked. A far greater force descending from above, striving to thwart Zhang Xian's actions. This force bore an overwhelming majesty and pressure, leaving Zhang Xian struggling to breathe, as if a mountain had compressed him, rendering him immobile. Yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to resist this oppressive force. Swallow it. Zhang Xian roared, and the sixth library celestial thief within him responded to his command, accelerating its operation and amplifying the suction. Under this tremendous pull, the dark energy could no longer withstand, slowly being drawn into Zhang Xian's mouth. As the darkness was consumed, he felt himself overflow with immense power. Seizing this opportunity, spirit summoning surged forth, seizing control of the Grim Reaper and locking the battle in his favor. Submit! Zhang Xian bellowed, the black mist enveloping the Grim Reaper entirely, as he prepared to consume it whole, thereby conclusively ending this protracted conflict. With the activation of Submit, the black mist surrounding Zhang Xian surged, boiling like water, exuding an unsettling aura. The Reaper's howls grew fainter under the weight of this power. Its presence steadily waning as time progressed. The black mist surrounding Zhang Xian thickened, as though it were swallowing the very heavens and earth before the irresistible force. Even the Grim Reaper began to dissipate. The once heart-stopping gaze of death now dimmed and lost its luster. The last wisp of the Reaper's breath was consumed by the encroaching black mist. Zhang Xian slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surge of newfound vitality boiling and roaring within him. He sensed the laws emanating from the realm of the deceased, a profound understanding and partial dominion over this land acquired after devouring the Reaper. This newfound power made him feel as if he had become the new master of the realm of the dead, capable of perceiving the intricate workings of this world. As Zhang Xian gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within them. He surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the once dim and gloomy realm of the dead transform into an astonishing clarity through his perception, every inch of land and every breath of air escaping his keen insight. Is this the authority of the realm of the dead? Zhang Xian murmured softly, his tone laced with both awe and melancholy. He could feel that as his control over this land deepened, so too did his strength continue to grow, as if the entire world were providing him with a ceaseless stream of energy. Rising to his feet, Zhang Xian stepped onto the land of the dead, each stride resonating with the ground beneath him, which trembled lightly. As if responding to his presence, he began to experiment with this newfound authority. That is how it is, he mused. The laws of the realm of the dead are not merely about controlling death, but are fundamentally about balance. In his understanding, the authority of the realm of the dead was not simply about the manipulation of mortality, but represented a deeper, more expansive force of equilibrium, intertwining life and death, yin and yang, past and future. However, within his perception, the laws of this realm seemed incomplete, lacking full gestation, and if I could complete the laws of this domain, would I not gain even greater power? Zhang Xian pondered internally. This thought took root within him, blossoming rapidly like a seed. His decision was not a fleeting impulse, but rather based on his comprehension of the authority of the realm of the dead. He realized that, as the junction between life and death, the integrity of its rules directly impacted the potential of this world. If he could complete these rules, it would not only bring the realm of the dead to wholeness, but also enable him to achieve a qualitative leap in the power he gained from this land that he did not immediately seek to comprehend or complete the laws, but instead return to the shelter that Fubu Tianlong had once brought him to. Upon re-entering this sanctuary, Zhang Xian felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as the figures of Fubu Tianlong, Lei Pu, and Samon flickered through his mind. Those who had once shared laughter and companionship with him could never return. He touched the orb that Lei Pu had given him, casting a glance at the spot where Samon had sat, a hint of desolation crossing his features. Please do not blame me. I had no choice but to consume you. Without doing so, my ability to summon spirits would never reach 100%, and I could not confront the Grim Reaper. Although you all claim to have no regrets, Zhang Xian murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Zhang Xian's heart was heavy. Each recollection of his comrades and arms pressed down upon him like a colossal stone, rendering him breathless. Their smiles, their tenacity, their sacrifices unfolded in his mind like a series of vivid paintings. Every detail as clear as if it were before his very eyes. Sitting in a corner of the sanctuary, he grasped tightly the orb left to him by Lei Pu, its gentle luminescence glowing softly in the dim light, as if containing Lei Pu's final warmth and strength. Zhang Xian gently caressed the orb, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood then the battle against the Grim Reaper to protect more lives. He had to make those agonizing choices. Yet, once the battle was over, the tide of guilt and self-recrimination surged forth, leaving him restless and tormented. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. He recognized that dwelling in the past could alter nothing. Only by looking forward and proving his worth through action could he best honor the memories of those who had sacrificed so much. He began to focus on completing the laws of this world, first contemplating the essence of the realm of the dead. Closing his eyes and centering his thoughts, he immersed his consciousness entirely in the laws of this land. Seeking clues from every subtle detail, he perceived that ordinary souls, upon arriving in this world, would shortly dissolve into the essence of their being, like trees without roots and waters without source, lacking a fundamental force to sustain their existence. In this realm of the deceased, it appeared that this very force was the missing key to the laws. Zhang Xian realized that to complete the laws, he must discover a way to enable souls to exist stably within this land, forming a complete cycle of life and death. Only then could the realm of the dead achieve true balance. Unleashing its full potential, he began to attempt guiding those souls on the verge of dissolution with his own power. Extending his hand with palms upturned, it was as if he sought to catch some intangible essence. Indeed, a faint wisp of soul energy gathered in his palm, a fragment of strength drawn from the dissipating souls. Zhang Xian carefully encased it within his own power, striving to stabilize it. However, this task was not without its challenges. Those souls were akin to homeless wanderers, yearning for a place to call their own, yet unable to find such a haven in the realm of the dead. Although Zhang Xian's power was formidable, stabilizing these souls required a more fundamental force of law. What might that force be? Zhang Xian pondered that moment. He recalled the legends of the 6 realms of reincarnation from his past life in China, which spoke of how souls, after death, would be reborn into one of the 6 paths: heaven, humanity, Azura, animals, hungry ghosts, and hell, based on their deeds in life. Each path bore its unique state of existence and suffering. While life flowed endlessly through this cycle in search of liberation, an epiphany struck Zhang Xian. Perhaps the law of reincarnation was the missing key to the realm of the dead, that if he could integrate the law of reincarnation into this domain, then souls would find a home, and the cycle of life and death would be perfected. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, striving to excavate all knowledge of the 6 realms of reincarnation from his memory. As he delved deeper, vivid images surfaced in his mind, mysteries of reincarnation and profound discussions on life and death. Zhang Xian gradually grasped the core principles of karma and causality inherent in the 6 realms of reincarnation. Every action performed in life manifested as karma after death, determining the soul's rebirth. Causality served as the bedrock of this entire construct, good deeds yielding good fruits and evil deeds yielding evil fruits. Without exception, he began to weave these concepts into the laws of the realm of the dead. Sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a faint dark aura, Zhang Xian was fully engaged in merging his own power with the laws of the realm of the dead. His consciousness seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. Touching upon deeper layers of law, he first constructed a preliminary framework of reincarnation centered around karma. In this framework, each soul would be assigned a corresponding karma value based on their actions in life. These values would dictate the direction and level of their rebirth. For instance, those with heavy good karma would ascend to the heavenly or human realms, enjoying a superior existence, while those burdened with evil karma would descend into the realms of animals, hungry ghosts, or even hell, enduring commensurate suffering. Yet, merely having karma was insufficient to establish a complete reincarnation system. Zhang Xian understood that causality was the driving force behind all. Thus, he began to integrate the law of causality into the reincarnation framework, envisioning that every cause sown in life would manifest as an effect after death. These causal links would function like invisible chains, connecting the living and the dead, ensuring that every life received its due recompense. With Zhang Xian's relentless efforts, the laws of the realm of the dead began to transform gradually. The once rootless and directionless souls now appear to have found a sense of belonging, discovering their place within the reincarnation system he had constructed. Some souls, due to their virtuous deeds in life, were granted the qualification to ascend to higher realms of rebirth. Others, burdened by their malevolent actions, were relegated to lower incarnations. Simultaneously, Zhang Xian noticed that as the reincarnation system matured, the overall atmosphere of the realm of the dead began to shift. The previously oppressive silence gradually dissipated, replaced by a more serene and tranquil ambience. It seems as though this land has finally discovered its purpose, beginning to exist in a wholly new form. Through the relentless efforts of Zhang Xian, the realm of the deceased is ultimately transformed into an entity reminiscent of the underworld. Here, a comprehensive cycle of reincarnation flourishes, allowing every soul to find its rightful sanctuary. Simultaneously, a stringent mechanism of cause and effect ensures that each life receives the appropriate punishment or reward it deserves. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction at this development. Yet one pressing issue remained. The operation of such an expansive reincarnation system cannot rely solely on his efforts. Additional administrators are essential. However, currently, he is the only soul in this realm endowed with self-awareness. While the others have been consumed in the battle against death, addressed this dilemma. Zhang Xian fell into deep contemplation. Maintaining such a vast and intricate reincarnation system solely by his own strength is indeed unsustainable in the long run. Moreover, as the realm evolves, an increasing number of souls will inevitably flood in. Without sufficient administrators and custodians, the entire system is bound to collapse eventually at that moment. He recalled another principle of this realm. The souls of the strong gradually regain their self-awareness upon entering the land of the deceased. Could it be possible to appoint these powerful beings as administrators and custodians? This way, they would possess formidable strength, unafraid of rebellious souls. Furthermore, since these strong individuals have achieved a certain level of mastery in life, they must inherently possess extraordinary wisdom and perseverance, making them suitable for management duties. However, one must be cautious. The chosen administrators must possess impeccable character, devoid of excessive personal desires and biases. Otherwise, they may abuse their power and undermine the fairness of the reincarnation system. Yet, as the saying goes, a skilled woman cannot cook without rice. Presently, there are no self-aware strong souls left in the realm. Must he wait? That cannot be. He cannot remain shackled to the land of the deceased. Just then, Zhang Xian smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing that he could search within the ninja world, which would also serve to test the character of that individual. If they prove worthy, he could appoint them directly after their demise, thereby saving himself considerable time. Without hesitation, he began to connect with the laws of the realm, seeking to leave the land of the deceased. However, the laws suddenly resisted, denying Zhang Xian's request. Zhang Xian pondered, perplexed by this turn of events. Frowning, he scrutinized the surrounding darkness, attempting to comprehend the law's resistance. He mused, Could it be that the reincarnation system is still in its nascent stages, rendering it unstable and thus prohibiting his departure at this moment? Just as he was lost in thought, the laws transmitted a message to him, indicating that as the possessor of the laws, he could not leave the realm of the deceased. Zhang Xian's heart sank. He had not anticipated such a conclusion. His brow furrowed in contemplation. As the owner of the laws, it was impossible for him to abandon this authority. Zhang Xian ruminated for a while, but could not devise a solution. At that moment, he recalled the location where he had battled death, from which a surge of law power emanated, feeling identical to that which he wielded. Without a moment to lose, Zhang Xian rushed toward it. Soon, he arrived at the source of the law energy, where he beheld a black chrysalis continually emitting a force identical to his own. Gazing at this enigmatic chrysalis, filled with confusion and astonishment, he reached out and gently touched its shell that a familiar, yet foreign power surged through his fingertips, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the chrysalis, for which a more potent wave of law energy erupted. Soaring skyward, Zhang Xian quickly retreated a few steps, warily observing the unfolding transformation. As the crack widened, a figure slowly emerged from the chrysalis. It was the very death that he had thought he had consumed. Zhang Xian's expression changed dramatically. He had never expected this seemingly devoured entity to reappear in such a manner. He swiftly withdrew, wary of a potential attack from death, taking refuge at a distance while watching. The being that emerged from the chrysalis remained motionless, eyes closed, standing still. Zhang Xian felt a sense of caution, yet he dared not act impulsively. He fixated on the figure, searching for any sign of abnormality. However, death seemed ensnared in a state of slumber, displaying no indication of awakening at that moment. Zhang Xian suddenly sensed an inexplicable connection emanating from death, resonating with his own law power that a thought crossed his mind. Could this death be linked to his own laws? To validate his hypothesis, Zhang Xian cautiously approached death, attempting to use his law power to connect with that resonance. As he drew nearer, the resonance intensified, as if an invisible force was beckoning him. Finally, when Zhang Xian stood beside death, his law power erupted within him, triggering a chemical reaction with death's own law power. In that instant, a thought flashed through Zhang Xian's mind. It seemed he could control this death. With that realization, he no longer hesitated. He began to attempt to exert control over death, striving to establish a connection. Yet, death appeared to be in a deep slumber, unresponsive to his attempts at control. After countless efforts, death's eyes flickered slightly, as if sensing Zhang Xian's call. Finally, death opened its eyes, and Zhang Xian was astonished to discover that he could perceive himself through death's perspective, as if he had entered death's very being. Whatever actions he desired, a mere thought would compel death to execute them, akin to possessing an external avatar. Zhang Xian began to familiarize himself with controlling death, guiding it to perform various actions. To his delight, he realized that this death possessed immense power and astonishing agility, far surpassing his own limits. With every flicker of thought, death would respond promptly. It was as though their connection had become deeply entrenched and inseparable. As time progressed, Zhang Xian's mastery over death grew increasingly refined. He began to attempt more complex maneuvers, such as instantaneously teleporting to distant targets, wielding the scythe with incredible speed to reap lives, and even utilizing death's unique abilities to sense subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Like a child with a new toy, Zhang Xian reveled in exploring every facet of death's capabilities. When he eventually tired of this exploration, he began to contemplate the future. Now, he found himself trapped in the land of the deceased, uncertain of the fate of Yutsuen, Yui, and the whereabouts of Indra and Ashura. Unbeknownst to him, the passage of time in the land of the deceased differs from that in the ninja world. Decades have elapsed in the latter. Time flows swiftly, and the landscape of the ninja world has shifted dramatically.